In this mysterious world, legends and legendary swordsmen exist side by side, and one name echoes in every corner: the Divine Sword Sect. Here, even a random disciple might be a genius, a master of deadly arts. And then there was Jiang Kelan, wearing a tired smile and feeling like the only good-for-nothing in this illustrious sect. She had long since had enough of this endless sect assembly and only wished the sect master would hurry up and finish. But her whole life had always felt absurdly unlucky, as if some bizarre windfall was forever about to drop out of the sky and land right on her head. And now, it seemed another one was coming. In a booming voice, the sect master announced that the legendary Sword Pavilion would be handed over to his last disciple, Jiang Kelan. The announcement hung in the air, dripping with irony. Her cultivation was a joke, and her fellow disciples were always happy to point that out. Dressed in her teal disciple robes, she was nothing more than a weed among peonies in everyone else's eyes. Fine, she thought, a flicker of defiance flashing through her eyes. Let them call her a weed. One day, she would make them pay for it. But reality was cruel. She had now become the keeper of the Sword Pavilion, yet her own subordinates openly looked down on her. Still, it didn't matter. She would rise again. Wearing a harmless-looking smile, she shamelessly decided to delegate every problem to others, claiming that making good use of her people was part of a pavilion master's duty. Her true task was to care for the 7 legendary swords in the sword chamber. But those powerful sword spirits seemed impossibly distant and had no intention of acknowledging her. One of them had strange crimson eyes and a beauty that was both alluring and terrifying, his every word dripping with contempt as he called her ugly the moment he opened his mouth. Another had eyes as dark as an abyss, his entire body radiating suffocating, killing intent. These sword spirits were like a row of handsome but dangerous men. One blindly echoed whatever others said. One was lazy and arrogant. One was small and trembling with fear. One was tall and straight-backed and looked down on her with disdain, and one was wrapped all over in cold detachment. And the most stunning of them all was a silver-haired being like a god, his gaze as cold as a frozen lake. But Kelan only grew more determined. Fine then, if she couldn't tame these hateful sword spirits, then she didn't deserve to be called Jiang Kelan. This little weed was about to turn the tables against the wind. Welcome to the Tomb of Famous Swords. Our story begins in the Divine Sword Sect, a place renowned for forging the strongest divine swords under heaven. The feng shui here was exceptional. Even the land itself hummed with spiritual energy, making it paradise for any sword cultivator. The only problem was that Jiang Kelan was not a sword cultivator. In her own words, she was just a salted fish, a professional slacker and deadweight mixed in among people who were far too outstanding. In this sect, there were 3 kinds of people you absolutely could not offend: shrewd merchants, wise teachers, and famous fortune tellers. Each had a huge crowd of fanatical supporters behind them, always ready to wipe out anyone who showed disrespect. This sect was like a miniature world, full of disciples so diligent they practically trained themselves to death, standard sword cultivators obsessed with the sword path, and dazzling prodigies who seemed born to win at life. Everyone here had talent, except her. And now, at this painfully long sect assembly, this little salted fish was about to be thrown straight into the deep end. Her eyelids felt heavy while the sect master went on and on. He was talking about how the master of the Northern Gate had grown steadily weaker, and how the Sword Pavilion had been left without anyone to manage it, with a new successor under discussion for a long time. At last, he was getting to the point. Kelan was so moved, she nearly burst into tears. Sure enough, perseverance paid off. Delighted, she started clapping sincerely, wholeheartedly congratulating her handsome senior brother Feng Yi on taking up the new post. But a faint, meaningful smile curved at the corner of Feng Yi's lips. He leaned down slightly and teased her in a low voice, asking whether her legs had gone numb from standing so long. She blushed and stammered that she was just physically weak, that she was truly happy for him, so he shouldn't laugh at her. He said he wasn't laughing, but she was celebrating far too early. Kelan blinked, her face full of confusion. What exactly did he mean by that? Before she could speak, a crowd of fervent admirers suddenly shoved her aside. They surrounded Feng Yi, their congratulations rising one after another, completely drowning her beneath his radiance. He really was as popular as a god. The sect master confirmed what everyone had guessed and praised Feng Yi's talent. Just then, a sharp cough cut through the air. The world's greatest swordsmith, Shan Jingyuan, stepped forward with a stern expression. He had long since made his decision regarding the Sword Pavilion. His sharp gaze fell directly on Kelan, and then he made the declaration that would decide her fate. He would hand the Sword Pavilion over to his last disciple, Jiang Kelan. The whole world seemed to freeze in that instant. Kellan's amber eyes widened in extreme shock, and her heartbeat almost stopped. Her? How could it possibly be her? At once, a wave of disbelief and anger swept through the crowd. Her, master of the Sword Pavilion? A girl who hadn't even laid a proper cultivation foundation yet? The murmurs quickly turned vicious. Why her? What was so special about this useless inner disciple that Master would choose her? Those words stabbed into her like knives. Just as someone was about to suppress the gossip, Kellan's face had already fallen, humiliation burning hot across her cheeks. Then, with a heavy thud that stunned the entire hall, He slammed his foot down on the ground. His fists were clenched tight, cold fury covering his face. He bowed deeply to his master, his voice taut with near-desperate pleading, asking him to take back the order. And so our story begins with a tale of swords and fate. A young girl, caught between two powerful and handsome men, one radiating gentle light, the other carrying a dangerous and seductive darkness. At the heart of the sect, a girl named Jiang Kelan was kneeling on the cold stone floor, her small body trembling faintly before her fellow disciples. With her head lowered, she pleaded softly, almost in a whisper, admitting that her ability was meager and that she likely had no right to bear such a heavy responsibility. But her humility earned her nothing except scorn. One elder glared down at her from above, his voice full of contempt. No, right? That was putting it politely. She had no cultivation talent at all. His words cut like blades, each one deeper than the last, until he even demanded to know what exactly she was still doing in the sect if she couldn't do this and couldn't do that. Kelan could only lower her head further, golden strands of hair hiding her burning cheeks. Under his cruel gaze, she felt utterly worthless. The humiliation gradually became unbearable. Another elder spoke up, cutting through the tense atmosphere. He questioned the decision and reminded everyone that the position of Sword Pavilion Master should still be discussed with the Master of the Northern Gate. The man in question was tall and straight, with white hair flowing down his back. He asked the sect master to speak with him in private, and specifically called for a young man named Feng Yi to come as well. Once those important figures left, the rest of the crowd also dispersed one by one, not sparing Kelan another glance, leaving her completely alone in the vast and empty courtyard. Like a forgotten doll, her shoulders sagged helplessly. A worried voice called her name. Her friend Tang Huan hurried to her side, grabbed her wrist with a warm, firm hand, and pulled her along, telling her not to keep moping like this. Tang Huan brought her to a quiet little grove washed in sunlight, a safe place where no one would come to disturb them. Her friend smiled brightly and couldn't help complaining that she truly didn't understand why Kelan cared about the bitter nonsense those jealous people said. She even reached out and gently pinched Kellan's soft cheek, trying to make her laugh, but Kelan only frowned in pain and protested that it really hurt. With a heavy heart, Kelan explained that her friend had misunderstood. She wasn't stupid. She knew she wasn't being criticized because others were jealous, but because those words were simply true. Her eyes, usually so bright, were now filled with urgent sincerity. She said that in this world, where strength was everything and geniuses were everywhere, pressing a hand to her chest, her voice trembling slightly, she asked Tang Huan how those truly talented disciples, who also worked desperately hard, were supposed to feel when someone as unqualified as her was given an honor like this. The lightness slowly faded from Tang Huan's face, and her gaze softened, clearly understanding the knot in Kellan's heart. But this brief, private moment was soon shattered by the malicious whispers of nearby disciples. They mocked Kelan, sneering that she only had a 5-spirit root and that any outer disciple was stronger than she was. Their laughter was poisonous. They even said that perhaps Master only accepted disciples based on whether they were pretty enough. Tang Huan flushed red with anger, spun around, and snapped at them like a whip, ordering them to stop. She harshly demanded an apology, openly and fiercely protective, while Kelan stood beside her in shock. But the bullies only sneered. One female disciple smiled with lofty disdain and mocked Tang Huan for standing up for someone who hadn't even properly secured the position yet. Another spoke up next, asking whether they had been listening for a long time, her tone dripping with contempt. Then the arrogant male disciple leading them raised a hand and pointed straight at Tang Huan, his words growing even nastier. He insulted her appearance, saying she was nothing more than some worthless weed in the Sword Pavilion. Tang Huan was suddenly too stunned to speak, her eyes quickly reddening, while Kelan watched the scene and felt a cold fury slowly rise in her chest. The bully cursed her again, calling her an idiot and spewing malice without restraint. Then a senior sister stepped forward, smiling with a thin and dangerous smile. She warned Tang Huan to be careful and threatened that once Kelan was kicked out of that position, as she surely would be, no one would protect her anymore, and she would deal with her personally. Just as one of the bullies reached out to grab the frightened Tang Huan, a small hand suddenly shot out and blocked it. It was Kelan. The despair on her face was gone now, replaced by cold calm. She admitted that if the sect was a garden of 100 flowers, then yes, she truly was a weed. Then she turned to the senior sister, her tone sweet enough to turn icy. Since she was so proud, then she must be a beautiful peony. The sarcasm was sharp enough to cut, and yet at this moment, it was she, this weed, who was in charge of the Sword Pavilion, while that perfect peony was still only an outer disciple. The villains' faces twisted instantly with shame and rage. Kelan gave them one last disdainful glance and said that as the foremost among flowers, she ought to show a little grace. Being so venomously sharp-tongued was bad for one's health. She took Tang Huan's hand and turned to leave, tossing the trembling, furious group behind her. In that moment, something inside Kelan changed. Her original plan had simply been to quietly manage the Sword Pavilion for 2 months and then step down. But when she saw her friend being threatened because of her own weakness, a fire exploded to life inside her. It was a determination she had never felt before. Her gaze slowly grew firm. She could not run anymore. No matter what, she had to protect the Sword Pavilion. And so our heroine entered a new chapter. She took one step into the lion's jaws, and the Sword Pavilion stood before her, grand and imposing. Pulling herself together, Kelan clenched her fists and braced herself to give it everything she had. But only moments later, reality came crashing down on her. She was buried beneath a mountain of documents. Disciples on every side were calling for the pavilion master, urging her to approve this, report that, arrange the other thing. The workload hit her like a flood, pressing down until she could barely breathe. Her eyes widened in panic as she realized she was even more useless than she had imagined. In the end, she broke down crying and collapsed over the desk in utter despair, completely drained. A gentle voice reached her through her misery. Looking up, she saw a handsome man standing before her senior brother, his face wearing a warm smile. He remarked that it was rare to see her this exhausted, congratulated her on taking up her new post, and handed her an exquisite little box, saying it was a reward for her. Inside the box was a beautiful bracelet, spiritual energy flowing through it, meant to help her cultivate. She panicked at once and hurriedly refused such a valuable gift, insisting that she already owed him too much and shouldn't accept anymore. But he only chuckled softly, the corners of his eyes curving in a way that made him especially charming, and told her to keep it. He even reassured her that it wasn't as valuable as it looked. Then his expression grew a little more serious. There was something he wanted to ask her help with. Her attitude changed at once as well. Pulling herself together again, she solemnly agreed that if there was anything she could do, she would definitely do her best. He was amused by how serious she looked, patted her on the head like an older brother doting on a younger sister, and only asked her to look after the Yuan Wei sword in the sword chamber. Her eyes widened in shock. The sword chamber? Seeing her reaction, his gentle smile faltered slightly. Only then did he realize, with a trace of helplessness, that she hadn't even been there yet. After a soft sigh, he took over on his own, saying he would handle the urgent matters in her place. From now on, he explained, she did not need to handle every task personally. Her duty was to make the final decisions. Gesturing for her to follow, he spoke in a low, guiding voice and said it was time for her to understand the true responsibility of the Sword Pavilion Master. Oh, goodness. A new chapter began as our heroine arrived at one of the Divine Sword Sect's most important places. The handsome senior brother Feng led Jiang Kelan toward a quiet, ancient building standing in one corner of the Sword Pavilion. She was stunned. This was the sword chamber? She never would have guessed this was it. He lowered his head to glance at her, a faint smile on his lips, and nodded in confirmation. That's right. Every sword stored in this sacred place has a sword spirit. Sword spirits? She stared in disbelief. Of course she had heard the legends, but she had never imagined they were real, much less that she was about to see them with her own eyes. It was unbelievable. His expression turned serious as he formally addressed her. Jiang Kelan, master of the Sword Pavilion, listen carefully. She immediately straightened up and instinctively answered yes. He told her that her most important duty, and the very reason she had been brought here, was to protect these legendary swords. And that responsibility had now fallen fully upon her shoulders. A solemn look appeared on her face, as if silently promising that she would never let him down. He continued, saying that all 7 swords had to be maintained with the utmost care. But there was something even more important she needed to know. The sword spirits looked no different from humans. Her mind went blank with confusion. What was that supposed to mean? And because these sword spirits were among the sect's greatest treasures, outsiders absolutely could not be allowed to come and inspect them freely. Her face fell at once, obvious disappointment showing on it. What's wrong? He asked when he noticed her pout. As it turned out, she had been thinking of bringing her friend Tang, Huan, to see these incredible sword spirits too. A trace of warmth passed through his eyes. As long as she didn't let anyone else see them, it should be fine. He could treat it as a small privilege for the master of the Sword Pavilion. Instantly, she brightened again and called out sweetly, "Senior brother." Right. She suddenly remembered what he had said earlier about the Yunwei sword. His expression shifted slightly. Oh, that one. He reminded her that she absolutely had to be especially careful with that sword, because it had a very serious tendency towards self-destruction. Once she met him, she would naturally understand. He said it with a meaningful look, but she only became even more confused. Met him? He raised a hand and gestured toward the entrance, signaling for her to go in. But just as the two were about to part, a streak of golden light suddenly dived down from above. It was clearly a message. A beautiful spirit bird formed of pure energy appeared before him, then broke apart into scattered points of light and vanished. His face darkened. Apologetically, he told her that Master had urgently summoned him and he had to go at once. She answered with a bright, reassuring smile. She told him it was fine, that she could go in by herself, and urged him to hurry and take care of whatever was important. The corner of Feng Yi's lips lifted slightly. He quickly formed a hand seal, and a bright spell array spread out beneath his feet. See you later, junior sister. The moment he finished speaking, his whole body vanished within a pillar of light, his figure fading into the air. She waved goodbye in the direction he had left, but once he was gone, the smile on her face disappeared as well, replaced by a thoughtful, serious expression. Something was off. She had the distinct feeling that senior brother still hadn't finished what he wanted to say before being called away. His strange warnings kept replaying in her mind. Sword spirits that looked just like humans, and a sword that would destroy itself. What did any of that mean? The more she thought about it, the more nervous she became. Her hands unconsciously clasped tightly before her, and she lightly touched the exquisite bracelet on her wrist, silently warning herself. No, she absolutely could not be afraid right now. There was no point in dwelling on it. Since she had already decided to establish herself firmly in the Sword Pavilion, she could not shrink back here. She took a deep breath and pushed open the 2 heavy doors. As she stepped across the threshold, she even softly apologized for the intrusion out of courtesy. The sight before her stole her breath instantly. The Great Hall was unbelievably vast. Within 7 pillars of light, a famous sword of imposing presence floated in each one. She walked slowly through this sacred space, almost entranced. Every glowing sword radiated a clear, tangible, irresistible power. Only, she saw nothing at all that looked like a sword spirit. Then her gaze was firmly caught by one especially exquisite longsword, and she couldn't help quickening her steps to get a closer look. The sword was stunningly beautiful, like a masterpiece crafted by heaven itself, a soft and ethereal glow flowing all around it. She was deeply drawn to it, as if some invisible force were pulling her nearer and nearer. Standing before the sword pedestal, she couldn't help marveling in her heart. What a beautiful sword. Her heart pounded violently, awe and longing woven together. She just wanted to touch it, to feel its power for herself. She reached out, her hand trembling faintly with anticipation, her fingertips only inches away from the hilt. But at that moment, an icy voice suddenly slashed through the silence, freezing her in place. It felt as though all the blood in her body had turned cold. The voice had come from behind her. But who was it? Who else was in this room? Then what appeared before her eyes was a being too beautiful to seem mortal. Pale blossoms seemed to drift around that figure, and silver hair poured down like a frozen waterfall. When he turned, his long hair seemed to gather all the light in the room around him. Kelan's breath caught, and her heartbeat instantly fell into chaos. Was this a sword spirit? He was beautiful to an unreasonable degree, like a god cast down into the mortal world, and within his crimson eyes lay an ancient and sorrowful world. But just as she was lost in that godlike beauty, the perfect face suddenly twisted in pain, the illusion shattered, and the godlike man coughed up a mouthful of blood, a glaring contrast to his pale body. A drop of fresh blood fell onto the spotless floor. In the sudden silence, the sound was unnervingly clear. Jiang Kelan's eyes flew wide open, panic filling her chest, her mind almost unable to process what she was seeing. She barely had time to think before rushing over at once, her voice trembling with worry as she asked if he was all right. But that breathtaking sword spirit merely pressed a finger lightly to his lips and calmly wiped away the blood with a disturbing sort of composure. Then, in a flash of blinding white light, he vanished. He returned to the sword, leaving Jiang Kelan standing there in a daze, her face full of disbelief. How could a sword spirit cough up blood? She called out toward the sword, unable to hide her concern. Just then, a smooth, unfamiliar voice cut through the air, telling her not to panic. In the next instant, another man appeared out of nowhere, dressed in an elegant dark robe. With a knowing smile, he explained that the sword spirit from before coughed up blood all the time, and they were long used to it. Jiang Kelan's mind was in chaos, and after a hesitant pause, she quietly asked if he was a sword spirit too. He lifted a charming smile and admitted that he was indeed the sword spirit of the Qi Xing sword. He added that the others all wanted to meet her as well. Jiang Kelan had not even had time to react before another figure suddenly appeared beside her, so close that the pressure was almost suffocating. It was a handsome man with pointed ears and long pink hair, glaring down at her with open contempt. Jiang Kelan froze in place, her body trembling slightly under his oppressive scrutiny. That sword spirit immediately let out an exaggerated sigh of despair. The man in the dark robe sighed as well and reproached the newcomer for frightening their new master. But the pink-haired man only gave an annoyed snort. He kept staring at her, sweeping his gaze from head to toe. No matter how he looked at her, only two words came to mind: too ugly. Jiang Kelan could only blink at him blankly. He could hardly believe it. She was obviously a girl, so how could she know absolutely nothing about dressing herself up? The Qi Xing sword spirit quickly apologized and explained that Qi Xiao meant no harm. Jiang Kelan waved both hands and said it was fine, but inside she was mortified. This was the first time in her life anyone had ever called her ugly. Her former master had cared more than anything about a disciple's appearance. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang through the hall, excitedly welcoming her. A new sword spirit appeared and happily declared that the boring days were finally over, introducing himself as the sword spirit of the Bosi sword. He gave her a dashing wink and raised a hand in salute. Jiang Kelan awkwardly returned the greeting, still at a loss. He, however, told her not to be too picky. As long as a newcomer had joined them, he would not dislike her just because she was ugly. Her face instantly went blank. So this was what her life would be like from now on, being looked down on one after another by a group of handsome but utterly awful sword spirits. The Qi Xing sword spirit apologized once again for his noisy companions, saying they had gotten so excited that they had even dirted his clothes. He complained that they were far too noisy today. At this rate, it looked like the other sword spirits would soon be appearing one after another as well. Another figure stepped into view, every inch of him radiating a wild, unrestrained charm. Messy black hair framed a handsome face, paired with sharp, intelligent green eyes. He casually asked who this newcomer was. Surrounded now by a crowd of stunningly beautiful men, Jiang Kelan only felt pathetically small. She took a deep breath, suppressed the nervousness in her heart, and introduced herself as Jiang Kelan, their new pavilion master of the Sword Pavilion. She solemnly said that from now on, she would take care of them, and humbly asked them to forgive her inexperience and shortcomings. After speaking, she gave him a deep bow. A trace of amusement flickered through the roguish man's eyes. So this new pavilion master was just a little girl. A dangerous smile slowly crept onto his lips as he gradually clenched his fist. Whether the newcomer was an old man or a little girl did not really matter to him. He bent down until his face was only inches from hers, his voice low and almost seductive. "Still, little girl," he murmured softly, "this is better after all." Jiang Kelan's face drained of color in an instant, shock filling her. This man was far too frivolous. The Qixing sword spirit, Long Yuan, immediately stepped between them and told the rake to stay farther away and stop frightening her, only to be called nagging as an old woman in return. Jiang Kelan felt her head spin. Then she noticed a tiny figure peeking out from behind Long Yuan's robe. It was a little boy with gray hair, who glanced timidly at her before hurriedly shrinking back again. Her heart melted on the spot. Was such an adorable child a sword spirit too? The other sword spirits called for him to come out, saying, "Chunjun, she's already seen you." But the little boy insisted that he had not been hiding. Jiang Kelan was completely stunned. Even this child was a sword spirit? So sword spirits came in different ages too? Before she could recover, the pink-haired sword spirit was already shouting for the one called Chungying to stop eavesdropping and come out at once. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind swept through the entire hall. A figure dropped from above, accompanied by a deafening crash, as if even the building's foundations were shaking, and a vicious killing aura erupted from him in an instant. When he lifted his head, his eyes burned with undisguised fury. Jiang Kelan stiffened at once, pure fear seizing her heart. The pink-haired sword spirit only laughed and teased that the little pavilion master really had been frightened, even though this newcomer only looked fierce. Suppressing the fear in her heart, Jiang Kelan put on her brightest and most proper smile and introduced herself again, saying that everyone could call her Kelan. The sword spirits began murmuring among themselves. Some thought the name was nice, while others found it unbearable. A feeling of relief swept through her. Although their personalities were a bit nasty, these sword spirits surprisingly did not seem too hard to get along with. Maybe she had worried for nothing. She repeated their names silently in her heart, and felt that most of them suited their appearances quite well. Only the very first one she had seen, the Yunwei sword spirit. He truly looked like an exiled god, and she had originally thought that name would belong to some peerlessly beautiful woman. While she was still marveling that such an ethereal, immortal-like being was actually a man, the wild sword spirit Long Yuan suddenly spoke, saying that it was rather surprising for someone so young to become the pavilion master of the Sword Pavilion. Curiosity gleamed in his eyes as he motioned for her to come a little closer. Jiang Kelan cautiously took a step forward, and he merely repeated that he was simply curious. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind her, his voice like a dangerous whisper against her ear, his finger lightly touching her shoulder. He asked how a little girl like her had managed to become the pavilion master of the Sword Pavilion. Amid drifting cherry blossoms, an ethereal figure stood quietly. His long pink hair and crimson robes made him look like a stunning apparition descended from another world. But for Jiang Kelan, the whole world froze solid in that instant. A cold, suffocating chill crawled up her spine as a terrible truth struck her. She could not move. That devastatingly handsome man, Long Yuan, looked at her with obsidian-dark eyes polished to a gleam, his voice gentle in a way that felt cold as he told her not to panic. In an infuriatingly calm tone, he explained that he had only sealed her acupoints to restrict her movement. Senior brother tightened his hold on the little boy in his arms and cried out Long Yuan's name in disbelief, his face full of worry. Yet Long Yuan's sharp gaze remained locked on Jiang Kelan, a hunter's gleam flashing in his eyes. Since you want to join them, Long Yuan said in a low voice, wasn't it only natural to test her a little? Jiang Kelan's mind was in complete chaos, and her wide, innocent eyes swept over their faces in a silent plea for help. Why were they treating her like this? A scornful smile rose on Long Yuan's perfect face as he said coldly, that for any cultivator, breaking through sealed acupoints was the most basic beginner skill. If she could not even do that, what use was there in keeping her? The beautiful pink-haired man spoke up as well, his voice soft as silk but dripping with poison. He completely agreed. He had no need for some ignorant outsider to come here and order them around. The others were equally indifferent. One thought it troublesome, though he said he did not care either way. Another merely shrugged carelessly. Her little junior brother was held securely in senior brother's arms and could only say softly that he would go along with whatever everyone decided. In the end, senior brother let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders seeming to sag, and said in defeat that fine, he would respect everyone's wishes. Jiang Kelan stood there rigidly, all alone, with only one thought screaming wildly in her head. What is even happening? A familiar, bitter sense of being rejected filled her mouth. Of course it was always like this. Whether people or sword spirits, she was always the one shut out, the useless weed, the trash that ought to be thrown away. Those absurdly handsome men stood before her like a row of cold judges, their gazes icy and critical. Long Yuan was the worst of all. Those eyes looked as if they wanted to peel her open and see through her completely. Well, little girl, he drawled mockingly, can you undo it yourself? Then he gave her a cruel condition. As long as she agreed to resign as pavilion master of the Sword Pavilion, he would be merciful enough to help her. Jiang Kelan clenched her teeth, and a spark of defiance rose from the depths of her soul. And what if she refused? The smile on Long Yuan's lips widened further, clearly enjoying her struggle. Refusing was fine too, he said with a soft laugh. She could ask an outsider to help her. But then he lowered his voice again, as if sharing a secret, and added that would only prove she really was as useless as they thought. If it came to that, she could forget ever setting foot in here again. The frustration in her heart finally burst completely. Her cheeks puffed up with anger as she snapped back, with a hint of cute indignation that they could all see perfectly well she did not have even a trace of spirit energy. So how could she possibly use power she did not even possess? This test was unfair from beginning to end. The pink-haired man spoke at once, a flicker of amusement passing through his eyes. Why would she think that? She did not have spirit energy of her own. That was true, but she had blood-stained red obsidian, which could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for her to use. There was nothing difficult about that. Jiang Kelan could only murmur in confusion. Red obsidian? He motioned for her to look at her wrist. That bracelet, he explained, then added with a touch of vanity that his eye for treasures was never wrong. Jiang Kelan widened her eyes and stared at the delicate bracelet, her heart jolting violently. Senior brother, when he gave this to her, had he already expected this moment? A new thought suddenly flashed through her mind. If she could do it on her own, what reward would she get? Sensing her wavering, Long Yuan bent down again, his handsome face invading her personal space once more. A reward? He asked in a low, enticing voice. Then how about this? If she could unseal her own acupoints, she would have won his approval. Senior brother turned his face away, looking pained, but still said that he would not interfere in this matter. Jiang Kelan gave him a small but resolute smile, saying it was all right. She understood. If she wanted to stay here, then she had to be accepted by them. This was a trial she had to pass on her own. The pink-haired man inspected his flawless nails in boredom and said tiredly that he was already sick of waiting. This girl still had not managed to cross even this threshold. Maybe they should just send her away outright. Jiang Kelan's mind raced. She had memorized cultivation formulas, so well they were second nature. But how exactly was she supposed to truly mobilize the power inside the red obsidian? As the sun set and dyed heaven and earth the color of fire, her determination hardened completely. A steady light of resolve burned in her eyes as she said clearly, I accept this challenge. She might be small and utterly unable to move, but her will was not weak in the least. In an even voice, she said they need not leave, since not one of them seemed in any particular hurry anyway. Long Yuan merely stood there like a statue carved from muscle and arrogance, watching her every move with cold eyes. The pink-haired man's lofty attitude made the veins at her temple throb, and his words made her want to fight him on the spot. But she forced it all down, closed her eyes, and made herself focus. Suddenly, an intense burning sensation surged from her wrist. The bracelet began to heat up. She snapped her eyes open and saw a dazzling crimson energy burst from her palm. This was it, spirit energy. Was she really about to succeed? But the light had only just appeared when it flickered a few times and went out, vanishing in an instant. She collapsed inward at once, swallowed by an overwhelming sense of disappointment. One man beside her laughed that all her emotions were written plainly across her face, and another joined in with a sneer, asking his companion whether he now felt like beating her up. Night fell, and the entire Sword Pavilion was swallowed by darkness, while the moon hung above like a lonely watcher. Hour after hour passed, and Jiang Kelan was still struggling bitterly, her body trembling slightly from the strain. She held her breath and focused all her will on the bracelet. It would glow faintly, then go dark again and again. Sweat slid down her cheeks. How had she failed so completely? In the darkness, one of the people tormenting her spoke, his tone full of mockery. Her hands and feet must be numb by now, mustn't they? If she was willing to beg for mercy, they could end her suffering. Long Yuan added coldly, a frigid smile curling at his lips. It seemed she not only had no talent, but was not very bright either. Jiang Kelan bit her lip and kept her eyes fixed on the ground. Let them say whatever they wanted. Hadn't it always been like this? Once again, she was being looked down on. From beginning to end, not a single one of them had truly taken her seriously. Despair crept into her heart little by little. She thought of the people who had once treated her gently and believed in her. They had done so much for her, yet she could not even accomplish something this small. If she could not even restore her own movement, then perhaps she really ought to give up. Just as she was about to bow to the darkness, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside, calling her name. "Kelan, are you in there?" The voice sounded frantic. "I swear I just heard something." Jiang Kelan jerked her head up, eyes wide, as a blaze of hope suddenly ignited in her chest. "Tang Huan, I'm in." Tang Huan had come looking for her. Amid the rain of cherry blossoms, that ethereal sword spirit stood silently, his gaze distant and melancholy. Back inside the Sword Pavilion, the danger before her was finally put on hold for the moment. Tang Huan cried out her name in relief. Her voice almost choked with tears, saying she had finally found her and had been worried to death just now. She urged her to hurry back with her, since it was already so late. Standing beside the unbelievably handsome Qi Xing sword spirit, the pink-haired sword spirit gave an elegant yawn and muttered lazily that it was finally over. On the surface, he seemed not to care at all, yet the faint flush on his cheeks revealed something slightly unusual. Jiang Kelan widened her eyes in surprise and saw Chiu Cheng wearing a gentle smile that did not reach his eyes as he told her that she could go back first. He said he still had a few things to deal with, his gaze lingering on her a moment longer than was normal. The pink-haired sword spirit threw her a meaningful smile. The profile of Qi Xing was as beautiful as if carved by a god, and a faint, almost predatory smile curved at his lips as he quietly watched her. On the other side, the little boy Duan Yin stared with round eyes full of worry, while the man in green beside him let out a long breath of relief. The little pavilion master secretly braced herself and forced a calm front, putting on a resolute expression. When Tang Huan turned to leave, she hesitated again, a trace of concern crossing her face. She still felt something was off and could not help asking if she was really all right. Her voice sounded far too strange, but Jiang Kelan only waved a hand and insisted that she was fine, saying that too much had happened today and she was just a little tired. Tang Huan finally believed her, though reluctantly, reminded her not to stay up too late, and left with repeated backward glances. The moment Tang Huan was gone, the composure Jiang Kelan had been faking collapsed at once. She had indeed managed to send Tang Huan away, but her terrifying situation had not changed in the slightest. Cold sweat kept seeping from her forehead as a horrifying realization crashed in her mind. This was bad. She could no longer feel her feet. Her legs began to shake uncontrollably, trembling so violently that she almost collapsed to the floor. The pain was shockingly intense, and a faint voice in her mind whispered, "Give up. Giving up would be much easier." But she gritted her teeth and endured it. No, even if her legs were truly ruined here, that would still be better than regretting it for the rest of her life. Just then, a calm, ethereal voice sounded in her heart, guiding her to close her eyes, focus, and search for that point of breakthrough. She suddenly opened her eyes and found herself facing the ghost-like, illusory figure of a young man. He asked her why she was making that expression. Did she regret pushing everyone away? Without hesitation, she answered no, she did not. He continued to press her, his voice gentle but piercing straight into her heart. Did she not want to unseal her acupoints anymore? She shut her eyes tightly and forcibly drove the illusion away. What came next was another, more familiar voice, the Yun Wei sword spirit. He ordered her not to lose focus, but to sense the subtle differences in the temperature changes of the bracelet on her wrist. His spirit form appeared before her, as though guiding her through this sea of pain. He told her not to reject that feeling, but to accept it, not as something foreign, but as part of her own body. She had to connect herself to her wrist in that way before she could absorb the power within it. In an instant, dazzling light burst from her palm as the bracelet's power surged wildly into her body, forming a visible stream of energy. Several sword spirits were stunned, and even the pink-haired one could hardly believe his eyes. The little pavilion master had actually drawn the power into her body. Qi Xing immediately signaled for him to be quiet, lowering his voice to warn him not to disturb her at a time like this. Her face was completely focused now. The voice of the Yun Wei sword spirit continued guiding her, telling her to gradually draw that power out from her palm. She had to shift her attention away from her wrist and guide that ball of light as slowly as possible from her elbow to her shoulder blade, then down along her ribs until it finally reached the sea of Qi acupoint. It was like a path engraving stars in her body, but every point that lit up came with searing pain so fierce that she could not help crying out. Yet even as she was torn apart by such torment, she still gritted her teeth and pressed forward, her will not wavering in the slightest, trembling as she reached out her hand. "Empty your senses. Release it," that voice commanded. Then, with one final scream strained to its absolute limit, a massive shockwave of energy suddenly erupted from within her body. Had she succeeded? Had she finally opened her meridians? The world abruptly became clear again. She snapped her eyes open, her face filled with disbelief. She could move. She hurried to push herself up, but her legs, only just freed, were weak and powerless, and she immediately staggered as dizziness swept over her. She pitched forward and completely lost her balance. Just as she was about to hit the ground hard, a strong arm wrapped firmly around her waist. The one who caught her was Chiu Chung. She looked up and crashed into his deep, shadowed eyes. He held her steady and quietly told her to be more careful. Rarely, he even showed her a sincere smile and congratulated her on successfully opening her meridians. She could only gaze up at him, breathing unevenly, her heart full of shock and helplessness. Her lips parted slightly as she called his name, Chiu Chung. Beside them, the little boy Duan Yin stared at them with a pair of innocent wide eyes. The green-robed, sword spirit Bosi rushed over, his voice full of excitement. "Wow, she's amazing. She actually managed to stand that long." He even joked that he ought to learn from her incredible lower body stability. The vein at Jiang Kelan's temple throbbed. Was this guy a complete idiot? The burly man with golden eyes let out an exaggerated yawn and declared the whole thing unbearably boring, then said he was going to sleep. Faced with such absurd reactions, she was simply speechless. Chiu Cheng's hand still supported her firmly as he told her that being able to do this much on the first day was already quite good. But that pink-haired sword spirit looked at her with open disgust and told her to hurry up and bathe. A girl drenched in sweat was hardly a pleasant sight, and covered in grime, too. She could only obediently answer, "Okay." The man in green clapped his hands and congratulated her again, saying he looked forward to working with her in the future. Little Duan Yin shyly peeked out from behind his leg. Everything before her left her utterly stunned. But in the end, a bright, radiant smile still broke through her exhaustion. She had done it. On the very first day, she had actually done it. Gratitude toward the Yun Wei sword surged up in her heart like a tide. But the joy of her victory was quickly shattered by a violent pounding on the door outside. Someone outside shouted harshly for the pavilion master to open the door at once. She whipped her head toward the sound, and that brief moment of peace was utterly destroyed. Standing by the door, her whole body aching and her mind exhausted, she let out a sigh, dragged her feet over, and called out that she was coming. The moment the door opened, she saw a man with his hair tied up, his face full of arrogance and disdain. She politely asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Chung Lu, sent by senior brother Feng to handle affairs on her side. Sent by Feng, Chung Lu looked down at her condescendingly and said that since she understood nothing, he had come to help her deal with miscellaneous matters. She ought to be grateful he was willing to come at all. A sickly sweet smile immediately appeared on her face, but her eyes were cold as ice. She reminded him that it was already very late, that there was still the morning assembly tomorrow, and then asked in return how someone with his attitude could possibly be worthy of serving as pavilion master of the Sword Pavilion. The sword spirits behind her all groaned. Oh no, here it came again. She had just finished sparring with the sword spirits, and now she was about to start quarreling with this man too. Chung Lu was so furious he looked ready to explode, but she cut him off directly, saying she had no energy to deal with him right now. Then, under his utterly shocked gaze, she simply turned her back to him and collapsed head first onto the ground. Chung Lu was dumbfounded. What was she doing? Was she doing this on purpose, just to anger him? He shouted at her, asking whether she was listening at all, but it was useless. She had long since lost consciousness, collapsing from sheer exhaustion. Before darkness swallowed her, only one last thought drifted through her mind. People were far harder to deal with than swords. If she wanted to be a good pavilion master of the Sword Pavilion, it probably would not be easy at all. The story continued in the splendid Sword Pavilion, where the air was filled with the scent of cherry blossoms, as well as an unspoken tension. A frazzled steward, Chung Lu, was trembling as he handed a scroll to the newly appointed pavilion master, Jiang Kelan. The sword cultivator is pressing hard for this, he said, his tone tight with anxiety. If this drags on any longer, can you bear the consequences? But Jiang Kelan only waved a hand carelessly, looking utterly relaxed. All right, I know, she answered lazily, then added that paperwork like this was something that ought to be dealt with anyway. Even if this assignment had been personally sent down by her senior brother, she still wanted to resign. She gave a soft sigh, then unexpectedly flashed the steward, who was turning blue with anger, a sweet smile. She praised him for adapting so quickly and complimented him on being experienced in record-keeping and personnel allocation. Chung Lu immediately straightened his back and was completely won over by the flattery. Of course, he said smugly. He was not like certain people who had risen by luck. He had climbed step by step to his current position. Managing these hopeless people was naturally the responsibility of a steward like him. The smile on Jiang Kelan's face deepened, and a sly light flashed in her eyes. Since he was so good at this sort of thing, she could rest easy. He could handle the matter directly. Chung Lu's jaw nearly hit the floor. He froze in place, disbelief written all over his face. What? How could she, as the pavilion master of the Sword Pavilion, do absolutely nothing without even thinking about it? But Jiang Kelan's expression changed. The gentle look on her face was replaced by the calm authority of someone truly in power. She said evenly that making good use of her subordinate's abilities was also the responsibility of a pavilion master. She had clearly used his own words to leave him speechless, leaving Chung Lu still stammering in place. She turned and left with her friend Tang Huan, and a burst of delighted laughter immediately rang out in the air. Ha ha, that was amazing. Tang Huan's eyes almost sparkled as she kept praising Jiang Kelan for being incredible. Chung Lu's face had gone green with anger. It was too funny, but Jiang Kelan admitted that she had not actually wanted to provoke him. She simply had something more important to do. The smile on Tang Huan's face gradually faded, replaced by worry. Was Kelan going to the sword chamber again? Were those swords really worth the risk of offending Chung Lu? She was worried that Chung Lu would cause trouble because of it, especially since Jiang Kelan had not wanted to offend him in the first place. Jiang Kelan only gave her a knowing smile. I suppose that counts too. Tang Huan snorted, clearly not taking that steward seriously at all. What's so great about him? His talent isn't even as good as ours. Isn't he just a dual spirit root cultivator? He walks around with his nose in the air all day. What's he so proud of? Jiang Kelan looked puzzled. Isn't having fewer spirit roots supposed to be better? Tang Huan spread her hands helplessly. Of course not. What everyone wants is one extremely strong spirit root. She explained that although Chung Lu had 2 spirit roots, they were fire and earth. Those 2 attributes restrained each other, so neither was especially strong. On top of that, the quality of his spirit roots was only average. Tang Huan proudly patted her chest and said that although she had 3 spirit roots, fire, wood, and water, her fire spirit root was far stronger than the other 2. Even condensing fire essence was no problem for her. Jiang Kelan's eyes widened at once, and she exclaimed with complete sincerity, "Wow, Tang Huan can actually control fire essence. Impressive, right?" Tang Huan's cheeks flushed faintly, though she only gave a little huff. "It's nothing," but she obviously wanted to show off a bit. She concentrated so hard that her face scrunched up, and finally a tiny flame appeared in her palm, wavering unsteadily, only as large as a candle flame. "See it? Do you see it?" Her eyes shone with pride. Jiang Kelan smiled gently. "That's really amazing." Tang Huan secretly thought it was probably only about as convenient as a flint striker, but she definitely did not dare say that aloud. With a laugh, Tang Huan admitted that Jiang Kelan was exaggerating. In the vast cultivation world, having 3 spirit roots was barely worth mentioning. But those words instantly made Jiang Kelan think of her own situation. The smile on her face faded at once, and her expression turned distant and lonely. Tang Huan noticed immediately, quickly grabbed her hand, and deliberately put on a stern face. "Why are you moping in front of me? I have 5 spirit roots. I'm the worst of the worst. If anyone has the right to be upset, it should be me." That faint trace of displeasure quickly turned back into a warm smile. She comforted Jiang Kelan, saying that she was now the sect leader's personally accepted disciple, so who would still dare look down on her? But Jiang Kelan only turned her gaze aside, her voice so soft it was nearly inaudible. "I don't even know why Master accepted me as a disciple." Tang Huan immediately leaned in close, mischief glittering in her eyes. Lowering her voice mysteriously, she said, "The entire sect knows the sect leader accepts disciples based on looks. Because you're pretty, silly Kelan." Jiang Kelan's face instantly turned bright red, and she chased after her across the bridge. "You little brat, don't run. How dare you make fun of me?" Later, Jiang Kelan arrived at the sword chamber, and the atmosphere around her gradually shifted from playful to quiet. She placed a thick volume on the table, immediately drawing the attention of every sword spirit nearby. The handsome sword spirit in green recognized her at once and stammered in shock, "Jiang Kelan, why you actually?" Jiang Kelan smiled brightly and gave a polite bow, explaining that she had successfully opened her acupoints and could now come and go freely. She asked everyone to guide her in the future. The hot-tempered Qi Xiao was not impressed. Crossing his arms, he gave a cold snort. She really had some nerve. Hadn't they already agreed to let her come in? And now what? She had practically moved indirectly. Pointing at the newly added furniture, Qi Xiao complained that the table was ugly as hell, and there were so many chairs too. Was Jiang Kelan planning to sit in them one by one herself? Jiang Kelan only explained calmly that she had thought it would be inconvenient for them to have nowhere to rest when they came out of their swords, so she had brought in some chairs for them. The green-robed sword spirit thanked her gratefully, only to be smacked back by Qi Xiao, who scolded him for being so soft-hearted toward her. Meanwhile, the sword spirit whose aura was dark and scorching stood to one side with a dangerous, amused smile on his lips. Jiang Kelan sweetly invited everyone to sit down, and the green-robed sword spirit immediately flopped onto the table with a long sigh. Qi Xiao instantly flew into a rage, shrieking at him not to obey her so readily, and taking the chance to complain again that the table was truly ugly. Enough already. Jiang Kelan immediately put on a pitiful expression and said it had really not been easy for her to move all this furniture in, so she hoped they would at least accept her goodwill. Then she brought out paper, brush, ink, and inkstone, making Qi Xiao narrow his eyes suspiciously. "What are you trying to do now?" Jiang Kelan smiled, so sweetly it was almost too much. "We'll be getting along for a long time, so I thought it would be better to write down all your preferences." That tall, slender, dark-skinned sword spirit finally spoke. Leaning down against the table, his voice was low and dangerous, like a whisper brushing against the ear, enough to make one's spine go numb. "Little girl, do you really want to win us over that badly?" Predator-like light gleamed in his eyes. But Jiang Kelan was utterly unmoved and only focused on her own task. "Don't worry," she said lightly. "Making sure you live comfortably is my duty." Then, as if she had suddenly thought of something, she looked up at the sword spirits, all wearing different expressions. Although they were all famous sword spirits, constantly calling them directly by their sword names still felt a little strange. How about giving every sword a nickname? The sword spirits could only stare blankly at this bold and oddly adorable girl as she barged recklessly into their lives. After a brief rest, our heroine once again threw herself headfirst into her mission. The road through the Tomb of Famous Swords was still long. The handsome, long-haired sword spirit Xiao Cheng gave her a gentle smile and said he did not mind changing names at all. As long as it rolled naturally off her tongue, she could call him whatever she liked. This was her grand plan, to give these ancient and powerful sword spirits new names that felt a little closer and more affectionate. She swept her gaze across the extraordinary famous swords before her, each one radiating its own unique sword aura, and suddenly inspiration struck. Why not distinguish them by the color of their sword aura? She looked first at the Qishao sword, which glowed with vivid scarlet sword aura, and ventured, for example, how about Little Red? There was some hesitation in her voice, worried the name might be too simple, too childish, unworthy of such a legendary sword. But the other sword spirits loved it. That beautiful pink-haired sword spirit laughed and said it was an excellent name, not just because the sword aura was red, but because even the gem on the hilt was red. It could not have been more fitting. The green-robed sword spirit Bosi immediately chimed in with eager agreement. Then he turned to look at her, expectation shining in his eyes, and impatiently asked what name she would give him. In the next moment, he transformed into an outrageously adorable cat-eared boy, even sprouting ears and paws, shamelessly using his cuteness to try to trick her into giving him a nice name. Jiang Kelan's heart softened at once, but she still forced herself to stay focused. His sword aura was green, simple, and elegant. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Then I'll call you Little Green." The instant the words left her mouth, the situation immediately began sliding toward disaster. Two sword spirits gasped at the same time. What? That's the name of a legendary demoness. Bosi looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His cute appearance instantly crumbled, and his whole face filled with despair. Jiang Kelan panicked a little and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Then, how about Little P? She had thought of it based on a sword name, but that syllable also carried the meaning of broken or damaged, and Bosi's heart shattered on the spot all over again. The pink-haired sword spirit laughed, so hard he nearly went mad, slapping the table. Ha! That name suits him perfectly. He's broken enough already. Poor Bosi immediately dissolved into tears, collapsing on the floor and questioning his whole existence. How'd things turn out like this? Jiang Kelan decided she had better keep going quickly in case the whole thing truly turned into chaos. When it came to Qiao Cheng's sword, she looked at the calm, slender man and asked whether little Qiao would be all right. A rare, gentle smile appeared on his face as he said that name was perfectly fine. Then he gestured toward the silver-haired little boy by his leg, reminding her that this child should have a name as well. The little boy gave a small, frightened shiver and hurriedly said he was not in any rush at all. Jiang Kelan looked at his sword body, bronze in color, surrounded by a warm yellow sword. She crouched down, her voice soft and soothing. Then how about Little Yellow? The little boy looked up at her with those innocent wide eyes and answered quietly, "Okay." But just as the atmosphere had begun to soften, a suffocating pressure suddenly descended over the room. Jiang Kelan froze, her body trembling uncontrollably. Surging, killing intent, so thick it was almost tangible, spread from the darkest corner. There stood a man whose vacant eyes were chilling to behold, like the god of death himself. Her heart slammed violently against her chest. Why? Why was it this sword of all swords that made her feel fear in her very bones every time she faced him? Forcing herself to breathe, she carefully examined the shape of his sword. The Chungying sword was black from end to end, like the void itself. Her voice shook slightly, but she still tried to ask, "Then, how about Little Black?" The silence that followed was as heavy as a grave, colder than midwinter. The tension in the air nearly made it impossible for her to breathe. Was he satisfied, or did he hate it utterly? No emotion could be read from that handsome face, leaving her completely unable to figure him out. She decided to leave the rest for later, hurriedly named the sword with the pale golden blade Little Gold, and then announced that she was going to sleep. She immediately turned to leave, ready to make a quick escape, but after taking 2 steps, she stopped again. "HM, It seemed one was missing. Where was Yinwei? Had he still not recovered? The pink-haired sword spirit gave a mocking laugh and told her not to bother with him. That one had always been the oddest of them all, a strange sword spirit who almost never left his sword. Jiang Kelan's gaze fell on the long sword quietly floating in the corner. The blade was ethereal and translucent, radiating a soft, lonely light. She could not just leave him there and ignore him. Slowly, she approached the beautiful sword. Its body was nearly transparent, flowing with pale blue, crystalline sword aura. Like a drifting cloud, she said softly, "Then I'll call you Little Cloud, all right?" The only response she got was silence. As expected, he was ignoring her. Behind her, Bosi was still sniffling and crying over his terrible name. She sighed and turned to leave. Forget it, she would deal with it tomorrow. But just as she took a step, an extremely faint voice, so soft it was almost impossible to hear clearly, sounded in the room. "As you like." Jiang Kelan froze on the spot and widened her eyes in disbelief. He had actually answered her. Delight immediately blossomed across her face. Her plan to get along well with all the sword spirits really was working. She was bending over her booklet, quickly recording her progress, when another urgent pounding suddenly came from outside the door, making her jump. A man outside was shouting for the pavilion master and telling her to come out. "Oh, now what?" She opened the door, and her good mood instantly sank. Cheng-Lu stood outside looking completely frazzled. What had she been daydreaming about just now? Why had she not answered? He complained in exasperation that he always had to look for her everywhere, then started grumbling nonstop again, saying everyone looked down on him, no one took his name seriously, and finally stuffed a new booklet in her hands and told her to review it immediately. Jiang Kelan looked at this man who always seemed unhappy and suddenly came up with a wicked idea. His name was clearly Cheng-Lu, but there was another name that suited him better. "From now on, I'll call you Little Annoying," she said sweetly, gently pronouncing the word annoying. For a moment, Cheng-Lu only looked at her in confusion. The next moment, a snort of laughter suddenly came from behind her. Very quickly, all the sword spirits were laughing so hard they doubled over, clutching their stomachs and unable to stop. Bosi directly declared that Jiang Kelan was far too interesting. The pink-haired sword spirit nodded in agreement, saying that this pavilion master was becoming more and more amusing. Even the usually steady Chiu Chung failed to hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Kelan's cheeks reddened slightly. She suddenly realized that if she truly wanted to establish herself in the Sword Pavilion, she still had a very long way to go. A new day began with birdsong. It sounded calm and gentle, but the tasks waiting ahead for her were not easy at all. In the sword chamber, Jiang Kelan carefully arranged stack after stack of soft white cloths, then neatly set down rows of gleaming bottles of maintenance oil. One sword spirit stared at her curiously, completely unable to understand why she was placing sacred swords like them on an ordinary table. Jiang Kelan only gave them an utterly unguarded sweet smile, her hand lightly resting on an exquisite scabbard. "It's my turn to take care of you now," she announced cheerfully. The breathtaking pink-haired sword spirit Qi Xiao leaned back lazily, amusement flickering in his crimson eyes, and drawled that Jiang Kelan truly had tried every possible way to curry favor with them. His words were full of lofty mockery, but she did not care at all. The smile on Jiang Kelan's face only deepened. Softly humming to herself, she slowly drew the Qi Xiao sword from its sheath. Since Qi Xiao was in such good spirits and talkative, he could be the first one to receive her care. Calm and focused, she began to wipe the blade gently. Her gaze suddenly landed on a huge gemstone set in the hilt. Such a large red diamond, it had to be worth a fortune. For a moment, its beauty distracted her. But at the same time, Qi Xiao suddenly felt something strange. A numb, tingling spread over his body, a sensation he had never experienced before. It was rough, with a faint electric prickle, making him uncomfortable all over. "What are you using to wipe me?" Qi Xiao's voice tightened, full of irritation. Jiang Kelan looked up, innocent and puzzled, and explained that it was only high-quality cotton cloth. Only then did Jiang Kelan react, as if struck by lightning. When she wiped the sword, he could feel it. Obviously, he could feel it. Qi Xiao exploded with anger at once and indignantly shot back. He was a sword spirit, after all, and his spirit and true body shared the same senses. He could feel every touch clearly. He absolutely would not allow himself to be rubbed back and forth with ordinary cotton cloth like this. With great theatrical flair, Qi Xiao suddenly swept his hand through the air, his voice full of authority. He wanted silk and even specifically requested blade oil. Jiang Kelan let out a soft sigh and told him to wait a moment. She hadn't brought any silk at all, so for now Qi Xiao would just have to make do with cotton cloth. By now, Qi Xiao had fully immersed himself in the role of a picky queen and started directing everyone around him. Wipe it again. He pointed at the gem on the sword hilt and demanded that it be polished until it gleamed, so bright that he himself seemed to shine with it. Just then, the green-robed sword spirit cut in, clearly growing impatient. Qi Xiao's sword was already clean enough to serve food on, and it had already been oiled too, so shouldn't it be his turn by now? Smiling, Jiang Kelan told him to wait a little longer and announced that Little Red was next. The boyish sword spirit Chunjun froze at once, his eyes going wide with shock. Me first, he pointed at himself, completely stunned. Why? He asked softly, almost too quietly to hear. Looking at this little sword spirit who was always forgotten, Jiang Kelan's expression softened. Because he had come in second, hadn't he? She was only following the order everyone had entered in. The green-robed sword spirit then revealed a surprising truth. Every single time in the past, everyone had always put Chunjun last. After all, every one of them was a famed divine sword, revered and immensely powerful. He pointed at that row of legendary swords, each one more extraordinary than the last. Compared to them, Chunjun's sword looked plain and unremarkable. The little sword spirit lowered his head, and his heart sank along with that all-too-familiar feeling of being overlooked. Long Yuan appeared, sounding a little emotional as he said that Jiang Kelan was the first person ever to place this child near the front. Her heart ached at that. She reached out a hand to Chunjun, her voice gentle but firm. She didn't care what other people did. As long as she was here, things would be done by the rules. She took his slightly trembling little hand into her palm, as if making a silent, tender promise. Chunjun looked at her, and tears slowly welled up in his sorrowful big eyes until his voice caught in his throat. There we go. As Jiang Kelan inspected his unexpectedly short little sword, she suddenly realized that a sword's length seemed to be tied to the sword spirit's height. And she could also see that even such a small act of kindness was enough to make him this happy. The other sword spirits started murmuring among themselves. Qi Xiao said he was far too easy to move, not even minding such a silly nickname. The black-haired sword spirit added that he was only satisfied because he hadn't been ignored for once, unlike certain hypocrites. Qi Xiao gave a cold snort and told him to shut up. Jiang Kelan moved on to the next sword and noticed 7 strange hollow points in the blade. This couldn't be the legendary Qi Xing sword, could it? A flash of excitement lit her eyes. But the instant the cloth touched the blade, Long Yuan suddenly burst into wild, uncontrollable laughter, shaking all over as he laughed. He simply couldn't take it. It was like being tickled. Jiang Kelan's face reddened as she struggled to keep her hand steady. His reaction was so real that all she could do was grit her teeth and promise to try to keep it under control. But Long Yuan was enjoying himself immensely, ordering her around like a prince being massaged. A little to the left. Yes, right there. A bit harder. That's comfortable. Jiang Kelan instantly felt less like she was caring for a sword and more like she had become his personal massage maid. This was absurd. In her heart, she told herself to focus. Be more serious. Beside them, Chunjun was already laughing so hard that tears were coming out. Jiang Kelan turned with a smile to the green-robed sword spirit. Bosi, your turn. She spoke lightly as she picked up the ancient bronze sword. She had only just started wiping it when Bosi began trembling from head to toe. Jiang Kelan's eyes curved with amusement. Oh, are you ticklish too, Bosi? In the end, he couldn't hold it back either and burst out laughing, tears forming from how hard he laughed. Qi Xiao pointed at him and shouted gleefully, "You're way too funny." Long Yuan laughed from the side and said he'd known Bosi wouldn't be able to endure it. Then he leaned closer to that overly sensitive sword spirit and teased in a lowered voice. Being this sensitive isn't good. The corner of his lips curled up. Maybe getting married would fix it. The air abruptly turned cold. Long Yuan, an icy voice cut him off. Long Yuan immediately shrank back and raised both hands in surrender, saying he got it. He'd stop. Wasn't that enough? Jiang Kelan and Bosi looked at each other, completely baffled. The sword spirit in the deep purple robe turned a sharp gaze on Jiang Kelan. Whose turn is it now? His low voice was dangerous. She reached out for the last sword, a long, sinister purple blade. But before her fingers could even touch it, the sword flew into the air with a sharp whoosh. Jiang Kelan jumped in fright. The last sword spirit revealed himself, a man whose gaze was as cold as a tomb, with killing intent so heavy it felt capable of freezing hell itself. "Only my master," he said coldly. Jiang Kelan froze, her mind racing. But if she wasn't even allowed to touch him, then how was she supposed to care for him? Those dark, shadowy eyes locked straight onto her. His aura was terrifyingly gloomy, and his voice brushed by her ear like a chill. "Once this sword leaves its sheath, it must taste blood," he warned softly. His sword only grew sharper after drinking blood. Care for it? His sword needed no one's care. Jiang Kelan looked up at this dangerous, untouchable sword spirit. There was no fear in her eyes, only a stubborn, unwavering light. The pressure in the room was so heavy it was hard to breathe. Yet she remained standing where she was, ready to face this challenge. Outside the Sword Pavilion, the sky was high, the clouds were thin, and everything was peaceful and still. Our heroine stood beside the unfathomable Yun Wei, like the brief and fragile calm before a storm of emotion arrived. But that moment of peace vanished in an instant. Jiang Kelan suddenly turned and left, her steps firm, leaving the silent sword spirit behind her. Without looking back, she walked straight out through the doorway. Her abrupt departure left the other sword spirits confused. The young Bosi scratched his head, looking utterly lost. The imposing Yun Wei remained as unreadable as a stone monument, but those dark eyes kept following the direction she had gone. Just as everyone grew more bewildered, a burst of chaotic flapping suddenly shattered the silence. A huge rooster charged in, clucking wildly, kicking and thrashing, feathers flying everywhere. The sword spirits all stared in shock, jaws nearly dropping. The next moment, Jiang Kelan reappeared, carrying the struggling, screaming chicken in her arms, a bright, victorious smile on her face. She proudly showed off her prize and said she had caught it from the kitchen, so now they had as much blood as they wanted. The contrast between her sweet smile and this downright sinister suggestion was absurdly funny. She held the endlessly struggling rooster up in front of the taciturn Qingying and softly told him to use it as he pleased, while the other sword spirits either burst out laughing or stared at her in disbelief. After a while, Jiang Kelan looked at Qingying's retreating back and wondered to herself whether this strange gift had pleased him or just left him speechless. Before she could think more about it, Qi Xiao was already urging her to hurry and take care of Yun Wei. Jiang Kelan pulled herself together and walked toward the silver-haired sword spirit, solemnly presenting a brand new sword. She held the sword up to the light, and even her own eyes shone with amazement. It was so light, so cold, so clear and translucent, beautiful, as if it had been carved from a glacier. It worked. She had successfully moved him. Watching the legendary Yun Wei nearly lose himself over this breathtaking weapon, Jiang Kelan's heart gave a sudden leap as well. By sheer generosity, she had somehow startled another sword spirit. Full of anticipation, she began wiping the blade, but the next second panic swept over her. Oh no, had she rubbed too hard? She hurriedly apologized and froze in place, not knowing what to do. But while she hesitated, her eyes suddenly caught an extremely faint line on the blade. Wait, she had thought it was just part of the pattern, but on closer look, it was actually a crack. The room instantly fell into a suffocating silence. Yun Wei's gaze was cold as ice. He spoke only one low sentence, but it cut deeper than any blade. "Have you been crushed too?" Jiang Kelan clapped a hand over her mouth, all the blood in her body turning cold. Yun Wei did not say another unnecessary word. He simply dissolved into specks of faint light, leaving only that flawed sword on the table. In shock, Jiang Kelan reached out her hand, only to see the sword slowly rise into the air, radiating an indescribable sorrow. It gently slid back into its scabbard with a soft click, like a heartbreaking rejection. Jiang Kelan was completely stunned and utterly at a loss. Only then did the other sword spirits tell her that Yunwei had always had that kind of temper, so she shouldn't take it too much to heart. As for that crack, it had always been a mystery to all of them. It was best not to touch the subject, just quietly take care of him. That beautiful, sorrowful face of his and that magnificent yet damaged sword could no longer be separated in her mind. Looking at the scabbard, Jiang Kelan felt a faint ache in her chest and couldn't help wondering what kind of tragic past he had endured. Later, to lighten the heavy mood, Jiang Kelan sat in the Sword Pavilion, slurping a bowl of noodles in small bites, with a little sauce still at the corner of her mouth. Sitting across from her, the young sword spirit Bosi was staring at her without blinking, so focused that he seemed entranced. A blush slowly crept over his cheeks, and the look in his eyes was both adorable and a little hard to handle. That gaze was far too intense. Jiang Kelan choked on the spot and started coughing violently. A handkerchief was gently offered in front of her. She looked up through slightly watery eyes and weakly murmured her thanks. The one handing her the handkerchief was Chungying. His usually cold expression showed a rare trace of concern. Jiang Kelan lowered her head to look at the bowl of noodles she had already mangled beyond recognition and couldn't help wondering whether it was still edible. But Bosi eagerly said he could eat it for her. She refused at once. How could she let him eat her leftovers? At the side, Qi Xiao, once again possessed by his love of drama, gave a disdainful snort. He said the smell was awful and that the way she ate was far too ugly, nothing like a proper girl. Chungying immediately shot him a cold glare. Puffing out his cheeks, Qi Xiao grumbled unhappily that Chungying had really become more and more annoying lately. Bosi quickly spoke up for her, telling her not to mind Qi Xiao and saying that he had only gotten hungry from watching her eat. Jiang Kelan suddenly understood. Oh, so they had all been staring because they wanted to eat too. Chungying, unusually, showed a mild little smile and apologized for his rudeness. He explained that he was simply curious because he had never seen anyone eat before. Even the usually steady Long Yuan admitted that real food tasted far better than simple offerings. Bosi lowered his head, a look of yearning and nostalgia appearing on his face. He clearly very much wanted to taste real flavor again. Sword spirits can still eat after all this time. Jiang Kelan was stunned. Bosi immediately straightened up and proudly declared that of course they could. He then enthusiastically recalled how he and his previous master had once traveled the world while eating and drinking their way everywhere. Jiang Kelan remembered the legends about the Bosi sword's unwavering loyalty. The golden-eyed sword spirit beside her then began telling that story. He explained that Bosi had once belonged to the last young master of a declining sect, and that person had later fallen so low he was almost a beggar. The only valuable thing he had left on him was the legendary Bosi sword. Bosi's face instantly flushed red with anger, and he gritted his teeth as he insisted that his master was not a beggar. With a faint smile, the storyteller continued, describing how those greedy nobles had wanted to seize the sword, and how Bosi had sworn to follow his master to the death and protect him. It was this very experience that laid the foundation for his legendary reputation. But Qi Xiao scoffed at it, calling him naive and stupid. If it had been him, he showed a wicked smile. He would have pretended to sell himself first. Then he would have used the money to help his master and taken a chance to run away. Bosi instantly exploded with rage, demanding to know whether Qi Xiao thought everyone was as shameless as he was, and shouting that he was not allowed to call his master a beggar again. Jiang Kelan was deeply moved by the story. If their bond had been that deep, she couldn't help asking, then why was he here now? The light in Bosi's eyes dimmed at once, and he answered softly that his previous master had already died. Jiang Kelan sucked in a sharp breath and immediately regretted asking. Bosi's voice was heavy with sorrow as he said that his master had been too kind and too naive, unsuited to this cruel world. He forced out a sad smile and said that although it was a pity he had failed to protect his first master, he was very happy to have met a new master. Jiang Kelan's cheeks instantly flushed, and her heart gave a soft tremble. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether it was embarrassment or the pity and fondness she felt for this loyal, scarred sword spirit. At this point, the story pulled back one corner of the curtain. an old tale woven from starlight and sharpened steel, centered around a girl whose golden eyes were like liquid amber and whose white hair was like moonlight. The memory suddenly plunged into the past. Beneath a blood-red sunset, a solemn oath was being made. The young Bosi knelt on one knee, offering up his magnificent sword and his very soul to a new master. His only request was that this master properly bury his fallen former master for him. In exchange, he would offer unwavering loyalty. The man standing before him had wind-tossed hair and an imposing presence, and with a single glance he saw through to the truth in Bosi's eyes. This was a righteous sword willing to sell himself in order to preserve his former master's dignity. Back in the present, Jiang Kelan was shaken by the story, her emotions churning. So he had sold himself? Her eyes widened, shock mixed with sympathy. Cheng-Ying, as always, took on the role of protecting innocence and immediately raised a hand to cover little Chuanjuan's ears, not letting him hear such worldly talk. The little one blinked in confusion, his face blank. At the same time, the ethereal Yunwei unexpectedly let out a low laugh, clearly finding the whole scene rather amusing. Even the normally taciturn Qiu Cheng, standing nearby, curled his lips slightly in a rare smile, watching the farce continue with interest. But Jiang Kelan was still stuck on one key point. Frowning, she said seriously, "That's not right. If he acknowledged that person as his master, then why does he belong to the Divine Sword Sect now?" Bosi puffed out his chest, wearing a smile so proud it was nearly smug, and loudly announced that his new master was the Divine Sword Sect senior, Brother Feng Yi. The revelation hit Jiang Kelan like a bolt of thunder. Her jaw nearly dropped, her eyes full of disbelief. Senior brother? The person she had always admired was actually the one who had saved this loyal little sword spirit. A strange, instantaneous sense of mutual understanding formed between the two of them, leaving all the onlookers staring blankly. Jiang Kelan excitedly praised senior brother for being such a wonderful person to help him, while Bosi beamed and eagerly agreed, saying that his master was the best person in the world. Qiu Cheng watched them expressionlessly and gave a cold comment. One was a little girl with nothing in her head but love, and the other was a foolish boy with nothing in his head but loyalty. There really wasn't much difference. Wasn't that so? Jiang Kelan froze on the spot, as if his remark about her secret crush had turned her to stone. Qiu Cheng, however, was completely oblivious and only wondered what exactly he had said wrong. But although Jiang Kelan's ears had turned bright red, she unexpectedly admitted it. That's right. She said she really did like senior brother, though perhaps not in quite the way Qiu Cheng meant. Even Yun Wei was taken aback by her frankness and remarked that girls these days were all this direct now. Bosi, on the other hand, was delighted. He immediately declared that Jiang Kelan had excellent taste, and in his eyes she now counted as a good girl. Just then, a hollow, ethereal voice suddenly sounded out from the handsome, sword spirit Yunwei. If his master truly wanted to be with Jiang Kelan, he could accept it. Jiang Kelan's face instantly turned even redder. Having her thoughts spelled out so openly in public was unbearably embarrassing. But at the same time, she discovered something very interesting. Her favorability with Bosi was rising rapidly. A sly little thought quietly took shape in her mind, like a lamp suddenly lighting up. "Senior brother is so wonderful," she said with a sweet smile. "How could anyone in this world possibly dislike him?" She turned to this newly gained, puppy-like friend of hers for agreement. "Right, little Bosi?" Without the slightest hesitation, Bosi nodded enthusiastically. "My master is the best." Jiang Kelan smoothly pushed her plan forward, and it progressed astonishingly well. Senior brother had such good judgment, so since he liked a sword like Bosi, that meant Bosi must be especially outstanding too. That praise made Bosi's whole face go red. He waved his hands again and again, stammering no, in total fluster. Jiang Kelan decided to test it one more time, her tone playful. "Little Bosi, bark for me." To everyone's surprise, he actually happily let out a woof. She reached out and rubbed his head, praising him like a good puppy. He was instantly so soothed and delighted that he became dizzy with happiness, and once again declared that his master was the best. A kind of satisfaction he had never felt before surged up in his heart, and he couldn't help thinking how unfair it was that such a wonderful girl had not appeared in his life sooner. Jiang Kelan quietly took note of this, a confident smile on her face. So this was the strategy key. As long as she praised senior brother a few more times, Bosie's favorability would shoot upward. This was way too easy. But her little scheme was quickly interrupted by the heavy sound of a bowl being set down. Bosie pushed a bowl of noodles in front of her and said eagerly, "Here, eat some." Jiang Kelan hurriedly stopped him and explained that she had already eaten from that bowl and even dropped her handkerchief into it. Bosie did not care at all. He only said that he was long used to eating leftovers, so it didn't matter. Jiang Kelan's whole face scrunched up in disgust. He might not mind, but she did. A gentle little memory flashed by. The usually cold and quiet Feng, he was lightly picking up a piece of meat for Chunjun. That subtle, hard-to-notice softness beneath his indifferent exterior faintly showing through. When the scene returned to the present, Jiang Kelan decided to take matters into her own hands. She winked at Bosie, snatched the plate from his hands, and said firmly, "You wait here. I'll make more food for all of you." Her gaze swept across the room, and only then did she realize that Bosie was not the only hungry one. This whole group of divine sword spirits, each with a different personality, was looking at her full of expectation. Bosie was completely dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Not long after, Jiang Kelan returned carrying a large tray piled high with dishes. "Food's here," she announced brightly with a smile. Feng immediately strode forward and carefully spread out a beautiful cloth on the table to help her lay out the dishes. Very soon, the tabletop was filled to the brim with an astonishingly lavish feast. Such a magnificent spread left everyone speechless. Little Chunjuan's eyes shone with pure delight. Having never used chopsticks before, Bosie awkwardly fumbled with them, earnestly trying to figure out how they worked. The others watched from aside. Xiao Chung started thinking about wine, while Yun Wei gave a faint sniff of distaste and said he hated greasy food. Chunjuan's cheeks were puffed out adorably as he happily declared that he liked meat best. After all, he had rarely gotten to eat it before. The whole group was immersed in a rare warmth and laughter. And then the truly crucial moment finally arrived. Holding her breath, Jiang Kelan watched nervously as the handsome Feng lifted a bite of food to his lips. He took a bite, and for one suspended instant, it was enough to make anyone's heart stop. His expression gave absolutely nothing away. "Well?" she asked, her voice so soft it was almost a whisper. In the next moment, a slow, breathtakingly handsome smile bloomed across his face. "Not bad," he said in a low voice, deep and warm. It was Feng Yi's first time tasting food she had made, and he even thanked her for it. Jiang Kelan's heart instantly filled with joy, and her smile shone brightly enough to light up the whole room. But that perfect moment shattered almost at once. His hand trembled slightly, and the piece of food slipped from the tips of his chopsticks and fell back onto the plate. The air suddenly turned taut and still. Feng Yi froze, shock flashing across his face. Chunjun let out a worried little whimper, and cold sweat broke out on Jiang Kelan's back. To hide his weakness, Feng Yi offered to help Chunjun pick up some food. As always, Long Yuan loved teasing people, mocking Chunjun for not even being able to pick up food properly and calling him hopelessly clumsy. As soon as he said it, he deftly flicked out his own chopsticks and snatched the morsel away in one smooth move, leaving Chunjun fuming with indignation. Bosie followed by taking a bite too, chewing with exaggerated seriousness like a seasoned food critic. In the end, he gave a little snort, lifted his chin, and declared, "It's still missing something." But his words were quickly betrayed by the plate he had personally wiped clean, leaving not even a crumb behind. "Don't think I'll treat you any better just because I ate your food." He turned his face away, stubbornly refusing to admit just how delicious it really was. The memory of that meal became a warm, noisy blur of light and color, in stark contrast to the Sword Tomb's usual cold silence. That meal had begun with an astonished gasp from the ever-graceful Feng Yi. His momentary surprise was like the opening shot of an all-out war. Bosie, a complete glutton, was the first to pounce on the dishes, his chopsticks moving so fast they were almost a blur. But he was far from the only one to make a move. Chungying, always silent and dangerous, suddenly snatched away a piece with unbelievable speed, making Feng Yi immediately puff out his cheeks and complain that Chungying had no business joining such childish nonsense. And amid all the lively, pretty bickering, a gentle scene quietly unfolded. Mild-tempered Xiao, Chung carefully looked after the person beside him, softly reminding her to slow down, swallow first, and then take the next bite. Even hot-tempered Long Yuan joined in on the fun, though when he tasted wine for the first time, his face instantly twisted with disgust. Clearly, for this powerful sword spirit, it was a novel but not especially pleasant experience. Watching everything before her, Jiang Kelan slowly felt a strange, warm emotion well up inside her. Unable to help herself, she lifted a hand to cover her lips and let out a soft laugh. A long-lost, wholehearted smile appeared on her face, as though it had finally returned after countless years. But there was still one person untouched by this warmth. The silent, overbearing greatsword Yun Wei stood alone in the corner, radiating coldness from head to toe. Jiang Kelan's smile turned resolute. She had already made up her mind about him as well. She walked over to that icy sword and presented a dessert prepared especially for him. A bowl of crystal-clear sweet soup that sparkled as though it had imprisoned a star. "Since you're not interested in the main meal, why not try this instead?" she said gently, with patient coaxing in her voice. "Look," she whispered, "it's transparent too. I think you'll like it." For a moment, the surroundings fell completely silent. Then at last, a faint glimmer spread across the blade. A sudden crackling filled the air as power surged. The sword began to glow, light pouring out of the blade, until a figure gradually condensed out of thin air. He was a devastatingly beautiful man, with white hair cascading down and eyes half closed, as though still asleep. He hovered there for an instant, an ethereal existence made of pure energy, then drifted downward and gracefully reached out to accept the dish she offered him. He picked up the tiny spoon, moving with calm restraint, like a noble king sampling an offering from a mortal. Jiang Kelan held her breath, her cheeks faintly flushed with anticipation, and quietly asked if he liked it. In the next instant, his eyes snapped open, and there was even a tiny smear of sweetness at the corner of his mouth. That cold, distant sword spirit looked, for once, like a child tasting sugar for the first time, completely captivated. It seemed he liked the dessert very much. Thinking that, Jiang Kelan could not help but laugh softly. Across the table, Long Yuan lazily watched the whole scene, a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, clearly enjoying himself immensely. He laughed out loud, thanked her for making such a delicious meal, and then gave her a teasing wink, making her cheeks instantly burn. Just as suddenly as he had come, Yun Wei disappeared again in a wash of flowing light, leaving behind only a faintly glowing mark on the ground. Jiang Kelan stared blankly at the place where he had stood, then lowered her head to look at the now empty dish in her hands. There was not a single bit left. Relief and a little pride instantly welled up inside her. It had worked. All the effort she had poured into that meal was finally beginning to show results. They were finally, little by little, lowering their guard around her and slowly growing closer. That night ended in just such hope, as though something new were quietly sprouting within the ancient sword tomb. And the next day arrived right on schedule, bringing with it their familiar daily routine. Jiang Kelan was carrying out her usual daily sword care when she suddenly paused halfway through, frowning slightly as if considering something. Bosi, who always loved clinging to her the most, noticed at once and quickly asked what was wrong. Why had she stopped? She turned to look at him, suspicion on her face, and reminded him that he had personally said before that eating had no effect at all on sword spirits. Bosi nodded with complete confidence, insisting that was exactly how it was and that they were all perfectly fine. But Jiang Kelan clearly did not believe him. She wagged a finger at him and said firmly, "No." For the next while, no more eating. Bosi's face collapsed instantly into an expression of utter betrayal, shock, and despair. How could she do this to them? Jiang Kelan's cute face tightened into stern seriousness. "Not them," she corrected. "You." The gluttonous sword spirit immediately wilted like a puddle of tears, wailing that this was far too unfair. She simply told him to look for himself. With a flick of her hand, she showed him his blade. She had not even started applying maintenance oil yet, but the sword edge was already gleaming with a slick, oily sheen. The other sword spirits immediately burst into laughter. Feng Yi flatly said he had it coming, and the rest all snickered in gloating amusement. All Bosi could do was plead pitifully for Jiang Kelan not to treat him this way, but she merely puffed out her cheeks and refused to budge. After all, he was always the one who snatched the most food. Yet amid all that laughter and commotion, a pair of sharp crimson eyes watched her quietly from the shadows, cold and appraising. It was Chang'e. The gaze of this tyrant among swords was fixed firmly on Jiang Kelan, his expression dark and unreadable. The moment Jiang Kelan quietly admitted to herself that she really did have a slight preference for bright smiling Feng, Chang's sharp gaze seemed to pierce right through her. Then the air suddenly flooded with dazzling starlight, and an astonishing transformation began. A body formed from pure star force began to take shape, radiating overwhelming pressure. The light slowly gathered together, and in the end revealed a tall, slender man with silver hair cascading down his back, standing silently before his master. He lowered his head slightly, and in a voice as beautiful as flowing water, he finally spoke his true name. "Yes, master. My name is Yunwei." He looked at Jiang Kelan, and in his silver eyes seemed to lie endless ancient secrets, along with a faint trace of sorrow. Completely oblivious to the undercurrents surging beneath the surface, Jiang Kelan only smiled brilliantly, her heart full of joy. With hopeful delight, she softly mused that she did not know how long such happy, peaceful days could last. At the same time, in a quiet hall, the beautiful and ethereal sword spirit named Qi Xiao was admiring himself like a peacock displaying its feathers, a string of light laughter escaping his lips. He posed in a way that was both exaggerated and elegant, every line of his body radiating otherworldly grace. Holding up the gorgeous bronze mirror Liuli had fetched for him, Qi Xiao's crimson eyes were full of satisfaction. She had finally gotten him what he wanted, so naturally he was delighted beyond measure. But Liuli knew perfectly well that it was only because he had pestered her day after day until she had no patience left, and his demands hardly stopped there. He also wanted ribbons, perfumed pomade flowers, and the finest rouge from the Jade Pavilion, leaving even her poor attendants utterly dumbfounded. Liuli felt the veins at her temple throbbing. Indulging this absurdly vain sword spirit only made him harder and harder to deal with. Just then, a cheerful voice broke the tense atmosphere. Bosi, the childlike sword spirit, was calling out to Jiang Kelan. An attendant who is usually so reliable raised a hand and tossed over a small, fragrant paper-wrapped parcel, and Bosi caught it with a smack. He hurriedly tore it open, revealing 4 fluffy, soft, steaming buns inside. Bosi stuffed both cheeks until they bulged, his eyes sparkling with pure happiness, and declared on the spot that Jiang Kelan was simply the best person ever. Liuli instantly let out a breath of relief. At least Bosi was genuinely easy to please. A little food was enough to make him completely satisfied. A small sense of pride also quietly rose in her heart. Her efforts to get along properly with these powerful, difficult sword spirits really were beginning to pay off. But that brief peace was soon interrupted by a knock at the door, along with a familiar voice outside calling her name. Standing at the entrance was Liuzi, a gentle-eyed young man with the lower half of his face covered by a dark mask, carrying a bundle in his arms. Liuli's face immediately lit up with sincere delight. She was clearly very happy to see her friend. Her gaze instantly fell on the bundle, and she eagerly asked if he had brought it for her, whether he had once again brought the especially delicious fresh fruit from last time. He handed the bundle over, and as she caught that sweet fragrance, warmth spread through her heart, and she thanked him again and again. The masked man shook his head, looking humble and unconcerned. She grabbed his hand at once and pulled him inside, excitedly wanting to show him her new residence, saying that ever since her promotion, she had not seen him again. But he seemed somewhat flustered, frantically waving his hands as if to say he could not stay long. From the corner, Bosi asked curiously why this guest kept gesturing instead of speaking. Jiang Kelan quietly guessed that he was probably unable to talk. The moment that guess fell, it immediately drew a sharp, predatory kind of attention. Qi Xiao was suddenly already standing nearby, wrinkling his nose in open disgust, his crimson eyes narrowing as he pointed straight at Liuli's friend. That nasty smell was coming from him. Qi Xiao's voice was full of contempt, and he even bluntly asked whether the man had rolled around in a pile of filth because he smelled unbearably foul. The masked man stiffened violently, panic from humiliation filling his eyes. Liuli felt as if all the blood in her body had gone cold. She spun around and, unusually, shouted Qi Xiao's name in anger. But the sword spirit did not care in the slightest, still admiring himself in the mirror. What? He was only telling the truth. A dangerous, calculating smile slowly spread across Liuli's face. She had an idea. This vain sword spirit was about to learn a very important lesson. After a while, Liuli proudly held out the legendary Qishao sword for Liuzi to admire. Pointing to its incomparably gorgeous scabbard, she asked him whether he did not think it was the most beautiful thing in the world. The craftsmanship was simply exquisite. Then, with a sly glint in her eyes, she turned and gave the sword spirit himself a sweet smile, asking whether he wanted someone to touch it. The moment Qishao heard that, he was scared out of his wits. The sword shot out of its sheath with a whoosh, streaking through the air. "What are you doing?" he shrieked. In the next moment, he took human form and lunged to Liuli's side, clutching her tightly in utter horror. Liuli's smile instantly turned smug. Good. He had dropped the scabbard. She immediately urged Liuzi to step forward and touch that exquisitely crafted work. Wonder filled Liuzi's eyes as his fingertips gently traced the iridescent patterns on the sheath. Liuli even deliberately urged him to admire the beautiful gemstones more closely, her own eyes full of mischievous laughter. Qishao kept kicking up a fuss at the side, but she merely waved a hand impatiently and told her friend to ignore the noise over there. In the end, Qishao huffily admitted defeat, saying she had won this round. But he still could not help complaining. Was this really necessary, just because he had said her friend smelled? Liuli ignored him completely, busy unwrapping the fruit Liuzi had brought, and deliberately leaned toward the thoroughly stunned sword spirit. Before he could even react, she stuffed a ripe plum straight into his mouth, laughing as she told him to taste for himself how sweet it was. Behind them, Bosi laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, while Qishao, with the fruit still in his mouth, choked in fury. Liuli then turned to Liuzi and even reached out to poke him lightly, laughing as she said he would soon find out that she was not biased toward Qishao at all. At that moment, her friend gestured that he should be leaving. Liuli's face instantly fell, her disappointment so obvious it was almost as if two pitiful little figures were being forcibly pulled apart. She hurriedly apologized, saying his visit had been completely ruined by all this chaos, and promised that when he had time next, they would definitely go out together. She waved him off reluctantly, watching him leave. As she stared at his retreating figure growing smaller and smaller, she could not help asking why he always kept his face covered even in such hot weather. Qishao, still chewing fruit, casually replied that it was probably because even he knew he's staying. "You've gone too far." Liuli snapped back angrily, her patience nearly worn to the limit. But the one who truly made both of them fall silent was Jiang Kelan. Her voice was low and grave as she calmly spoke the truth. The mask was there to hide his scars, and the reason he could not speak was that his throat had once been terribly injured. Those words hit Liuli like a physical blow, and she could only brace herself against the doorframe, her heart aching so badly she could barely breathe. Even Qishao's haughty expression froze for a moment, a flash of shock crossing his flawless face. Jiang Kelan went on calmly, her gaze steady. "The reason he carries that smell is because he collects night soil. Not everyone lives a pampered life like you, Qishao." It was the first time Qishao lowered his head. A deep gloom settled over his jewel-like red eyes. Only then did he begin to realize bit by bit just how hurtful his cruelty was. Liuli looked at him and asked why he always liked making fun of others. But Qishao still refused to soften, insisting that he had merely spoken an obvious fact. And besides, a night soil collector. He got only halfway through the sentence before glancing down and seeing the fruit Liuzi had brought, the very same plums he had just eaten. In that instant, it was as if lightning had struck him. He froze in pure, total horror. A night soil collector. That meant this fruit had come from hands that had touched those things. He might not even have washed his hands. Qishao immediately shrank into a corner in a panic, retching as though the sky were collapsing. Liuli watched him with a smile that said she had expected exactly this. She thought to herself that although Qishao's cleanliness obsession was severe, it was also his greatest weakness. No matter how arrogant he acted, he was nowhere near as bad as he pretended to be. Outside the window, fine snow drifted softly down beside a quiet pavilion. Inside the pavilion, the air was heavy with sadness. A little girl with pink hair was sobbing softly, her shoulders trembling with each sniffle, her heart full of worry. Was he still angry with her? Just as she was crying so hard, she was about to collapse onto the table. A gentle hand offered her a gift. A beautifully carved comb, intricate and elegant, was lightly tucked into her hair. "This is for you," a soft voice said quietly, explaining that it matched the mirror she had received last time perfectly. The little spirit who had still been sulking lifted her head and saw our adorable protagonist, Jiang Kelan. Jiang Kelan was doing her best to soothe her friend's wounded pride with a radiant smile. Jiang Kelan asked whether she liked it. The little spirit girl desperately tried to keep up her airs, but still let out a defiant huff, even though the flush on her face had already betrayed her. She made a show of snatching the comb out of Jiang Kelan's hand and said not to think a tiny gift could make her forget what had happened before. But when she turned her face away, the slight upward curve of her lips already showed that she had been completely coaxed over. Jiang Kelan had always been strategic, and she immediately made a quiet note in her little notebook. Qi Xiao is easy to placate with gifts. In the background, Qi Xiao was already admiring his new treasure, all his earlier anger long forgotten. But the sweetness of the moment was quickly broken by a tall, handsome, imposing figure. Lan Yuan stepped into the room, a dangerous smile hanging at the corners of his lips, his gaze fixed directly on Jiang Kelan. In a lofty tone, he asked this little girl how she had ended up becoming friends with that mutated night soil collector. A shadow passed over Jiang Kelan's face. In this world, where everyone valued the gaining of power above all else, she was regarded as useless, a failure who had not even managed to master the 5 spiritual roots. Being mocked merely for being weak was already considered lucky. She quietly explained that she had never had many friends to begin with, and Liuzi just happened to be one of them, and he had already suffered through so much. Her bright, sparkling eyes were full of pleading, hoping they could show at least a little understanding. But Qi Xiao, who always loved exaggeration and theatrics, was utterly unmoved. He leaped to his feet and shouted that no matter how pitiful the other man's past was, a lowly night soil collector had no right to touch her. A noble sword spirit, he proudly thrust out his chest and declared smugly that he had been forged by a master swordsmith, who had spent a full 10 years creating him. Jiang Kelan's eyes widened at once. What? That's amazing. Had all of them really been created by master swordsmiths? Lan Yuan watched the scene quietly, a thoughtful look in his eyes, almost like that of a predator. No, that single word cut through the air like a blade, and everyone fell silent. He raised a hand and pointed at the timid little sword spirit Chunjun, revealing a startling secret. That coward over there was personally made by the Feng you're secretly in love with. Back then, he wasn't even the chief disciple yet, just a boy. Jiang Kelan froze. Feng, he had made him. Lan Yuan nodded with a touch of pride. That's right. At such a young age, he was already capable of creating sword spirits. Jiang Kelan's heart instantly began pounding wildly. He was incredible. He really was the best. Lan Yuan continued, but his tone held undisguised mockery. Chunjun should originally have been the first sword Feng he ever forged, but unfortunately, the boy had still been too immature at the time. The scene fell on Chunjun's small, childlike figure, his innocence a sharp contrast to those cruel words. Jiang Kelan looked confused. She had thought a sword spirit's age was determined by the size of their physical form. Lan Yuan explained that while their height was indeed proportional to their power, the reason Chunjun had the mind of a child was because Feng he had been too careless when forging him. Chunjun could no longer bear listening to the humiliation and cried out through tears that it was not true. In a trembling little voice, he insisted that he was his master's proud creation, that his master cared about him. Lan Yuan bent down close, his presence so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Oh, then when he first saw you again, what did he say? If he really cared that much, why did it take him so many years to bring you back? Every word struck like a knife, stabbing deep into poor Chunjun's heart. Covering his face, the little sword spirit defended his creator in a voice no louder than a mosquito's hum. He must have had his reasons. If he didn't need me, why would he have paid such a great price to redeem me? Lan Yuan only let out a scornful laugh, mocking his innocence and saying that either he did not understand humans or he was simply too young. Just then, a gentler voice cut in and told Lan Yuan to stop bullying a child. But Lan Yuan did not rein himself in at all. Instead, he insisted that the boy ought to face reality sooner rather than later. The only reason he was so weak was because he had been overprotected. Another man argued that it was simply in a sword spirit's nature to depend on its master. Long Yuan merely chuckled softly and remarked in a tone hard to read that Chunjun really was somewhat different from other sword spirits. Jiang Kelan was completely stunned, desperately trying to process everything in front of her. In the next moment, as the truth slowly settled into place, her eyes flew wide open in horror. Wait, before Long Yuan took Chunjun away, had Chunjun actually been sold off once before? Long Yuan merely gave a cold laugh and told her to ask him herself. Jiang Kelan turned to the little sword spirit, heart aching for him, and asked Chunjun whether what Long Yuan had said was true. Chunjun shuddered violently, as if he had been stabbed hard. His big, innocent eyes instantly filled with tears that trembled on the verge of falling. He collapsed into a little heap and sobbed that his master had sold him because he was not good enough, and that this was not his master's fault. A painful memory surfaced. Young Feng, he was holding the newborn sword spirit, while everyone around him praised him as a genius. Yet Feng Yi's expression remained indifferent, because he had only used bronze, not any truly suitable material for practice. Someone suggested selling off this flawed sword spirit, saying he would definitely fetch a great price, and handed Feng Yi the contract for the sword sale. Little Chunjun's world collapsed in an instant, his face full of pure terror and betrayal. Back in the present, Jiang Kelan finally understood that Feng Yi was simply someone who pursued perfection. Poor Chunjun's heart must have shattered back then. She crouched down and gently patted his head, telling him not to cry anymore. He had already come home now, and he had improved so much. But her gentle words only made him cry even harder. Between sobs, he asked whether she would abandon him for some other sword too. Jiang Kelan immediately pulled him into a warm embrace full of protection. "Of course not," she said softly. "No other sword is cuter than you." She gently patted his back, trying to soothe his broken heart. She also told him that Feng Yi actually did care about him, that he liked children with strong hearts, just like Chunjun. The little sword spirit lifted his head, wiped away his tears, and promised he would not cry anymore. Jiang Kelan's heart melted. After all, he was just a child who needed love. In the end, sword spirits were not all that different from humans. She gave him an indulgent smile. Long Yuan looked at them with a strange expression and said that she really was good at coaxing children, but reminded her that other humans would not understand what she was doing. As he spoke, he looked away, an unreadable emotion flickering through his eyes, and lightly touched his lips with his fingers. "One day, you'll understand," he said meaningfully, leaving her sitting there in baffled silence. In the moonlit bamboo grove, a flash of sword light split the darkness, gripped in the hand of a young man with a resolute expression. But the story quickly shifted from the battlefield to another quiet and elegant place. Soft cherry blossoms surrounded a tranquil tea room. Inside, a breathtakingly handsome man raised a teacup to his lips. His ink-black hair spilled down beside him like flowing night, and his embroidered robe draped around him in the same dark grace. He remarked that the tea set was exquisitely made, his voice smooth as silk. Jiang Kelan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately beamed, delighted that he liked it. Then her gaze fell on the little girl beside her, who was puffing out her cheeks in a sulk. The girl had fiery red hair and an equally fiery temper. Jiang Kelan softly asked whether Qi Shao was still angry. Qi Shao huffed, tossed his head dramatically, turned his face away, and crossed his arms. He stubbornly insisted he was not angry, but his puffed-up cheeks gave him away completely. Jiang Kelan rubbed against the girl affectionately, while the gentle-faced man in green robes tried to soothe Bosi, explaining that no sword cultivator could fail to love his own work, especially his first sword. There was no way Feng Yi could hate Bosi just because Bosi had been sold. Both Bosi and Jiang Kelan listened seriously to his comforting words. The small, simple-hearted sword spirit lifted his head, his gaze firm, and said bluntly that he did not hate the one who had forged him. The man in green smiled gently and promised that when he got the chance, he would help Bosi ask about it. He told the little sword spirit not to keep brooding over it. Feng Yi was a good person, and Bosi had already returned to their side now. Bosi immediately puffed out his chest, his eyes practically sprouting hearts, and proudly declared that his master was especially lovable. Jiang Kelan secretly preened to herself. She had known it. Praising Feng Yi really was the best way to win this little fellow over. But the peace was quickly broken by an impatient sigh from the corner. A dark-skinned man with sharp green eyes was leaning against the wall, raising a hand to press his temple as he complained with disgust that they sounded like some ridiculous cult and told them to quiet down. The man in green immediately objected, saying that was only because he had never met Feng Yi. But the cynical man gave a derisive snort, a mocking curve tugging at his lips. "Humans are all selfish creatures," he said coldly. "Worshipping them like gods is utter stupidity. In the end, you get nothing." A trace of sorrow passed over the man in green's face, as though the other man could only ever see the very worst of human nature. But Bosi would not stand for it. He jumped out at once to defend his master's entire race, arguing that Jiang Kelan herself was proof enough. When she first arrived, she clearly said she only wanted to climb higher, but in the end she had proved that she was actually a genuinely good person. So what did he have to say to that? A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on Jiang Kelan's back. This was exactly why she had been trying so hard all along to make them trust her. Her mission had always been to get close to Long Yuan, and she had to admit that she had indeed misunderstood him before. But her most fundamental belief had not changed. Most humans still were not worthy of trust. The man in green rebuked the other with concern for being too pessimistic. He truly could not help wanting to know what exactly had happened to leave him so utterly disheartened. The black-haired man only let out a low laugh, dangerous and cold. He said the other was too naive and mercilessly mocked him for trusting people so easily. How had he even survived to this day? Just as the atmosphere was about to snap completely, the elegant and composed Long Yuan finally intervened. A tiny ball of light swept through the air, and he calmly told both of them to stop and drink their tea in peace. The cynical man casually caught the teacup that appeared from the light. Long Yuan even scolded him, saying that at his age, he should not still be affected by a bit of bickering. At my age, Jiang Kelan's eyes widened in shock, while Long Yuan calmly confirmed that he really was the oldest one present. The black-haired man lifted his lips in a smile, accepting the remark, but added that his judgment of people was still sharper. He held the teacup with a self-satisfied look. Jiang Kelan could not help wondering why. Then a gleam flashed through his sharp green eyes. Leaning back slightly, with a mysterious smile at his lips, he said, "That's a secret." The scene shifted, and that secret seemed to hang heavily in the air as everyone let out annoyed groans in unison, their faces full of speechless exasperation. The man in green said irritably that he should stop being so mysterious. But the other man acted completely unconcerned, only lazily muttering, "Whatever," before lifting his tea and taking a sip. Jiang Kelan flipped through her book while digesting all this new information. So he was the oldest, yet he did not look it at all, and his sword body was golden, besides being rather unfriendly toward humans. Suddenly inspiration struck. She snapped the book shut and said excitedly that she needed Bosi's help with something. Bosi turned his head and tilted it curiously. Jiang Kelan let out an exaggerated sigh and spoke of her difficulty. She wanted to chop up some large bones to make soup, but no matter what she did, she could not split them, not even with an axe. Bosi immediately puffed out his little chest, looking ready at any moment to leap in and help. She leaned closer, widened her eyes with a deliberately helpless glimmer, and asked in a soft voice whether she could borrow him. Bosi's mind instantly short-circuited. Borrow him? Use him to cut ingredients? He was one of the famous swords, a weapon meant for cleaving mountains and shattering stone, not chopping vegetables. But Jiang Kelan had already begun praising him with full force, saying she had heard he was incomparably sharp, able to cut through metal as easily as butter. Since a heavy axe could not do it, then for a great sword like him, it would surely be effortless. Then she brought out her ultimate weapon, the puppy dog eyes attack. Her voice trembled slightly as she pleaded pitifully, "Bosi, can you help me?" The blow struck dead center. Bosi melted on the spot, immediately striking a heroic pose and declaring that he had it covered. Jiang Kelan clapped happily and thanked him again and again. The black-haired man watched the entire performance from the side, a gleeful smile at the corner of his lips, and muttered under his breath that Jiang Kelan was truly wicked, while poor foolish Bosi still had not realized he was being used. Jiang Kelan whipped her head around and huffily said she could hear him. She was not affected and was still preparing to head cheerfully for the main kitchen when Bosi suddenly called out to stop her, his expression abruptly turning serious. He was sorry, but he could not go to the main kitchen. Jiang Kelan froze. Long Yuan calmly explained their limitations. As sword spirits, they could not stray too far from their original sword bodies, and this room was also sealed by magic. The only way to leave was for someone to take their original swords out with them, but that was strictly forbidden. Jiang Kelan's eyes widened in sudden understanding, and she asked how far they could go at most. Long Yuan answered that it was about 100 feet. The black-haired man added with a smile that they attracted attention easily enough already, and if anyone saw them, she would definitely be in serious trouble. But Jiang Kelan was not the sort to give up easily. A bright smile quickly returned to her face, and she declared that in that case, she would simply bring the bones over to them. That night, beneath the starry sky, the main kitchen was silent. The door creaked open, and Jiang Kelan quietly slipped into the darkness. In the cluttered room, she looked focused, her gaze searching through the shadows, her movements practiced and light. She reached toward a high shelf and groped around in the dark. Where was it? She clearly remembered putting it here. Her fingertips touched something cool and round. Aha, found it. The very bowl of large bone she had deliberately set aside earlier. She carefully lifted the heavy bowl, a triumphant smile appearing on her face as she prepared to leave, but a tall, terrifying shadow suddenly loomed over her head and swallowed her whole in darkness. A low, dangerous voice sounded behind her, asking whether she was the one who had been stealing ingredients all this time. Jiang Kelan froze instantly, her eyes flying wide with pure fear. The night was quiet, broken only by the rustling of wind through bamboo leaves, while a lone figure stood guard there, the sword at his side glinting faintly with a cold sheen in the moonlight. But in the manor kitchen, a different kind of tension was brewing. Our young girl's heart pounded wildly, nearly bursting from her chest. With an expression tangled between guilt and resolve, she reached into the warm stove and took out the bowl of bones. She quietly called the cook's name, hoping he would appear, but what answered her instead was a terrifying shadow pressing down over her. A woman stood in the doorway, her face hard as if carved from stone, her whole body giving off the chill of winter, her presence almost pressing against them like something solid. The woman's voice was just as cold as ice. She said she had been wondering for some time now why ingredients kept mysteriously disappearing from the kitchen. She stepped into the light bit by bit, revealing her true face. It was the stern housekeeper, Nanny Gu, and tonight she had deliberately set a trap to catch this thief. Caught red-handed, Jiang Kelan's face turned pale at once. The word thief was far too ugly. She stammered, trying to defend herself, her mind racing for an excuse, but the furious look in Nanny Gu's eyes clearly said that no excuse would work. The old woman tugged at the corner of her lips and let out a cold laugh, spitting out a single word full of disbelief. Oh! Just as despair began to spread, a low, pleasant voice suddenly came from behind her, smoothly picking up where Nanny Gu had left off. A black-hooded figure had appeared silently at some unknown moment, and a hand as strong as iron seized her arm. Nanny Gu reacted with astonishing speed, like someone seasoned by countless battles, swinging a heavy wooden staff with a fierce whoosh straight at the intruder's head. The mysterious man dodged easily while pulling Jiang Kelan back with him, and a bone fell to the ground with a clatter. "Stop right there!" Nanny Gu shrieked sharply, but it was already too late. Jiang Kelan cried out softly as she was lifted clean off the ground, the bowl holding those precious bones tumbling down through the air, while her rescuer carried her out the door and vanished into the night. He gently set her down. She stood there in utter disarray, her hair a mess, panting as she struggled to steady her breathing. She clutched tightly to the small bag of bone she had managed to save, the only spoils rescued from this failed smuggling attempt. The person who had saved her lifted his hood, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Under the moonlight, his pink hair glowed softly. It was Chi Xiao. looking down at her. He wore a teasing smile and joked, asking whether she had gotten this out of breath from fleeing for her life, or whether picking up a few bones was enough to make her pant like a little puppy. She paid no attention to his teasing at all. Her thoughts had already leapt ahead to the next step. As long as the bones were chopped open, she could finally start simmering the soup. She turned to the ever-reliable Bosi, her eyes full of trust, and told him she was counting on him. The moment Bosi heard that he was needed, his whole face lit up, his smile dazzling. He took the little bag from her hands and thumped his chest, promising he would handle it perfectly. But to everyone's surprise, the one who actually raised that huge, heavy sword and brought it down in fierce swings was Jiang Kelan herself. With a rapid series of neat strikes, the blade effortlessly split the hard bones and chopped them into tidy little pieces, which dropped into the pot with hearty thuds. She looked up at Bosi and proudly straightened her chest, asking him what he thought. Wasn't she amazing? She had cut them with practically no effort at all. But Bosi only gave a graceless little huff and turned his face away. The sight immediately sent Chi Xiao into helpless laughter. She was actually this proud of using him for cooking, which was simply too funny. Even the usually steady blindfolded sword spirit could not help letting out a low laugh, raising a hand to cover his mouth as if to hide his amusement. The person beside them was laughing so hard his shoulders were shaking. Bosi, meanwhile, had blushed so furiously that his whole face was red. Full of embarrassment, he told her not to mind them. She gave him a grateful smile and said she had known Feng Yi's sword would never disappoint. Bosi immediately puffed out his chest again, his confidence instantly restored. But just as she set the sword down, her eyes suddenly widened and her face changed at once. She saw it, a small but unmistakable chip along the edge of the blade. The smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a rush of panic. Bosi, she stammered, her voice trembling. She wondered whether she had struck too hard just now and damaged his sword. Her little face scrunched up completely, full of terror and guilt. But Bosi only smiled gently and told her not to worry. This sword had already been chipped to begin with. She froze. When she had wiped it down for him before, she had clearly not seen any flaw at all. He explained that the magical ring on his little finger could cast an illusion and hide the defect on the sword. He raised his hand and showed her the small green jade ring. Only then did Jiang Kelan let out a long breath of relief, pressing a hand to her chest, thankful that it was not her fault. Bosi's expression softened as he told her that the chip did not really bother him. It had been left behind when he saved his former master's life, and ever since then he had worn this ring to conceal it. Blushing faintly, he admitted that he had only taken the ring off for a while, just now, because it suppressed his power. If he had frightened her, then he apologized. After saying that, his face turned even redder, and he trembled slightly with embarrassment. The other sword spirits were struggling hard not to laugh. Chi Xiao could hardly believe that Bosi had actually gone all out just to help with such a small favor. Jiang Kelan immediately put on a stern face and demanded that they stop laughing, declaring that whoever kept making fun of Bosi would not get any bone soup tonight. Chi Xiao stopped laughing mid-burst, his eyes lighting up at once. These bones are actually for them? He hurriedly asked whether she was making bone soup, his voice full of anticipation. She nodded emphatically and announced that these bones were tonight's dinner, so they all had to stop teasing Bosi right now. Deeply moved, Bosi rushed forward and pulled her into a tight hug, loudly declaring that she was simply the best person in the whole world. Held in his arms, Jiang Kelan smiled with indulgent fondness. He really was like a silly big brother. Late that night, a crescent moon hung high in the sky, and the manor was peaceful and quiet. Inside the room, all the sword spirits sat gathered around one table. It was a rare moment of warm, ordinary domestic peace. The meal she had prepared was truly wonderful. Steaming, fragrant soup sat on the table, with corn and rich, delicious broth. Chi Xiao guarded his own bowl possessively, warning the sword spirit beside him not to even think about stealing his food this time. Jiang Kelan had long since started drinking her soup happily, repeatedly saying how unbelievably delicious it was. Our young girl herself cradled her bowl and drank with great enjoyment, while Bosi contentedly gnawed on corn. But at the other end of the room, the gloomy and taciturn Mo Xiao sat alone in the shadows, quietly watching them with an unreadable expression, his posture stiff and tense. The masked sword spirit quietly walked over to his side and said that the girl was not actually that bad, then asked whether Mo Xiao truly planned to keep his distance from them forever like this. and Mo Xiao did not even turn his head. His gaze remained fixed on the coldly gleaming hilt of his own long sword. His voice was cold and distant, and he answered only blandly that whether he joined in or not had nothing to do with her. The handsome sword spirit with those captivating emerald eyes quietly watched the scene, a malicious little smile flickering over his lips. "You really are boring." He drew out the words lazily, his tone low, slow, distant, and elegant. As he spoke, he reached out and picked up a flawless white water pitcher. He poured a little clear water into a cup, the surface bright as crystal, then flicked his wrist and sent the cup sliding across the table. After that, he casually took a sip from his own cup as though all the commotion around him had nothing to do with him. "As you please." He narrowed his eyes slightly, a faintly mocking look on his face. The dinner table was practically a battlefield, noisy and chaotic, chopsticks flying everywhere. One nearly shouted at another that he had not even finished what was in his bowl yet, so he absolutely was not allowed to get a second helping, while the youngest sword spirit, Chunjun, gave a wronged little cry and said his food was too hot. Watching this beautiful chaos, something strangely soft rose in Jiang Kelan's amber eyes. Laughter and chatter echoed through the whole room. An involuntary faint smile bloomed on her lips. For that one moment, it almost truly felt like a family sitting together around the table for dinner. And at the thought of the word family, her heart turned slightly sour. But those two sword spirits were still bickering, their voices trading back and forth, familiar and natural. She thought, wasn't this exactly what an ordinary household looked like at mealtime? Common families were not so particular about rules, so meals were always lively and full of warmth. Just like this. So she began happily assigning roles to them in the imaginary family inside her mind. A sly glimmer shone in her eyes as she decided she could be the mother who took care of everyone. The quiet and beautiful one could be the eldest brother who tolerated everything. Simple-minded Bosi, who still had his mouth stuffed with food at this very moment, was obviously the straightforward second brother. And of course there was. Adorable Chunjun was the youngest child in the family, and also the most spoiled. The moment Bosi thought that made him the older brother, his eyes lit up at once. But the fire-red sword spirit exploded on the spot, slamming a hand against the table. How was that a compliment? Why did Mo Xiao get such high seniority? Then what did that make him and Chungying? His face was full of indignation, while Chungying calmly kept drinking as if nothing had happened at all. And Mo Xiao's eyes curved, a wicked grin appearing on his lips, and he said as if it were only natural, "Then of course you'd be the sister-in-law who eloped with a guard." Chungying. Bosi froze completely, as if his mind had short-circuited on the spot, shocked beyond belief. What? Why was he suddenly a woman? And why would he elope with that stone-faced guard? What kind of absurd nonsense was this? He lunged across the table to snatch Chungying's food, insisting he explain himself right now. Looking at the chaos she had stirred up, Jiang Kelan couldn't help letting out a soft laugh. Seated above them, Mo Xiao looked dangerous and handsome, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his lips, clearly finding their squabbling both noisy and ridiculous. Just then, a silent figure stepped out from the shadows behind him. A pale, slender hand, with fingers so long they seemed almost unreal, reached out and picked up the cup of water Mo Xiao had poured earlier. At the sight of the newcomer, the trace of mockery by Mo Xiao's lips faded, replaced by a real smile. Yunwei stood there quietly, silver hair falling over his shoulders like moonlight, and lifted the cup for a light sip. His eyes, sharp and lucid as if they did not belong to this mortal world, swept faintly over the scene before him. Reflected in the clear surface of the water was Jiang Kelan's face, a face shining with pure joy. The next morning, the quiet pavilion welcomed the sunrise. Birds chirped brightly outside the window, and a new day began. Inside the room, Jiang Kelan hummed a cheerful tune as she carefully polished the treasured swords she cherished so dearly. Gentle Yunwei appeared beside her, his voice soft as he held out a hand to her. She immediately smiled and thanked her beloved little Yun. Suddenly, the door was slammed open with a bang, making Jiang Kelan jump. An enraged steward stormed in, his face twisted with anger, sharply demanding why the pavilion master was wasting time on these swords when there were clearly other things to do. But Yunwei merely explained calmly that caring for them was one of his duties. The steward sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. With biting sarcasm, he said these famous swords were nothing but lifeless objects, mere symbols of status, and that instead of wasting time on them, Yunwei would do better to curry favor with the powerful. Jiang Kelan was instantly furious and stepped in front of Yunwei at once, her small body like a stubborn shield. "They're not lifeless objects," she blurted out. The steward only sneered, calling her a mule, then added with malicious mockery that in any case, Yunwei would not remain pavilion master much longer. Jiang Kelan smiled too, though the smile never reached her eyes. "If that's how you see it, then I'm afraid you won't be a steward much longer either." Before leaving, the man tossed out one last venomous remark, muttering that everyone was waiting to see Yunwei make a fool of himself. A shadow passed over Yunwei's beautiful face, and Jiang Kelan's heart ached at once. Another sword spirit was about to comfort her, but Emo Xiao spoke first in an icy voice, saying that she was the one who was not thinking straight. Jiang Kelan turned her head blankly, her face full of confusion. "Aren't you angry?" she asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. "That man said you're just objects." Emo Xiao only gave a lazy shrug, looking utterly unconcerned. "Don't ask me. I don't care." The others nodded as well. They were sword spirits, but at their core they were still swords. What that man said was not wrong, so there was nothing to be angry about. The look on Jiang Kelan's face collapsed at once, her heart seeming to shatter into 1,000 pieces. She stared at them in a daze. Do you really think that?" Chunjun gently tugged at her sleeve, his big eyes full of worry. Had he caused people to blame her because she was always staying with him? Yunwei's voice was very soft, carrying a hidden unease that almost hurt. Looking at her, his eyes were filled with concern. "If that's really the case, then you actually don't have to come anymore." The air in the room tightened so hard it nearly seemed ready to crack. And at the center of this nearly tangible tension, our heroine was already panicking, both hands raised as if pushing against an invisible wall, her wide, anxious eyes desperately trying to explain. No, she did not want to leave. She wanted to stay here. Chunjuan's little face, streaked with tears, suddenly surfaced in her mind. That little sword spirit who would be heartbroken the moment he thought he was no longer wanted, and Emo Xiao quietly apologizing, saying that was not what he meant. But that trace of warmth was quickly shattered. Jiang Kelan's body began to tremble slightly. The suffocating pressure came from Qi Xiao, the sword spirit with flame-pink hair, breathtaking beauty, and an equally explosive temper. He was furious now, his face twisted almost frighteningly as he roared that they were making his blood boil. He glared angrily at Bosi, who recoiled as if struck over the head. Then that accusing finger swung toward the silent, cold Long Yuan sword, whose handsome face remained completely unmoved. Even Chunjun, in his little yellow robe and hiding behind Emo Xiao, did not escape. At last, Qi Xiao shot a fierce glare at the ever-elegant Emo Xiao, his voice full of gunpowder. "Are none of you capable of feeling anything?" With a loud bang, he slammed his fist onto the table, the echo matching the fury surging in his chest. He paced back and forth like a trapped beast, his vivid pink hair tossing behind him. That soulless bastard had humiliated them right to their faces, saying they were nothing but lifeless objects. His former master had never treated him so lightly. To be treated like trash. Were they really not angry at all? But Bosi only showed a cheerful smile, so bright it was almost infuriating, and said there was nothing to be mad about. After all, Qi Xiao's former master had always been one of the rare few who truly treated them like people. He jerked his chin toward Emo Xiao, who stood beside Jiang Kelan. Chunjun peeked out from the side and agreed with innocent wide eyes that it was true, and that Jiang Kelan was different from most humans too. The corner of Qi Xiao's eye twitched violently again, and the veins at his temple started throbbing. So in the end, he was the only one angry? That completely snapped the last string holding him together. He let out a roar he could no longer suppress, cursed them all as idiots, and stormed out, his fury trailing behind him like something tangible. As if even the heavens had been stirred by his anger, A torrential downpour fell in an instant. In the sudden rain, Jiang Kelan stood in the pavilion looking outside, worry on her face, softly murmuring Kelan. In the next instant, hearing someone call her name, she turned around sharply, and the person standing there was Tang Huan, smiling brightly. Relief immediately spread across Jiang Kelan's face. She had thought such terrible weather might keep her friend from coming, but Tang Huan only laughed loudly across the rain-soaked courtyard, calling out that since she had promised to come, of course she would. As Tang Huan walked closer and closer, her eyes nearly glowed, her mind clearly already full of fantasies about immortal-like handsome men. She had long heard that every sword spirit was stunning beyond belief, and she simply could not resist seeing them with her own eyes. Jiang Kelan smiled and welcomed her inside, but the moment they entered, a low, lazy voice rang out. Long Yuan's sword, handsome in a way that carried overwhelming pressure, spoke languidly and asked whether this counted as forced labor, and more importantly, whether they were getting paid for entertaining a guest. Jiang Kelan quickly signaled for him to shut up, stressing that this was just a friend dropping by. Long Yuan curved his lips in a smile, his gaze sharp and teasing, and remarked that her patience was better than that of kept man. Chunjun tilted his head and asked in a childish voice what a kept man meant. Before anyone else could answer, Chi Shao snapped irritably, "Little broken sword, stop asking so many questions." Then, with a smack, he rapped Chunjun on the head and added that curiosity killed the cat. The sound was especially crisp in the room. Jiang Kelan's heart tightened, and the moment she turned her head, she saw Chunjun's face crumple. Then he burst into heart-rending sobs. The little sword spirit instantly cried himself into a tear-soaked mess, wronged as if the sky had fallen. The other swords were all baffled by his reaction. Chi Shao snorted, turned his face away, and pretended not to care. "I barely even used any force," he muttered. After thinking about it, Bosi said maybe he was crying because Chi Shao had called him a little broken sword. Long Yuan raised a brow and skeptically remarked that the hit had sounded pretty hard just now. Then he dragged out his words with a malicious grin, clearly enjoying the chaos in front of him. Meanwhile, poor Jiang Kelan was already sweating with anxiety and could only force out an awkward smile toward her friend. How was she supposed to convince Tang Huan that her whole family of sword spirits actually got along very well, and that everyone was perfectly friendly? But Tang Huan, this sweet and rather clueless girl, did not notice anything wrong at all. Instead, her eyes lit up, she clasped her hands together and exclaimed, "This is incredible. So these are sword spirits?" Under her gaze, Chi Shao immediately grew smug. A sly smile flashed over his lips as he praised her good taste. He struck a pose like a goddess, with layers of peonies even seeming to bloom around him. Tang Huan, however, instantly looked disappointed. I thought it was a girl." Seeing Chi Shao about to explode again, Jiang Kelan quickly grabbed her friend by the arm and tried desperately to drag her away. "Tang Huan, over here," but Tang Huan refused to move. Just before the situation completely spun out of control, Bosi voluntarily stepped forward and gave a bright, friendly smile. "Hello, I'm Bosi Swords." Tang Huan instantly stared in a daze, her cheeks reddening as though she were about to float away. He was far too good-looking and so straightforward, too. Jiang Kelan raised a hand to cover her face. "Forget it, Tang Huan. This guy's an absolute idiot," she wailed silently in her heart, able only to watch as Bosi acted like an eager little puppy, practically about to wag a tail he did not even have. Then Tang Huan's attention was stolen by another breathtaking sight. "Who's that?" she asked softly, her gaze glued to Long Yuan's sword. Long Yuan was wiping himself down with a cloth, his defined abs and dangerous aura entirely on display. Noticing her stare, he slowly returned it with a predator's smile. Tang Huan's heartbeat instantly sped up as if it would leap right out of her chest. This was far too unreal. Jiang Kelan was frantic and cut in with a face full of collapse, covering her own face as she said, "Tang Huan, whatever you do, don't be fooled by his face. His temper is awful." But Tang Huan did not hear a word. Instead, she moved toward another long sword that glowed with an ethereal blue light. "This sword is so beautiful," she murmured, curious where its sword spirit was. Jiang Kelan sighed and explained that unless there was some excuse, Yunwei's sword usually would not come out. From the other side of the room came Long Yuan's teasing voice. "Hey, Loner," he called to the sword, "come out and meet the guest. You gotta give us that much face, right?" In reply, a bright light suddenly flashed across the blade. A translucent figure slowly emerged from the sword, like starlight taking form. The glow gradually faded, revealing a cool, distant figure with cascading silver hair and eyes like a clear winter sky. He was so beautiful it took one's breath away. Jiang Kelan gave him a gentle smile and softly thanked him for being willing to appear. Then, with a touch of pride, she introduced the final member of her lively and chaotic family to Tang Huan. "This is Yunwei's sword spirit," she said, "but I usually call him Little Yun." Thus a new chapter began, with Jiang Kelan and her friend Tang Huan standing before this cold, ethereal, quiet sword spirit, the human form of the sword she now wielded. The oppressive presence this handsome sword spirit brought was simply too strong. Tang Huan froze on the spot, her mind going blank. The next moment, her eyes rolled back and she toppled straight forward, her body going limp bonelessly before hitting the floor with a thud, so overwhelmed by beauty that she fainted on the spot. "Tang Huan!" Jiang Kelan cried out and hurried over to help her up. Later, after helping her friend recover, the two of them walked along a moonlit path toward the gate of a grand residence. Tang Huan was so embarrassed she wanted to bury her face in her hands, wailing the whole way that it had been far too humiliating. She could not believe she had actually gotten so excited that she fainted on the spot. Jiang Kelan only smiled gently, soothing her friend's wounded pride. But Tang Huan's embarrassment soon turned back into fervor. Her eyes sparkled as she kept praising how incredibly handsome he was, saying he was exactly her ideal type. She even eagerly suggested that since Jiang Kelan was his master, maybe she could melt his famously cold temperament. But the smile on Jiang Kelan's face slowly faded, her gaze drifting far away. "Better not," she said quietly. Tang Huan looked puzzled, not understanding what was so bad about that. A loneliness hard to describe tinged Jiang Kelan's voice. "Even if he liked me too, in the end, he's still just a sword." She suddenly stopped walking, as if nailed in place. Tang Huan did not notice the shift in mood at all. Still lost in her own fantasies, she casually said that she still wanted romance with a person, not with a sword. After all, if you looked at a face that's stunning every day, wouldn't everyone else seem ordinary by comparison? She had only spoken casually, but the words struck Jiang Kelan like a bolt of thunder. "Kelan." Only then did Tang Huan finally notice that her friend had stopped. Jiang Kelan hurriedly waved her hand and said it was nothing, truly nothing at all. She forced out a smile, but a fine layer of cold sweat had already formed at her temples. That careless remark from her friend had happened to stab straight into the hidden confusion of her own heart. The two walked side by side through scenery as dreamlike as a painting, arms linked, yet she could not help feeling lonely. So even having thoughts like these made her an oddity. Harsh words from others flashed through her mind. How a master looking at their own possessions should only ever treat them as tools. How showing them any warmth at all was absurd. They might wear human forms, but they absolutely must not be regarded as human. Those words, stripping them of personhood, echoed again and again in her heart, and as she remembered such cruelty, her expression darkened. But then she thought again of those stubborn sword spirits, of how firmly they believed their masters cared for them, of how they treasured every moment spent together. Her expression gradually steadied, and her gaze grew calm and resolute. They are not lifeless objects. She looked up at the sky, her eyes holding a quiet but unshakable determination. One day, Feng, you would understand their feelings. That was what she told herself in her heart. The two crossed a small bridge as a fine drizzle began to fall. That night, she dreamed a dream that did not belong to her. In the dream, she became a very, very small Jiang Kelan, holding a little cloth horse in her hands, tilting her head up with innocent wide eyes to ask her father where he was going. The long-haired, dark-clad man, handsome and gentle, stopped and turned back, giving her a warm but sorrowful smile. He softly told her that he was going somewhere very, very far away. As he spoke, he reached out and rubbed her head, that fleeting warmth vanishing in an instant, and told her to be a good child for her mother. The young Jiang Kelan could only nod with difficulty, that heartbreaking little motion seeming to use up all her strength. He withdrew his hand, and that last trace of warmth disappeared with it. Then he turned his back to her, about to leave her forever. Panic seized the little girl's heart at once. In floods of tears, she reached out and cried for her father. She threw herself forward and hugged his leg, stumbling as she clung to him desperately and refused to let go. "I caught you. I won't let you leave." Jiang Kelan jolted awake, breathing hard, both hands gripping the pillow tightly. The feeling of abandonment from the dream, as vivid as if she had lived through it herself, was still terrifyingly clear. She sat up, unable for a long while to pull herself free from that overly real dream. The next day, Tang Huan dragged her through a sunlit courtyard and excitedly told her some news. Bode's new floating corridor had finally been completed, and word was that the lotus flowers there were unbelievably beautiful. She invited Jiang Kelan to go take a look together. She also said that maybe they should go another day, since there would definitely be lots of people there today. But Jiang Kelan only stared at her blankly, clearly distracted. Tang Huan immediately leaned close with a mischievous smile. "That floating corridor was built by your beloved senior brother Feng Yi. Don't tell me you don't want to go see it at all." She even winked, telling her not to go around telling people she liked him. "Who said I like him?" Tang Huan only grinned impishly. "Come on, in the entire sect, who doesn't like Feng Yi?" Jiang Kelan's face instantly turned red all the way down her neck. Seeing her so flustered, Tang Huan laughed even harder. Jiang Kelan could only puff out her cheeks and complain softly that she was too mean. As the two were joking around, Jiang Kelan caught her foot on something, lost her balance, and slammed hard into a passing disciple, letting out a soft cry of pain. She lifted her head, about to apologize, but the words stuck in her throat. It was that hateful senior brother who specialized in bullying artifact spirits again. His eyes were full of contempt as he looked down at her and sneered that she was useless. The woman beside him wore a sickly sweet fake smile and gently asked whether Jiang Kelan was hurt. But the vile man ignored that entirely and merely pointed at a row of heavy water jars, sharply scolding her for moving too slowly and ordering her to hurry and fetch the buckets. Tang Huan immediately stepped forward to speak up for her, but the senior brother only curled his lips cruelly and said this was punishment for her sharp tongue. He added that rough labor like this was all she was fit for anyway. The woman with him also joined in with a smiling face, her voice sweet and cutting. "Oh, I heard you've become the pavilion master of the Sword Pavilion now. Congratulations. I always knew you were a cut above the rest of us." The air instantly tightened, and Jiang Kelan had become the target of their jealousy and malice. In a world softly tinted by purple petals, the story of a long sword and its secrets slowly unfolded. But for our heroine, this world was anything but peaceful. With a sickening dull thud, she crashed heavily to the ground. Water from the heavy bucket splashed all over her, sending a ring of cold, muddy water spraying around her. Her whole body hurt, but what hurt even more was the humiliation of being targeted and trampled on. She raised her head and demanded in a trembling voice why they were treating her like this. Weren't they all outer sect disciples? The girl in the lead looked down at her with a cruel sneer, one foot even lifting as if ready to kick at any moment. She gave a cold snort and said that Jiang Kelan was talking back again, and that was exactly why everyone hated her. Those words stirred up a bitter memory. There had once been a time when these very girls had groveled at her feet as well. With false sincerity painted across their faces, they had begged her to remember their old ties. Now that she had finally climbed to a high position, they wanted her to pull strings and send them into the Sword Pavilion, the place everyone envied. People driven into a corner could turn into arrogant tyrants in the blink of an eye. Just then, another voice suddenly cut through the taut air, sharp and righteous, directly condemning those bullies and telling them they ought to be ashamed of themselves. The one who had come was Jiang Kelan. Like a stern guardian of justice, she shoved a few of them aside without a second thought, her voice full of anger as she exposed the fact that what they were now doing to Tang Huan was exactly the same thing they had once done to her. Jiang Kelan refused to give even an inch, her gaze firm as she waited for their ridiculous and pitiful response. But before those bullies could stammer out their excuses, a calm, yet authoritative voice rang out. It was Feng Yi. He looked straight at the brave young woman and told Jiang Kelan that she could report to the Sword Pavilion tomorrow. Then Feng Yi reached out and took Jiang Kelan's hand, gentle yet steady, silently promising support and protection. Jiang Kelan's eyes widened in shock as she stumbled over her words, thanking the pavilion master, her heart overflowing with gratitude. The scene then shifted to the lively floating corridor of the Sword Pavilion, which had now become a place brimming with life. Two disciples stood beside the newly repaired water channel, chatting happily and marveling at how the place was no longer as dull and oppressive as before. They said that everyone had cursed Feng Yi at first for wasting money on the project, but now every last one of them wanted to praise him to the heavens. After all, who but him would do something this good? Not far away, Feng Yi was leaning against the railing, giving a quiet huff with a somewhat displeased look. Seeing his puffed cheeks, Tang Huan could not help asking whether he was still angry about those bullies. Tang Huan herself was still holding back her temper and simply could not understand how Feng Yi could still help those smooth-tongued liars. Feng Yi only sighed. There was a knowing look in his eyes as he explained that anger was meaningless, because that was simply the kind of people they were. Then a sly smile rose to his lips as he said he had no intention of truly being kind to them. Tang Huan's eyes lit up at once, and with mischievous excitement, she leaned closer and asked what exactly he planned to do. Feng Yi's revenge was like a dish best served cold, with a side of mental torment. He said that forcing them to look up to someone they had once despised was itself a constant reminder of their own vile nature and an ongoing form of punishment. Was that not painful enough? Tang Huan thought the plan sounded a little boring, but Feng Yi added that she could personally deal with those two-faced troublemakers herself, and that made her break into a delighted smile at once. The two of them laughed softly together. In truth, though, Feng Yi did not take revenge all that seriously. His expression softened as he admitted he was not actually that angry. To him, what truly mattered were the people who had treated him sincerely from the beginning, the ones who had cared for him all along, not those who only showed their true colors when the moment suited them. Only then did Tang Huan fully understand, though she still could not resist teasing him. She said with a laugh that unlike Feng Yi, who had so many admirers, she would disappear if tossed into a crowd, so he had better cherish her properly. Feng Yi laughed and shot back that if she kept sounding so sour, she should be careful or she might get struck off the VIP list. Tang Huan clicked her tongue dismissively, and the two walked forward arm in arm. Their laughter echoed over the water, but that peace was destined not to last long. A low, thoughtful murmur came from inside the Sword Pavilion. It was Qi Xiao, the fire-like sword spirit, deep in thought over a sword hilt. Feng Yi walked over and asked curiously what was wrong. With all the gravity of a general planning a campaign, Qi Xiao was agonizing over whether he should inlay his sword with a red tourmaline or a ruby, even though the sword was already excessively ornate. Feng Yi could only force a smile and tactfully advise him not to decide just yet, since the truth was that Feng Yi did not actually have either stone on hand. Beside them, Long Yuan let out an unrestrained snort of laughter at once. Qi Xiao whipped his head around, his eyes almost spitting fire as he demanded to know what he was laughing at. The infuriating grin on Long Yuan's face only made his anger flare higher. Long Yuan, his eternally calm rival, merely replied coolly that it was still better than Qi Xiao's gaudy face. Seeing trouble brewing, Feng Yi desperately tried to smooth things over, but it was already too late. Qi Xiao instantly became a tiny, furious bundle, clutching Feng Yi and wailing that the truly gaudy one was obviously Long Yuan. Feng Yi hurried to soothe him, saying that no matter what, he looked good, but the problem was that he was poor right now and really could not afford more gemstones. Qi Xiao pressed a hand to his chest. Furious, did Feng Yi think he was asking for things? He had gemstones of his own. He only wanted an opinion. Saying that, he dramatically dragged Feng Yi in front of him, determined to prove he was right. Two dazzling gemstones appeared in his palm, and everyone gathered around to examine them closely. They all agreed the stones looked about the same, and Chun Jun, always the most practical one, asked in puzzlement whether his sword was not already heavy enough. If he added more, would that not be a bit excessive? Qi Xiao stared at him, almost unable to believe that he would ask something so ordinary, so painfully reasonable. Long Yuan immediately slapped a hand over Chunjuan's mouth, silently begging him not to say another word. But no one had expected Chunjun to lick his hand. Long Yuan froze on the spot, while Qi Xiao frowned in disgust and muttered that he had been a fool to ask for their opinions in the first place. After recovering, Long Yuan asked what exactly Qi Xiao was messing with now. At this moment, Qi Xiao was already surrounded by a ring of floating, glittering treasures, like a queen inspecting her own vault. But then another voice of reason chimed in. Bosi reminded him that the stones already set on his sword looked frighteningly expensive. So did he really need to add more? That completely stepped on Qi Xiao's tail. He exploded, roaring, "You people have no taste at all." In the next instant, he became a rampaging little puffball again, shrieking that they were all blind and startling the boys so badly that they shrank back. Watching this completely uncontrollable farce unfold, Feng Yi slowly felt a bead of cold sweat slide down his temple. But in the end, he still could not hold back, and a soft laugh escaped his lips. Long Yuan's sharp gaze landed on him at once, asking what he was laughing at. Was he laughing at Feng Yi? Feng Yi glanced at the handsome sword spirit, his smile calm. Those two-faced bullies suddenly flashed through his mind, their greedy and hypocritical faces forming a stark contrast to the lively but genuine sword spirits before him. He shook his head and said softly that it was nothing. It was just that these non-human beings would never, like humans, fret over such trivial and ridiculous things. This chapter opens with a scene both elegant and imposing. A handsome man with black hair cascading like a waterfall, dressed in richly elaborate robes, with a proud and splendid peacock standing at his side like a shadow. This was the world of cultivators, where power and beauty entwined with each other. A subordinate stepped forward, his tone carrying the faintest trace of provocation, and reported that the new disciples had all gathered at the assembly platform. He asked whether she wanted to go, a faint smile still on his lips. But this so-called pavilion master was none other than our Jiang Kelan. At this moment, rather than looking like a powerful leader, she looked more like a little child buried under a mountain of paperwork. She waved her hand impatiently and complained that she was not even a disciple, and she could barely keep up with all this blasted paperwork as it was. Her subordinate, Chong Li, stared at her in utter disbelief. What was she saying? With tension in his voice and anger barely restrained, he reminded her that today was the day she was supposed to recruit new members for the Sword Pavilion. Jiang Kelan's big eyes widened instantly, and horror dawned on her a beat too late. What? Today was recruitment day? Chong Li covered his forehead, veins throbbing at his temple, thoroughly defeated by his master's slowness. Meanwhile, the sect's assembly platform was an uproar, full of hopeful new disciples everywhere. A rough-looking man named Xiao Hong was shouting at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing across the entire square. He declared that the sword trade was the lifeblood of the sect, the source of all its wealth, and called on everyone to join and do their part for the sect. His momentum was so fierce that the people below looked more frightened than inspired. His subordinate hurried forward and quietly reminded him that this approach would probably scare everyone off, so perhaps he should let him handle it instead. The next to step up was a more approachable and likable young man. He cleared his throat and, with a polished and dazzling smile, snapped open a ledger and began talking business. He painted an extremely enticing picture of wealth, saying that every sword sold would earn them a commission, and that each quarter they could make at least 200 taels of silver. He even lowered his voice on purpose, like he was sharing a secret, and asked the crowd whether they did not want to know what it felt like to handle deals worth millions of taels. The rhythmic clatter of the abacus sounded almost like a siren's song of wealth and fame. The disciples who had still been hesitating were now completely hooked, and once they realized the astonishing profit to be made, the crowd immediately erupted. They surged forward in a swarm, noisily shouting that they wanted to sign up. But just then, another voice pierced through the clamor, clear and melodious. A man as divine as a god, Jin Mu, drifted in with two ethereal beauties at his side and offered another benefit for joining the sword house he belonged to, free fortune-telling. He sat cross-legged, serene, and otherworldly, even amid the chaos. The disciples were completely baffled. Fortune-telling? What kind of perk was that for cultivators? One elegant attendant at his side explained that although they were mainly responsible for simple daily necessities, their treatment was the best among all the divisions. Their meals were far more lavish than elsewhere, and more importantly, members were allowed to study ancient texts that had already helped countless cultivators achieve breakthroughs. The temptation of improved cultivation was no less powerful than money. A fresh wave of disciples immediately rushed over to sign up with that sword house. Those left behind were left dizzy by all the different offers and did not know how to choose. Suddenly, a thunderous burst of cheering erupted. A long sword sliced through the air with a howl as one disciple publicly performed a dazzlingly ornate sword technique. The sword light flashed like lightning, elegant even through its killing intent, leaving the onlookers dazzled. The crowd was stunned, but two people nearby pinched their noses in disgust and muttered quietly that the sword technique was good. Sure, but the sword cultivator smelled way too strong. Did he never bathe? Xiaoheng was once again recruiting for Sword Edge Peak, still with that ear-splitting booming voice, promising that whoever joined could live a life of arduous cultivation while receiving a free Earth-rank sword and a precious sword training stone. The appeal of pure strength and rare treasures was clearly irresistible, and another group of disciples ran wildly toward his stall, shouting that they were willing to join. Just when everyone thought the competition had already reached its fiercest point, an even more terrifying opponent appeared. Feng Yi, master of the Sword Forge, stepped forward slowly. His handsome face and soul-stealing blue eyes instantly stole everyone's attention. He was the very man from the opening image, elegance and craftsmanship in every movement. The female disciples lost their minds on the spot, screaming his name over and over in their hearts, and even holding up signs they had made by hand, as if cheering for an idol at a fan event. That's the famous swordsmith Feng Yi. He's actually this young, and this good-looking too. Astonished whispers spread through the crowd in ripples. With a lift of his hand, a masterfully crafted longsword appeared before everyone, so beautiful that the entire square fell silent in an instant. He said softly that he could not offer any exaggerated promises, but if they joined him, they would be able to forge extraordinary famous swords together with him. That single sentence was already enough. The crowd exploded at once, shouting his name as if in prayer. This was no longer recruitment. It had plainly become his personal fan meeting. And in the middle of all that chaos, tiny Jiang Kelan stood alone to one side, nervously rubbing her hands. The few disciples left nearby whispered among themselves, wondering who this strange girl was and why she was just standing there without saying a word. By rights, as pavilion master, she should have been the final highlight, but instead she looked like a lost little lamb that might be swallowed by a pack of wolves at any moment. She secretly glanced at Chang Li beside her. He was looking at her with the most punchable, smug grin imaginable. She knew it. He had come specifically to watch her make a fool of herself. A flame of despair rose in Jiang Kelan's eyes. Fine. Better to die early and be done with it. She might as well just get this humiliation over with. She turned to face the few people who had not yet been poached away, put on her bravest and brightest smile, and began her sales pitch through sheer force of will. She said that she was Jiang Kelan, pavilion master of the Sword Pavilion, and that the pavilion housed countless legendary famous swords, the best under heaven. One disciple's eyes lit up at once, and he asked eagerly whether that meant he would get to see the loyalty and righteousness sword and the reverence sword. And what about that other sword and the Qi Xing sword? The smile on Jiang Kelan's face froze instantly. The veins on her forehead nearly bulged as she could only force herself to admit, sorry, those swords are not open to the public. The disciple's expression dropped at once. Then what was the point of joining? He turned and left in disgust, and the others also started moving off to look elsewhere. Panic seized her instantly. Jiang Kelan clenched her little fists and called for them to wait, her voice trembling. She began rambling and making up benefits on the spot. We usually don't have much work, and everyone is very good looking, and there are lots of benefits too. She was already spinning wildly on the edge of a breakdown, desperately trying to think of anything else, even just one more thing. But the more she tried, the blanker her mind became. The disciple stopped and looked back at her with a trace of curiosity. Jiang Kelan's face turned bright red, and under the enormous pressure her brain completely crashed. To hell with it. She squeezed her eyes shut and shouted the most outrageous thing she could think of. "Join us, and you'll have time to date." Her whole body tensed as she waited for the ridicule she expected. The vast assembly platform fell into a deathly, painfully awkward silence. From the edge of the crowd came a clear snort, someone obviously trying and failing to hold back laughter. A tidal wave of shame instantly drowned Jiang Kelan. She clapped both hands over her burning face, wishing the ground would split open and swallow her whole. This time, she had truly, completely, thoroughly ruined everything. In the sect's quiet garden, softly glowing plants cast gentle halos of light. Tang Huan stood among them, her narrow shoulders seeming to bear the weight of the whole world. The friend beside her comforted her gently, telling her not to take those people's cutting words to heart. They were only jealous of the position she held now. But Tang Huan only shook her head, a fragile smile hanging at her lips. She said her friend did not need to comfort her. That familiar feeling of frustration had surged up inside her once again. She simply was not worthy of this position, and she was not suited for it at all. For so many years, people had laughed at her. She could not recruit even a single new member, and everything she did seemed to end in failure. Those people were not wrong either. She truly was better suited to leaving this place and living a life far away from immense pressure and competition over talent. Her friend suddenly grabbed her arm, her voice full of worry as she called her name. Tang Huan spoke of the deepest longing in her heart. Compared to now, she preferred an ordinary life, living among ordinary people, working hard just to get by, even haggling over a few coins when buying daily necessities. That kind of simple, ordinary life. Perhaps she would marry, have children, slowly grow old, and in the end die peacefully. A life like that did not seem bad at all. But her friend saw through this melancholy fantasy of hers and reminded her that the reason she was still here, still struggling on, was because deep down she wanted to prove something to everyone. She might not be a heaven-blessed genius, but she had made it this far through desperate hard work of her own, plus a tiny bit of luck. Her friend's face lit up at once. With a cute yet fierce little air, she raised her fist and said that was more like it. They had to win some dignity for ordinary people. The gesture was both earnest and adorable. Tang Huan felt a slight warmth in her heart, but she still could not accept such praise. She felt her friend thought too highly of her. Her expression gradually darkened, and her gaze drifted far away. The truth was far more complicated than that. She led her friend into a secluded little grove, where even the air seemed steeped in secrets. Leaning close, she finally revealed the real reason she had kept going all this time. She had stayed here only to find her father. Her friend sucked in a sharp breath, eyes widening in shock so much that she could not speak. What? Tang Huan hurriedly begged her not to spread it around, and explained that her father must have done something unforgivable. He had once been an important figure in this sect, yet now it was as if he had never existed at all. Her friend was completely confused. She had always thought that Tang Huan's father had abandoned Tang Huan and her mother when Tang Huan was little. Since Tang Huan still had not forgiven him, why was she still trying so hard to find him? A cold fire suddenly lit up in Tang Huan's gentle eyes. Yes, she still hated him, but there was another obsession in her heart, one that burned even hotter. She had to know what kind of a mortal path and cultivation could have mattered so much that he had been willing to abandon even his own wife and daughter for it. That was the true reason she had come here. She wanted to stand before him in person and demand an answer to ask why he had abandoned them. The two of them stood side by side beneath moonlit shadows, the air filled with silent pain. She had to know, she said softly, her voice almost breaking. When he had done such a thing back then, had he ever felt even a single moment of guilt? But her search did not go smoothly. Several days later, she went over a long string of names again and again, her brows knitting tighter with frustration. There were too many disciples with the surname Jiang, yet not a single one matched her father's age and description. Her friend leaned over and quietly told her a crucial piece of information. Not all intersect disciples were listed there. Her master still had a complete roster. Tang Huan's eyes widened suddenly, and a spark of hope reignited in them. A complete roster? A fresh resolve surged through her heart at once. She had been too naive before, thinking that once she reached her current position, finding her father would become easy. But reality was nothing like that. She abruptly stood up, ready to face the next hard battle. Her Her friend looked at her, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her temple, and carefully asked where she was going. Tang Huan forced out a strained smile and said she was going to get scolded. Inside the Grand Council Hall, she respectfully bowed deeply to her stern-faced master, Long Yuan, and quietly requested permission to see the full list of inner sect disciples. She even came up with a barely plausible excuse, saying it was to verify the swords that had been assigned out. But her master clearly did not buy it. He lifted his hand and set his teacup down hard with a crisp. With a sharp crack, the porcelain rattled loudly from the force, proof of just how furious he was. His voice dripped with contempt as he sneered that if she was already utterly worthless at cultivation, then she should at least have grown a brain. Just as the suffocating pressure was becoming almost unbearable, the elegant Jin Mu stepped in to smooth things over, urging Shan Jingyuan not to be too harsh. But the stern master did not appreciate it in the slightest. He snapped back coldly, telling him not to teach him how to discipline his disciple, then stormed off with a furious flick of his sleeve. Tang Huan remained kneeling where she was, looking especially small and miserable in the vast, empty hall. Jin Mu gently helped her to her feet, his tone as soft as ever, and said the roster would be sent to her later. She hurriedly thanked him, full of gratitude. He then comforted her, saying that Master Shan Jingyuan was only so strict because he had high hopes for her. Tang Huan nodded and said she understood, but that familiar sense of inferiority still stabbed up from deep inside her. She always disappointed him simply because she was not good enough. Deep sorrow shadowed her beautiful face. Jin Mu looked at her and smiled meaningfully, telling her not to think so little of herself. Leaning back, his eyes glimmered with the wisdom of years. As a diviner, his fortune-telling had never once been wrong. Tang Huan blinked, completely unable to understand what any of that had to do with her. Then he spoke a shocking prophecy. Someone had once warned him in a dream that a great calamity was about to descend upon the entire sect, and in that dream bathed in starlight, she was the key, the only chance they had to survive the coming crisis. The air in the room suddenly grew heavy. Jin Mu placed the steaming cup of tea before her, his expression dark and unreadable. Tang Huan widened her eyes. Jin Mu, you're joking, right? This had to be some kind of prank. But his gaze did not waver in the slightest. Calmly, he revealed a horrifying truth. He had already glimpsed the future, and reflected in that golden tea was her own face. In other words, a girl like her, who had no real strength at all, was somehow the only person who could save the entire sect and resist the approaching disaster. Her mind went blank. Her heart slammed wildly against her chest, each beat thunderous like a war drum, filled with pure and violent shock. How could this be? Did her master know about this prophecy too? A terrifying thought suddenly took root in her heart. Could this be the real reason he had been willing to accept a powerless disciple like her? Just then, a lazy voice broke the deadlock. "Don't worry," he drawled, lowering his eyes to look at her, amusement flickering in them. "He chose you because you're pretty." "Yinmu," she cried out, her face instantly flushing crimson, so mortified she wanted nothing more than to crawl into a crack in the ground. But Jin Mu merely smiled and told her it was not because of any prophecy, and that she ought to have a little more confidence in herself. His words were gentle and reassuring, yet they did nothing to stop her self-doubt from growing larger and larger. Covering her face in shame, she admitted that any random intersect disciple could defeat her in a single move. If something truly happened, she would not even be able to protect herself, let alone save the cultivators of the whole sect. Seeing how dejected she looked, Jin Mu waved a hand casually and changed the subject with a hint of sly amusement. "Don't be so down. Why don't I read your romantic fate?" With a light turn of his wrist, a cluster of golden divination slips appeared out of thin air and began to spin the air before him, sparkling brightly. The spirit slips circled around her lightly like fireflies. Jin Mu gestured for her to pick one. Taking a deep breath, she reached out with her slender hand and drew one from the glowing cluster. Before their eyes, it transformed into shining words. The hexagram is incomplete, the variables uncertain, showing a fate not yet fulfilled. She stared at the cryptic line with a baffled expression, completely unable to understand what it meant. But Jin Mu only wore that same calm, composed smile and said that heavenly secrets could not be revealed. Then, unhurriedly, he gathered the floating spirit slips back into his palm one by one, his face so serene that not a trace of his thoughts could be read. So he simply had no intention of telling her. Jinmu merely pressed the chosen slip back into her hand, its cool metallic touch standing in stark contrast to the confusion filling her heart. She walked out in a daze, her mind a tangled mess. He was always so unfathomable. How was she supposed to know whether she could trust every word he said? Later, in a quiet back alley of the Sword Pavilion, a fierce gust suddenly cut through the air. A bandaged hand snapped into a claw and struck a wooden post with a heavy blow. With a loud crash, the wood split apart and splinters flew everywhere. Jiang Kelan happened to witness the scene, and her eyes lit up at once. "Wow, Liozi, you're amazing," she exclaimed and clapped repeatedly, her face full of sincere admiration. Liozi grew a little embarrassed by the sudden praise and scratched his head shyly. Jiang Kelan, meanwhile, kept marveling at how quickly his martial skills had improved. A spark flashed through her mind, and she immediately flashed him a brilliant, radiant smile, telling him to come over for a moment. Then she turned to look at the disciple beside him, who was diligently sweeping the yard. With shining eyes, she asked whether, if he also knew martial arts, he could show her a little. The young disciple shrugged and agreed readily. With a cry of "watch closely," he suddenly swung the broom, his movements wide and forceful, full of momentum. In his hands, the broom whooshed through the air like a deadly weapon sweeping across all directions. And then, in the very next instant, crack. The broom snapped cleanly in two. Damn it, another one broken. He stood there dumbly, holding his ruined cleaning tool in his hands as a bead of cold sweat slowly slid down his forehead. It was over. His wages were definitely getting docked again. He panicked at once, grabbed the broken broom, and ran for it, leaving only Jiang Kelan and Liozi frozen in place. Jiang Kelan's face went blank. She was completely numb. Even a most ordinary disciple here had this kind of combat power. Why would this place need her to save it? She turned to Liozi and thanked him flatly for broadening her horizons. She looked him up and down, her gaze carrying an almost ridiculous air of scrutiny, as though she were mentally assigning him a score on some invisible strength scale. Meanwhile, the sweeping disciple trudged farther and farther away in dejection, as if a dark cloud hung over his head, muttering that he needed some time alone. After returning to the sword forge, the atmosphere was terribly gloomy. Jiang Kelan sat by the window and let out a long, ghostly sigh. Jealousy was useless, she thought miserably. She had never been able to learn martial arts anyway. If only she could absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth like everyone else. The sword spirits in the room watched her wallow in self-pity. Long Yuan was a little puzzled and had no idea what was wrong with her this time. The pink-haired beauty explained that she had simply been shaken and had suddenly realized that everyone around her was a martial arts expert. Long Yuan went on eating casually while watching her mope. He suddenly grew interested and bet that she would need at least another half hour of sulking before she recovered. But the exceedingly handsome man wearing emerald earrings curled his lips and said he bet she would perk up again in 15 minutes. Since a bet had been made, neither side was allowed to back out. Long Yuan gave a snort, clearly convinced he would win. Just then, Jiang Kelan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had figured something out all at once. Right, she could use the bead her master had given her to gather spiritual energy. A determined flame instantly ignited in her heart. If that worked, then she could learn after all. She spun around abruptly, her whole aura transformed. The handsome Long Yuan immediately held out his hand toward the sulking Long Yuan. "You lost," he said flatly. "Pay up." Jiang Kelan, on the other hand, looked as solemn as if she were marching off to her death. She found a way forward. Long Yuan watched her, a proud yet lazy smile hanging at the corner of his lips. In the next moment, she sprang up from her seat and rushed straight toward them. She stopped in front of Long Yuan, bowed deeply and earnestly, and spoke with urgent sincerity. "Please, teach me how to seal acupoints and release them." Long Yuan looked down at her from above, haughty beyond belief, as if asking whether she was dreaming. She instantly shot back that she was definitely not asleep, her voice packed with desperation. "Please." She looked at him eagerly, practically wearing "please agree" on her face. He seemed amused by the sight of her and lazily remarked that teaching her was not impossible. But why me? A gloomy pressure suddenly burst out around her, and a rather frighteningly ferocious expression even appeared on her face as she leaned in and asked whether she looked like a patient person. However, her intimidation tactics failed completely. Long Yuan did not even raise an eyelid. Her shoulders drooped at once as all her momentum leaked away. She realized he was not going to fall for that at all. He glanced at her and casually rubbed the ring on his finger. Habeti sabet. Since I won, I'll teach you. But then he added that she had to call him Long Yuan. Calling him Hey was unpleasant to hear. Jiang Kelan's expression brightened instantly. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and a radiant smile bloomed across her face. So brilliant it seemed as if flowers might burst into bloom out of thin air. All right, young Master Long, she answered crisply, completely failing to notice the vein popping at Long Yuan's temple. Now, all of a sudden, he was not quite so sure he wanted to teach her anymore. Beneath the starlit night, Jiang Kelan stood together with her graceful, otherworldly sword spirits, dressed in white against the deep blue darkness. She took a deep breath, and this chapter began from there. She steadied her breathing and focused all her attention. With a crisp, explosive pop, the seal on her acupoint was forcibly broken open, and a rush of ease and strength instantly swept through her whole body. Her cheeks flushed red from overexertion, but the joy in her eyes was impossible to hide. She had succeeded. Looking down at her own hands and feeling spiritual power flow through her again, she glowed with excitement. Seal my acupoint again. She spoke impatiently, clearly wanting to continue this near-torturous training. The bronze-skinned, handsome sword spirit Long Yuan sat there with teasing light in his emerald eyes. Don't tell me she actually likes being tormented. Bosi shook his head and explained that Long Yuan himself had said that if she practiced more, she would learn to release acupoints faster. Jiang Kelan's bright, innocent eyes could not hide her eagerness to grow stronger. That look only deepened the smile at the corner of Long Yuan's lips. A less-than-kind idea popped into his head. Leaning forward slightly, he asked in a lazy drawl whether learning only to release acupoints was not boring. Why not let him teach her how to seal them as well? Jiang Kelan's eyes lit up at once, and her whole body radiated undisguised excitement. That would be great, she answered cheerfully, completely failing to notice the slyness in his eyes. Long Yuan began explaining, casually pointing to his firm abdomen and saying the key was to gather spiritual power into 2 fingers, then use inner force to strike a vital acupoint hard. But then he deliberately turned serious and half-jokingly warned her. If she got anxious and poked the wrong spot, what did she think would happen? Jiang Kelan immediately grew nervous, her confidence wavering. Long Yuan merely leaned back and shrugged, an unreadable smile on his lips. As long as you don't hit a death point, you probably won't die, but it will hurt. The moment he finished speaking, Jiang Kelan, in a scene of pure comedy, tried it out on Bosi. Smack! She struck the brown-haired sword spirit hard on the back, making his hand jerk and spilling his wine. Bosi cried out in pain, but it was already too late. Narrowing her eyes, Jiang Kelan instantly saw through Long Yuan's little scheme. So this was because she had offended him earlier, and he was deliberately using the chance to get revenge? She was supposed to be the one learning. So how had this turned into him taking the opportunity to make trouble? She puffed out her cheeks and planted her hands on her hips. Oh, so young Master Long never genuinely wanted to teach me at all. Fine then. Bosi, as loyal and helpful as ever, immediately looked at her eagerly. Kelan, let me keep practicing acupoint sealing with you. Jiang Kelan turned to him, and her expression suddenly softened, her eyes filled with earnest and sincere resolve. I really do want to become stronger as soon as possible, so I can help Fengyi. Long Yuan's joking expression paused slightly, and a flash of understanding passed through his eyes. So that was what she had in mind. It was rather moving, actually. In that case, he would help her, and count it as helping Fengyi too. Poor Bosi's face twisted instantly, terror written all over it, as though his fate had already been sealed. An hour later, Bosi sat there bare-chested, his fair torso covered in patches of red marks. Jiang Kelan was carefully applying a soothing medicinal liquid to him, apologizing under her breath, full of guilt. But Bosi was simply too good-tempered. He actually smiled at her gently and said it was all right. He was glad he could help her. Jiang Kelan's heart practically melted. Little Bosi really was an excellent sword, generous and never holding grudges. She silently swore that she would treat him even better from now on. Just then, A teasing voice tinged with laughter sounded from the side. What a heartless little girl. Chi Xiao, with his long fiery red hair, walked over, and his appearance only made her guilt grow heavier. If he were human, those hits just now would have been enough to injure him badly. Chi Xiao pointed it out in an even tone. Jiang Kelan immediately shrank in on herself, her face turning red with shame. She was already feeling guilty enough, so she could only ask him softly not to make things worse. Just then, a steady, low voice interrupted them. "Come here. Let me see." It was Feng Yi. Worry showed between his handsome, deep-set brows as he gently lifted her hand. At that instant, his touch made her fingertips tremble and even her breathing faltered. In a soft voice, he reminded her not to forget to apply medicine to herself as well. Everything around them seemed to recede into the distance in that moment, leaving only his hand and hers in the world. Later, Feng Yi still held her hand, his gaze gentle. She hurriedly said she was fine and even lifted her other hand to wave it, trying to prove that she truly was all right. Learning always takes time. He comforted her softly, his tone like a gentle medicine. Leaning against a pillar with his arms folded, Long Yuan threw in a comment as well. "What are you in such a hurry for?" He really was curious why she was pushing herself so hard. Jiang Kelan fell silent at once, but the fear churning in her heart still would not come out. Feng Yi turned to Bosi, who was still bare-chested, and said that now that the medicine had been applied, he should put his robe back on so he would not catch cold. But Bosi did not care in the least, saying that slight changes in temperature had no effect on them at all. They did not wear sword sheaths anyway. Then he compared sword sheaths to coffins and called clothing utterly meaningless, and finally added one more jab by saying that only a narcissist like Chi Xiao would care about such things. As soon as he said it, a dramatically self-admiring illusion even appeared behind him. A furious miniature Chi Xiao immediately popped out and demanded to know who exactly he was calling a narcissist. Jiang Kelan watched them bicker back and forth, but a thoughtful expression slowly appeared on her face. "No wonder none of you wear sword sheaths," she murmured. At that moment, Chi Xiao, still being choked from behind by Bosi, was shouting that only humans would like staying in a sword sheath's pitch-black interior. But Jiang Kelan quickly pointed out the flaw in his words. "But Chungying likes staying in its sheath." Bosi froze immediately and changed his tune at once, saying Chungying was an exception. At that point, his voice also lowered as he reminded her that every time Chungying left its sheath, blood would be drawn. It was another shadow hanging over Feng Yi's curse, and even the air seemed to grow heavier because of it. Just then, the man concerned, Feng Yi, once again gently took hold of her hand. The warmth of his touch steadied her at once. A girl's hands should be well protected. His voice was low and intimate. "Does it hurt badly?" Jiang Kelan looked up at him, her heart trembling softly in her chest. "I'm fine," she said softly. "Thank you." At that moment, she was absolutely certain that Feng Yi was the person in this world who cared about her most. Early the next morning, in the Sword Pavilion, Long Yuan nodded, giving a grudging sort of approval. "Not bad. You can seal and release acupoints now. Keep practicing." But Jiang Kelan's thoughts had already jumped to the next thing, her eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. "Then can you teach me hidden weapons now?" Long Yuan sighed and shook his head. "You really are impatient." Jiang Kelan immediately brought out her ultimate move. With watery, glittering eyes, she looked at him as sweetly and pitifully as she could. "Please teach me, young Master Long." "Great sir." That absurdly exaggerated form of address made Long Yuan's brow twitch, and in the end he could only press a hand to his forehead and surrender. "Fine, I'll teach you," he sighed. "But where are your hidden weapons?" Jiang Kelan froze at once, blinked, and looked completely blank. Right, without hidden weapons, he could hardly teach her out of thin air. She immediately declared that whatever weapon she needed to learn, she would go by it right now. Right now, her serious, yet slightly foolish expression was so ridiculous it was hard not to laugh. Long Yuan finally let out a low chuckle and said he had only been teasing her. He casually plucked a leaf from a nearby branch and said lightly that the key was using spiritual power to throw it. What the weapon itself actually was did not matter at all. A leaf or a blade of grass would do. In the next moment, there was a sharp whoosh as he flicked the leaf away, its speed and accuracy terrifyingly precise. Then he told her to go fetch some pebbles for practice. Jiang Kelan nodded, but instead reached into the small pouch at her waist. "How about these?" She opened her palm. Resting there were not pebbles, but several copper coins gleaming with a bronze sheen. A new day began, and in the Sword Forge there was still only one theme, as always: practice. That stunning red-haired menace was standing before a mirror arranging himself, a smug smile on his lips as his fingers slowly brushed through his silky pink hair. His hair really was so smooth, he thought. It did not even need osmanthus oil to maintain it. It was already perfect. But his narcissistic moment did not last long before it was shattered by a sharp, tearing sound through the air. A copper coin flew past his ear, narrowly missing his flawless face. His eyelid twitched in fury as he turned toward the source, only to see that troublesome little girl still clutching a lock of the hair he treasured so dearly. "Give me back my hair." He exploded on the spot, all elegance gone. That little menace, Jiang Kelan, offered a completely insincere apology, then smilingly said that since he was naturally so beautiful, losing a little hair would not affect his looks at all. She even had the nerve to inspect the strand seriously and announce that it was just a split end, so he might as well not want it anymore. The red-haired menace's face filled with rage and disbelief. She had hit him with a copper coin, and was he supposed to thank her for it? Just as he was on the verge of truly exploding, Jiang Kelan had already deployed her most classic escape tactic, promising to bring him something tasty next time while bolting off to continue practicing. Meanwhile, in a much quieter corner of the room, a black-haired man with a cool, aloof temperament was patiently feeding a gray-haired child. The morsel on the spoon looked like some sort of rice ball snack and seemed especially appetizing. The little one, Chong Li, obediently opened his mouth, took the bite, and looked delighted. Another child beside him watched enviously, and soon it was his turn too, his face full of satisfaction as he ate. The child in green mischievously told the other child, Bosi, not to cut in line again. He only wanted one bite. Seeing Chong Li's mouth crumple as he was about to cry, the man who spoiled children terribly quickly coaxed him in a gentle voice, saying not to cry. There was plenty more, and fed him another spoonful. But fate, or more precisely, Jiang Kelan's terrible aim, clearly had other plans. With a clang, a copper coin flew over and directly knocked the spoon, the rice ball, and the entire bowl to the floor, instantly creating a disaster scene. Poor Chong Li's little face fell at once, and he burst into loud tears, wailing that his rice ball was gone. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out from the distance, shouting, "Sorry, my aim is bad." On the other side, the red-haired menace muttered darkly under his breath that it really did seem like they needed to ban her from throwing copper coins around inside the Sword Forge. Only later did she truly realize how brutally practical this training method was. Throwing copper coins was easy enough, but picking them back up one by one was exhausting. Jiang Kelan lay sprawled on the floor, painstakingly gathering each coin from the gleaming wooden boards. She paused and held one copper coin up to the light, and a fierce resolve suddenly flared in her eyes. She would do everything she could to become strong. She swore it silently to herself. But that resolve quickly turned into despair, because she realized that in just this morning alone, she had already thrown away nearly half a string of copper coins. She was completely broke now. Forget it. With a sigh, she could only try to recover as many as possible, crawling across the floor and groping under the furniture. Just then, a man with long silver-white hair and breathtakingly beautiful features appeared, soundless and ethereal as moonlight. He stood there with a kind of otherworldly elegance, his gaze dropping to the floor. In the sunlight, a lone coin that had rolled away from the others glimmered faintly. A trace of understanding passed over his sculpted face. It was his copper coin. He bent down, his silver hair falling like a waterfall, and calmly picked it up. He studied the coin in his palm for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he closed his fingers around it and tucked the little piece of metal into his sleeve. After that, he turned and left without a word, his figure at the doorway like a ghostly shadow in the bright light. But this chaos was far from over. Later, Qi Xiao was in a towering rage, pointing at the strikingly handsome, bronze-skinned Long Yuan and accusing him of being the reason Jiang Kelan had nearly smashed all the teacups by teaching her hidden weapons. Girls ought to learn embroidery and painting. He huffed angrily, not destroy an entire room. Long Yuan, however, remained perfectly composed and merely raised a brow. Why blame him? If Qi Xiao really wanted her to learn needlework, then he should teach her himself, since he was supposedly the one best at it. Left speechless, Qi Xiao turned to Jiang Kelan and, forcing a gentler tone, asked whether she was willing to learn. She refused at once, saying outright that she only wanted to study martial arts. At that, Long Yuan explained that her poor aim was because she still could not control the spiritual power within the bracelet. A sly glint flashed through his eyes as he proposed a solution. Why not try controlling embroidery needles with that spiritual power? If she could master that, she would naturally be able to master hidden weapons as well. Jiang Kelan's eyes widened at once, her face lighting up with pure delight. She had never imagined it could be done that way. She immediately turned and looked at Qi Shao with shining eyes, begging him to teach her. Qi Shao still tried to put on airs and gave a huff, saying she had clearly just refused him a moment ago, but he was utterly defenseless against her ultimate weapon, pouting and wheedling. She scooted closer, apologizing while poking his cheek, until his resistance collapsed completely and he could only begin teaching her with obvious reluctance. As he explained, his hand trembled slightly. He told her she did not need to be too precise, only to release her spiritual power. Jiang Kelan focused intently, and a ball of brilliant golden light gathered between her hands. But instead of flowing gently, the spiritual power burst out with a whoosh, firing the embroidery needle like a deadly hidden weapon straight into the forehead of the boy in green. The poor boy cried out and toppled backward, and the whole room froze instantly. Qi Shao was completely speechless. It was the first time in his life he had seen someone injure another person while embroidering. Jiang Kelan was terrified too, not knowing whether the boy was badly hurt, and rushed over in a panic, asking if it hurt while flustering helplessly around his wound. The boy, surprisingly tough, patted her hand and told her not to worry and just keep embroidering. He even already had a fresh strip of gauze stuck to his forehead. Jiang Kelan turned back to look, and her heart sank at once. Chongli was cowering behind the boy, trembling in fear, clearly terrified of her to the extreme. The boy in green even tried to comfort her, saying not to worry. They were not as fragile as humans. Jiang Kelan lowered her head, her expression immediately darkening a little. Then he had better remember what he had just said. Just then, the ethereal white-haired man appeared once more at the doorway and softly called, "Qi Shao." Qi Shao became alert at once. Wasn't that guy supposed to be cultivating? If Jiang Kelan was not here, then how was he supposed to teach her embroidery? But Jiang Kelan waved a hand and insisted that she was actually learning quite well. She just needed someone to help her control her spiritual power. Then her eyes lit up and she suddenly came up with another idea. Before teaching her that, could they teach her something else first? Poor Qi Shao already looked like he was at his limit. Again? What was it this time? Our little Bosi seemed to be floating in a sea of pink blossoms, his eyes wide with a long-cherished dream. She let out a soft sigh, a little breath escaping her lips. Watching other people ride swords through the air, she had always been envious. Before, she had no spiritual power, so learning it had been a fool's fantasy. But now things were different. She turned hopefully to her own sword spirit, the hot-tempered Qi Shao, only to be met with fierce refusal. Don't even think about it. Qi Xiao's disgust rang sharply in her mind. Did she really think he would let her step onto his beautiful blade in those dirty shoes? Jiang Kelan's gaze swept toward the others, but as far as she could see, they were either children or invalids, and none of them looked remotely fit to serve as an impressive mount. The young sword cultivator cast her a puzzled look. Jiang Kelan's mind flashed with inspiration as she turned to him, her round eyes instantly filling with tears that trembled but did not fall, looking every bit innocent and full of expectation. She knew that if she learned sword flight, Feng, you would definitely be happy. That thought only strengthened her resolve. The young man froze on the spot, a flush slowly creeping up his neck, obviously struck head-on by her move and defeated instantly. The words blurted out of him. It was fine. She could step on him. Victorious, Jiang Kelan immediately turned back to Qi Shao, smiling radiantly. See, I have a sword now, so you should teach me, right? Qi Shao was rendered speechless at once, his mouth hanging open in utter disbelief. And so, in the sunlight-filled courtyard, the lesson began. Qi Shao told her to spread her spiritual power evenly, then begin. Jiang Kelan took a careful little breath and stepped onto the sword. But instead of gliding forward, the sword shot straight into the sky with a whoosh. She screamed immediately, struggling desperately to keep her balance. The people below shouted for her to go forward, not upward. Wobbling perilously, Jiang Kelan yelled back down that she could not even stand steady. So how was she she supposed to go forward? Chi Xiao told her to hold on first, but was already too late. Jiang Kelan's foot slipped, her heart plunging as she fell from midair with a scream. Terror flashed across Chi Xiao's face. Below, the usually composed Chongli reacted at once, scooping up the frightened, crying Bosi and covering his eyes with one hand so he would not have to watch the horrible scene. Chi Xiao, meanwhile, shrieked at the young man, calling him an idiot, but he was stuck in sword form and could not move. Chongli was still trying to calm everyone, but Jiang Kelan was still plummeting straight toward the ground. Just then, a foot in an ethereal white boot lightly touched down on the sword, and a figure seemed to materialize out of thin air, silver and blue interwoven, so fast that only an afterimage remained. It was Yunwei. The cold, devastatingly handsome sword cultivator caught Jiang Kelan securely in a single stunning motion, one arm wrapped firmly around her waist. While shielding Jiang Kelan safely against his chest, he effortlessly turned aside and knocked away the falling sword with his other hand. The moment the two of them landed safely, chaos erupted. Chi Xiao furiously demanded of the young man whether he had been trying to split Jiang Kelan in half, and called him an idiot again. The young man, red-faced and flustered, could only apologize over and over, stammering that he had simply been too nervous. Chongli let out a long sigh of relief, thankful that Yunwei had arrived quickly enough. Yunwei landed as lightly as a snowflake, still holding Jiang Kelan securely in his arms in a proper bridal carry. He lowered his head to look at her, his voice low and alluring enough to send a shiver down her spine, asking only how long she planned to stay like that. Jiang Kelan stiffened all over, only then realizing just how close they were. Her face went crimson in an instant, mortified, and she hurriedly began struggling to get free. Caught off guard, Yunwei loosened his hold, and she dropped. She hit the ground with a thud. Chi Xiao exploded with rage and rushed up to Yunwei, demanding how he could just let go like that. The young man also hurried over to Jiang Kelan's side, his face pale with worry, asking whether she was hurt. She waved a hand and insisted she was fine, that it was only because she had been too careless. Chongli knelt beside her and gently checked her for injuries. "Are you hurt?" he asked. She shook her head and admitted that she was only a little frightened. Her gaze drifted involuntarily toward the person who had saved her. If not for him, she stole a glance at the silent silver-haired man, and her heart suddenly gave a faint tremor. She rose to her feet and nervously smoothed out her clothes, trying to bolster her courage. When his sharp gaze met hers, her throat tightened at once. She stammered, trying to thank him. Lowering her head, she gave him a deep bow and apologized for all the trouble she had caused. Uneasily, she wondered whether he was angry. But instead of replying coldly, Yunwei suddenly coughed, and a thin thread of blood stained his pale lips. Jiang Kelan's eyes widened in shock. Chi Xiao, however, laughed with blatant schadenfreude, a wicked curve on his lips. "You're too heavy. You injured him by crushing him," he said with obvious satisfaction. The young man went pale at the very thought. Yunwei calmly wiped the blood from his lips with a handkerchief, as if he had not taken those words to heart at all, and merely told Chongli to go back and rest. After that, everyone began to disperse, heading indoors to escape both the summer heat and this ridiculous farce, leaving only Jiang Kelan standing there, slightly dazed. A wave of guilt welled up in her. She had caused so much trouble. She thought she might as well see them off and then practice alone. But a quiet voice stopped her. "Weren't you going to keep practicing?" Startled, she looked up and realized that Yunwei had not left after all. Sword flight," he added flatly, his silver eyes fixed on her. A brilliant smile slowly bloomed across Jiang Kelan's face, and all her earlier embarrassment melted instantly into pure joy. Yes, she was so excited she practically looked ready to bubble over. Our heroine Jiang Kelan sat side by side with the handsome sword master Feng Yi, studying a scroll together in rare peace and quiet, something truly precious in her turbulent new life. But this calm was soon about to be broken, because Feng Yi told her that he was going into seclusion to seek enlightenment. A trace of worry crossed Jiang Kelan's face as she asked how long he would be gone. He admitted honestly that he did not know either, perhaps a few days, perhaps a few months. But when he looked at her, his gaze softened, and he reassured her that if she ran into any trouble, she could come find him at any time. Her heart gave a hard thump at those words. Feng Yi. She was deeply moved by his concern, but the quiet between them was quickly shattered by a loud voice. It was that irritatingly over-enthusiastic guard who brightened the instant he saw them. He exclaimed that if he had known they were coming, he would have prepared tea and snacks long ago. Another disciple beside him immediately snapped at him impatiently, saying he was making a fuss again and telling him to do something useful. The guard only smiled and brushed off her complaint, saying he had merely come to see Jiang Kelan. Then he turned to Feng Yi and mentioned that Feng Yi must have been very busy lately, still working on that new suspended corridor. He even waved his hands with exaggerated enthusiasm and told Feng Yi to visit often in the future, promising that everything would be arranged properly for him. Watching the guard practically skip away, Jiang Kelan could not help muttering under her breath that he really was a snob. She almost wanted to transfer him away. Oh no, she had not just said that out loud, had she? Sneaking a glance at Feng Yi, she asked whether they did not get along. Feng Yi merely explained calmly that the guard was actually quite capable and that she could learn something from him. Then, full of trust, he added that he believed she would not let a mismatch in temperament affect her. That trust instantly dissolved the irritation in her heart, and she broke into a smile at once, promising she would never disappoint him. When they parted, she gave him a small gift and wished him success in seclusion. He promised to come see her in a few days, then left, leaving her holding the delicate little sachet she had specially embroidered for him. There was still some time before he returned, so she could make it even better. Later, as she practiced her needlework, several sword spirits manifested one after another at her side. Bosi, the youngest looking of the sword spirits, leaned over with wide, curious eyes and asked whether this pretty little sachet was meant for his master. Jiang Kelan's face instantly flushed bright red, and she denied it at once. Who said it was for him? She was just making it casually for practice. Chengying, the sword spirit with the air of quiet elegance, remarked lightly that the Qixi festival was coming soon, so the timing was not bad. Bosi looked utterly baffled and asked what that was. Chengying explained that it was a festival especially important to girls who had someone in their hearts, something a child like him would never understand. But Qi Xiao, the fiery-tempered sword spirit, gave a snort and pointed out that Jiang Kelan herself had said the sachet looked shabby and was only made for fun, so of course it was not meant for anyone. Then he told Jiang Kelan that if she really wanted to give something like this as a proper gift in the future, she would need to practice a lot more. Jiang Kelan's face fell instantly, and she clutched the sachet in her hands. Qi Xiao's cutting words made her chest ache and also stirred up an unpleasant memory. Other girls giving Feng Yi gifts far more exquisite than this one. Those embroidered pieces had perfect stitching and shimmered in the light. In a daze, she almost seemed to see Qi Xiao picking up a pair of scissors and viciously cutting her treasured sachet in two. Snapping back to herself, Jiang Kelan lowered her head to look at what she held, feeling miserable. In a small voice, she said she had only wanted to make a new one. Qi Xiao realized he had gone too far and awkwardly tried to walk it back, saying he only thought the stitching was a little rough, not that it was ugly. Bosi immediately cut in, saying someone was being mean-mouthed again, which made Qi Xiao retort in embarrassed irritation. As Jiang Kelan stared at her imperfect handiwork, a tear slowly slid down her cheek. Trying to cheer her up, Bosi asked what she planned to embroider next, and excitedly offered his brilliant suggestion, drumsticks. Qi Xiao made a show of gagging the moment he heard it, saying that was far too vulgar. He preferred gold thread, the very symbol of wealth. Long Yuan, the darker-skinned one, curled his lips into a smile and teased that he reeked of money. Qi Xiao immediately fired back that Long Yuan simply did not understand the beauty of wealth. So everyone turned to Chengying, and the refined sword spirit, gentle as a noble gentleman, merely said that any gift she gave would be a treasure. Bosi gave a huff and said it was pointless asking him, not like a certain show-off who had received so many gifts he could open a rouge shop. That jab hit Qi Xiao squarely, and he instantly snapped back that no matter what, he was still better than a drunkard. In a fit of temper, he grabbed the teapot and gulped tea straight from the spout. After calming down a little, Qi Xiao gave a small cough and turned back to Jiang Kelan, his tone much softer. Her sachet really was not that bad, he admitted grudgingly. His standards were simply high. Jiang Kelan immediately broke into a bright smile and accepted the teacup Qi Xiao handed her. But the moment the tea entered her mouth, she spat it out in a spray. It tasted awful, nearly impossible to swallow. Yet she was too embarrassed to simply put it down. That would be terribly rude. Just then, someone called her name. It was Tang Huan. Jiang Kelan froze instantly, tea still dripping from her face, caught between embarrassment and relief. By then, rumors had already begun to spread. Other disciples whispered privately that even an outsider like Tang Huan had been allowed into the Sword Forge, sneering that ever since Jiang Kelan had become pavilion master, she had grown more and more reckless, breaking rules however she pleased. Their faces were full of malicious delight, convinced that sooner or later someone would force her back down into her old place. Meanwhile, on a snow-covered terrace, Tang Huan learned that even with the complete roster in hand, Jiang Kelan still had not been able to find her father. Looking lost, Jiang Kelan admitted that she did not know what to do either. Tang Huan suggested asking one of the sect elders for help, but Jiang Kelan shook her head. Her father had once been fairly powerful, and for him to vanish so completely probably meant the sect had suppressed him over something serious. If they asked the wrong person, things would only get worse. A clever gleam flashed through Tang Huan's eyes. Then all they needed was to ask someone with no real power, yet capable of keeping a secret. Jiang Kelan blinked, looking confused. Like who? The answer was the imposing, intimidating manager of the kitchens, Matron Gu. Jiang Kelan forced out a trembling smile and softly greeted her. The old woman recognized her at once and glared coldly, clearly taking her for that sneaky little thief who stole food. Jiang Kelan hurried to deny it, desperately explaining that it had all been a misunderstanding. Matron Gu did not believe her at all. She grabbed Jiang Kelan by the cheek and gave it a vicious twist, making her cry out in pain. Jiang Kelan hastily offered up a bag of roasted sunflower seeds as an apology, but the old woman only sneered and asked whether those had been stolen too. Of course not, Jiang Kelan stammered, her whole face turning red. The old woman stepped closer, her voice low and growling. Since she was not here to steal food, then she should get lost and stop being an eyesore that brought bad luck on the whole kitchen. Rebuffed, Jiang Kelan had no choice but to flee and hide in the bushes. Then she heard the sword spirits complaining that lately they had only been getting cold steamed buns. She explained that was because the buns cooled off on the way over, but when they were fresh out of the steamer and piping hot, they were actually delicious. Bosi, who had never eaten a steaming hot bun before, lit up at once, his face full of longing, and announced that he was going to the kitchen right now to try one, frightening Jiang Kelan out her wits. Qi Xiao reminded him that he could not pass through the seal at all, but Jiang Kelan could take them out of the sword forge. Bosi immediately turned wet puppy eyes on her and begged her to take him out like she did during sword flight practice. Jiang Kelan hesitated. Taking them out of the sword forge was strictly forbidden. Cheng-Ying gently urged Bosi not to pressure her, but a crafty gleam suddenly flashed in Jiang Kelan's eyes. Fine, she declared. Then they would just sneak there without letting anyone find out. And so, their late-night operation to infiltrate the main kitchen officially began. They moved carefully through moonlit woods, shadows of trees swaying all around them. Lowering his voice, Bosi nervously asked whether this was really okay. Jiang Kelan hurriedly shushed him, reminding him that silence was the most important thing in a stealth mission. But their secret operation was exposed in the blink of an eye, because a voice suddenly rang out, calling Pavilion Master of the Sword Pavilion. It was that guard, wanting to know where she was going so late. Jiang Kelan's heart sank straight to the bottom. This was exactly what she had been most afraid of. She quickly made up an excuse on the spot, saying she had come out to practice swordsmanship, then added with an awkward laugh that diligence could make up for lack of talent. The guard seemed to accept her explanation, but his gaze fell on the object wrapped in a long cloth on her back, and his eyes narrowed slightly. How could a sword be that large? And why was it wrapped up? Jiang Kelan's mind whirled, and she immediately said that someone had told her to practice with a heavier sword, but she had not yet found a scabbard for it. The guard said he could help her find one later. She hurriedly thanked him, then quickly slipped away. After her figure disappeared into the night, the kindness on the guard's face instantly faded, leaving behind only a cold, suspicious look. TCH, he knew something was wrong now. The vast residence was utterly silent. Its respected master sat side by side with the young girl he had brought, a secret scroll slowly unfolding between them. But meanwhile, deep in the shadows of the main kitchen, there was something even more pressing at hand. The smell of roasted sweet potato filled her senses, and Jiang Kelan's eyes shone with pure, unmixed delight. Changli really hadn't lied to her. She chirped happily that this really was especially delicious. He looked at her with a gentle smile, relieved that this risky little adventure had been worth it after all. He admitted that the whole way over he had been afraid someone would catch them sneaking around like this. But in the end, they had still succeeded. Halfway through a bite, Jiang Kelan suddenly looked thoughtful. This had gone a little too smoothly. Unable to hold back, she asked if this was the place where he usually cooked for them. Changli admitted that making food for them was a secret mission. He had to steal ingredients from the main kitchen and then go to a smaller kitchen to cook, so eating here directly was actually extremely risky. Ever optimistic, Jiang Kelan waved a hand and said it was so late that no one would come. But the sudden sound that came next sent a chill through her whole body. Oh no! Changli and Jiang Kelan both froze at the same time as the danger of their sneaky midnight snack being discovered abruptly closed in. A voice from nowhere lowered itself and said that someone was coming. The next instant, the sweet potato in Jiang Kelan's hand vanished into thin air. She grabbed at the empty air, her heart hammering wildly in her chest. No way, him again? Her eyes flew wide in panic. She looked exactly like a little squirrel caught stealing food, with crumbs still stuck at the corners of her mouth and on her chin. The kitchen door creaked open, revealing Matron Gu's intensely oppressive figure. The kitchen manager's expression was so stern it looked as though she could curdle milk with a glance. Jiang Kelan had been caught red-handed, and a wave of cold fear swept over her. Matron Gu's sharp, unsparing gaze landed on her. But just as Jiang Kelan thought she was about to be scolded, a crack suddenly appeared in the old woman's severe face, and a soft snort of amusement escaped her lips, leaving Jiang Kelan utterly stunned. Matron Gu merely chided her gently, saying she had made such a mess of herself and didn't look ladylike at all, which made Jiang Kelan's cheeks flush instantly. Then, to Jiang Kelan's surprise, her tone softened. She told her not to sneak around anymore in the future. From now on, whatever this girl wanted to eat, she would make it for her. Jiang Kelan's eyes widened at once. She wasn't angry? Matron Gu explained that so many people were fasting these days that she was bored stiff in the kitchen. So it really was just as everyone said. Gu Yuru was truly a very good person, and the fact that Jiang Kelan had won her affection was practically a miracle. Looking at the kind woman before her, Jiang Kelan felt warmth rise in her chest and softly called her name, full of gratitude. Gu. Matron stepped into the room. Her presence was no longer frightening, but reassuring instead. She teased Jiang Kelan, saying her appetite really wasn't small, though she immediately told her not to be embarrassed, because the kitchen had plenty of food. Jiang Kelan was mortified and hurriedly waved both hands in denial, but that flustered feeling quickly faded when she remembered why she had really come. She straightened up, her expression turning serious. She had come to ask about someone. After they moved to a quiet room farther away from the kitchen, the atmosphere grew heavy as well. Gu. Matron sat across from her and sighed that 10 years was simply too long. Her memories had already grown blurry. She tried hard to recall, but still could not remember any incident involving someone surnamed Zheng in that place. Despair gripped Jiang Kelan's heart like claws. She clasped her hands tightly together, her tone nearly pleading as she asked the old woman to think more carefully, stressing how important this matter was to her. There was more pity and understanding in Matron Gu's eyes now. Only then did she realize that this girl was searching for her father. A gentle hand reached over and lightly patted Jiang Kelan on the head in comfort. Matron Gu promised to keep the secret for her, her voice soft as medicine soothing a wound. How could she not help when a pitiful child had gone this far in search of her father? Jiang Kelan lifted her head, tears glimmering in her eyes, deeply moved by this sudden kindness. Gu. Matron did remember that some disciples had indeed returned from their travels around that time, but none of it had been recorded, so there was no way of knowing who it had been. Another dead end. Disappointment pressed heavily down on Jiang Kelan's narrow shoulders. Her search for that person seemed even more hopeless than before. Later, that heaviness still would not leave her. Immortal cranes skimmed over towering mountains, free as a painting, yet she could not feel that freedom at all. Surrounded by her companions, she vaguely found a thread of hope again. She had finally found a clue about her father, but what came next? Cradling a teacup in her hands, she sank into thought, unsure whether she should start searching for him immediately. Tang Huan's sharp voice broke her out of her daze, asking what she was spacing out for. She pointed at the row of pretty sachets in front of them, and Jiang Kelan explained that she needed to pick one as a gift. A meaningful smile immediately appeared on Tang Huan's face, and she drew out her words as she asked who it was for, something Jiang Kelan had very deliberately chosen not to say. Jiang Kelan puffed out her cheeks in irritation. Chong Li, always simple-minded, raised a hand and pointed at two sachets, one embroidered with mandarin ducks and one embroidered with bamboo, saying they looked pretty much the same. Tang Huan immediately snorted and called him an idiot. Bamboo was just an ordinary gift, but mandarin ducks were an obvious confession. Her crimson eyes narrowed slightly as she pressed Jiang Kelan, asking whether she really meant to give that kind of sachet on a day like the Qixi festival when lovers met. Someone beside them chimed in with a laugh, teasing that the sword spirit Yin Wei unexpectedly had a sharp eye for this sort of thing. Tang Huan immediately snapped back, defending her own sword spirit's name, but Yin Wei, with his white hair and ethereal air, quietly admitted that his name really did sound like a girl's. Tang Huan bent down and whispered that if they kept talking like this, they were going to annoy Yin Wei. Yin Wei's beautiful face was calm as a mask, and only a trace of faint sadness passed through his eyes. He confirmed what everyone was guessing. His name really had originally been meant for a woman. Everyone gasped in shock. He continued, saying that back then his master, Feng Yi, had been in love with a girl and had insisted on giving her name to this sword. He himself did not mind it. The news was so startling that even Qi Xiao accidentally knocked over his teacup with a sharp clatter. Qi Xiao demanded to know why Yin Wei had never told them such a huge secret before. Yin Wei's answer was so simple, it was chilling. You never asked before. Seeing that the argument was about to escalate, Bosi, whose good looks were almost dangerously striking, raised a hand to press down on Chong Li's shoulder, signaling for him not to speak. He thoughtfully repeated the name, Su Yin Wei, then casually guessed that the girl had probably already left the sect long ago, since no one had heard any news of her in ages. Yin Wei's gaze remained far away, and his silence said everything. As perceptive as ever, Jiang Kelan turned to ask him that if he was so curious, why didn't he just ask Feng Yi himself? Chong Li was horrified by her boldness. How could she call senior brother by his name like that? But Bosi merely stopped him, as if he found this bit of Yin Wei's oddness rather interesting. Tang Huan, meanwhile, shot Bosi a warning look. Jiang Kelan helplessly raised both hands, asking them all to calm down. But Qi Xiao's next sentence hit her like a blow straight to the face. He reminded her to think carefully. Feng Yi had named even his most precious sword after the woman he loved, so that woman must have been unimaginably important to him. If that was the case, did Jiang Kelan still want to give him that sachet symbolizing love? The sachet in her hand suddenly felt astonishingly heavy, and her chest twisted painfully. Without saying a word, she rushed out as though fleeing a fire, only hastily throwing behind her that she was going to cook. Tang Huan merely shrugged, remarking that this girl's luck was truly terrible. She had almost confessed to a man who was obviously carrying someone else in his heart. After Jiang Kelan fled in panic, Yin Wei stood there alone, his silver hair hanging down, framing a face etched with an inexpressible sorrow. A beautifully embroidered sachet seemed to float in memory, hinting at a love and loss still not fully told. Chong Li sat alone in the quiet courtyard, and even the gentle sunshine could hardly dispel the cold hidden ache in her heart. A voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts, asking why she was here when it was still early before supper. She looked up and saw Matron Gu. Matron Gu immediately noticed a heavy sigh from the girl and asked what exactly she was so sad about. After gathering her courage, Jiang Kelan's expression turned serious, and she asked the question that had been weighing on her heart all along. Had Matron Gu ever heard of a disciple named Su Yin Wei? Matron Gu immediately looked enlightened. Su Yin Wei, She was a legendary genius, an extremely rare single spiritual root. Jiang Kelan's heart sank at once. A single spiritual root? Wouldn't that mean she had even more talent than Feng Yi? Matron Gu nodded and said that although Feng Yi was first-rate at sword forging, in other respects he was nowhere close to Su Yunwei. A wave of defeat instantly rose in Jiang Kelan's chest. How could she possibly compare with someone so perfect? But Matron Gu's next words struck her heart like a knife. Su Yunwei had also been her senior sister. Jiang Kelan's breath caught. Senior sister? The story suddenly became even more hopeless. Su Yunwei had been Feng Yi's first disciple. They had grown up together, and they had even been childhood sweethearts. They had been almost inseparable, and the entire sect knew how much Feng Yi liked her. It was all over. As that realization came crashing down, Jiang Kelan knew clearly that she had no chance at all. Her face grew faintly hot with sadness and embarrassment. She tried to keep her voice steady as she asked where such an extraordinary woman was now, since her name was not in the sect registry. Gu. Matron's tone sank as she spoke of the tragedy. Something terrible had happened during a sword forging competition, and that girl had died. Jiang Kelan's eyes widened in shock. She had died? Afterward, the matter had become a taboo within the sect, like a ghost that would not go away. From then on, her senior brother had changed completely. He had become much colder than before, and it had taken an extremely long time before he had finally managed to come to terms with it, even a little. Jiang Kelan walked numbly through the sun-dappled, lush courtyard, with that warning echoing over and over in her mind. She absolutely must not bring this up in front of Feng Yi. What exactly had happened to that remarkable woman? It had taken Feng Yi so long to recover, and even now, after so many years, he was still deeply in love with someone who was no longer here. That tiny fragile hope in her heart shattered into countless pieces at that moment. There was no point anymore. As things stood now, there was no way she could confess her feelings to him. Choking back sobs, she turned and ran, as though if she ran fast enough, she could leave this cruel truth behind. The sachet that had once symbolized hope now weighed heavily in her palm. Later, without realizing it, she arrived before the tightly shut doors of the training room. At that moment, a familiar voice called her name. It was Feng Yi. Concern showed on his handsome face as he asked why she was here and whether something had happened. Jiang Kelan quickly forced a radiant smile and lied, saying she had simply come to see him because she had not seen him for a while. Smiling, she asked how he had been lately. He told her that his cultivation had been going very well. Oh, right. His sword spirits were still as lively and noisy as ever. As he spoke, he casually mentioned that before he came out, Qi Xiao and Yun Wei had gotten into another argument. An argument? Jiang Kelan asked, pretending innocence. Feng Yi explained that it had only been some trivial quarrel. Qi Xiao thought the name Yun Wei sounded too much like a girl's name. The smile on Jiang Kelan's face stiffened for an instant. She looked up at him, her gaze burning, her voice so soft it was almost a whisper. What about him? Did he think so too? The air suddenly grew heavy. A shadow passed over Feng Yi's sculpted face. His eyes dimmed, filling with a profound, ancient sadness. He let out a low sigh touched with melancholy. Feng Yi confirmed that Yun Wei really had been his disciple's name. She was gone now. Heavy emotion weighed down his voice, but he had never once forgotten her. Jiang Kelan's heart split open at once, but she still forced another smile. She must have been a very good person. She said it softly, her voice trembling faintly, while tightly clutching the little sachet she had made. She explained that she had always wanted to thank him for taking care of her, so she had been learning embroidery these past days. With both hands shaking, she offered him the pretty sachet and asked if he would be willing to accept it. When he took the gift, his eyes softened, and he praised the embroidery as extremely delicate. He said it had come at just the right time, because he happened to need a new one. For one brief, sweet moment, it seemed as though only the two of them remained in the world. The gift was like a silent bridge stretched between their complicated, unspoken feelings. Then a drop of water hit the ground. It had started to rain. Ever considerate, Feng Yi told her to wait and said he would have someone fetch an umbrella. Panic immediately flashed through Jiang Kelan's eyes. This was the perfect excuse. Oh no, she cried, covering her mouth with one hand as she said she had completely forgotten the clothes she had hung out to dry. It was fine, she insisted. In any case, she ought to be heading back now. Before her words had even fully fallen, she turned and rushed into the steadily thickening curtain of rain, only hastily saying goodbye. In the end, she waved to him again and told him to be careful of the slippery steps before going inside. Then she ran all the way off, splashing water beneath her feet. The rain soaked her clothes and hair, but she never stopped until she was sure no one was around. Only then did the brave front she had forced herself to maintain finally shatter completely. Soaked through and shivering with cold, Jiang Kelan covered her face and burst into tears. Her soundless sobs were swallowed by the noise of the rain. The whole world looked as though it had been washed in gray, bleak yet possessed of a delicate beauty. Raindrops lightly drummed on the pavilion, and in that sudden downpour, the sound seemed especially lonely. Bosi frowned, his face full of worry. Jiang Kelan had gone out without an umbrella, and he only hoped she would not get drenched too badly and catch a chill afterward. But Long Yuan did not care in the least. He lazily remarked that she was the pavilion master after all. How could anyone really let her get rained on? In his view, this weather was quite comfortable, perfect for a nap. Cheng-Ying shot him an impatient glance and told him to stop wandering around in front of her. But her gaze fell on an empty spot in the room, and she paused slightly. Wait, where was Yunwei? Had he already returned to the sword? The question hung in the air, and Bosi felt a chill run down his back, as though that ethereal swordsman had simply vanished into thin air. Without his presence, the room somehow felt disturbingly empty. Long Yuan gave a mocking snort and denied the guess. His senses told him that the sword aura on the blade was too faint. Yunwei could not possibly have gone back. Bosi stared hard at the sword, his little face full of suspicion. Was that really the case? Feng Yi remained the calmest of them all, looking only at the rain falling in threads beyond the eaves. He guessed it was probably just because Yunwei was tired. Yunwei had used up too much strength these past few days, not to mention that none of them had forgotten he had coughed up blood twice today already. At that, a trace of unease passed over Long Yuan's handsome face too, and he could only hope he was overthinking things. Cheng-Ying, however, was unconvinced. She pointed out that none of them sword spirits ever strayed too far from their own swords, and there was a powerful seal outside the room besides. Where could Yunwei possibly go? Surely he cannot just walk out like that. Feng Yi turned his face slightly, his sharp profile outlined as his low voice carried a faint warning. She seemed a bit too certain. After all, they knew very little about Yunwei. Long Yuan suddenly barked at Bosi to come back, only then realizing that the child was staring curiously at Feng Yi with wide eyes. If Feng Yi noticed Bosi looking at him like that, he would definitely get angry. Cheng-Ying kept turning over Feng Yi's unsettling words in her mind. If Yunwei truly had the ability to break the seal, then why had he not left long ago? The rain grew even heavier, washing the entire courtyard into a blur of blue, green, and gray. Every falling drop seemed like the heavy sigh of the heavens. And Jiang Kelan stood in the midst of that storm, her delicate face filled with profound sorrow. She clutched the tiny embroidered sachet in her hand and looked down at this gift into which she had poured all her feelings. A naked thought flashed through her mind. Perhaps it no longer had any value at all. She stood all alone beneath that weeping sky, her resolve collapsing bit by bit with every raindrop soaking through her clothes. At last, she made the heartbreaking move and hurled the sachet away with all her strength. The sachet arced through the air and fell into the lotus pond. Her shoulders slumped, and her expression was one of utter defeat. Standing by the water, drenched to the skin, she was the picture of misery. Finally, she turned around, intending to leave her feelings behind in the icy pond water as well. But just after she left, a silent figure stepped out from the shadows of the pavilion. Yunwei's silver hair was white as snow, especially distinct in the dim light. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped straight into the cold pond, his eyes locked on the place where the sachet had sunk. It had already gone beneath the surface, swallowed by the murky depths. He reached his hand into the water, and when he raised it again, that tiny treasure, now soaked through, lay in his palm. He lifted the sachet and looked at the mandarin ducks embroidered on it, and his beautiful face twisted with violent pain. It was the symbol of a love she had believed was destined never to be returned. He simply stood there, letting the pouring rain beat down on him, clutching the sachet tightly, as though he were clutching the last bit of warmth left in a cold world. The next day, the storm was still churning endlessly in their hearts. Bosi kept watch by the window, his little face full of disappointment. It seemed Jiang Kelan would not be coming today. Cheng-Ying guessed that she had probably gotten caught in the rain last night and gone straight to sleep after changing clothes. Bosi looked at her in confusion and reminded her that yesterday she herself had said no one would let the pavilion master get rained on. Cheng-Ying was immediately a little embarrassed and replied irritably that maybe the person holding the umbrella for her had one that was too small. The excuse did nothing to comfort Bosi. He only hoped Jiang Kelan would not get sick. Suddenly, a look of understanding flashed through Feng Yi's eyes, as if he had finally pieced together all the scattered fragments. At last, the next day brought a welcome change. The sky had finally cleared, and warm sunlight spilled gently across heaven and earth. Inside the room, Jiang Kelan was surrounded by tall stacks of books. After laboring busily for several hours, she stretched and let out a soft grunt. But her eyes were bright, full of renewed determination, as she said that today she was definitely going to finish all of it. The sword spirits all looked at her with blank confusion. But Long Yuan could not help laughing, wondering whether this was really the same girl who had been so terribly downcast just 2 days ago. Bosi bit into a biscuit and let out a world-weary sigh, saying that creatures like women were simply too hard to understand. Qi Xiao immediately gave Bosi a light pat on the head and pressed him on where he had learned to say something like that. Bosi burst into tears at once with a loud wail, while Feng Yi looked at them in complete confusion. That brief, easy atmosphere quickly shattered. Qi Xiao turned to look at Jiang Kelan, his tone turning serious as he asked whether she had already given the sachet to Feng Yi. The smile on Jiang Kelan's face did not fade, but the light in her eyes dimmed a little. Still smiling brightly, she answered, "Of course I gave it to him. The one embroidered with bamboo leaves," she added, the lie slipping out flawlessly. Long Yuan's expression eased slightly, though there was still worry in it. He could not understand why she had chosen this moment to back down. That person was already gone. This was her chance. But Qi Xiao insisted that she should at least confess her feelings. The smile at Jiang Kelan's lips trembled faintly, and in a low voice she admitted that she truly did like Feng Yi. Precisely because she liked him, she did not want to put him in a difficult position. Qi Xiao immediately shot back, asking whether she would rather leave all the humiliation for herself to bear alone. Jiang Kelan lowered her head to look at the paper in her hands, her voice so soft it was almost a whisper. If she could not even handle her own duties properly, how could she possibly open her mouth and ask for something so personal? What would Feng Yi think of her? Then she lifted her head again, stubborn pride and hurt self-respect in her eyes. Besides, just because she was useless did not mean she had no dignity at all. Unexpectedly, Qi Xiao reached out and pinched Jiang Kelan's cheek, calling her an idiot. She had clearly been doing better and better at what was already her responsibility. She should not belittle herself like this. At last, Jiang Kelan was amused into laughter by his awkward comfort, and she thanked him with smiling eyes. She even laughed and teased Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao gave a huff and turned his face away, only to shriek the next moment when he discovered that Cheng-Ying had already eaten all his pastries while they had been talking. The place erupted into noise again. Watching them, Jiang Kelan smiled and nibbled at the sweet in her hand. At that moment, she also decided not to drown in sadness any longer. After all, she still had these friends with her. In the silent courtyard, clusters of ghostly pale flowers surrounded her on all sides, as Jiang Kelan stood among them, preparing for the next trial. Her figure was slender and slight, yet in this sharp-edged world, she gave off a quiet firmness. On the sun-warmed steps of the residence, her resolve grew harder and harder, ruby-like eyes burning with focused light as she gathered strength for her next attempt. That handsome black-haired sword spirit, with his ancient power and soul-stirring elegance, merely smiled faintly and agreed to her request in a voice as gentle as a soothing comfort. With a turn of his wrist, a swirl of jade-green leaves rose at once, glowing with a dim spiritual light as they circled lightly at his side. The leaves shot out in an instant like a deadly barrage of darts. Accompanied by a string of crisp, satisfying thuds, they buried themselves deep into the wooden posts. Jiang Kelan took a deep breath. Her small body held straight and tense as she focused on trying to reproduce that nearly impossible strike, a soft breath escaping her lips. Her mother and older brother stood nearby watching, their faces full of pride. Her mother marveled at how astonishingly fast she was improving, and her brother could not help agreeing that his little sister was simply amazing. The sword spirit praised her too, saying she had real talent when it came to hidden weapons, and even suggested that they stop there for the day. But Jiang Kelan still refused to quit, immediately asking if she could practice sword flight next. A trace of panic flashed across her mother's beautiful face at once, and she hurriedly reminded her that the ugly bruise from her last fall had not even faded yet. The sword spirit raised a hand and pressed at his brow, letting out a helpless sigh. If this little good-for-nothing kept pushing herself like this, that stubborn little Bosi, a fragment from her previous life, suddenly flickered through Jiang Kelan's mind. Her cultivation was progressing so smoothly now that it almost felt as though heaven had finally decided to compensate her for her miserable luck in love. She was still sinking in that faint melancholy when a cheerful voice suddenly called her name. Looking up, she saw Tang Huan running toward her. Tang Huan waved excitedly, rushed to her side, grabbed both her hands, and warmly asked whether she wanted to go wander the Qixi Festival night market together, the most romantic night of the year. Jiang Kelan's cheeks flushed slightly. She had been so completely absorbed in cultivation lately that she had actually forgotten about this famous lovers' festival. Both her mother and Tang Huan said she ought to relax a little, and Tang Huan even deliberately kept her suspenseful, saying that a new opera troupe had arrived, though if Kelan had already made plans with someone else, that was fine too. But Jiang Kelan was adorably dense and did not catch the implication at all. Her eyes lit up, and she naturally said of course she wanted to go together. Who else would she go with? Tang Huan instantly beamed, then quickly suggested that they could also stop by and look at new fabrics on the way for Kellan's embroidery. Jiang Kelan clasped her hands to her chest, her whole face shining with pure anticipation. Naturally, she agreed at once, lifting a bright smile. The happiness of going out to have fun with her best friend temporarily washed away the worries in her heart. At the side, the little younger brother propped up his chin, puffing his cheeks as he watched them, his jealousy painfully obvious. Her mother, on the other hand, looked even more like someone who saw through everything. She said to another sword spirit beside her that this girl really had recovered from heartbreak quickly. In a few days, she would probably go back to chasing after Feng Yi all over again. What they did not see was Yun Wei standing quietly in the shadows, his silver hair spilling like moonlight. A hard-to-read expression covered his handsome face as he heard every word. A fleeting memory surfaced in his mind. Jiang Kelan had stood all alone in the pouring rain, her figure as bedraggled as her soaked clothes. Then came a series of more recent images. Her bright morning greetings, the stubborn force with which she had gripped the bedpost, and all those wholehearted efforts she had poured in. Another scene followed close behind. It was her beautiful and powerful mother, standing amid a sea of golden flowers, as if reminding her what kind of strength she ought to inherit. That night, beneath a sky full of stars, Jiang Kelan leaned over the desk in the sword forge and suddenly realized that she had been so busy embroidering sachets that she had forgotten to organize the notes she had taken from the sword spirits. Everything they had said came rushing back into her mind. Her mother had told her not to look down on herself. The black-haired sword spirit had encouraged her to cultivate properly. Her brother had praised her cooking, and even little Bosi had clamored for her to hold him. She even remembered that wild sword spirit who looked as though he had been kissed by sunlight, casually promising that if she was willing to drink his wine, he would treat her a little better. And Feng, he was in those thoughts as well. What appeared in her mind was his back facing her, cold and distant to the point of sorrow. Sitting among books and scrolls, looking at the work before her, she felt only the heavy weight of this new life pressing down on her shoulders. Then suddenly her eyes brightened, as if she had thought of something, and she immediately reached for the embroidery hoop beside her. A new determination took shape in her heart. Early the next morning, she could not help letting out a huge, irresistibly adorable yawn, the signs of an all-nighter obvious at a glance. Her brother immediately noticed that she looked exhausted and asked whether she had stayed up late again. But she only raised a finger to her lips mischief sparkling in her eyes, and softly said it was a secret. Her mother looked at her with full understanding and smiled as she teased her, asking whether she was just too excited about going out today. Jiang Kelan admitted a little shyly that that was part of it. As they were speaking, the black-haired sword spirit had already appeared in the doorway to say that her friend had arrived. Tang Huan came bustling in, slipped an arm through hers, and looked so happy she seemed ready to float. Jiang Kelan smiled and let herself be led away. From the high window, a solitary figure quietly watched them leave. The light of the setting sun gilded his silver hair with gold, and an unspoken sentence hung in the air. The night market was like a glittering river of light, with countless warm-colored lanterns illuminating the lively, festive crowds. The two girls wove through the throng hand in hand. Tang Huan excitedly picked up a bolt of cloth for Jiang Kelan to see and asked what she thought. After examining it seriously, Jiang Kelan said that pale blue and light yellow both suited her well. Tang Huan sighed as she listened, saying she truly envied the freedom of inner sect disciples, who could wear pretty clothes, unlike her, stuck all day in the dull sect uniform. She puffed out her cheeks, looking both cute and conflicted. But that tiny bit of gloom quickly vanished when her gaze was suddenly caught by something astonishing in the distance. She abruptly tugged at Jiang Kelan's sleeve, pointed ahead in amazement, and told her to look quickly. The Qixi Lantern Festival was in full swing, the whole city steeped in light and laughter. But Jiang Kelan, our little sword master, had already fallen completely into her own world. In her large, clear eyes reflected the streaming radiance of the festival lanterns, yet her gaze was fixed firmly on a delicate glass cup. It was simply too beautiful, so translucent it seemed almost unreal. She stared blankly, thinking that such clear brilliance was exactly like the Yunwei sword. Cradling the tiny cup in her hands, she felt a fleeting memory surge up with it. It was a scene of two figures standing amid a soft sea of purple wisteria blossoms, moving and heartbreaking at once. Holding the cup, she felt a faint blush quietly rise over her cheeks, and a tender, bittersweet longing spread through her chest. Seeing her expression, the shopkeeper immediately praised her good taste, saying this was a top-grade glazed cup from the western regions, a rare thing indeed. But his next words shattered her daze at once. The cup cost 100 low-grade spirit stones, almost equal to her entire monthly allowance. Her eyes flew wide in shock, and she looked almost comical, yet not a bit of her resolve wavered. Her gaze shifted to the other sparkling items on the stall, and her fingers paused above a row of exquisite hairpins and ornaments. Qixiao's ever-disdainful expression suddenly rose in her mind. That handsome, pink-haired sword spirit had once mocked her for collecting so many accessories when she never wore them anyway. She had even talked back then, saying it was simply that he had no eye for beauty, and of course such things should be changed often. Thinking of that, she looked back at the shopkeeper, her eyes sparkling with earnest delight. This cup, and those tassels too, I'll take them all. Please wrap them for me. And just like that, her shopping spree began. She darted from stall to stall all through the night market, driven entirely by her overflowing affection for her precious sword spirits. She asked whether there were any folding fans that were simple yet elegant, specifically requested the best chopsticks, and even went out of her way to look for a larger, cuter tiger doll. Tang Huan, standing at her side, was stunned speechless. Tang Huan could not help reminding her that just a moment ago she had said there was nothing in particular she wanted to buy, yet now she was buying more enthusiastically than anyone. Jiang Kelan only smiled and explained that when giving gifts, of course she had to treat everyone equally. Tang Huan looked at her with deliberately pitiful eyes, as if begging her not to say every last one of these was for the sword spirits. She even teased her on purpose, saying Kelan might as well go buy a few storybooks, so she would not be so fixated on them. Just then, a peddler's shout pierced through the festive noise. Sky lanterns for sale? Sky lanterns that make wishes come true. Jiang Kelan's heart stirred at once. She urged Tang Huan to go browse elsewhere first, saying she wanted to look a little longer. Tang Huan agreed, and only said they could meet up later. Once her friend had gone far enough away, only one thought remained in Jiang Kelan's mind. Had her sword spirits ever seen sky lanterns? She walked to the lantern stall, where the vendor was eloquently boasting that these lanterns could make any wish come true. Looking at the bustling crowd around her, she was suddenly overcome by a wave of melancholy. It was so lively here, but back at the sword forge, without her keeping them company, would her precious sword spirits feel lonely? Seeing her lost in thought before the stall, the vendor called out to her loudly, finally pulling her back from her thoughts. In the next instant, a bright, warm smile bloomed across her face, dazzling enough to outshine all the lanterns. "I'll take all of these." A while later, when Tang Huan came back, she found Jiang Kelan standing there with a huge bundle of sky lanterns in her arms and was so shocked she could not speak. In such a short time, she had actually bought that many. Jiang Kelan apologized a little awkwardly, saying that she had to go back first now. In the end, the two of them waved goodbye. The night was still young, but Jiang Kelan's Kixi festival had already ended early. Tang Huan was still completely baffled. She had thought Kelan wanted to go see the new play tonight. Jiang Kelan apologized again and only said that she still had something to do, so Tang Huan should not worry about her and should go on by herself. Tang Huan could only sigh and agree, saying that then she would go watch it alone and make it up to Kelan afterward, especially now that Kelan still had to haul around such a big pile of heavy things. But Jiang Kelan, like a little ant carrying a mountain of lanterns, still cheerfully said she was fine and waved to her friend. Only after she had walked alone onto the quiet wooden path by the water did she finally let out a soft sigh. Was she a little foolish, giving up all the liveliness of the night market just like that? She stopped and caught her breath, easing the burden on her shoulders. But why was it that even in the middle of such festive noise and excitement, all she could think about was them, her sword spirits? The answer slowly bloomed in her heart like a sea of flowers. She seemed to see herself surrounded by those beautiful swords. They were the family she had truly found, able to laugh, quarrel, bicker, and yet always remain by her side. She finally reached the doors of the sword forge, braced both hands against them, and shoved them open with a triumphant, joyful grin, loudly announcing that she was back. All the sword spirits were actually there, and seeing her return so early, every one of them looked rather surprised. They had thought she would not be coming back tonight. Jiang Kelan lowered her head, a gentle and sincere smile rising at the corners of her lips, and frankly admitted that she had been worried they would feel lonely without her to keep them company. Qi Xiao immediately scoffed and told her to stop flattering herself, though the faint blush on his face had already exposed what he really felt. Mischievous Bosi naturally would not miss such a chance. He blinked at her and directly gave him away, saying that the moment she left, Qi Xiao had already started muttering about when she would come back. That made Qi Xiao roar, "Shut up," in embarrassment and anger. She dropped the huge bundle onto the floor with a thump and called to them with a smile, "Come and see what I bought for you." She took the gifts out one by one. The tiger doll was for the yellow-robed sword spirit. The elegant tassels were for Qi Xiao. The wine gourd was for the gold-robed sword spirit, and the folding fan was for Long Yuan. There were still more gifts. The beautiful glazed cup was for Yun Wei. The mysterious little gourd was for the black-robed sword spirit, and for Bosi, a pair of finely ornamented chopsticks. Now that he finally had a pair of his own, Bosi was deeply moved. The room instantly grew lively. Long Yuan was admiring his fan, and the gold-robed sword spirit was already shamelessly shouting that if there was a new wine gourd, then wine ought to come with it as well. Everyone gathered around the gifts, talking over one another, and the whole room was full of a chaotic but deeply warm sense of life. Bosi had even already gone off to pester the black-robed sword spirit about his new mask, annoying the other man so much that he kept telling him to stay farther away. Watching them, Jiang Kelan propped her chin on both hands, her heart overflowing with warmth. This was a Qixi festival utterly devoid of romance. She closed her eyes, an expression of peace and happiness on her face. But she was absolutely certain that this was far better. And in a quiet corner of the sword forge, Yun Wei was holding the exquisite glazed cup she had specially chosen for him, his gaze gentle and thoughtful. The warm glow of festival lanterns flowed in the night breeze, laying down the perfect backdrop for the story about to unfold. Meanwhile, the the celebration continued. Jiang Kelan gathered all her precious sword spirits together and said with a smile that she still had something else to give them. She explained that it was nothing valuable, but the affection in her eyes sparkled brightly. Placed before them were several sachets she had made by hand, every one of them different. The stitching was still a little clumsy, obviously the work of a beginner, and at once it set off a burst of overlapping questions. What was this? Why had she embroidered them herself? Bosie's sharp eyes had already spotted the little coin pattern on one of them, and immediately declared that she really did understand what he liked. Jiang Kelan proudly straightened her chest and said that she had been staying up late recently, making them bit by bit according to the size of each sword. These sachets were specially made for the scabbards, so that when she went out in the future, she could take all of them with her. Such careful and meticulous thoughtfulness instantly left one of them frozen in place, his chest tightening slightly from how much she cherished them. But Cheng, that famously hopeless fool, ruined the mood the moment he opened his mouth. If that was the case, why not make one gigantic sachet and stuff everyone into it? The pink-haired sword spirit Shishao was utterly merciless and smacked him on the head at once, calling him stupid. Then he turned back to Jiang Kelan, his voice softening. She could clearly have rested well tonight, so why had she gone to so much trouble to prepare all this for them? Even a usually indifferent gold-robed sword spirit looked at her with an unusually gentle gaze. Jiang Kelan's smile was warm enough to melt winter snow. She knew they probably had never truly celebrated a festival together before, so she felt that gathering together like this to celebrate would be much more meaningful. And that was not all. She had prepared something else too, but first she needed to take them outside. The four handsome sword spirits immediately all wore the same puzzled expression of tiny bewildered dumplings, utterly unable to guess what she wanted to do next. She led them through the quiet courtyard to an abandoned little pavilion shrouded in moonlight, then gently set down the large bundle in her hands. She explained that the place was deserted and no one usually came here, and that it was also her secret base where she normally sneaked off to cook for them. Yunwei quietly watched from behind a pillar, even the tips of his ears warming slightly. So this was her secret little kitchen. No wonder no one had discovered that she had been secretly cooking. It was almost like a tiny world that belonged only to them. Beneath the starlight, Jiang Kelan looked as though she too were wrapped in a soft glow. She nodded and said that as long as they were careful, it would be fine if they returned a little later. Then, with a dazzlingly bright and infectious smile, she announced that it was time to get ready. She lifted the cloth covering the bundle, and the surprise inside was finally revealed. Beautiful, plain sky lanterns. The sword spirits looked at one another, whispering about what these were, though elegant. Long-haired Long Yuan recognized them at a glance. Jiang Kelan immediately looked at him, with eyes full of admiration. Wearing a faint smile, Long Yuan confirmed that they were indeed sky lanterns, and explained that he had once taken part in certain ritual-like ceremonies and had seen such things used to pray for blessings. He unfolded one lantern with practiced ease, and Jiang Kelan was almost completely mesmerized watching him. He was simply too amazing, good at housework, and even so skilled at unfolding sky lanterns. The others immediately grew excited too, chattering all at once. Could they really make wishes? How many could they make? Someone was already planning to wish that Jiang Kelan would stay with them forever. Jiang Kelan instantly put on a stern face and scolded them, serious and a little comical, not to fool around, saying that these were sacred objects properly used to pray for blessings. So beneath the vast night sky, they all sat in a row, while the blank sky lanterns quietly waited to be inscribed with their deepest wishes. Fonya was the first to finish writing, and he excitedly sprang up, wanted to light his lantern at once, only to discover that he seemed not to have actually finished writing after all. His sudden movement startled Jiang Kelan as well, who had been lost in her own thoughts. She was holding a brush, hovering absently over the lantern's surface. Fonya immediately leaned over, his face full of curiosity, and asked her what wish she had made exactly. She smiled, soft and wistful, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Her wish was simple and sincere, and it concerned all of them. She hoped that in the years to come, there would still be many, many more days like today. The gold-clad sword spirit leaned closer, his voice low and teasing. Days like today? What, are you planning to become an old maid who can't get married and spends every festival with a bunch of swords? Jiang Kelan puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. She had thought he would at least show a little mercy with his words. Then he lowered his head to look at his own sky lantern and asked what she had written. He said he had written it in his hometown dialect, so there was no way she could read it. But Jiang Kelan did not believe him for a second. It was probably the same old thing he always wanted: money, wine, and women, the more the better. She was not surprised at all. It was completely his style. The ever-gentle Bosi bent down slightly and softly asked what wish she had made. Moonlight shone over his own sky lantern, and the words on it were clearly visible. May Kelan be safe and blessed with a smooth life. The way he looked at her was so tender, it was almost unreasonable. He admitted that he had nothing else left to wish for. As long as she was well, that was what mattered most. The sincerity in his eyes made Jiang Kelan's heart tremble slightly, and even her neck flushed with warmth. She turned to the pair of adorable twin sword spirits and offered to help them write theirs. The younger one looked up at her with wide, innocent eyes and quietly voiced his wish. He hoped Jiang Kelan would always like him. Jiang Kelan's heart melted at once. But now that she had heard it, the little sword spirit became so embarrassed that he dropped his head right onto the sky lantern. Thunk! Full of affection, Jiang Kelan pulled him into her arms and smiled brilliantly. She declared that his wish had already come true. Meanwhile, Fengyu was still writing furiously, to the point that his wish was practically turning into an entire menu. May my name go down in history, and may Jiang Kelan make me braised pork, soy braised pork knuckle, and sweet and sour fish. Jiang Kelan stared at him expressionlessly. Was he making a wish or writing an order? She turned her head aside and let out a soft sigh, helpless and indulgent, then lifted her eyes to the night sky. In the darkness, a flash of pink hair slipped past. Qi Xiao suddenly darted behind Cheng Ying, who was guarding his sky lantern with a wary expression, and huffed. "What are you looking at?" Cheng Ying turned his face away and stubbornly refused to let her see, but her curiosity was far too strong. In a flash, she circled around and stole a glance. She burst out laughing on the spot. His wish was actually, "May I stay forever young and beautiful." She could not help teasing him for being absurdly narcissistic, which made Cheng Ying flush red with embarrassment and anger. Then she smugly showed him her own sky lantern. There is only one petulant sentence written on it: "I hope Cheng Ying stops stealing food from my bowl in the future." Jiang Kelan thought that sort of wish would probably be more effective if she just said it directly to him. The pink-haired sword spirit seemed to agree. She thought Jiang Kelan was absolutely right. Not far away, another long, pale hand was elegantly writing on a sky lantern. A breathtakingly beautiful pink-haired woman called out to the black-haired sword spirit, who always stood silently in the back. He did not fully turn around, only giving a slight response. But when her gaze fell on the lantern in his hand, her eyes widened instantly in shock. The star-dusted night spread out like velvet, and thousands upon thousands of sky lanterns glowed warmly, bringing the whole night vividly to life. But after leaving that lively crowd, Cheng Ying sat alone on his sky lantern. His wish was written quietly and despairingly. He only hoped that he would no longer be cursed. It was not until Qi Xiao broke that solitude, her voice slicing through the silence as she asked what he had written. He looked up at her, the vast river of stars seeming to flow behind him, and replied coldly, "None of your business." She did not care in the slightest. With a roguish air, she reached out and tugged him toward her, looping an arm around him as she suggested they go see what Yun Wei had written. At the same time, the gentle Yun Wei also approached Long Yuan, equally curious, and asked him the same question. The handsome man with moonlit silver hair held up his sky lantern. The wish written on it read like a poem. May the one who loves sincerely never again be failed by that person. He stood in the night like a god, so beautiful he hardly seemed real. Yun Wei to jehasht spoon rapidly. The one who loves sincerely? And who exactly was that person? Her ruby-like eyes widened suddenly, and her heart gave a violent leap. At that very moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Long Yuan's lips, so slight, yet so breathtakingly beautiful, it seemed capable of melting even the coldest winter day. Yun Wei could only stare at him blankly, completely captivated by that rare trace of warmth in his usually icy expression. The others were even more shocked, whispering among themselves, "What is going on? He can actually smile? Did something good happen?" Without that signature cold face of his, they almost could not recognize him. But the smile vanished in an instant, and his expression quickly returned to its usual indifference. The biggest troublemaker in the group shot Qi Xiao a wicked grin and used Long Yuan's expressionless face to tease her, asking why she was always so fierce. Qi Xiao immediately sneered back and pointed at him. "You've got some nerve saying that to me. Aren't you the one who's sharp-tongued and always stirring up trouble?" Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Yin Wei smilingly stepped between them to smooth things over, urging them to hurry up and release the sky lanterns. As a warm flame gradually lit up inside the lanterns, she gently let go. Soon, the entire sky was filled with a golden river of light, and the wishes drifted slowly upward with the lanterns. The sight was stunningly beautiful. Even the demon Venerable, who was holding a child, showed a rare softness and quietly remarked that he had never thought he would have the chance to see such a scene again. But that peace was quickly shattered. A sky lantern suddenly plummeted straight down from high above. Cheng-Ying stared at the sight in disbelief, unable to understand how a sky lantern could fall. Qi Xiao, of course, did not miss the chance to rub it in. Lazily, she said that maybe heaven had rejected his wish. Yin Wei sighed and tried to play peacemaker, telling them not to quarrel when they had so rarely come out together. But Long Yuan was not listening at all. He suddenly turned his head, his expression becoming grave and sharply focused. A tiny black thing, like some ominous insect, was clinging to his beautiful silver hair, as if foretelling trouble to come. The night deepened. Under the ghostly pale moonlight, the pavilion stood in silence, oppressive and still. A young disciple poked his head out from the tree shadows, malice glittering in his eyes. This time, she would not get away. He rushed out from his hiding place, looking certain of success. Inside the room, Long Yuan's profile was cold and stern. Lost in thought, his eyes fixed firmly on the paper door. In another room, Yin Wei sat quietly, folding a sheet of paper with slender fingers. At last, she stood up and said good night to this strange group of people who had already come to feel like family. She said she was heading back and told everyone to rest early as well. Cheng-Ying waved exaggeratedly and declared that he was exhausted, even though the others all protested that none of them needed rest at all. Qi Xiao immediately called him lazy, pointing out that he even dozed off like a mortal. Their bickering was like a familiar, chaotic song, one insulting another for being bald, the other snapping back, endlessly arguing. Amid the noise, the demon Venerable walked up to Long Yuan and asked to borrow some paper and a brush. When he began grinding the ink, Long Yuan looked at the sheet of paper and asked gravely what he intended to do. The demon Venerable held his brush above the paper, his voice low and serious. He said he was going to draw a talisman. At that very moment, the spying disciple was racing down the corridor and burst into a room where his companions were waiting. Panting, he said he had brought good news, completely ignoring their mockery about whether he had found himself a sweetheart. With a serious face and eyes full of excitement, he insisted that he had personally seen Pavilion Master Yin Wei bring one of the 6 famous swords back from the city. The atmosphere in the room changed instantly. How could she have taken it outside? But another disciple gave a sinister laugh and said that did not matter. This was their chance, finally the best chance to drag her down. They had to notify everyone at once and keep a strict watch tonight. The trap was about to close. A new day dawned over the Sword Forge, morning light falling gently over the ancient buildings. This adorable little heroine, Jiang Kelan, was like a beam of brilliant morning light herself. Smiling, she waved to her friends and greeted them with a bright, clear good morning. The room was lively. Everyone had gathered around, ready for breakfast. But before Jiang Kelan could even sit down, a green figure suddenly pounced on her. It was Fonya, like an oversized dog, his eyes sparkling, concerned with only one crucial question. Had she brought snacks today? Jiang Kelan's cheeks reddened slightly. She had woken up late today and had brought nothing at all. Fonya immediately looked crushed, but he clearly had no intention of giving up. At once, he brought out his ultimate weapon, a pitiful puppy dog looked heartbreaking enough to destroy all resistance. Jiang Kelan's resolve instantly collapsed. All right. She was utterly defeated by his shamelessly adorable behavior and agreed to go to the kitchen and get him some freshly steamed buns. Fonya was delighted at once practically like a little dog whose tail was about to start wagging. Just as she turned to leave, a long, pale hand stretched out and blocked her path. It was Yun Wei, graceful as an immortal and so handsome he scarcely seemed human. In the morning light, his silver hair glimmered faintly. His expression was serious, and there was a questioning look in his eyes. Why did she insist on taking Fonya with her? But Jiang Kelan had her own way. She firmly said no one would notice. She would hide him like last time, and as she spoke, she pointed to the huge sword case on her back. Yun Wei closed his eyes and let out a silent sigh. Then he took a small folded paper from his sleeve and handed it to them. Both Jiang Kelan and Fonya paused, not knowing what it was. Only after they took it did he calmly explain that it was an invisibility talisman. If she truly ran into trouble, she could use it in an emergency. Jiang Kelan's heart immediately warmed. He was always so thoughtful. She smiled as brightly as the sun, but he was not finished. He took out another talisman and said this was a voice transmission talisman. If anything happened, she could use it to contact him. Before either of them could respond, he directly stuck the second talisman onto Fonya's chest. Fonya instantly yelped, saying it tickled like crazy. He muttered that this was a bit too much. They were just going out for a little while and would be back soon. Yun Wei's gaze turned cold, and his voice took on an unquestionable edge as he ordered him not to remove it. That oppressive aura made Fonya back down at once. He could only mutter that he got it. He got it. He would keep it on. Once everything was ready, Yun Wei told the pavilion master that he was going out for a while. Jiang Kelan waved at them and told them to be careful, receiving a reassuring "don't worry" in return. Only after watching them walk down the long stone steps did she, like a tiny secret agent, prepare to begin her own covert mission. But just as she was about to leave, her friend Tang Huan called out to her. Tang Huan called Fonya's name, clearly not realizing that the disguised person before her was actually Jiang Kelan. Looking puzzled, Tang Huan asked why he was here, where he was going, and why he was carrying a bundle of clothes she had brought. Jiang Kelan leaned in and lowered her voice, sharing her dangerous little secret. She was about to take that bottomless pit sword spirit out to get food, and Tang Huan absolutely could not tell anyone. Tang Huan's eyes widened instantly, her face full of alarm. She was not joking, was she? Taking one of the famous swords out of the sword forge without permission was expressly forbidden. Jiang Kelan only gave a sly smile and reminded her that this was not the first time she had done something like this. Then she told Tang Huan to wait inside until she returned and hurried away. She never noticed that from within the tree shadows, a pair of vicious eyes was watching her. A despicable outer disciple wore a smug sneer as he watched everything unfold. Without hesitating for even a second, he turned and ran, eager to spread his malice. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the pavilion master poured Tang Huan a cup of fine dragonwell tea, his gaze resting on the neatly wrapped box in her hands. He asked what it was. Tang Huan explained that it was a set of new clothes she had bought for Fonya, a festival gift. But that brief peace was suddenly broken by a harsh, abrupt noise from outside the hall. The pavilion master narrowed his eyes. Someone was forcing their way in. Tang Huan's heart tightened, and she hurried to the door. At that moment, a hand suddenly seized her arm. A handsome bronze-skinned man held her fast, his green eyes sharp and imposing, his expression grave as he demanded to know why an outer disciple had come sneaking around here, and pointed out that the intruder had already fled. He curled his lips, danger flashing in his eyes, and said that disciple clearly meant no good. Then he asked when Fonya had left. Beside him, the elf woman with the neat short beard confirmed that it had been less than half an hour. He would not be back any time soon. A terrible thought crossed her mind. Had they already been exposed? At the same time, elsewhere, Yun Wei and the pavilion master were walking along, completely unaware of the storm about to break behind them. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the doors of the hall in front of them slammed shut. The two of them were completely sealed outside. A glowing talisman lit up on the door, trapping them firmly in place. Yun Wei's expression turned cold at once. He understood instantly. He took out the voice transmission talisman and urgently sent a message. Jiang Kelan, someone has discovered that Fonya is gone. Come back immediately. And at that exact same moment, the real Fonya was happily gnawing on a soft, fluffy bun. But before he could finish his snack, he suddenly choked and bent over in a fit of violent coughing. Jiang Kelan lunged toward him at once and anxiously asked whether he wanted water. Holding his chest, his face pale, he barely managed to squeeze out, "Yun Wei just contacted me." As he spoke, he grabbed her suddenly, his eyes full of terror. They had been exposed. The trap had already snapped shut. That jealous disciple was now stirring everyone up, spreading lies everywhere. He claimed that someone had seen the pavilion master carrying a long sword bag, and said it had already been confirmed that one sword was missing from the sword forge. His accomplice wore a vicious grin of certainty and ferociously demanded to know what everyone was still waiting for. Now was the time to expose her. The crowd instantly erupted with righteous indignation and, under the banner of so-called justice, charged toward the truth they believed in. The atmosphere around the sword forge was so tense it was hard to breathe, standing in stark contrast to the festival decorations that had not yet been taken down from the buildings. Inside, a crisis was brewing, as if it might tear everything apart at any moment. Outside, the disciples were all at a loss, whispering anxiously among themselves in panic. It was not just that she had taken one sword away. She had even brought an outer disciple into the sacred sword forge. This time she would definitely be severely punished, and they themselves were trapped inside too, unable to get out, with guards patrolling all around. A miniature version of the strongest figure in the sect, absurdly adorable, was so frantic that she was almost trembling in place, tears pouring down her face as she desperately wondered what to do. In the suffocating silence of the room, a man with snow-white hair held a glowing talisman, his crimson eyes focused and calm. He knew they had to return immediately, so he sent a message to ask about the situation on the other side. Very soon, a reply came through from the magic device. A large group was already on the way there, at least a dozen people, and they were closing in fast. The sword forge would be completely surrounded any moment now, so they had to get back as quickly as possible. The atmosphere in the other room was just as oppressive and stifling. That handsome bronze-skinned warrior could hardly believe she had so many enemies, and that every one of them was desperately trying to get something from her. He suddenly glared at the pink-haired elf and told her not to look at him like that. This was no joke. The elf woman covered her mouth, her eyes full of fear. If everyone found out that she was the one who had brought them out of the forbidden grounds, what would happen? The well-dressed man beside her answered that unspoken question for her, his face dark. She would be stripped of her position as pavilion master. But at that moment, a little gray-haired girl suddenly popped out, her voice full of unwavering trust. No, Jiang Kelan will be back very soon. She puffed out her chest, absolutely certain. She can already fly on a sword now. The warrior cursed under his breath. That meant the troublemakers were already blocking the outside, while they were trapped in here, unable to help at all. Just then, a series of heavy bangs echoed through the room, the sound of fists pounding hard against the main door. The young disciple Tang Huan gave a violent start, her heart leaping into her throat. They had arrived. The elegant man gently placed a hand on her shoulder and quietly, steadily soothed her, telling her to calm down. The elf woman also leaned close, her eyes blazing, and reminded Tang Huan that she was Fenya's friend. Did she really want to stand by and watch him be driven out of the sword forge? Of course she did not. Tang Huan's heart shook, and with it, her resolve hardened. And the next sentence from the elf woman pushed her fully onto this path, right now. Only she could help Fenya. Tang Huan stood there alone for a moment, as if the weight of the whole world had settled onto her shoulders. In the distance, two disciples were calmly sweeping the courtyard, completely unaware that the storm had already arrived. Suddenly, a fierce rushing sound tore through the air, nearly knocking one of them over and blowing her hair wildly across her face. Holding her head, she asked in uncertainty what on earth had just flown past. The person beside her only said casually that it was probably just the wind. But it was not the wind at all. It was Jiang Kelan, a pinkish-purple blur streaking through the sky on her flying sword, her eyes full of determination. She told her companion beside her to hold those people off a little longer. They would be there soon. Outside the sword forge, the crowd laying siege had completely run out of patience. Their angry shouting split the air as they ordered Tang Huan to open the door, stop hiding, and get out immediately, or else they would break the door down. A smug man with a high ponytail stepped forward and assumed the posture of someone giving orders. He did not want to waste any more time. Break the door down. But just as the crowd was about to surge forward, the two heavy doors let out a harsh creak and slowly opened on their own. Tang Huan stepped out from inside, her face perfectly composed, her bearing steady and calm, as if she were not panicking in the slightest. The confrontation had officially begun. Seeing the door open, the leader gave a cold laugh, roughly shoved her aside, and barked, "Get out of the way." He shoved her hard. Tang Huan staggered back a few steps, but in the next instant she regained her footing and slammed the heavy door right into his face. He crashed into the solid wooden door with a dull thud that made teeth ache, then fell to the ground in a miserable heap. With a crisp click, the bolt dropped from the inside and locked the door. The leader scrambled to his feet, his face twisted with rage, and glared at the girl standing there alone. "Why did she come out?" he demanded sharply. Tang Huan clenched her fists, and her voice carried a forcefulness even she herself had not noticed. She was just about to throw the same question back at him. This was the Sword Forge, the sacred place that guarded the sect's strongest weapons. Her challenge hung in the air, cold and sharp. Were they trying to rebel? The leader let out a sneer, clearly not taking her forced show of authority seriously at all. Was she done with that speech of hers? Where was the pavilion master? Tang Huan widened her eyes and said with an innocent expression that she was of course inside. The man immediately shot back that it was nonsense. If she really was inside, then why wouldn't she come out to see them? They had urgent matters to report. Without changing expression, Tang Huan answered that Jiang Kelan would come out soon enough, so there was no need to rush. But that explanation immediately aroused suspicion. If Jiang Kelan really was inside, then why was she so desperately stopping them from entering? Thinking quickly, Tang Huan blinked slyly and said that the pavilion master had accidentally knocked over an inkstone and stained her skirt and was changing clothes inside. There was a pointed hint in her words as she asked back whether he was really so eager to look because he wanted to act like a lecher. At that moment, another female disciple, with a stern expression, stepped forward, clearly out of patience. She coldly declared that it was a lie. Someone had seen Jiang Kelan leave with a sword, and they had to go inside and check. If Tang Huan kept blocking them, then they should not blame them for being rude. The pressure was so heavy it was almost suffocating, but Tang Huan did not back down. Instead, she gave a small laugh, as if she found the accusation ridiculous. She said she had been here since morning, and no one had gone out at all. The only suspicious thing she had seen was them skulking around outside. Narrowing her eyes, she fixed everyone with a cold stare. They said someone had seen the pavilion master leave? Fine, then who was that person? And what exactly had they seen? Put on the spot by her questioning, the female disciple immediately broke out in a cold sweat and could not force out a single word. A smug smile curved Tang Huan's lips. What? Too scared to confront them face to face? The leader's face flushed red with anger as he growled at her to stop changing the subject. The only reason she had shut the door so quickly was because she was afraid they would discover that Jiang Kelan was not inside at all. He folded his arms and recovered that self-satisfied look again. If they were wrong, then she could simply bring out all 7 swords for them to see. Only then would they believe she was innocent. Tang Huan looked at him with undisguised disgust, as if she were looking at filth stuck to the bottom of a shoe. Why should she invite a mob like them inside? Besides, if Jiang Kelan was not in the room, then how could the door possibly have been bolted from the inside? In a thoughtful tone, she added, could it be that the sword spirits had helped? But why would they do such a thing for someone as insignificant as her? The leader was instantly struck speechless, his face reddening to the roots. You really are slippery, he finally squeezed out with difficulty, completely blocked by her argument. Tang Huan shrugged, her expression so adorably smug it made people itch to hit her. You flatter me, but you're pretty scheming yourself. All he could do was choke out an enraged, "You little," because she had already dismantled his entire line of argument piece by piece. But beneath her calm exterior, Tang Huan's heart was slamming wildly against her chest. It had been pure luck that she had managed to come out in time. If they had really barged in just now, everything would have been over. Her resolve hardened like steel. No matter what, she could not let them discover the truth. She had to keep them outside forever. The situation was critical, and a memory flashed through her mind, revealing the nearly impossible choice that had stood before the young girl. The handsome red-haired sword spirit Crimson Skies spoke with urgency and helplessness in his voice. He wanted her to go out and hold off the intruders, yet his own powerlessness nearly crushed him. He could not go out himself. The other side had prepared too thoroughly. The girl's face was full of panic, and her hands waved instinctively as if she wanted to refuse. But Crimson Skies, another sword spirit, comforted her, saying they were not asking her to truly block everyone by herself. Jiang Kelan, with hair white as snow, then explained the plan. They only needed her to buy them a little time. Yet another sword spirit spoke up, the urgency in his voice undisguised. If they did not respond soon, the people outside would force their way in. Once that happened, the consequences would be unthinkable. The red-haired sword spirit explained that if they discovered one sword was missing, Jiang Kelan would bear all the blame, and by then it would be too late. Sword spirits were invisible to human eyes, so she was their only hope. The handsome sword spirit with bronze skin looked at her with sympathy in his eyes and admitted that asking a girl like her to face that aggressive crowd alone was truly too much. She lowered her head, as if the weight of the whole world were pressing down on her slender shoulders. The choice was entirely hers. They would not blame her if she refused, and Jiang Kelan certainly would not. But in that moment, something inside her seemed to snap. She suddenly lifted her head, blazing determination igniting in her eyes, and there was courage in her voice unlike ever before. She said she was willing. Back in the present, she stood before the door like a lone gatekeeper braced against the wind, her will unshakable. She absolutely could not let those people break in. No matter the cost, she would protect Jiang Kelan. She took a deep breath and stepped forward, but the moment she glanced outside, an icy chill shot straight up her spine. A huge crowd had already gathered outside, and the number was still growing. Her face turned deathly pale, and she could not help sucking in a breath. This was bad. More people had come. The disciples were packed together in a restless, agitated mass, and some of them even wore gloating smiles, clearly enjoying the chaos. Inside the room, the sword spirits also panicked. Crimson Skies cursed under his breath that their luck was terrible. It was already too late now. With so many people gathered, she could never hold them back. Why couldn't Jiang Kelan just slip away quietly with an invisibility talisman? But things were not that simple. The doors and windows were all shut tight, and the moment even one of them opened, the people outside would immediately notice something was wrong. The bronze-skinned sword spirit spoke heavily, pointing out the most chilling reality before them. There were sword cultivators guarding the windows above as well. They were completely surrounded. There was no way this girl could escape from a situation like this. At that moment, little Yun Wei, curled up in Jiang Kelan's arms, looked terrified. Sniffling, she buried her face against Jiang Kelan's chest and trembled as she said she did not want Jiang Kelan to leave. Jiang Kelan only held her tighter and softly soothed her into silence. Suddenly, Crimson Sky's eyes flew wide in shock. A sharp shout rang out from outside. Where was Yun Wei? The sword spirit froze on the spot. Huh? When had he left? How is that possible? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Kelan was already moving, her black hair flying as her gaze swept rapidly around. Her hand touched the floor, and a dazzling teleportation array suddenly flared to life. Under her palm, the situation was about to reverse. In the distance, Yun Wei was flying through the air on his sword, the wind whistling past his ears. This was already the last turn. He urged. They had to go faster. They streaked across the sky like an afterimage, skimming over a vast sea of lush forest. Only the rustling leaves proved they had passed this way. Below, the brave girl who had been keeping watch outside was sweeping the courtyard with a broom. She looked up in confusion. What had that sound been just now? She had only just finished cleaning this place. With a soft pop, a hazy cluster of flowing light appeared on the stone path. 2 feet touched the ground, and amid a burst of dazzling spiritual light, Jiang Kelan appeared, still carefully shielding Yun Wei in her arms. The girl looked up at her, her mind in complete chaos. How had she gotten out? Her eyes were full of shock and bewilderment. Jiang Kelan gently told her they had to go back first. The girl took half a step forward, her eyes sweeping the area, and suddenly a flash of realization crossed them. Wait, wasn't this the place where they had released sky lanterns together? Just how had she brought someone here? In only a brief instant, Jiang Kelan explained the method she had used to escape. She had used a teleportation array. The Sword Forge was now surrounded on all sides, and going back at this moment would be no different from walking into a trap. As she spoke, she completed the array on the ground. Turning to the girl, dressed in flowing white like a goddess descended into the world, yet with urgency in her expression, she urged softly, "Quick, we don't have much time." She held out her hand, a silent but urgent invitation. The girl placed her small hand into her palm, as if fate itself had quietly linked them together in that moment. Jiang Kelan pulled her closer, and the teleportation array blazed with brilliant blue light, engulfing them both completely. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the empty courtyard and whispers in the wind. The bright lights and sweet wishes of New Year's seemed already like a distant old dream. And in the solemn and majestic Myriad Sword Tomb, a different kind of story was unfolding inside the Sword Forge: betrayal and reversal. A shrill scream suddenly tore through the silence. With a heavy crash, Tang Huan was violently thrown against the thick wooden door. Her slender body could not withstand the force at all. She forced herself back up, enduring the pain all over her body, and pressed her entire weight against the door, desperately blocking the entrance. They cannot come in? Absolutely not. She screamed at the people outside to get away, to stay far from here. But beyond the door, a man with cold eyes and a face full of rage gave a chilling order. "Hold her down," he told his subordinates coldly. "Break the door open. Now." Rough hands seized Tang Huan at once. She struggled wildly and shouted for them to let her go, but it was useless. She could only be dragged away from the door. The next moment, the door was smashed open with a deafening roar. A flood of resentful disciples poured into the room. The gray-haired leader strolled in slowly, a cruel smile hanging at the corner of his lips. With a sneer, he said he had known it. There was no one here at all. He raised a hand as if to strike the disciple curled up on the ground, coldly declaring that it was already too late to beg for mercy now. Tang Huan lay on the floor, able only to call out her friend's name in a low voice. Her voice trembled with fear and anger, tears glimmering in her eyes, yet she remained stubborn and unyielding. How dared they? Just then, a voice as cold and sharp as a winter blade suddenly cut through the chaos, sternly demanding who dare behave so atrociously in front of the pavilion master. There she stood, strikingly beautiful and aloof, filled with righteous anger. It was Jiang Kelan. Her gaze was fixed firmly on the intruders. The leader of the group froze for a moment, while the person beside him turned and whispered that the sword was gone. How was that possible? He stammered, as the trap they had so carefully laid began to crack apart. But Jiang Kelan gave them no chance to reorganize their lies. Bathed in the soft light of the hall, she looked like a goddess descended to deliver judgment, her authority impossible to question. Coldly, she declared that without her permission, no outsider was allowed to step even half a pace into the Sword Forge. "Get out." One disciple, emboldened by the crowd, pointed at her and shouted that something was wrong. She had clearly appeared out of nowhere. Another disciple chimed in, the very young master who had just been taught a lesson by Jiang Kelan earlier. His voice held both fear and indignation as he said she was obviously sweating and had even changed her clothes entirely. As he spoke, he subconsciously lifted a hand to touch his face, only to feel dampness on his fingertips. Looking down, his pupils contracted sharply. His fingers were smeared with fresh blood. The discovery struck him like a hammer blow. His lie had been utterly exposed, laid bare before everyone with nowhere to hide. The atmosphere grew even tighter, and the balance of victory and defeat was beginning to sway dangerously. The people accusing her exchanged uneasy glances, their earlier confidence starting to waver beneath Jiang Kelan's icy stare. She knew perfectly well what they were trying to do. They wanted to paint her as a cold, incapable failure. If she could not even handle an intrusion like this, then she could forget about truly establishing herself in the Sword Forge. Her jaw tightened, and a layer of silent fury settled over her delicate features. She stared coldly at the crowd and made only one brief, cutting gesture, ordering the person holding Tang Huan to let go. The man obeyed immediately. Tang Huan hurried to Jiang Kelan's side, as if she had finally found something to rely on. But the gray-haired leader was clearly not so ready to back down. He clenched his fists, a faint metallic glint showing in his palm, while his mind was already weaving a new lie. He stepped forward, piling a nauseatingly polite smile onto his face, and began by apologizing for disturbing the pavilion master. They simply had an extremely important matter, and wished to hear her opinion on it. Jiang Kelan's expression remained indifferent, clearly uninterested. "Oh," she responded, her tone full of mockery. He immediately launched into the excuse he had prepared long ago, his voice brimming with feigned righteousness. Outer sect disciples were not supposed to enter the Sword Forge, yet Tang Huan had appeared here. Raising his voice, he asked the crowd whether sect rules were more important, or the pavilion master's private affections. Tang Huan sucked in a breath, her face reddening with anger, clearly hearing the malice hidden in his insinuation. Seizing the moment, the man pressed on in a mocking tone, saying that if personal feelings could override the rules, then there would be nothing wrong with their entering today either. Jiang Kelan placed a hand on her friend's shoulder to calm her, then spoke evenly, saying that Fonya had personally granted her special permission to invite her friends over. The leader immediately let out a scornful laugh. "Don't be ridiculous." He sneered that Fonya was in seclusion, and who knew when he would come out. She was merely shifting responsibility on as someone whose word could not possibly be verified. Voices of agreement immediately rose from the crowd. "Exactly. That was right." Another disciple pointed at her and demanded to know why she had just admitted to letting her friends come and go freely. As the pavilion master, she was taking the lead in breaking the rules. So how could they possibly submit to her after this? For a moment, Jiang Kelan lowered her head slightly, as if the full weight of those accusations had come down on her. But in the next moment, she raised her head again, her gaze steady as ever. She let out a soft sigh and said that it seemed no matter what she said today, they would not believe her. The leader answered smugly that they only believed the truth they had decided on. Just then, a voice smooth as silk yet carrying unquestionable authority suddenly rang through the entire room. "Oh, then does my word not count either?" Everyone turned at once, and the smugness on their faces instantly turned to shock. The person standing in the doorway, radiating an overwhelming presence, was the one they least wanted to see. "Weren't you in seclusion?" someone asked with a stammer, his face going pale at once. Fonya strode in like a god made flesh, and the extraordinary beauty of his features silenced the whole room. "Someone was making things difficult for Jiang Kelan," he said calmly. "Naturally, I came." He had personally given her permission. His azure eyes, cold and sharp as shattered ice, swept over the trembling crowd before him. "Do you believe it now?" His voice was light, yet it sounded like a summons from death itself. The gray-haired leader began to shake, cold sweat pouring down his face, until at last all he could force from his throat was a pitiful whimper, the sort of sound a person makes only when his whole world collapses before his eyes. Before the tension in the myriad sword tomb had even fully dissipated, the story moved into the chapter of Reversal 4. The air inside the sword forge itself seemed to carry the scent of judgment. An older martial sister sternly recited the sect rules. According to sect law, anyone who had been granted permission yet failed to participate as required would be severely punished. Their monthly stipend would be confiscated in full for 3 months. The disciple being held accountable trembled before that tall and imposing figure. He stood with his back to the crowd like a silent, immovable monument. The offender pleaded in a shaking voice, desperately begging Fonya to show mercy, terrified he might think of an even harsher punishment. But Fonya had already made his decision. Standing beside Jiang Kelan, not the slightest hint of wavering on his handsome face, he directly ordered the ringleader to go to the discipline hall and receive punishment. Jiang Kelan looked up at him, her golden eyes full of pure admiration, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. He really was still this formidable. No wonder he was the man she liked. Elsewhere, however, the atmosphere was entirely different. The woman with fiery red hair wore a satisfied smile as she congratulated the silver-haired, ethereal-looking man, saying that Yunwei had finally broken the seal and come out. Another disciple beside them looked utterly awestruck and declared that his admiration knew no bounds. If only Yunwei would teach him the secret, he would never again complain about Yunwei's bad temper. But their praise received no response. The black-haired man Chongli leaned forward slightly, brows tightly furrowed, and looked at Yunwei's pale face with genuine concern. "You don't look right." His voice was low, yet it carried an ominous foreboding. Yunwei suddenly swayed, his graceful, slender body losing support as though its strings had been cut. Then a violent fit of coughing tore through him. He raised a hand to cover his mouth, and bright red blood spilled from his lips, splattering across his pale palm. That splash of red stained his immaculate white robes with shocking starkness. His beautiful face twisted with pain, yet he could not produce a sound. Chang Li's voice pierced through the sudden chaos as he addressed someone unseen, saying that he had thought Yun Wei was in seclusion. He added that coming out once in a while was not that big a deal. But before his words had even finished, Jiang Kelan's eyes flew wide open, and she stared straight at the person Chang Li had been speaking to. Yun Wei's gaze also pressed down heavily, and the one visible eye he showed was filled with deep exhaustion. Standing before everyone was none other than Fengya. His presence was so overwhelming that it seemed to suck the very air out of the room. Yet his expression was utterly unreadable. As if finally resigned under that suffocating pressure, Yun Wei slowly closed his eyes, weary yet still composed. In the next instant, with a terrifying and absolute force, Fengya directly sent Yun Wei and the others away together, making them vanish without a trace. When he turned to look at Jiang Kelan, that frightening aura softened for her alone. In a low voice, he asked whether she still hated Chang Li. A dazzling smile instantly bloomed across Jiang Kelan's face, bright enough to make the eyes ache. Her cheeks puffed with delight. She secretly laughed to herself, finally realizing that Chang Li must have been specially arranged by Fengya to stay by her side and take care of her. In Jiang Kelan's adorable little daydream, now that she had the powerful backing of Fengya, she happily celebrated, convinced that from now on no one would dare make things difficult for her again. A large hand suddenly came down, ruffling her hair with affectionate helplessness. "Smart girl," Fengya said softly. Jiang Kelan huffily slapped his hand away and told him not to mess up her hair. Left where he was, Chang Li let out a sigh and used a cloth to wipe away the blood Yun Wei had coughed on the ground. What was the use of being so powerful when he coughed up blood at every turn and still needed him to clean up after him? He turned to glance at Fengya and Jiang Kelan walking away side by side, and a complicated, wistful look rose in his eyes. A deep sorrow swept across his face, the pain seeming to come from feelings long buried away. He thought silently to himself that people often never know exactly when they started liking someone, but if they can know when to let go, perhaps that is not such a bad thing. In this sweet little special story, the Qixi festival had arrived. Jiang Kelan was just about to give Fengya her gift when she suddenly heard his voice announcing his arrival, catching her off guard. Why'd he come so early? She was not ready yet. Looking apologetic, he explained that something urgent had suddenly come up and he would not be able to have dinner with her tonight. The moment she heard it was tonight, Jiang Kelan's heart sank, but she still forced herself to show a brave, understanding smile and told him there was no need to apologize. As the chief disciple, of course proper matters were more important, and there would be chances to eat together later. A gentle smile lifted the corner of Fengya's lips. He knew she would understand. Then he suggested that since there was still a little time now, they might as well take a walk together. Her eyes lit up at once. Really? Of course. He looked at her gently, his smile so soft it seemed capable of melting glaciers. He added that if it was inconvenient for her, they could do it another day. But Jiang Kelan was already so excited she nearly jumped up, eagerly saying yes again and urging him to go right away. The two strolled through the quiet courtyard. Fengya remarked that it had been a long time since they had walked together like this, especially since he became pavilion master. Then he noticed she was a little quiet and asked if she was unhappy, though she seemed to be doing much better than before. She hurriedly denied it, saying it was nothing like that. She really liked her life now, and she had improved a lot in her sword spirit cultivation as well. She lowered her head, a trace of loneliness quietly creeping into her expression, and shyly admitted that she was just a little lonely, because now she could no longer see him as often as before. Hearing that, his heart softened. Silly girl. He promised that as long as he had time, he would come see her. He reminded her that cultivation was what mattered most. She immediately gave a solemn salute and answered loudly, yes. When their short walk ended, he told her to take good care of herself, then leaped into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. She kept waving until she could no longer see him, warmth spreading through her chest. Fengyu was obviously so busy, yet he had still come specially to see her. He really was so gentle. But reality soon came crashing back down on her head. Their date still had not happened after all, and in her happiness, she had even forgotten to give him a gift. She scolded herself for being stupid, but still did her best to cheer up, thinking that she had promised to work hard. Just then, a soft voice came from behind her, telling her that rather than holding it in, she might as well vent her grievances. Startled, Jiang Kelan turned around and found that white-haired man standing there, Chong Li, as she called him. When had he come? Looking at her with those knowing red eyes, he said he understood what it felt like when hope fell through. She quickly said she was fine, that Fengyu was only too busy, but had still made time to come see her. But Chong Li gently asked in return that how Fengyu was did not really matter. What mattered was what she herself had done. As long as she had already tried her best, then even if she received no visible reward, that effort would not have been wasted. His strange, yet profound words touched something in her heart. Jiang Kelan softly called out, Chong Li, and the way she looked at him now held a bit of new recognition. A genuine smile bloomed across her face. Even if what he said was a little roundabout, she was happy that he was trying so hard to comfort her. Feeling truly much better, she thanked him and invited him to eat with her, since she had prepared so many dishes. He only replied lightly, all right. In the next instant, it was as if a tiny thought bubble popped up over his head, as though he were wondering whether he had completely missed the point just now. A chibi Jiang Kelan immediately snarked that he had gotten the point, and for now, he should stop coughing up blood. The special chapter continued, unfolding into a bit of everyday misery every cultivator understood, being so broke at the end of the month that they could barely afford to eat. Our adorable Jiang Kelan let out a heavy sigh full of sorrow, looking as miserable as her empty money pouch. Abao tried to comfort her, saying that she usually stayed in the Sword Pavilion anyway, so there was really not much she needed to spend money on. But she was not worried about herself at all. What upset her was that she had promised to treat him to fried pork ribs and now could not afford it. There was not a bit of meat in the kitchen, and poor Abao could only go hungry with her. Despair was written all over her face. Abao's round little body practically exploded in frustration too. This would not do. He could not wait until next month to eat fried pork ribs. He was already at his limit. Seeing him like this made Jiang Kelan feel even worse, and she only hated that she did not know how to save money. Just then, Abao suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said it was fine. He had thought of a way. His first suggestion was to go hunt wild boar, only to have Jiang Kelan immediately reject it. The wild boars in the nearby mountains had long since all been eaten by them. But he was not discouraged. Instead, he asked if she remembered all those copper coins she had used up when practicing hidden weapons before, his eyes gleaming slyly. Hearing that, her eyes widened too. Right? Grinning, he pointed out that her aim had been terrible back then and she had wasted loads of copper coins, so those coins had to still be scattered all over the place. Expressionless, she dryly remarked that there was really no need for him to emphasize that. If that was the case, then maybe they really could buy meat with the copper coins they picked back up. Abao grew more and more excited as he spoke, even imagining that they might buy wine tonight too and make a whole feast for everyone. Hope lit up in Jiang Kelan's eyes as well. She nodded at once. Then let's start looking. And so their treasure hunt officially began. After an entire afternoon of crawling under tables and searching through corners, they actually managed to recover 50 copper coins. Abao was deeply moved, sighing that she had worked this hard just to buy him ribs, and praising her as such a good girl who would definitely meet a good man someday. The topic changed so suddenly that Jiang Kelan was left looking utterly baffled on the spot. To change the subject, she mischievously suggested that maybe they should invite the handsome Fengyu over to eat ribs with them too. Abao instantly panicked and waved both hands frantically, telling her not to say such things or he would not get to eat anything at all. Jiang Kelan laughed and admitted she was only joking, then handed him a cup of tea and said they could go down a mountain together in a bit. Abao was already immersed in fantasies of delicious food, waving one hand as he imagined a night's feast. 50 copper coins would definitely buy a lot of meat. Joy was shining in Jiang Kelan's eyes as well, and she eagerly agreed again and again that everyone would definitely get to eat something good tonight. But before her cheerful declaration was even halfway out, a voice interrupted her. Jiang Kelan. The one who had come was Tang Huan, and her timing could not have been worse. Tang Huan reminded her that the 50 copper coins she had lent her last month, had she forgotten to pay them back? Jiang Kelan was in the middle of drinking tea and froze instantly. Tea sloshed out of the cup, and her face turned white in a flash. This was bad. She had completely forgotten all about her debt. To stall for time, she hurriedly invited Tang Huan to sit down and drink tea while they talked, but Tang Huan had a clear goal and was not falling for it. Not happening, she still had to rush off to buy new rouge, so she wanted the money now. As she spoke, she held out her small palm toward her. And just like that, the fragrant dream of fried pork ribs vanished into thin air. Jiang Kelan let out a long sigh and looked out beyond the courtyard. It seemed this grand meal would ultimately have to wait until next month after all. She turned to look at the heartbroken Abao, her voice full of apology. A new chapter opened, and the first thing that came into view was a striking image. The dark-skinned, extravagantly dressed Mo Changyuan lounging lazily, with a fiery and alluring demoness Hujio by his side. The story began on a bright, beautiful day, with the tranquil pavilion bathed in sunlight, and the weather so pleasant it made people a little drowsy. Hujio called up to the graceful Yin Wei, who was seated on the rooftop, and asked how he had escaped from the sword forge last time. Yin Wei gave an infuriatingly vague answer. A small trick. Unwilling to give up, she went on to say that she had heard from Abao that he seemed very skilled in formations and seals. The silver-haired, handsome sword spirit only replied ambiguously, perhaps. Then he lightly added that he could not be considered especially proficient. The vein at Hujio's temple throbbed, and she nearly exploded on the spot in frustration. Could he not just speak like a normal person for once? And Mo Changyuan, lounging lazily beside them, finally chimed in and said that Yun Wei had already answered her. So what was she dissatisfied about? The corner of Yun Wei's mouth curled up, clearly enjoying how irritated he had made her. Hujio immediately turned and snapped at Mo Changyuan, her cheeks puffing up with anger. Stay out of it. Go back to polishing your sword. Not far away. Fengya smiled faintly as if quite approving, saying that Yun Wei truly was broad in learning, worthy of being a sword forged in such a way. That only made Hujio even more annoyed. She had just about heard enough of the name Yun Wei, and now even Fengya was praising him. A bad idea immediately surfaced in her mind. Was he not supposed to be very learned? Then let's test him. Wearing a provocative smile, she began firing off a string of tricky questions about sword cultivator classics and ancient compendiums. But then she suddenly threw out a truly shocking one. What happens in chapter 67 of Plum in the Golden Vase? The air froze instantly. Hujio herself blushed scarlet with embarrassment. She had actually asked, in front of everyone, about the contents of a famous erotic novel. Pointing at the expressionless Yun Wei, she stammered as she accused him that remembering that kind of book so clearly was hardly a good thing. Her cheeks puffed up, mortified and annoyed. Mo Changyuan only gave her a meaningful smile and remarked that Yun Wei really did know quite a lot. Yun Wei calmly explained that he had spent a very long time in the library pavilion. Fengya also added that it was not easy to remember everything one had read, and Yun Wei had an excellent memory. Mo Changyuan was genuinely a little impressed now. Was there anything this absurdly clever person could not do? Lifting his tea, Yun Wei said calmly that knowing something from a book did not mean one knew how to do that thing. For example, he did not know how to forge swords. That casually spoken sentence struck everyone like a bolt of lightning. Mo Changyuan's eyes widened and his face froze completely, full of disbelief. Jiang Kelan was just as shocked. A sword that could not forge swords? Yet he did have a sword. Fengya's expression also darkened as he quietly confirmed that it was something from a long time ago. Yun Wei turned to look at his creator, the corners of his eyes reddening, and in those eyes was pain so deep it could not be spoken. How did you know? Fengya looked at the beautiful spirit before him, his gaze surging with complicated, profound emotion, and even his tone softened. Because you. He only managed the beginning of the sentence before it fell into oppressive silence. Then the scene shifted, and a festive banner hung in the air, announcing that a night full of eerie fun was about to begin. A familiar character appeared in chibi Shiba form, wearing a tiny outfit with little bat wings and preparing to go trick-or-treating. Our little heroine was dressed up as an adorable little witch and peeked out from behind the door. The instant she saw that tiny visitor, her cheeks turned red. It was just too cute. She told him to wait a moment, saying she had already prepared something for him. Turning lovingly toward the table, her smile suddenly froze. The pile of candy she had carefully arranged was gone, vanished without a trace. Tears slowly welled in her eyes, and her lower lip trembled faintly. Had she remembered wrong? Had she imagined the whole thing? But just then, she suddenly relaxed, remembering that she had a backup plan. Luckily, she had bought more. She slapped down a big festive candy bag stuffed full of snacks onto the table. And not only that, she had even specially bought a box of chocolates. She peeked out by the door again, then turned back, her head full of excited little thoughts. But the very next second, her whole body went cold. The entire bag of candy she had just set down had disappeared again into thin air. She was struck dumb by pure shock. How was that possible? She checked again, and even the chocolates were gone. Panic overtook her, and her mind became a complete mess. She was the only person here, so how could things keep disappearing again and again? Clutching the exquisite golden box of chocolates she had originally planned to give him, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Wait, Halloween was a Western holiday. Just as that creepy realization rose in her mind, a small voice interrupted her panicked thoughts. It was the little boy in the cat costume, looking up at her with innocent wide eyes. She could only force out a flustered smile and apologize over and over, saying she had run into a small problem. She handed him the elegant box of chocolates and told him to take it first, then took his tiny hand and promised to go trick-or-treating with him and get even more candy. In the eerie night, pairs of scarlet eyes glimmered in the darkness. But the real surprise was seeing everyone in cute holiday costumes together, all wishing everyone a happy Halloween. The light-hearted festive mood soon faded, however, and we returned to the main plot, where the situation was far more serious. Our heroine was sitting beside a handsome, tall man. His skin was dark, gold ornaments adorned his body, and his presence was powerful and deeply oppressive. She stared at him in disbelief, finding it hard to accept that even though he himself was a sword, he did not know how to forge swords. The man narrowed his dark eyes slightly and asked how she could possibly know something like that. But before she could say a single word, the calm atmosphere was torn apart by a burst of violent, grating coughs. She whipped her head around in alarm. It was Yun Wei. Calling his name, she rushed over, only to see him bent over, his whole body trembling faintly from coughing. Her heart tightened with worry. It was far too strange. Just a moment ago, he had been perfectly fine, and the next he was suddenly coughing up blood. The instant her hand touched him, a burning heat abruptly spread from her wrist, and the obsidian bracelet burst with intense light. Her eyes widened in shock, and just then a strong arm wrapped around from behind and pulled her away. The bronze-skinned man held her firmly, a smile hanging at his lips, and reminded her that she still had food to prepare for Fonya, did she not? Casually, he told her to go first. He had something to discuss with Yun Wei. Pouting, she was full of curiosity and had wanted to hear what they were going to say. But he only winked at her, leaned in, and whispered that this was a secret between men. Later, in a quiet clearing in the mountains, she sat together with a refined and elegant Fonya. Feeling a little guilty, she apologized to him, saying that because of her, his seclusion had been extended again, and she took out a small gift she had made by hand to give him. He only smiled and comforted her, saying it was no big deal. His seclusion was supposed to end tomorrow anyway. Taking a deep breath, she finally asked the question that had been circling in her mind all this time. She wanted to know about the bracelet. Every time she got close to Yun Wei, it heated up, but today, it had practically been scalding. Could that obsidian have something to do with Yun Wei? Fengya's expression darkened at once. He explained that the reason this obsidian could torment her soul was because Yun Wei's soul was incomplete to begin with. The bracelet sensed that, so whenever she came near him, it desperately tried to mend him, which was why it heated up. Her mind went blank. A shattered sword spirit soul? Fengya gravely admitted that it was all his fault. Back then, in order to quickly increase his strength, he had acted too rashly and accidentally destroyed his own life-bound sword. Although the broken blade had later ultimately been repaired, Yun Wei's sword spirit soul had always remained fragmented, and that had become the guilt Fengya had never been able to cast off. A painful image suddenly flashed through her mind, that Yun Wei, made of pure light and power, shattering and breaking apart like glass. Fengya continued, his voice full of remorse. Yunwei was nothing more than a broken sword, yet he had forcibly cultivated himself to the level of a spirit artifact. That in itself was an unprecedented miracle, but because of it he had paid a devastating price. He could never be reforged again. Fengya suspected that Yunwei had never been able to accept that cruel fate, and that was why he was now trying to destroy himself with his own hands. Before she came here, Yunwei's soul had already been so fragile it was on the verge of completely dissipating. A key question rose in her heart. If this bracelet could heal him, why had Fengya not simply put it on Yunwei himself? Fengya explained that the obsidian's power had to work through a human host, and that person also had to possess all 5 spiritual roots in order to serve as a medium to mend a sword spirit soul. She remembered Yunwei's violent coughing just now. Though he still coughed, it did not seem as severe as before. Fengya confirmed her guess as well. Believing this was because Yunwei had grown closer to her. In that instant, all the clues finally joined into a complete answer. Those words weighed heavily on her heart. He had not simply given her a bracelet. He had entrusted it to her for Yunwei's sake. It was not merely a gift, but more like a plea, the final hope he had placed in saving someone he had once injured with his own hands. Jiang Kelan lowered her head and looked at the delicate bracelet on her wrist, her gaze softening. It was something the man beside her had given her. She softly asked him whether he had given this to her because of Fengya. That powerful sword spirit turned his face slightly away, his features sinking into shadow, and a heavy silence fell. In the end, he admitted it. Indeed, he had originally intended for her to take care of him, to take care of that golden sword spirit, Yunwei. A trace of uncertainty flashed through his eyes as he looked at her and asked whether she would resent him for plotting against her like this. But Jiang Kelan only showed a bright smile, bright enough to drive away all gloom. Of course not. Her tone was light, and her eyes were full of sincerity. Even if that really had been his plan, being able to help still felt like a good thing to her. A faint smile touched his lips, and his eyes softened as he slowly leaned closer to her, his voice low and bewitching as he told her to look into his eyes and forget the person in her heart. Her cheeks flushed, and she hugged the book in her arms tighter, her heartbeat turning flustered as she stammered that at the very least she liked who he was now. But she quickly added that even if he had not asked her, she still would have taken care of Yunwei anyway. Her kindness seemed to have no limits. He lifted a hand and gently patted her on the head. Warm amusement played across his handsome face as he quietly teased that if he kept patting her head like this, she would never grow taller. But in the very next moment, that gentle expression turned abruptly cold, becoming sharp and chilling. He had sensed a suffocating presence. Those sharp, possessive eyes belonged to the golden sword spirit Yunwei. The smell of gunpowder suddenly filled the air as Yunwei's burning, oppressive gaze collided head-on with the silver-haired man's icy stare, and an intense clash of silent wills erupted between them. That master's voice carried bone-deep contempt as he sneered that Yunwei should not think coughing up a little blood could change the subject. He was not as easy to fool as that little girl. The two godlike beings stood facing each other, the air around them so heavy it seemed packed with unspoken accusations. The master irritably raked a hand through his hair and pressed Yunwei to explain clearly once and for all why he had forged swords. The scene abruptly shifted. In a memory, a young swordsmith admitted that yes, when he was alive, he really had forged swords. But Yunwei's voice continued. No one in the sect should have known that he had once carried out a human sacrifice. That chilling statement echoed on, and the other two figures explained that horrifying ritual as well, using oneself as a sacrifice and becoming a sword spirit. The truth was so terrifying that the listeners could only suck in a breath in disbelief. Wait, their faces went blank, their expressions freezing completely. Didn't that mean this guy used to be a demon? The next morning, the sun rose over the quiet pavilions and terraces, birds chirping in the sky, a sharp contrast to the chaos of the day before. Jiang Kelan cheerfully waved at the beautiful morning, then turned to Fengya and greeted him with a bright smile. Suddenly, a tiny figure hurled himself at her, arms spread wide, calling her name in a tearful, aggrieved voice. It was Yunwei in the form of a little child. The moment he arrived, he started tattling, pointing at his master and pitifully accusing him of not letting him drink. Adult Yunwei appeared behind them, his face dark and his voice hoarse, as if he were suppressing his anger. Not a chance. The little one's face crumpled at once, and huge tears began rolling down. Jiang Kelan quickly picked him up and coaxed him gently. "You're still too young. You can't drink alcohol." She then gave him some fruit tea instead. As if by magic, the tears instantly vanished, replaced by a delighted little gasp. Fruit tea that was sweet and tart was his favorite. But then his expression turned worried again, and he asked whether Master Chongli was feeling any better after chasing after him for so long yesterday. The question hung in the air. Jiang Kelan looked toward Fengya, only to see him silent, his expression unreadable. Back in yesterday's scene, Master Chongli stood there expressionless while the other golden spirit stubbornly demanded an explanation. But all he got was silence again. The golden figure let out an irritated scoff. He had thought that ever since that little girl came, Chongli had changed, but in the end he was still the same, still this dull. Chongli's misty eyes were cold as ice. "Disappear," he ordered, without a trace of emotion in his voice. In the next instant, the golden figure vanished, leaving Chongli standing alone in suffocating silence, expressionless on the surface, though turmoil churned inside him. Back in the present, Fengya looked unusually grave. Jiang Kelan noticed immediately, and the unease in her heart deepened. What was wrong? Was it really that serious? The little one in her arms explained that Chongli had gotten into a fight with that metal spirit, and ever since then he had been hiding inside his own sword and had not come out. Fengya tried to brush it off, insisting they had only exchanged a few harsh words and would make up soon, so they should not worry. But how could Jiang Kelan really pretend nothing had happened? She frowned slightly, full of worry. How could she not go look for him? The little boy was innocent and quick to change the subject, lifting his bright eyes to ask Jiang Kelan where she had gone yesterday. Had she had fun? Jiang Kelan smiled and unconsciously touched the bracelet on her wrist. She said she had gone to Sword Point Peak to bring Fengya something to eat. Sunlight filtered through the lush green canopy, scattering mottled patches of light across the forest floor. Jiang Kelan and Abao sat there surrounded by a flock of curious chirping birds, the atmosphere so peaceful it felt almost dreamlike. Later, back in a quiet room, Jiang Kelan gently held Abao's little hand, her palm warm and soothing. She asked him where he had gone yesterday and whether his little adventure had been fun. Abao's bright eyes widened as he excitedly recalled it, a huge smile on his face. He said he had gone to Sword Point Peak to bring Fengya food, and he had even seen the legendary sword testing stone. It had been incredibly lively there, with disciples everywhere practicing with their new swords. He had loved watching it. Jiang Kelan was happy for him too, but what Abao said next was full of amazement. He had heard that the poor stone was somehow damaged now. His little face was filled with shock. How was that possible? He knew the sword-testing stone was unbelievably hard. Even the finest weapons could hardly damage it, much less the ordinary swords of most disciples. Fire suddenly lit in his eyes, and he could no longer hold himself back. Full of pleading, he wanted her to take him there. He wanted to try it himself. He puffed out his little chest, clenched his fists, and wore a look of determination completely out of proportion to his frail body. He wanted to prove to everyone that he deserved to stay in the Sword Pavilion, so they would never look down on him again. Protective anger immediately surged up in Jiang Kelan's heart, so much so that her cheeks puffed up in indignation. Those awful people. What right did they have to look down on her? Abao. But soon unease rose in her again. She had nearly forgotten how badly he wanted to prove himself, at the thought that he might not even be able to leave a mark on the surface of the sword-testing stone, and that his little face would crumple with disappointment. Her heart ached with him. Fortunately, there was still a sliver of hope. Fengya had forged a sword for him, so maybe it would be all right. But the memory of the last time she had secretly taken Abao out and nearly caused a disaster sent a chill down her spine. Just then, Chuinjuan's gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. Worry filled his handsome face as he softly reminded her that she could not let herself get into trouble again. At those words, all the fighting spirit in Abao drained away at once. His shoulders slumped, and he lowered his head to stare at the ground. In a tiny, defeated voice, he said he did not want Jiang Kelan to get into trouble because of him. Those beautiful eyes slowly filled with tears, his lower lip trembling as he sniffled pitifully and said that in that case he would not go. Jiang Kelan simply could not bear to see him looking so heartbroken. When he looked up at her, a tear was sliding down his cheek. She made her decision. She would take him there. The moment he heard that, a radiant smile bloomed across his face, and all his earlier tears vanished without a trace. She gently patted his head and promised to take him there late at night, when it would be safer. Beneath the silver glow of the full moon, they slipped quietly through the whispering woods, and in the stillness of the night, every rustle of leaves sounded like thunder. At last they arrived at an open clearing. The enormous sword-testing stone stood there like an ancient monument, its surface gleaming with an eerie light in the moonshine. Hand in hand, the two stood before it, the air thick with tense anticipation. Abao asked nervously in a small voice whether anyone had seen them. Jiang Kelan was clearly prepared. She squeezed his hand to reassure him, and said she had brought the voice transmission talisman Chong Li had given her. Shinger was also standing guard outside, so if anything happened, they could make contact immediately. She carefully opened a brocade-lined case, revealing the small but exceptionally sharp sword inside. She handed the sword to him, and the moonlight cast a cold gleam across the blade. She asked him if he was ready. He answered firmly, gripping the hilt tightly with his little hand, his heart pounding from a mix of fear and excitement. He swung with all his strength, and the tremendous clang of metal striking stone exploded through the woods. But right after that sound, which should have been exhilarating, came a terrifying, violent tremor. Jiang Kelan's eyes flew wide open, so horrified she nearly screamed. She saw Abao start coughing violently, bright red blood suddenly spraying from his mouth and staining his clean yellow robe. He looked down at his trembling hands, now smeared with his own blood, his eyes full of confusion and shock. Another pool of crimson spread across the forest floor at his feet. All his strength gave out completely. His body went limp and pitched forward, and before his consciousness vanished, his last thought was only a weak cry of Jiang Kelan's name. Jiang Kelan screamed his name and lunged forward to catch him, but she was still a step too late. A blinding golden flash burst forth, and his human form instantly collapsed, leaving behind only a tiny yellow fledgling lying motionless on the cold hard ground. At the same moment, somewhere far away, a teacup suddenly shattered and crashed to the floor with a sharp, grating sound. A servant hurried over in alarm and asked Qi Xing what had happened. He had never seen this normally steady and self-controlled man lose his composure so completely, smashing so many things at once. But this was no accident. Qi Xing's face had gone deathly pale, and his handsome features were twisted by extreme terror. He clutched his chest tightly as an icy foreboding seized him to the bone. Something had happened, something horribly wrong. And in that very instant, he knew that a part of him had already gone dark. In the darkness appeared an ethereal, breathtaking scene. A little girl with innocent eyes, surrounded by glowing petals. It was the fleeting calm before the storm. But in waking reality, there was only chaos. On the handsome face of a black-haired man was written panic and despair, and the fear in his eyes was so great he could hardly breathe. The note in his hand carried devastating news. Jiang Kelan had reported that Chuinjuan's sword had shattered, and the child himself had vanished without a trace. Everyone else in the room cried out in anger and disbelief. What had he just said? The man's fingers trembled as he pulled out a golden talisman, his mind racing. Then he turned to a tall, slender figure with cascading silver hair and asked in a panic how long it had been since Jiang Kelan had seen Chunjun disappear. The silver-haired man could feel his own heart hammering in his chest. Though only a moment had passed, it felt as long as a century. What should he do? He ordered everyone else to stay where they were. With a flick of his wrist, a brush seemed to move on its own, and a stroke of black ink slashed through the air. The pink-haired woman, Yin Wei, suddenly saw golden points of light appear all around her and gasped. Before anyone could react, her form began to dissipate. Someone cried out her name in despair, but she vanished completely all the same. With a thunderous bang, the black-haired man slammed his fist down on the table, his patience crushed to nothing. He spun around, eyes blazing with fury, and glared at the place where Yun Wei had been standing moments earlier. "Calm down," he ground out through clenched teeth, nearly forcing the words out between them. Damn it, he grabbed his own head, utterly swallowed by despair. That child called Chunjun, he could not lose him. Far away elsewhere, pale moonlight spilled across the silent forest. Beside the towering sword-testing stone, a little silver-haired girl sat there all alone, her small shoulders trembling from suppressed sobs. Tears slid down her porcelain-white cheeks as she lifted her head, golden eyes reflecting the moonlight. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a man like a god, his hair as white as moonlight, his presence overwhelming yet gentle. The little girl looked up at this man. So tall he seemed unreal, so ethereal, he hardly seemed to belong to the mortal world. He stood before her like a silent guardian. Her lips trembled, and at last, with sorrow and a trace of hope, she softly called out a single name. Tumli. In that moonlit clearing, a desperate plan began. Blood dripped from a small pale hand that was gripping the hilt of a broken sword, shockingly vivid beneath the gentle moonlight. Chong Li's crimson eyes were full of calm, unwavering resolve. He told her to calm down first. They still had a chance to save him. Then he crouched down in front of the little girl, named Mian Mian, and held the broken weapon out to her. Her eyes widened in terror as she stared at her blood-covered hands. What should she do? Panic tightened around her tiny heart at once. Chong Li hesitated for a moment, those words weighing heavily on his heart. In a soft voice, he explained that they would need some of her blood, and they would also have to exchange one day of her lifespan. He gently held her trembling little hand, his gaze deep and sorrowful, as if asking for the cruelest sacrifice of all. But Mian Mian did not retreat in the slightest. Her bright eyes met his. There was fear in them, but also unwavering determination. Okay. Her voice was clear and firm. Do it now. Chong Li froze for a moment, his heart aching faintly because of her courage. He closed his eyes briefly, forcing himself to steady his emotions, and explained that although Chun Jun had disappeared, his spirit would remain for one more hour. They still had time. With the red bead bracelet on her wrist, they could call him back. She recognized it at once. That red obsidian bracelet. Chong Li nodded in confirmation. That item had the power to mend souls. Now that the sword was broken, it was their only hope of calling Chunjuan's spirit consciousness back. He carefully lifted her finger, his movements gentle, and softly warned her that it might hurt a little. Her fingertip was lightly pricked, and a bright red bead of blood slowly welled up from the pad of her finger. He told her to close her eyes, focus, and pour all her spiritual power into the bracelet. Then he instructed her to recite that sacred incantation in her heart. Mourn the dead, trade life for life, guide the lost soul back to dust. His voice grew more and more urgent as he told her to call his name out loud. Mian Mian took a deep breath and shouted into the night, Chunjun. Her voice echoed through the boundless cosmic void. There, a lonely boy-shaped constellation drifted aimlessly. Chunjuan's soul looked around at that empty, starry sky, and in his heart there arose a sorrowful kind of peace. If he disappeared here, perhaps that would not be so bad. A figure of Mian Mian, condensed from pure starlight, appeared before him. From a moment you came into this world, you were abandoned. Her ghost-like voice murmured softly. That must have been so hard, wasn't it? Her tone was unbelievably gentle. It's all right if you disappear now. At least you can finally stop hurting. The starlit Mian Mian extended a shimmering hand toward him, as if inviting him to walk into the void. Stay here forever, all right? Tears kept streaming down Chunjuan's face. His eyes were hollow and shattered as he tremblingly reached out his hand, on the verge of accepting her invitation and sinking into the endless night. In that vast and silent starry emptiness, a vow suddenly echoed through the darkness. An invisible hand, as if shaped from the stars themselves, reached toward him, carrying a heartbreaking plea, stay with me forever. The little silver-haired boy, seemingly molded from moonlight itself, cried out as he stretched out his own tiny hand too, desperately trying to catch that fading light, his heart breaking inch by inch with the fear of being abandoned again. Then suddenly, the void changed. A voice called his name. Abao. That voice yanked him back from the depths of memory. He found himself facing a phantom made of stardust, the broken version of himself from childhood. It stared at him with hollow eyes, as if asking who he really was. Panic instantly seized Abao's heart. He begged the phantom not to leave, not to abandon him again. But the figure made of starlight only turned away, its voice as faint as the deepest fear in his heart. What if you get abandoned again? In that final fleeting moment, the ghost of his past embraced him, a silent farewell to the loneliness that had stayed with him for far too long. Determination lit up Abao's eyes once more. He said he would not be abandoned because Jiang Kelan needed him. With that acceptance and certainty, the phantom dissolved into stardust, leaving behind only a single softly lingering word, goodbye. Now he was truly alone, curled up and floating in the sea of the universe, waiting for someone to find him. Just then, a dazzling pillar of light pierced the darkness, like a beacon of hope descending from another world. And in the mysterious, deep forest, Mian's gentle hand touched that ethereal cloud of mist. The light gradually condensed into a bright, spinning orb, becoming a vessel for that precious soul. Mian blinked and lowered her head to look at her hands, letting out a soft gasp of surprise. The blood that had stained them just moments ago had completely disappeared. A sudden wave of intense dizziness struck her. Her body swayed, and she weakly called out to Chongli. The tall, silver-haired man appeared at her side in an instant, catching her firmly before she could fall. His voice was full of undisguised worry as he hurriedly asked whether she was all right. But Mian had no mind for her own weakness. She widened her eyes and looked at him anxiously, urgently asking where Abao was. Chong Li's gaze softened and dropped to the small, delicate vessel in his hand. He's fine. He soothed her with a faint smile and explained that now all they needed to do was reattach the broken sword blade. Mian immediately let out a long breath of relief and nearly collapsed against him. But once his words truly sank in, her eyes flew wide open again, her face twisting in almost comical horror. Repair the sword blade? She panicked at once, shaking her head so hard that even her hair came loose. No. Chongli could only look at her in confusion, not understanding why her reaction was suddenly so strong. Pulling a miserable face, she confessed that she was hopelessly bad at forging and that it would be better to ask Fengya to do it instead. Chong Li's gentle expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold authority that allowed no disobedience. No, you can't. His low command left no room for discussion. He seized her by the arms, his handsome face close at hand, crimson eyes burning with near-desperate urgency. Only you can save him, he insisted, his grip unconsciously tightening. No one else can do it, understand? Though frightened by him, Mian still gritted her teeth and nodded. The sharpness in his eyes immediately faded, turning into deep remorse. He softly asked whether he had frightened her and apologized for his loss of control. Mian quickly waved her hands and said it was fine. It was just that her sword forging skills were truly beyond hopeless. Don't worry, he comforted her gently, and a hint of a plan appeared in his eyes. He knew someone who could help her, someone truly at the Grandmaster level. A faint, meaningful smile brushed across his lips, and Mian's curiosity was instantly stirred. She widened her eyes, trying to guess who he meant. The scene immediately shifted to a forge room blazing with furnace fire. When Fengya's powerful and dangerously handsome spirit form was summoned, shock was written all over his face. Chongli rapidly explained the urgency. They had to repair the broken sword immediately. There was no time left. Since Fengya taking action personally now would have the opposite effect, he asked the former great swordsmith to guide Mian step by step instead. Mian rubbed her hands together, her shoulders slumped, clearly devoid of confidence. Even with Fengya instructing her from the side, she had no faith whatsoever in her own abilities. Fengya's expression turned solemn as he seriously told her the weight of this matter. Whether Chunjun could continue to exist now rested entirely in her hands. He told her to stop overthinking and just do it. They would all stay with her. Chongli added the final and most crucial step. At the very moment before quenching the sword, she had to crush that soul orb in order to bind Chunjuin's soul back into the blade. Mian nodded firmly and took his hand. Holding the softly pulsing orb of light in her palms, she silently made a vow to the sword's spirit she cherished most. Abao, I will definitely do everything I can. She raised the radiant jewel, slowly closed her eyes, and turned all her feelings into one almost desperate plea. Please come back. In a warm, hazy room, Chuinjuan's eyelids fluttered open. Worried faces surrounded him, and when they saw he was finally awake, everyone let out cries of relief. He rubbed his tired eyes, his mind in complete chaos as he desperately tried to remember what had happened. Then Fengya's voice pierced through the fog, telling the child to look down. He lifted a hand and pointed. Chuinjuan's confused gaze followed it and landed on his own small chest. A horrified gasp burst from his throat. An enormous, vicious scar stretched across his torso, brutal proof of how close he had come to dying. At once he let out a shrill scream, full of shock and despair. The red-haired sword spirit beside Fengya immediately smacked him and cursed him for having no tact at all. Fengya, however, was utterly unconcerned and argued confidently that he was a boy. So what if he had a scar? The woman instantly snapped back that the scar was way too big. Meanwhile, behind them, Chunjun was still crying his heart out. Elsewhere, in the forge, Mian frowned at the result of her work. Changli looked just as grave, admitting that although he had known from the start it could never be perfect, he had never imagined it would turn out this badly. He moved his hand away from the sword, revealing that the place where the blade edges should have joined had become a rough, uneven, horrifying mess. Changli sighed, and frankly said this was already the limit of what he could help her do. Several people instantly started arguing. Chang Li's spirit form mercilessly declared that with her level of skill, any respectable forge would have kicked her out long ago. Fengya and his companion were also muttering on the side that she really was only good at cooking. Chuinjuan's heartbroken wailing drowned everything out. Guilt surged through Mian, and she reached out to hold him, her voice trembling as she apologized. She pulled him tightly into her arms, buried her face in his soft hair, and swore that she would never let him suffer such injuries again, blaming every scar now on his body on herself. Tears kept sliding down her cheeks as she apologized again and again, ashamed that she had not done better. To make it up to him, she promised she would bring him delicious food every day from now on. Chuinjuan's sobbing gradually quieted, and his small body slowly relaxed in her embrace. Crying all the while, Mian whispered that no matter what, she still liked him, whether he had that scar or not. She hugged him even tighter, her voice gentle and full of love as she reminded him of what he had once said. "You said you wanted me to need you forever. I promise you," she whispered, "I'll stay with you always." In Chuinjuan's tear-filled eyes, it was as if a sky full of stars lit up once more. But the peace in the pavilion was shattered by a crisp smack, followed by a triumphant declaration that a mosquito had been killed. But victory came at a price, and little Yanwei immediately bent over, coughing violently, her slender body convulsing again and again. Panting, she muttered to herself that this summoning art was not actually that bad as long as you ignore the coughing up blood part. After catching her breath, she turned to look at Qi Xing, her brows knitting in confusion. He already knew sword flight and teleportation, so why was he still practicing summoning arts? Then her gaze dropped to the ground, where a small pile of dead bugs lay like a pitiful little grave marker. A chill ran through her at once as she realized he had killed all of them. Disgusting. He needed to clean them up right now. As obedient as ever, Qi Xing nodded immediately and said that after he let the soul out of the bracelet, he would mop the floor. A childlike spirit watched with big, sorrowful eyes until the last wisp of light vanished, and the magical artifact was completely gone, never to return. He let out a timid little whimper, his spine turning cold. Qi Xing was just too terrifying. Seeing that the little thing was practically about to cry, Yanwei turned and glared at Qi Xing again, her tone reproachful. If this kept up, he was going to kill the bugs into extinction. She snorted and added that using summoning arts also shortened one's lifespan. Genuine struggle showed on Qi Xing's face, and he could not help wondering how much of her lifespan a few mosquitoes could possibly cost. He had always thought that if cultivators killed too much, they would never become immortals. Yanwei merely grinned wickedly, a sly glint flashing through her eyes. In any case, she had 5 spiritual roots, so she could never ascend anyway, she said with a shrug. Summoning arts might have limits, but she had plenty of other tricks up her sleeve. An astonishingly handsome man, his skin lightly tanned by the sun and his black hair falling like a waterfall, let out a soft, scornful laugh. Tricks up her sleeve? He drawled. When it came to sword forging, she did not have a shred of talent. Even so, there was still a teasing smile at the corner of his lips, as if he had seriously weighed her abilities. At the very least, she could still make a living pretending to be a divine fortune-teller. Then he leaned in slightly and, with an amused look, asked about her so-called sword-forging skill. Yen Wei's face instantly turned bright red. Her gaze darted everywhere as she stammered that she was not going to argue with him about this. A painful memory surfaced. Long ago, when her master had just taken her in, he had excitedly announced that he would teach her sword forging. In the end, all she made was a pitiful, pockmarked little metal disc. Holding the thing up with a face full of disdain, he had asked, "You call this a sword?" Then, with a clang, he threw the failure onto the ground. Back in the present, Yen Wei admitted awkwardly that after that one time, her master had completely given up on teaching her sword forging. She decisively changed the subject, reached out and took Qi Xing's hand, surprisingly gently, and told him to stop practicing. They should just slack off and go get something to eat instead. But Qi Xing's expression remained stubborn and serious. "No," he said firmly, "I don't have much talent to begin with. If I don't work this hard, I'll really become a useless person." All he could do was try his best with what he already had. After saying that, he turned his face away and added as if casually that her sword had gotten oil on it while he was maintaining it. The atmosphere instantly froze. The sweet smile on Yen Wei's face vanished without a trace, replaced by a terrifyingly cold fury. "No food for him for the next 7 days," she declared in a low voice. Qi Xing was so horrified his jaw nearly dropped, and this punishment was pronounced right in front of their master and a stunned Hu Jio. That evening, on the quiet balcony, Hu Jio saw the black-haired sword spirit Chang Li standing alone beneath the starry sky, gloom clinging to his whole body. She walked over, her vivid pink hair a sharp contrast to his heavy mood. Everyone else was inside having fun. She said, "So why was he out here all alone wearing such a miserable face?" He did not turn to look at her. He only said in a low, weary voice that his fate was bad, so it was better for him to keep his distance from everyone. Hu Jio clenched the fists hanging at her sides and snapped. "What nonsense! Who told you something like that?" she asked. "All humans," he answered, utterly emotionless, leaving her speechless for a moment. She followed his gaze toward the vast starry sky. Her anger gradually turned into helpless irritation. She told him that it was obviously humans who brought misfortune on themselves, yet in the end they turned around and called swords inauspicious things. That was just shirking responsibility. You should not listen to those people. Chang Li let out a hollow sigh and said he had once thought the same. Leaning against the railing, he seemed crushed beneath the shadows of the past. He had always felt that he was only a weapon. Being slandered was no big deal. As long as someone wielded him, he would become the finest weapon his master could have. His gloved hand slowly tightened into a fist, the leather creaking faintly under the strain. But every single one of his masters had died horribly. It had happened too many times, so many times that even he himself had begun to doubt everything. He desperately tried to suppress the thought, reminding himself that in the end, he was nothing more than a sword. In the silent night, a crisp slap suddenly rang out. Hu Jio's hand landed hard across his face, and a sharp sting made his whole body stiffen in shock. A fierce light burned in her eyes. She had thought he was only pretending to be stupid all this time, but now she discovered that he was actually stupid. She grabbed his collar and yanked him in front of her until they were so close their noses nearly touched. "You idiot," she said through gritted teeth, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. She lifted a finger and jabbed it hard against the center of his brow. He was a sword with his own consciousness. How could he look down on himself so much? Was there really not a single thing, not one thing at all, that he truly wanted to do for himself? His gaze remained empty, and his answer was flat and without ripples. He only wanted to do what his master wanted him to do. The expression on her face softened for an instant, touched with a trace of pity. But what if he were not a weapon? She pressed on. Then what would he want to do? Chang Li said nothing, and that silence was his only answer. She sighed and let go in frustration. Forget it. They were not on the same wavelength at all. But just as her hand dropped, his eyes kept following the movement, and something unreadable flickered in their depths. The next moment, her hand reached out again, This time she caught hold of his collar with firm, but not rough, strength. "Come back inside," she said softly, tugging him along. "Don't think about it anymore, idiot. Just live each day well first." A sincere, warm smile bloomed across her face, lighting up the darkness around them. "One day, you'll figure it out," she promised him. And at that moment, it seemed as if for the first time, a thread of light pierced the sorrow buried deep in his heart. At the same time, inside the room, Yanwei was also facing a tragedy of her own, a table piled high with scrolls and books like a small mountain. She stared in shock. "So many? I have to memorize all of these." Her master merely lifted a hand toward the towering stack and gave her a meaningful look. After all, she was the one who had said she wanted to learn. Yanwei stared at the heap of ancient texts, and as the oppressive presence of each volume grew, her heart sank lower and lower. Did she really have to memorize all of them? The almost unrealistically beautiful Yanwei stood beside her, silver hair spilling over his shoulders, calmly reminding her that she had indeed been the one to say she wanted to learn. He raised a scroll and quietly explained the intricate details within. To truly master formations, the key was to read and understand the meaning of every pattern and the use of every character. As he explained the effects of different combinations, his voice was practically a deathly lullaby that put people to sleep. Yanwei finally could not take it anymore. She flung both hands up and cried for him to stop, her face full of despair. "Stop, stop, stop," she pleaded in a trembling voice. "Can't we start with something more practical, like the teleportation formation we used before?" Yunwei's originally gentle expression instantly turned cold, and his gaze sharpened into icy severity. "Absolutely not," he said decisively, leaving no room for discussion at all. That formation affected the user's lifespan. Yanwei felt as if her heart had suddenly stopped, her eyes flying wide with shock. Lifespan? Mo Changyuan, who had been listening nearby, also cried out in alarm. In almost the same instant, he lunged forward, grabbed Yanwei, and yanked him backward as if he were some fragile glass object that would shatter at a touch. Caught off balance by the sudden force, Yanwei stumbled and quickly explained that he was fine. That formation was only harmful to humans. Relief instantly swept through Mo Changyuan's heart, and he gave Yanwei's back a heavy slap, laughing loudly that he had known his friend was not crazy enough to go that far. But for Yanwei's weak body, even that well-meant gesture was too much. A violent fit of coughing seized him, and vivid streaks of blood terrifyingly stained the corner of his lips. In the next instant, accompanied by a burst of black spiritual power, Chun Jun suddenly appeared, his face full of thunderous fury, and raised a hand to smack Mo Changyuan hard. Chun Jun shouted angrily, his voice blazing with temper. Mo Changyuan froze from the blow and staggered back. The three of them instantly fell into an excruciatingly awkward silence. Chun Jun looked deeply embarrassed, clearly not having expected that a mere light shove from him could actually hurt Mo Changyuan. Mo Changyuan himself, on the other hand, looked confused and muttered that it felt like he had not seen Chun Jun in quite a long time. Yanwei bent over and kept coughing into a handkerchief, every sound like the echo of someone dying in the quiet room. As Yanwei watched him, her own breathing slowly caught in her throat. Then a terrible realization slammed into her, almost like something solid striking her. Only at this moment did she truly see him clearly, and everything she saw made her body go cold. His face was as pale as a ghost, his skin almost translucent against his silver hair. He was worse than before, far, far worse. Sensing the gaze that almost seemed to pierce through him, he lifted his head, his eyes filled with gentle concern, and softly called her name. That sight finally shattered the last bit of composure she had been forcing herself to maintain. A heart-wrenching sob burst from her, and tears instantly spilled like a broken flood. Trembling, she pointed at him, her voice full of pain. Crying, she blurted out, "I still haven't." But her sudden collapse left him flustered, and he tried to tell her that she really was terrible at lying. His words only made her cry harder. He reached out to touch her, but before he could, she suddenly threw herself at him, wrapping both arms tightly around his waist and burying her face in his chest. Her small body shook violently with sobs as she confessed everything, her voice muffled and indistinct against his robes. She had been blaming herself all along, had nearly lost Chun Jun, and had been swallowed whole by guilt and fear. But in the midst of that grief, she had failed to realize, failed to see, that she had also nearly lost him. The truth was so crushing it was hard to breathe, and all she could do was cling to him desperately, like grasping the only anchor in a raging storm. The whole world slowly faded away until only the two of them remained, held in a silent embrace, surrounded by softly drifting flower petals. But for now, let us step away from that heaviness and look at a lighter special episode. The Dragon Boat Festival had arrived, and adorable Jiang Kelan was happily asking everyone what fillings they wanted in the rice dumplings she was making. Chunjuin's eyes sparkled as he happily said rice dumplings were his favorite. The beautiful Hujio struck a seductive pose and specifically requested rose filling, saying it was delicious and good for the skin. Yinwei, as practical as ever, coolly remarked that Hujio could make her own. Hujio instantly bristled, feeling that this was aimed directly at her. "What do you mean by that?" she demanded angrily. "Do you have a problem with me?" Her face flushed red with anger as she moved close to Yinwei and complained that in weather this hot, her attitude was even colder than ice. Yinwei, however, was completely unmoved, countering that this sort of attitude was perfect for hot weather, and adding that as long as there was wine, she did not care what filling there was. Mo Changyuan, always the flirt, sauntered over and suggested she try the beauty wine that had just been delivered. Hujio immediately pinched her nose dramatically and retreated. "You reek of alcohol. Disgusting." Mo Changyuan gave a disdainful snort and said wine was brewed from grain in the first place, then took the opportunity to jab at her, telling her to stop focusing only on dressing up and read a few more books instead. Hujio exploded on the spot, shrieking that of course she knew wine was brewed from grain. She had been talking about him, not the wine. A pitiful young boy tried to smooth things over, suggesting that Jiang Kelan should just make meat-filled ones, since no one would argue over that. But Hujio immediately protested loudly that she hated meat filling the most. Then she raised her hand and knocked the boy on the head, scolding him that some people just wanted sweet ones, idiot. Jiang Kelan, sweet as a little angel, only smiled and said she would make both sweet and savory kinds for everyone. The handsome Yinwei also said he could help and that any filling was fine with him, while Chunjun happily munched on mung bean cakes nearby. Not to be outdone, Hujio proactively brought out pastries and wine as well. Jiang Kelan giggled, thinking Hujio was really adorable. Then Yinwei turned and asked the taciturn, gloomy-looking Chongli beside him what flavor he liked. Chongli said lightly that anything was fine, though salted egg yolk would be even better. The boy from earlier immediately lit up and agreed that he liked salted egg yolk too. Then he turned and loudly accused Chongli of not disliking anything at all. After that, he pounced on the expressionless man, shouting, "What are you even trying to say?" while desperately trying to stop him. At last, when a lively bickering finally came to an end, Jiang Kelan beamed as she showed everyone a table full of delicious food and wished them all a peaceful and healthy Dragon Boat Festival. Tears kept sliding down her face as she pleaded with him in near despair. "Please, don't use any more formations that damage your lifespan." But Yunwei, the white-haired sword spirit with his ethereal air, did not waver in the slightest. Coldly, he pushed her hand away. He was a sword. He would be fine. Nonsense. Seeing him like this made her heart ache. Every time he used his power, his body grew a little worse. Another voice suddenly cut in, sharp and reproachful. "You're wrong," Chongli said coldly to Yunwei. "You really are getting more and more infuriating." Yunwei's gaze was cold as ice. Even though he had lost part of his memory, he was certain that the two of them had never been close before. Chongli gave a mocking snort. Of course they had not been close. Who could stand his hateful temper? The fiery red-haired sword spirit immediately flew into a rage, his whole face twisting with anger. Wait, who exactly was that supposed to be mocking? But Jiang Kelan gently soothed him, while her own expression softened as she looked once more at the distant, cold sword spirit. He said he had lost part of his memory. What exactly did that mean? A shadow passed over Yun Wei's handsome face. He lowered his eyes, his voice so soft it was nearly a whisper. His true form had once broken, so that was probably why he had forgotten so many things. Fonya, steady and composed with his lightly tanned skin, interjected, "Didn't he memorize a lot of books in the library?" Yes, Yunwei admitted. He still remembered everything in those books, but as for the things involving his interactions with humans, he could not remember a single one. That fact exploded among them like a thunderclap. What? Chong Li's face went pale with disbelief. Don't tell me you even forgot Master. There was almost a pleading note in his voice as he asked if he truly could not remember anything at all. Yun Wei's crimson eyes were cold and distant. Absolutely nothing. His voice held a chilling certainty. His instincts told him that he should not trust anyone, and that included Master as well. Little Chunjun instantly puffed up his cheeks in anger, as if protesting on behalf of his master. "How dare you!" he shouted, making as if to throw himself at the calm-faced Yun Wei, only to be stopped by Fengya in one swift motion. Ignoring the surrounding chaos, Jiang Kelan's gentle gaze held only concern for Yun Wei. Did he have any other physical problems? Had he been feeling any better lately? For the first time, when he looked at her, his gaze softened just a little. He admitted that he was slowly beginning to remember some things, and that his headaches had eased quite a bit. As Jiang Kelan thought about this, she lightly touched the string of red bead bracelets at her wrist. It was this bracelet that was healing him. But why was Yun Wei so guarded against humans? He did not even trust Fengya. Her heart sank faintly. Could something else have happened when he broke apart? Just then, someone gently tugged at her sleeve. A little boy called Chongli looked up at her with big innocent eyes and reminded her that Yun Wei had just said he felt he should not trust anyone. Then the child asked a heartbreaking question. "Then do you trust Jiang Kelan?" Yun Wei's expression abruptly froze, filled with deep, silent pain. The air grew heavier and heavier. He only looked quietly at Jiang Kelan, that gaze like an open wound. Once she understood the meaning of his silence, a flush slowly spread across her face and neck. He didn't. She forced out a gentle smile, trying to ease the painfully tense atmosphere in the room. Yun Wei truly did not know how to lie, and they had obviously been getting along well lately. Looking at them, Fengya gave a gloomy click of his tongue and suddenly reached out, grabbing little Yun by the back of his collar. He effortlessly swung the boy over his shoulder, then turned and shot her a look that allowed no argument. "Stop spacing out, little girl." He planted himself firmly between Yun Wei and her, like a human wall. "You," he warned, "are not allowed to bother them again, understand?" She could only stare back blankly. Later, that handsome man gently patted her on the head, and the warmth of his palm was strangely reassuring. "Do you want to learn hidden weapons?" he asked, his voice as soft as silk. He even helped pick up the copper coins for her one by one. Her eyes brimmed with pure admiration as she softly called his name, moved by that gentleness. Bosi watched proudly from the side, thinking this was far better than arguing with that annoying Yun Wei. But Qishao still looked ready to throw down, shouting at Chungying to get prepared. Before Chungying could respond, a hand suddenly clamped over his mouth. It sealed him so completely he could not make a sound. Bosi's eyes lit up. "Stemid bun." She immediately stuffed food into Chungying's mouth and shut him up for good. Meanwhile, Qishao launched into an endless rant about all the useless things everyone had given her, from toys to darts to alcohol. This girl had done so much for them. How could they not be grateful? One disciple stood in the back, listening quietly like a statue. Jiang Kelan herself looked completely confused, her head tilted in puzzlement. Had she really given them that many things? With a wicked grin, Qishao joked that he had only ever gotten 2 things, so clearly they ought to treat him better. Her eyes widened at once. "Huh, really?" As for her Qixing, that man holding a folding fan only smiled gently. "Don't listen to Qishao's nonsense. This fan is already more than enough for him." As he spoke, he held the fan in his hand like a treasure. Qishao could only mutter that he carried that fan with him every single day. The man merely called his name softly and told him not to fuss. Her heart swelled a little. That much was true. He had never asked her for anything. More than that, he even helped clean every day. He turned to look at her, his gaze unbelievably soft. "Is there anything you want? Let me make it up to you." She panicked at once, her cheeks heating up. It was fine. The things she wanted, she already had. But he kept asking, his voice brushing past her ear like a caress. "It doesn't have to be an object. Do you have a wish? Maybe I can grant it for you." When he looked at her like that, the whole world seemed to melt into a hazy softness, like mist tinted with cherry blossoms, and his eyes were full of sincere, focused tenderness. A faint smile touched her lips. Actually, there was indeed something she wanted to ask of him. He bent slightly and asked what it was. "Take you down the mountain." The moment she said it, he agreed without hesitation, saying that no one had been watching him lately. She worried it was still too risky, but he only smiled faintly. He knew, but if he could go out even once, that would be enough. He turned his face aside, a light flush rising on his cheeks, his voice so low it was almost fragile. He He just wanted to see what the world outside the sect was really like. Then he hid that shy yet expectant face behind his fan again. He looked so obedient it made her heart tremble. Who could say no to eyes like that? In the night, the handsome black-haired man held a bouquet of flowers, almost completely shielding the innocent heroine behind him. Here, in the myriad sword tomb, their fates had quietly become entwined. A small hand rested in a larger palm, like a silent promise. After she agreed, joy surged through her, impossible to suppress. Jiang Kelan excitedly pumped a fist, her whole face glowing. Then today, she declared. Today was the perfect day to go out. She had to help him fulfill this wish. She grabbed his hand and started to pull him away, but she had only just taken one step when another pale, slender hand suddenly shot out, seized her wrist, and forcibly stopped her. The man with moonlight white hair lowered his head to look at her, his expression so grave it was almost pleading, urging her to think again. Even if she really wanted to take Qi Xing outside, there was no need for it to be today. His voice carried a strange urgency. She glanced back, but her expression did not waver in the slightest. She thanked him for his concern, yet refused to yield. His grip tightened, and their faces drew close enough to nearly touch. The closeness, together with the agitation in her heart, brought a thin blush to her cheeks. Unable to bear it, she demanded that if he did not trust her, then why had he risked his life to help teleport her in the first place? Her thoughts were a mess. She truly could not understand him at all. Those scarlet eyes gazed at her in silence, countless unspoken emotions churning in their depths. She knew she was being willful, but she simply could not suppress the feelings surging up inside her. So she turned and left, abandoning him where he stood. The distance between them stretched farther and farther, like a silent, painful crack separating two souls bound by secrets. Later that night, Jiang Kelan went to find gentle, dark-haired Qi Xing and suggested that they leave once no one was paying attention. He only nodded, placing complete trust in her. Elsewhere, however, a scene far less peaceful was playing out. A burly man cursed under his breath, saying all this trouble was because of some brat. Then, without the slightest mercy, he pinched the cheek of a bawling child, making the child cry out in grievance. Beneath the silver moonlight, a solitary figure swept soundlessly across the rooftop of a loft, like a shadow carrying out a secret mission. The figure moved with clear purpose, leaping swiftly from tile to tile. In a dim room, a subordinate came to report. Pavilion Master Jiang Kelan had just gone out carrying a sword on her back. The one who heard the news was filled with bitterness. Last time, he had reported the senior brothers, thinking she would be punished for it, but nothing had happened. Even Feng had spoken for her. So what was the point of trying again? But this time was different. A bigger secret was involved. The person who had secretly used the sword furnace still had not been caught, and copper had been found among the scrap. That clearly meant someone had been making something in secret. The subordinate added that the traces were extremely crude, obviously left by an amateur, not a skilled craftsman. With a click, the man set down his teacup. He narrowed his eyes. Was this meant to suggest that the matter involved the Pavilion Master? The subordinate did not dare speak too plainly, merely wearing a meaningful smile as he said that those traces were enough to prove it had not been done by anyone inside their sword forge. If the Sword Pavilion was truly involved, then the Pavilion Master could not possibly remain uninvolved, especially if she made another mistake while outside tonight. A vicious plan began to take shape in his mind. He pushed open the door and strode out, malice flashing in his eyes. He would report it at once. At the thought, a cruel smile curved his lips. Jiang Kelan, you won't be getting away this time. Far from his scheming, the night sky was breathtakingly beautiful. A sky full of stars shimmered together with countless floating lanterns, their warm glow dyeing the darkness with hope. Below, the night market flowed like a lively river, with crowds celebrating beneath the radiant sky. On a rooftop far from the noise, Jiang Kelan and Qi Xing quietly watched the scene. Is this what you wanted to see? He asked softly. She admitted frankly that this was her first time ever seeing a market. It had been a wish hidden in her heart for a very, very long time, and now it had finally come true. Her face shone with joy as she sincerely thanked him for bringing her here. He said it was his honor, and the smile on his lips looked especially warm in the gentle lantern light. He was a little surprised that she had never gone out before. She explained that her life had always been an endless repetition of solemn rituals, from worship ceremonies to prayers for rain. She was treated like some existence, symbolizing harvest and good fortune. She had been created for prayer, an object for others to venerate, a weapon that had never truly gone to war. All she had wanted was to experience it for herself, just once. Qixing's eyes widened slightly. Didn't that mean she was the only weapon that had never seen blood? She nodded, and he said that was not a bad thing at all. Weapons were meant for cruelty and death, but she had never gone through any of that. That was why she was so quiet and peaceful. To be able to live in peace, to be gentle and kind. Those were things even he himself did not dare hope for. Listening to him, her amber eyes widened slightly, as if she were understanding something for the first time, and his words sank into her heart bit by bit. He continued, saying that innocence was exactly what made her special. That was also what made her precious. She was already wonderful exactly as she was. Nothing suited her better. Her cheeks flushed faintly, and she answered in a low voice, her heartbeat quietly falling into disarray. In response, he gave her a smile warm enough to melt winter itself, the corners of his eyes curving with pure, unclouded warmth. Later, as the two walked back along a forest path scattered with moonlight, he asked if she had been happy tonight. He promised that he could bring her out again in the future, as if silently vowing to give her even more happiness. But their peaceful journey back was shattered in the next instant. She suddenly froze, her whole body tightening, her eyes flying wide in shock. A figure stepped out from the shadows, deep among the trees, and a name slipped from her lips in fear. Fonya, he stood there, his white hair like woven moonlight, his bearing cold and oppressive. His gaze was icy as it pierced straight into her heart from the darkness. So you finally come back. His voice held not a trace of warmth, turning what had been a beautiful night into a terrifying confrontation. Cold, merciless rain fell from the night sky, soaking the quiet courtyard of the Sword Pavilion in rippling water and deep shadow. Beneath the stars and blossoms, the girl standing there alone looked unbearably helpless. Fonya's voice cut through the silent night as he called her name, cold and sharp. He sternly demanded to know where Jiang Kelan had gone so late at night. Her entire body stiffened, tense all over, and after stammering for a long time, she still could not get out a complete word. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked why she was stuttering, his suspicion deepening by the second. Then he told her that someone had reported her for taking a great sword out of the sect. He bent down, pressing closer, and his gaze felt almost tangible as it weighed heavily on her. In a low, dangerous voice, he asked whether it was true. She had not even had time to answer when his hand suddenly shot out. He moved so fast, no one could react. As if in that instant, even the air in her lungs had been stolen away. The next moment, the sword she had tried so hard to hide was resting securely in his hand, ironclad proof of her wrongdoing. His expression darkened bit by bit, and deep disappointment spread over his handsome features, as though he had finally confirmed that everything was true. He reminded her that only a few days ago she had barely escaped punishment, and now she had gone and caused trouble like this again. His tone mixed suppressed anger with disbelief. Her eyes widened as she frantically apologized again and again, but he did not listen any further, only coldly ordering her back to the sword hall. She had no choice but to lower her head and obey. In the night, the Grand Sword Hall loomed darkly like a place of judgment that had long been waiting there. A group of disciples had gathered inside, uneasy and whispering among themselves. No one knew why they had suddenly been summoned in the middle of the night. Rumors had already spread quietly. Some had heard from Changli that something major was going to happen tonight. Seen from above, the great hall looked like a stage. The elders of the sect sat in neat rows like a line of silent judges. At a single command, both Chunjun and Jiang Kelan were brought forward. Standing before everyone, Jiang Kelan's heart pounded wildly as she tried to explain to Fonya, but it was already too late. Bosi was already there, and Chunjun was escorted into the hall as well, his face pale with worry. The sect master's gaze was cold as ice, and his voice sliced through the oppressive silence in the hall. The evidence is already clear. Someone used the sword furnace in the middle of the night. He fixed his sharp eyes on Jiang Kelan and demanded to know why she had done something so reckless. Her heart was heavy, but she still admitted it, her voice trembling yet firm. She clenched her small fists tightly. Even through her fear, that stubborn refusal to back down was still visible. She had only wanted them to be a little happier. A faint smile touched the sect master's lips, so faint it was almost bitter, as if he had remembered something. There had once been a time when he too had wanted to stand up for her and protect her. He remembered how bright her eyes had been when she was young, so full of hope, valued by their master and cherished by him as well. But things were different now. As the next sect master, the responsibilities on his shoulders had become heavier than any personal feeling. This time, he could not stand on her side, especially not after she had broken the rules so openly. He gave a stern order for Jiang Kelan to listen to the sentence. The words fell like the blade of an executioner. She was stripped of her position as pavilion master. Her world shattered completely in that moment, and the final blow that followed was even more devastating. From now on, she would only be an outer disciple. The judgment echoed through the silent hall, and he coldly repeated it once more. Removed from office, demoted in rank, cast out of the corps, reduced to the outer sect. The crowd erupted in shock. Some clicked their tongues in pity, while others showed open disdain. The news exploded like thunder, leaving everyone too stunned to speak. Everyone except Chongli. He alone wore a satisfied smile, because the next announcement was that he would take over the Sword Pavilion. Those words echoed over and over in Jiang Kelan's mind like endless torture. Outer disciple. That meant she would never be able to come here again, never be able to eat and laugh together with those precious friends again. The memories came flooding back all at once. Someone offering her delicious pastries, bright smiles on everyone's faces. In the next moment, a single scalding tear finally slid down her cheek, falling with all the sorrow in her heart. But just as despair was about to swallow her whole, a figure suddenly rushed out and stood between her and the elders. It was Chunjun. He shouted that this had nothing to do with her, that it was all his fault. He admitted that he was the one who had broken the rules, that he was the one who had wanted to leave the sect and go outside to see the world. The sect master's gaze turned on him like a blade as he demanded to know whether that meant he was the one who had secretly sneaked into the sword furnace. Chunjun choked at once. The lie caught in his throat, and he could not answer with a single word. In the next instant, a terrifying golden force suddenly erupted from the sect master, crackling through the air with overwhelming pressure. A fierce golden light shone in his eyes, making his expression impossible to read. That golden spiritual pressure exploded around him, declaring an absolute authority that could not be defied. He announced that their master wished to see Chunjun and ordered him to remain in his room for the next few days to reflect on his actions. He looked down at the two kneeling figures, and his eyes seemed to hide a silent promise. Once their master's anger had eased, they would talk again. Afterward, Fonya grabbed Jiang Kelan by the arm. His grip was steady. She looked up at him, tears filling her eyes, and begged through choking sobs that she did not want to leave them. The words came out broken by crying. She thought of them as family, as her only family. Her heartbroken sobs echoed through the hall. Fonya looked at her, but all that remained on his face was a mask mixed with duty and reluctance. Lowering his eyes to her, he asked softly whether she remembered the warning he had once given her before she came to the Sword Pavilion. Then he said nothing more, only gently placed his hand on her head. That silent weight, more than 1,000 words, felt like comfort as it settled into her surging grief. Cold, merciless rain fell over the Sword Pavilion, every drop like a tiny mirror reflecting the sorrow in the heart of the girl standing alone in the storm. Inside, the air was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. The handsome Chong Li gently supported Jiang Kelan's head, his movements tender, but his voice stood in sharp contrast to that tenderness. He asked if she still remembered the rule he had told her, the most important warning of all: never, ever treat sword spirits as if they were human. He knew she thought she was doing good, that she thought her gentleness was a virtue, but it was exactly that innocence that had placed them in extreme danger. His words inevitably called up painful images. A young sword spirit covered in blood, staring with innocent eyes full of fear and pain. For them, Chongli explained, keeping their distance from humans was the only way to obtain peace. Jiang Kelan's hand trembled slightly as she reached out to clutch his sleeve, silently begging him not to say any more. But he withdrew and stepped back, severing even that small connection. He turned and left, his back like a cold, unyielding wall, tossing out only one detached sentence, that he would do his best to persuade their master to let her out sooner. Then he disappeared from her sight. When another disciple tried to step forward, Chong Li's voice turned icy as he ordered them all to leave. There was nothing to see here. The moment he left, the last of Jiang Kelan's forced strength completely gave out. She collapsed to the ground like a length of silk soaked through by rain, her whole body steeped in defeated sorrow. Her friends hurried over and pulled her into an embrace. Only then did Jiang Kelan finally break down completely, her sobs echoing through the hall. And from a distance, the sword spirit with snow-silver hair watched them, his peerlessly beautiful face filled with deep sorrow. After one last pained look, he slowly closed his eyes, and his figure dissolved into nothingness where he stood. Later that night, in their master's private chamber, Chong Li reported that he had already punished her as instructed. He tried to soften things a little, saying that he believed Jiang Kelan was merely foolish, only a child who did not understand any better. But their master let out a cold laugh, his face full of thunderous displeasure. Foolish? No. He snapped that it was precisely because Chong Li had spoiled her that she was now walking step by step down Su Yunwei's old path. That name hung in the air like a curse. The handsome calm on Chong Li's face instantly turned cold, and a trace of stubborn defiance flashed through his eyes. He could not keep listening in silence. He argued back that Yunwei had indeed once gone to extremes for her sword, but aside from that, she had done nothing else wrong. Their master flew into a rage and slammed his palm down. Absurd, he shouted, berating Chong Li for still making excuses for a traitor who had thrown away her life for a mere weapon, and ordering him never to mention her name again. But Chong Li's chest ached with pent-up pain, feeling only injustice. He shot back that even if she had once made mistakes, she had already paid the cruelest price, death and the destruction of her sword. And every bit of that punishment had been personally dealt by their master's own hand. Why could she not simply be allowed to rest in peace? His voice trembled faintly with despair. In return, he was met by an even more furious roar from their master. In the turmoil of emotion, the cord at Chong Li's waist suddenly snapped, and a small silk sachet fell to the floor with a soft clink. Their master's eyes widened in shock. Don't tell me. This is hers. His voice trembled, and his anger transformed into something even more terrible. The moment he reached out to pick it up, Chong Li violently slapped his hand away, the force of the motion shocking even both of them. His eyes were red as he clutched that sachet with desperate force, his voice low and dangerous. It was the only thing he had left that was connected to Yunwei, an incomparably precious keepsake. The sect master was beside himself with rage and reminded him that he had long since ordered all of her belongings destroyed. His fury was so intense, it was almost tangible. With a sharp cracking sound, he raised his hand and viciously slapped Chong Li across the face, the loud, brutal smack echoing through the silent room. You just refuse to listen, don't you? He said through gritted teeth, his face twisted by towering anger. As Chong Li's hairpin hit the floor with a crisp clatter, he stomped down again, grinding hard on the fallen sachet beneath his foot, trampling Yunwei's last trace into the ground. All of her things should have been burned, yet Chong Li had hidden this one away and carried it with him every single day. His voice dropped even lower, like a threatening growl, as he lifted a hand and pointed toward the door. Get out. Chong Li raised his head, his face full of shock and unbearable pain, as though his entire world were collapsing in front of him. But in the end, all he could do was bow his head and yield. Yes, master, he answered in a low voice, the words tasting bitter as ash. After the door closed, the sect master's forced mask of fury shattered at once. He staggered back, raised a hand to cover his face, and ragged, anguished breaths kept escaping him as his whole body trembled from an emotion far deeper than anger. He braced himself against the table, his hand shaking badly. Chong Li walked alone through the desolate, moonlit courtyard, his solitary figure swallowed by the darkness, his face stripped bare of everything but heartbreak and despair. He had been completely crushed. Meanwhile, in the Sword Pavilion residence, a disciple nearby was worrying over Jiang Kelan, saying she should have been more careful back then, because Chong Li had immediately spread word of her punishment until everyone knew. Jiang Kelan could only say softly that it was her fault. Everything was too late now, and nothing could be changed anymore. Her friend wanted to offer her a bit of hope, but Jiang Kelan gently interrupted her. She said she wanted to be alone for a while, her gaze drifting very far away. Her friend nodded and quietly withdrew. As soon as the room fell silent, Jiang Kelan broke the stillness with a gentle but clear voice. "She's gone." She spoke to the empty room. "You can come out now." She looked toward a dim corner, a faint smile on her lips, and asked if hiding there wasn't uncomfortable. The only reply was an extremely soft, rustling sound. Then, as if moonlight had taken shape, that ethereal silver-haired spirit emerged from the shadows, his bright eyes locking straight onto her. He drifted toward her in silence, so intense it was startling. She turned to look at the blooming roses outside the window, and in the tranquil night, some unspoken understanding passed between them. Beneath the soft glow and shadows of the cherry blossoms, a special story began, starring that beautiful yet difficult sword spirit, Qi Xiao. Our lovable heroine Jiang Kelan walked up to him with utter sincerity in her eyes, clasped her hands together, and pleaded with sparkling eyes, "Qi Xiao, can you practice hidden weapons with me today? I always feel like I'm just a little short." But that tall, handsome sword spirit merely turned his head aside, his face full of impatience. He said he had no time to bother with such trivial matters, his tone brimming with irritation. He urgently needed a bath. His skin had been terribly dry lately, so dry it felt like it was about to crack. Standing behind him, Jiang Kelan blinked in confusion and asked with the blunt confidence only a child could have. "It is really dry, sure, but isn't Qi Xiao a sword? If you soak in a bath, won't you rust?" Qi Xiao scoffed at her ignorance, as if she had asked the stupidest question in the world. "Of course I'm not using ordinary water," he replied crossly. "What I need is extremely pure water. And after washing, I have to apply the finest oil to my body." Jiang Kelan tilted her head, her mind turning quickly. Extremely pure water? Did the Sword Pavilion have something like that? Of course it does. Qi Xiao looked supremely arrogant, quite pleased with himself. "I've been collecting morning dew in a jar under the windowsill. I've been saving it for ages, just waiting for today to properly rehydrate my skin." Hearing that, Jiang Kelan was struck dumb as if by lightning, her eyes widening in horror. That jar, she thought, wasn't that just rainwater? So yesterday, she had used it to water the flowers. The air froze instantly. Qi Xiao's expression turned into pure fury at once. Even his pointed ears seemed ready to steam as he roared in anger. "What did you do?" She shrank back in fright, her voice tiny as a kitten's whimper, and timidly said she knew she was wrong. But Qi Xiao was absolutely furious. You think one little apology is enough?" He had spent a full 3 months collecting that precious morning dew. Fuming, he demanded that she return it to him immediately. But just as he was exploding with rage, Jiang Kelan had a flash of inspiration and hurried to salvage the situation, the words tumbling out all at once. "It's just dew, right? I remember there's a huge flower field near the Sword Pavilion, and if I remember right, it's a rose field. You said before that roses are especially good for the skin. I'll go gather fresh rose dew for you right now, and then you can't stay mad at me anymore, okay?" Before he could object, she shamelessly threw herself at him and wrapped her little arms tightly around his waist, desperately unleashing her full cuteness attack. Her eyes lit up as she thought of an even better idea. "Maybe I could bring back some rose nectar too." The instant he heard the words rose nectar, Qi Xiao's anger vanished and was replaced by a thoughtful, even slightly greedy expression. "Nectar to moisturize the skin?" He stroked his chin, and a slow, sly smile spread across that handsome face. It didn't sound bad at all. In fact, it sounded perfect. Mischievous light gleamed in his eyes as he shamelessly pushed his luck. "Since you're going anyway, why not pick some roses too? We can make rose cakes and eat them with tea this afternoon." Jiang Kelan instantly felt relieved, her whole face brightening now that he was finally no longer angry. "No problem," she answered crisply. "Qi Xing and Chun Jun will definitely like rose cakes too." Satisfied, Qi Xiao waved a hand and said like he was shooing her away, "All right, enough talking. Go." She promised brightly that she would be right back and ran off at once. An hour later, she returned, and Qi Xiao eagerly asked whether she had gathered the rose dew. Jiang Kelan lowered her head and stared at her toes, her face full of embarrassment. Well, no one's taken care of that part of the Sword Pavilion for a long time, and I only just realized all those pretty roses have been taken over by scallions." She raised her head to look at him, her eyes so innocent it was almost painful. "Qi Xiao, do you think dew on scallion leaves would work? I can go back and collect some." Chi Xiao's face went completely blank, and then he exploded all over again, trembling as he pointed toward the door. "Go away." His voice was filled with despair. "I don't want to talk to you." That night, the scene shifted to a breathtaking landscape bathed in starlight. The silver-haired Yun Wei stood beside Jiang Kelan, his beauty almost rivaling the stars in the night sky. He turned to look at her, his voice smooth as silk, and asked whether she had brought him all the way out here just to admire the scenery. Before them stood a great tree glowing softly from within, its petals drifting down slowly in the gentle night breeze. Yun Wei stood beside a beautiful white horse, his long hair lifting lightly in the wind as his hand brushed over the horse's nose. Jiang Kelan stood there as well, bathed in a soft, dreamlike glow. A little awkwardly, she admitted with a guilty smile that she had led this horse out of the sect stables while no one was paying attention. The corner of Yun Wei's mouth twitched faintly into the hint of a smile. It was almost as if a tiny, flustered version of him was about to appear, shouting that the horse absolutely had to be returned. That little Yun Wei would have been mortified beyond words. Jiang Kelan could not help laughing out loud, thinking it was utterly unbelievable that someone as proper as him would actually steal a horse. She sat atop that magnificent white horse and rode through a sea of glowing flowers that seemed to reflect the stars above. She looked back at him, her eyes shining with newfound confidence, and asked if she could ride faster now, because she felt she had found her balance. "Of course," he answered softly, and in the next instant, he moved with fluid grace and landed behind her. The sudden closeness startled a cry out of her. "Wait," she stammered, her heart leaping straight into her throat. Yun Wei settled in a place behind her, his body like a warm, dependable barrier. His arms circled past her sides to take the reins. The distance between them was far too close, making her spine tingle faintly. "Hold on tight," he said quietly by her ear, his tone steady and gentle. "I won't let you fall." He taught her to grip the horse with her legs and adjust her movements with the rise and fall of its back until she found her balance. Under his reassuring guidance, she nodded nervously. Then he told her they were going to speed up. The white horse first broke into a trot, then suddenly surged forward in a gallop, streaking over the moonlit hillside like a shooting star. Jiang Kelan cried out in mingled alarm and excitement, and beneath the soft shadows of flowers, a new story of letting go slowly began. Jiang Kelan's laughter echoed through the night, and she narrowed her eyes with pure joy. Riding a horse was actually this fun, though it really was a bit bumpy. Her master, the ever-calm and restrained Yun Wei, sat on his horse and looked down at her, silver hair pouring like moonlight. He suggested they get down and rest for a while, then personally helped her dismount, his movements gentle as he assisted her down from the fine horse. The moment her feet touched the ground, the playful lightness she had just been feeling vanished, replaced by a sudden wave of guilt. Her big, lively eyes were full of sincerity as she looked at him and apologized for having treated him too harshly earlier. Yun Wei's gaze remained unreadable, his handsome face as cold as ice, and he merely asked lightly why she was apologizing. She continued, her voice soft but earnest, thanking him for still being willing to take her horseback riding even after she had said such awful things to him. Yun Wei gave a quiet snort and said that teaching her to ride was only natural since he was her master. A knowing smile touched her face, tinged with a bit of teasing. She had clearly seen through the thoughts hidden beneath his cold exterior. "Next, are you going to say that you hoped I'd feel a little better after riding?" Yun Wei turned his head away, and his cheeks seemed faintly flushed, though the night was too dark to tell for sure. He denied understanding what she was talking about, sulking proudly and obviously, and even threatened that if she did not want to keep riding, he would return the horse right now. What a big idiot, Jiang Kelan thought to herself, her heart softening along with the thought. He was clearly worried about her, and had even gone so far as to steal a horse just to make her a little happier. So why could he never say anything nice? But her thoughts were quickly cut off by what he said next. His voice dropped as he told her he had come tonight to tell her something important. He told her that the Sword Pavilion held a competition once every 10 years, an assembly for new disciples. This year the rules had changed. Now, disciples who had joined within the past 10 years but had never returned to the sect could also participate. Her heart sank slightly, and she did not understand what that had to do with her. Then he delivered the key line. The sect master had changed the reward. The winner could make any request, so long as it was reasonable and did not violate the rules or the law. His sharp gaze fell on her face, and between them, the same thought passed in silence. Had this rule not been changed specifically for her? Her breath caught, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Had the sect master really changed the rules for her sake? How could that be possible? But Yin Wei turned away, his figure framed against the huge, brilliant full moon, and merely said in an even tone that she was overthinking it. Just like that, the hope that had only just begun to swell inside her deflated at once. Of course, she was only a disciple who had not entered the sect long ago, and there were far, far too many people stronger than her. A crushing sense of helplessness pressed down on her until she could barely breathe, and she slowly sank into the sea of dim, blue, glowing flowers. During the time she had been away, her friends had all improved so much. How could she possibly win this competition? She covered her face and completely lost heart. Suddenly, he was beside her. In the night, his presence felt like a source of reassuring warmth. "It's worth trying," he told her softly. "There are still 2 months left. I'll teach you myself." He reminded her not to belittle herself. She had clearly already learned many skills, hadn't she? She lay back in the flowers and looked up at the starry sky, listing those skills one by one. Sword flight, coin throwing, recognizing spirit herbs, soaking in hot springs. Could skills like those really be useful in such an important competition? His voice cut cleanly through her doubt. He said she should not underestimate those skills. As long as she trained them to mastery, they would definitely be very useful. Then, in a thoroughly typical move, he added that she had better not go after all, which would save him the trouble of worrying about her. A secret smile tugged at her lips. He was obviously good to her in every way, yet he always said the harshest things. She was no longer angry, because now she understood him. She patted the ground beside her, signaling for him to lie down too. Looking at the stars like this felt nice. She said it softly, and he really did lie down beside her, settling into that glowing sea of flowers. The breeze swept past, and the flower branches swayed gently. He asked her directly whether she actually wanted to join this competition. In truth, she had never seriously thought about going back. His voice lowered, so serious it was almost forceful. "Go take part," he said. "We're all waiting for you." At those words, moisture instantly welled in her eyes, and a tear slid down her cheek. Beneath the vast starry sky, a new determination quietly took shape between them. Back in that glowing sea of flowers, she finally truly understood the weight of his words. She thought of every person she had left behind. Qi Xing, who had cried and made a fuss for her. The little chicks, who had been so worried they could neither eat nor sleep. Chun Jun, who had refused to eat at all, and Long Yuan and Cheng Ying, who had always been waiting for her. She drew in a heartbreaking breath and hurriedly covered her mouth, but her tears still would not stop falling. She had honestly believed that without her there, things would be better for them instead. After wiping away her tears, she looked up at him, and for the first time, firm resolve shone in her eyes. "Thank you for telling me all this." Her voice still trembled with tears, yet was incomparably resolute. "I won't let you down." She suddenly sprang to her feet, and a long-extinguished fire blazed back to life in her eyes. "I'm back," she declared solemnly. "I'm going to win this competition no matter what." The scene shifted to the sect master's quiet residence, where the night lay calm. Late at night, a visitor arrived. He had come to thank the sect master for changing the rules and giving Jiang Kelan a chance to return. The sect master remained serene and asked in return, what if she does not participate at all? But the visitor was absolutely certain. He believed she would definitely return, because the bonds between her and the others were still there. Then he looked meaningfully at the sect master and added that he knew the sect master actually cared about her as well. A trace of slyness flashed through the sect master's eyes as he admitted the man had judged correctly. Yes, he did care, because for years now, he had been dreaming of a mysterious person. That person had given him a prophetic poem. The prophecy said that one whose fate was inauspicious had already departed, and that a humble-born girl with 5 spiritual roots would resolve the coming calamity and ensure the sect's flourishing continuation. The visitor asked in shock whether the first half referred to that senior brother of his. The sect master could not be sure either. He had once tried to use divination to search for the girl in the prophecy, but he had only ever received results too difficult to interpret. Not until Jiang Kelan appeared, a girl of ordinary birth with 5 spiritual roots. The man's expression darkened, leaving only solemnity and a sense of responsibility on his face. He asked the sect master whether he truly believed in something as vague and insubstantial as a dream. The sect master admitted that he had not believed it at first either. But later divinations confirmed that the sect truly would face a great catastrophe, and he believed Jiang Kelan was their savior. The visitor abruptly rose to his feet, his robes rustling sharply in the still night. He could not accept that. The coming disaster was not something a little girl could change all by herself. He reached out and caught a falling leaf, then slowly tightened his fingers and crushed it into his palm. If they survived, then it had to be the result of everyone's efforts together, not one person bearing it all alone. He told the sect master that now that he knew of this matter, he would think of a way to deal with it. After saying that, he bowed and took his leave. Once he was gone, the sect master remained seated in silence, his eyes closed as he sank into deep thought. His hands slowly tightened, and a leaf in his palm crumbled into ash, though his expression was impossible to read. Thus began a new chapter in her life, without any grand or dramatic opening, only the faint wistfulness of falling cherry blossoms, and that mysterious man arranging her fate from the shadows. Her new reality was the Sword Pavilion. The place where she had once given orders now left her with nothing but sweeping the floor. A broom in hand, back still straight, she stood before a disciple and informed him that she had finished her work. The man looked at her, a cold, malicious smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and deliberately reminded her how far she had fallen. He leisurely remarked that it must be terribly awkward for the former pavilion master to work alongside her old subordinates now. Then, putting on a fake show of kindness, he assigned her a new task to help out at the sword forge. He added that she would not be lonely there, since her good friend was waiting for her. With malice glinting in his eyes, he told her that Tang Huan was already over there scrubbing floors, and urged Jiang Kelan to hurry over and keep her company. The unspoken threat hung heavily in the air. This was not kindness at all, but punishment. When Jiang Kelan arrived at the bustling sword forge, she indeed saw Tang Huan. Tang Huan looked up when she saw her, resignation and sadness mixed on her face, and asked whether that hateful bastard had transferred her here too. Jiang Kelan's heart sank, and she quickly apologized, guilt hitting her with crushing force. But Tang Huan only forced a smile and insisted that it was not her fault. They had both borne responsibility for what happened in the Sword Pavilion. Their bitter reunion was soon interrupted by the cruelty of their new situation. A sharp voice barked at Tang Huan to keep scrubbing, while another disciple beckoned Jiang Kelan over and called for the newcomer to come here. Jiang Kelan turned her face toward him with a polite, harmless smile and asked what she could help with. The man looked her up and down, his eyes full of calculation. She was not bad-looking and seemed clever enough. Maybe she could be trained into a salesperson. He deliberately leaned closer, and the overly close distance made her face flush red. Then she immediately began practicing sales pitches on a nearby customer. She had done her best, but her praises still sounded painfully hollow, and the other disciples openly mocked her for saying the same thing to every customer. Growing flustered, she could only try her hardest to make her words sound more fitting, even noticing the calluses on the man's hands. But in her heart, she simply could not muster any energy. She was a cultivator, not a merchant, and the thought of having to do this every day from now on terrified her. Her failure was obvious. The senior brother sighed in disappointment and sent her off to do yet another dull, tedious task, inventorying the storeroom. That senior brother handed her a stack of ledgers, and she accepted them without a word. In the dusty, silent storeroom, Jiang Kelan carefully checked the records. 200 swords, scabbards, silk cases. Everything looked perfectly normal until she came across one extremely strange entry. Countless odd wooden crates filled with nothing but dirt. Just as she was puzzling over it, a sudden commotion broke out outside. Several disciples stumbled and fell, and one huge wooden crate slipped from their hands and crashed heavily to the ground. The box split open on impact, and just as the ledger had recorded, dirt poured out all at once, scattering across the stone courtyard. The disciples stared at the ground in disbelief, finally realizing that what they had been hauling all day really was just soil. No wonder it had been so heavy. They had barely started to complain when the steward immediately shut them up, reminding them that this was paid work, and that all of it had been ordered directly by the mysterious Feng Yi. Feng Yi impatiently ordered them to clean up the mess. Jiang Kelan stepped forward, her voice quiet but firm, and demanded to know why so much dirt was being moved into the weapons storeroom. Another disciple tried to calm her down, explaining that Feng Yi was turning Baronhorn Peak into a lush garden, so the dirt was probably only being stored there temporarily. But Jiang Kelan looked around at the storeroom, which was nearly filled with soil already, and a deep unease rose in her heart. Feng Yi's priorities were simply too strange. Building a waterside corridor, planting trees. Why was he always putting his energy into such trivial little things? His ethereal face flashed through her mind, along with that odd promise of his, that starting tomorrow, he would teach her talismans. She shook the thought away and decided to get the yellow paper he wanted first. She could just ask one of the errand boys to buy some for her. But as she was walking out, she accidentally overheard a heartbreaking conversation. Her friend Tang Huan had just taken something to the pawn shop and had only gotten a pitiful 2 taels of silver for it. The errand boy grumbled about the trouble, but still agreed to keep the pawn ticket for her. After Tang Huan walked away, Jiang Kelan stepped forward. She first casually asked him to buy something for her, then, as if it were nothing, asked what that girl had just pawned. The errand boy put on a righteous face and said that was someone else's private business. Without changing expression, Jiang Kelan slipped a pouch of silver into his hand and softly explained that she was Tang Huan's friend and only wanted to help her. His resolve collapsed instantly, and he honestly confessed that Tang Huan had pawned a carved jade hairpin, a precious piece of dowry her mother had prepared for her, and a family heirloom as well. The image of that delicate jade hairpin immediately appeared in Jiang Kelan's mind. Without hesitation, she stuffed 2 taels of silver into his hand and told him to redeem the hairpin as soon as possible. As she turned to leave, Jiang Kelan let out a soft sigh, her heart aching terribly for her friend. She knew Tang Huan was proud. Being driven to pawn something that precious had to be a terrible blow for her. But her heavy thoughts were soon interrupted by a panicked scream. She saw another girl being roughly harassed, accused of stealing. The bully sneered and said it was no wonder she had been thrown out of the Sword Pavilion. It seemed that in this place, malice and bullying never ended. The Sword Pavilion's fragile atmosphere of relative calm shattered at once. Before Jiang Kelan could even react, a rough hand suddenly seized her arm. She cried out in pain and angrily told them to let go. One of the bullies wore a mocking smile, her voice dripping with spite. No wonder Jiang Kelan was kicked out of the Sword Pavilion. She must have been caught stealing. Another girl chimed in as well, accusing Jiang Kelan of stealing 2 taels of silver from her, then pawning something to get another 2 taels. Jiang Kelan's face burned with anger, and her trembling voice denied the vicious slander. That's not true. I got that money from the errand boy. I can prove it. But the ringleader only sneered, not taking her explanation seriously at all. Who knows whether that errand boy is your accomplice? Jiang Kelan hurriedly explained that the pawn ticket was still with him, and they could go check. But the vicious girl kept pressing her, one sharp question after another like tiny knives. When did she lose the money? This morning, and it just so happened to be after Jiang Kelan had gone to see them. The implication could not have been clearer. Jiang Kelan had become the only possible suspect. The girl's voice suddenly rose as she narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Everyone's been searched except her. Then another girl's gaze landed on Jiang Kelan's hair. 2 taels of silver isn't easy to hide. Why is her hair done up so ridiculously? The moment those words were spoken, the accusation took shape. My silver is in your hair. The girl screamed as she lunged at her. Jiang Kelan instinctively stepped back, trying to explain, but no one listened. The ringleader smiled smugly, as if victory were already in hand. But just as they were about to rush in and yank at her hair, a calm voice cut through the chaos. She just went with me to pawn something. Yunwei stood there like a guardian descending from the heavens. That's right, he said in her defense. His mere presence was enough to silence those bullies. Jiang Kelan stared at him, her eyes full of shock and an indescribable gratitude. Yunwei turned to her, his voice gentle. It's not that she doesn't think of you as a friend. It's just that ever since she was driven out, life hasn't been easy for her. He lightly pressed one finger to his lips, as if silently saying, I understand. Tell me, he said softly, his gaze tender and understanding, what exactly happened? The moment no one else was around, the shell of strength Jiang Kelan had been forcing herself to maintain instantly collapsed, and she broke into uncontrollable sobs. As the sun sank westward and the sky burned orange-red, she finally told him everything. Her mother had suddenly fallen ill, and she urgently needed money to buy medicine. Tears kept sliding down her face as she admitted that she had no choice but to sell that precious hairpin. Yunwei listened quietly, his heart aching for her. "You should have told me sooner," he said softly. Although he no longer managed the Sword Pavilion, he still had some savings. He explained that now he had food and lodging here, he did not really need to spend money on anything, so Jiang Kelan should just take it and use it. Thinking of his own past, Yunwei's expression dimmed as well. "Do you know? My mother died of illness too. Do you know how much I envy you? Nothing is more important than a mother's health." Jiang Kelan's nose stung, and she choked out his name softly. Filled with gratitude, she could not hold back any longer and threw herself at him, hugging him tightly as she cried and thanked him. Later that day, Yunwei collapsed onto the bed, completely exhausted after such an emotional upheaval. At that moment, a handsome, graceful figure appeared above her. It was her beautiful master, Yunwei. She jolted awake, eyes wide, suddenly remembering something terrible. "Ah, I forgot to buy yellow paper." But Yunwei merely smiled calmly, so beautiful it was hard to look away, and casually handed her a thick stack of exactly the yellow paper she needed. "I brought it for you." His voice was as soft as silk. He knew he could trust her, though these papers had not been prepared by him personally. She looked at him blankly. He explained that Chunjun had helped cut the paper, and added that the little sword spirit missed her very much. When a yellow paper was placed in her hands, her cheeks flushed faintly. Once he returned, she would definitely have to thank him properly. She pulled herself together, lifted her head to look at her master, and her eyes shone with determination. "Yunwei, please teach me more. I'll definitely work hard." A rare, gentle smile appeared on his lips. He thought to himself that he would have to go back soon, but for now, he still nodded in agreement. "Let's begin." That night, a deafening explosion suddenly came from Yunwei's room. Hearing the noise, Jiang Kelan hurried over and pounded hard on the door. "Yunwei, I'm sorry." Yunwei poked his head out through the crack. He looked terribly guilty, obviously acting like someone caught red-handed. "What are you doing?" Jiang Kelan pressed. Yunwei hurriedly lied and said he had only dropped something. But Jiang Kelan caught the smell of smoke. "Did something catch fire?" No. He denied it at once, rushed out a good night, and slammed the door shut. Leaning against the door, he let out a long sigh. He was terrified those talismans might explode again, and that the person next door really would break the door down. Yunwei remained perfectly calm and proposed a new method. The explosive talismans would be handled by him, while she practiced other types. Yunwei sat back down at the table and carefully drew the talisman pattern stroke by stroke on the paper. She looked up at Yunwei, her brows drawn together in worry. "Can I really use these?" What they're not allowed in the competition. The sect rules never said they were forbidden, and they're more than enough against beginners. She glanced at the pile of failed attempts beside her and sighed. "But I've already wasted so many." His tone softened as he told her it did not matter. He knew she was short on money, so he had Qi Xiao sell some of his own brocade in exchange for more materials for her. The little crystal spirit puffed out his chest and added that she would have to pay it back with interest. That really did sound like him. Yunwei could not help laughing, but just as she picked up the brush again to continue practicing, her hands suddenly trembled. Her eyes flew wide in terror, and she instinctively raised an arm to shield her face. Boom! Another explosion erupted inside the room, the shockwave sending furniture flying everywhere. A silver figure flashed past. Yunwei rushed forward and pulled her into his arms before the blast wave could hit her. The little crystal spirit stared in shock. "Qi Xiao, your reaction was way too fast. You're amazing." The little fellow had only just bounced around proudly for 2 steps when he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yunwei cried out and hurriedly took him outside. The commotion was so huge that the people next door were nearly shouting themselves hoarse. "Yunwei, it's fine," Yunwei shouted back. On the other side, things were equally chaotic. A group of disciples stared in disbelief at their completely emptied room. "I can't believe Chungying actually cleaned this whole room out," one of them shouted, while another wailed that even his chopsticks were gone. The one leading them still looked smug, convinced he had been one step ahead all along because he had hidden the important things up on the roof. But Qi Xiao, looking as elf-like as ever, gave a sly smile and delivered the killing blow. "Your rouge is gone too." That smug expression shattered instantly. "What?" Another disciple could only stare blankly at the empty room looking utterly defeated. This place is getting quieter and quieter. Without Jiang Kelan, the Sword Pavilion felt painfully empty, and even Zuichio could not help saying so aloud. He deliberately acted casual, saying everyone had merely returned to how things were before she came, but the question still hung in the air. Had his companions really gotten used to it? Lin Beiyin, meanwhile, still looked calm and elegant. With a light turn of his wrist, his folding fan snapped open, and a confident smile hung on his lips as he reassured everyone not to worry. The competition was close at hand. With Master helping her, Jiang Kelan would definitely be able to return. At the same time, her loyal little friends were already bustling about in full force, their round little figures brimming with energy as they swore to prepare more yellow paper for her, proving that their support had never changed. The preparations were intensely tense. A large chest was opened before her, packed full of every kind of material. Jiang Kelan's cheeks turned slightly red, and in a daze she was dragged off to train. She first practiced accuracy, flicking a copper coin toward a tree in the distance. But the real difficulty began under the cool moonlight. Her silver-haired master, graceful as an immortal cast down from heaven, raised several talismans and, in his calm, pleasing voice, asked her to tell the differences between them. She stared at the complicated red cinnabar patterns, her eyes wide, her head spinning, unable to see any difference at all. To her, they were exactly the same. Even so, she buried herself in talisman manuals and focused with all her might as she lifted the brush. But every bit of effort she made ultimately turned into a world-shaking explosion of fire that made the entire courtyard tremble. An older woman stood there with her hands on her hips, her face dark and severe, while Jiang Kelan shrank behind the door and peeked out with an awkward, guilty look, clearly the culprit who had caused all this chaos. The entire support team immediately scattered in a ridiculous panic, papers flying everywhere as they fled the crime scene. The series of chaotic training sessions completely exhausted her. By the time someone found her later, she had already fallen asleep on the table, with a little trail of drool dragged across the page. At that very moment, the whispers of two nearby disciples slipped into her dream. Today was the day to register for the competition. Her eyes flew open instantly. This was her chance. She sprang up from her seat like a cannonball, so flustered she was practically a black blur, startling the cold-faced girls beside her. "Sorry," she shouted, her face full of panic and urgency as she demanded to know where she was supposed to register. Then, summoning all her strength, she sprinted toward the grand registration hall. She rushed to the registration desk and slapped both hands down on it with a smack, panting hard as she gave her name. "I'm Jiang Kelan from the Sword Forge. I'm here to register." A wave of whispers immediately rose from the crowd. Wasn't that the girl who had been thrown out? The person handling registration lowered his head to check the roster and asked if she was Jiang Kelan from the Sword Pavilion. She nodded in confirmation, her heart pounding wildly. But the man frowned and muttered that it was strange, because someone had already registered for her. Jiang Kelan froze at once. Huh, who would do that? The registrar merely shrugged, saying he did not know either, and only told her that the preliminary round would be in 3 days. The preliminary round? Those two words hit her like a giant boulder. After the shock passed, the look in her eyes quickly hardened into absolute determination. She immediately ran to tell her friend the unbelievable news, saying that although she had no idea who had signed her up, this was her only chance to return to the Sword Pavilion. But her friend's reaction was like a bucket of cold water dumped over her head, directly urging her to give up and stop wasting her strength. A flash of anger immediately shot through Jiang Kelan's eyes. Her cheeks puffed out in irritation, and she could not help demanding to know why even her friend could not have the slightest bit of confidence in her. Beneath the vast starry sky, that waterside bridge was less a bridge than a trial. Jiang Kelan stood trembling atop a narrow wooden post, the black water beneath her seeming ready to swallow her at any moment. Her small body shook continuously, not from the cold, but from sheer terror. Standing safely on the platform, Yinwei still wore that infuriatingly calm expression of his, silver hair glowing softly in the moonlight. He told her not to stand there stiff as a plank, and that she should first get used to her surroundings, as if it were all so easy. Her heart hammered inside her chest. She was almost certain that if she dared jump, she would plunge headfirst into the icy water the very next moment. Tilting his head, he asked in his even tone, who said she had to jump. Clinging to a show of confidence, she spread her arms to keep her balance and glared at him. She said she could just walk across, but he saw through her bluff at a glance. The root of the problem, he pointed out mercilessly, was that her legs were too short, and unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about that. The veins at Jiang Kelan's temples throbbed. That damned silver-haired bastard. Yunwei was an idiot. She cursed him inwardly, so angry her whole face nearly twisted. What normal girl would ever like someone with such an awful mouth? But Yunwei was completely unmoved. He even ignored her silent rage outright, his expression remaining calm and distant. She took a deep breath, forced down the fury that was about to explode, and decided to prove him wrong with action. Gathering all her strength, she jumped. For one heart-stopping instant, she really did lift into the air. But in the very next moment, gravity dragged her down. She screamed, her footing slipped, and her body began to fall as the icy water rushed up toward her. Then a strong pair of arms suddenly wrapped around her waist and snatched her back from midair. It was Yunwei. He moved as fast as a ghost, appearing behind her in the blink of an eye and pulling her out of danger. "That was close," he murmured, his warm breath brushing past her ear, casually adding that the water really was cold. She was safe now, held steadily against his chest. Jiang Kelan shifted uneasily, her face burning red as she softly apologized. But he told her not to move around. If she kept struggling, he said, she might actually make him cough up blood. He patiently adjusted her posture for her, saying her body was too tense and her mind was full of nothing but whether she would fall. But just when she thought the most embarrassing moment had passed, he struck again by adding that he truly had not noticed before how short her legs were. And not just that, she was rather heavy too. Heavy? Those two words rang in her head, and a little bit of bashful embarrassment she had felt instantly exploded into towering fury. "You're dead," she screamed, and finally planted herself firmly back on her own 2 feet. "You stop right there." She raised a hand to point at him, looking ready to start a fight on the spot. But he merely stood there quietly, like a god beneath the night sky, utterly composed. With an elegant turn that was almost unreal, he told her that now she could do it. She froze, then looked down, only to discover that she really was standing steadily on her own. "I did it." Her eyes lit up at once, full of disbelief and newborn joy. Yunwei looked at her, and a faint smile, so slight it was almost impossible to notice, touched his lips. He softly acknowledged it. Her heart gave a violent thump, so loud it felt as though it could be heard in the silent night. Flustered beyond words, she hurriedly said she would go back and practice by herself for the next 2 days, then turned to make her escape at a trot. But Yunwei said he could stay and suggested she continue practicing tonight. After all, with him there, if she fell again, he could still pull her back up. Her steps halted, and she spun around sharply. Hadn't he just said she was heavy? She shot back at once, asking how she could possibly trouble someone as frail as him. For a brief moment, his hand twitched, his sleeve rustling softly, as if he wanted to reach out and catch hold of her. Silently, he made up his mind that sooner or later, he would have to find a chance to prove himself. Later, Jiang Kelan clutched her chest, her whole face burning red. Her mind was a complete mess, thrown into turmoil by what had just happened. "Chunjun, you idiot!" she shouted at the night sky, trying to roar that unfamiliar feeling out of her heart. The miniature Yunwei left standing there only looked bewildered, as though question marks were floating all over his head. Why was she angry? Jiang Kelan ran off at full speed, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Why was it beating so hard? It could not possibly be because of him. No, impossible. It had to be because that idiot had really, truly infuriated her. That had to be it. At last, the day of the preliminary round arrived, and all the disciples gathered together. Xiao Heng, the vice sect master of the Divine Sword Sect, first announced the rules of the opening round. Before them stood a block of ironwood, a material as hard as stone that could not be split by brute strength alone. To pass, each competitor had to leave a mark on it. The trial began. One disciple after another stepped forward. A sturdily built young man swung his sword down with all his might, only to hear a sharp clang as the blade bounced back while the wooden block remained completely unharmed. He ended up panting and drenched in sweat, but was still judged to have failed. The young man retreated in disappointment, yet gritted his teeth and said he would come again next time. Then the next number was called. A handsome young man strode forward with complete confidence. He drew his long sword, and the blade immediately blazed with powerful spiritual light, drawing murmurs of amazement from the people around him. This one would definitely make it. With a loud shout, he brought the sword down in a heavy slash. The crowd fell into dead silence. All the hopeful expressions from before turned into awkward secondhand embarrassment. On the surface of the huge, completely undamaged ironwood, there was only a single tiny scratch, so faint it was almost invisible. The participating disciple looked utterly shattered and weakly asked himself whether that still counted as passing. The person in charge rather unceremoniously patted him on the back. Yes, you passed. Next. He said it with complete indifference and casually shoved the pitiful boy aside. Just as the next participant was called, a small hand shot up from the crowd. Over here! A clear voice rang out. It was Jiang Kelan. She looked so small, yet she carried an unshakable determination as she prepared to face this nearly impossible challenge. The air at the preliminary test grounds was stretched so tight it seemed almost frozen, while the crowd's whispers merged into a restless, anxious buzz. The first round was clearly brutal beyond belief. Many people were already wondering whether even a quarter of the applicants would remain once this trial ended. While everyone else was still struggling, Jiang Kelan stepped forward. Her expression was calm, as if she wore a mask of perfect composure. She drew her long sword, and to everyone's surprise, the blade was covered all over with cheap-looking yellow talismans. A wave of confusion and ridicule immediately rippled through the crowd. What on earth was that? They recognized her as the girl who had been brought along by that master before, and mocking sneers instantly appeared on their faces. She was obviously making a complete joke of herself, but Jiang Kelan paid no attention to their contempt. Her eyes, usually so gentle, were now burning with a fierce crimson light, and a terrifying power radiated from her small body. In front of her stood the target, a massive wooden pillar made from a single piece of ironwood, a challenge that had already defeated countless people. She swung sharply, but not at the pillar. Instead, she did something utterly unbelievable. She threw the sword straight out like an ordinary spear. The crowd instantly burst into laughter, pointing at her and loudly jeering. She threw her sword away. Did she think this was some kind of game? But in the very next moment, their mockery froze in their throats as a deafening explosion thundered across the entire grounds. The sword slammed hard into the ironwood, and the talismans on it detonated all at once, erupting into a devastating explosion of fire and splintered wood that made even the ground beneath their feet tremble. The entire venue sank into heavy, absolute silence. Those who had been sneering just moments ago were now rooted in place, mouths hanging open, faces stiff with blank shock. As the dust and smoke gradually cleared, Jiang Kelan casually wiped a smear of ash from her cheek and asked in a voice as innocent as a spring morning whether this counted as passing. The stunned steward finally came back to his senses and checked the result. Number 639 passed. Jiang Kelan let out a small sigh of relief. Mission accomplished, but her heart was still pounding wildly. Yin Wei had never told her those talismans would be this powerful. It was way too dangerous. She had nearly blown herself up along with it. Among the trees, a cold-faced man with mist-like silver hair quietly watched the chaos, raising a hand to press at his temple, utterly helpless. He had clearly warned her to stay farther away, but had she listened? Of course not. She had only used such a risky method because she was afraid of missing her chance. After Jiang Kelan returned to the others, a friend hurried over to her side. The moment he saw the small cut on her cheek, he became alarmed. Jiang Kelan explained that a flying pebble had only grazed her, but when he tried to apply medicine, she still let out a soft cry of pain. The silver-haired man, who had been about to reveal himself, stopped in his tracks. He lowered his eyes to the ointment in his hand, then gave a quiet sigh and put it away again. It seemed that in the end, she still did not need his help. Another participating disciple walked up to her, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. He admitted frankly that he had never thought she would pass, especially after seeing that ridiculous sword of hers plastered with yellow talismans. He had been even more certain that she would fail. Jiang Kelan merely gave him a bright smile, tinged with a bit of slyness, and a playful little escaped her lips. Her thoughts suddenly flashed back to her conversation with that silver-haired man. She had once told him her grand plan, to plaster the entire sword with a huge pile of blast talismans. He had pointed out that the glue Abao made would never hold properly, but she had puffed out her cheeks and brushed off his concern without a care. She had sworn that even if Abao could do nothing except eat, the glue he made would still be good enough for this. Hearing that she was only deliberately teasing, the man had visibly relaxed, and she had smiled at him with crescent eyes because she knew in her heart that his teasing was never malicious. Back in the present, Jiang Kelan skipped along with light steps, completely unaware of just how much debate she had stirred up. The other participants could hardly believe she had actually passed, though some reluctantly admitted that she was not that bad after all. One sore loser, however, was furious and angrily accused her of cheating, complaining that by sticking talismans onto her sword, she had unfairly caused who knew how many people with a real chance to be eliminated. But a calmer disciple immediately shut him down. The rules had never said she could not do that. If others could not manage it, why blame her? He might as well just admit that he was not as clever as she was. The man instantly flew into a rage and stubbornly snapped that if he had those talismans too, he could definitely have passed the same way. That excuse at once drew a scornful snort from a sword cultivator nearby. In a luxuriously decorated room, some distance away, news of the farce also reached another important figure. An astonishingly handsome man in black robes listened to his subordinate's report and suddenly could not help letting out a sharp laugh. She had actually used talismans to blow up the ironwood? The very idea was absurd beyond words. He truly could not hold back, raising a hand to his lips as if to suppress his laughter. The attendant confirmed once more that Jiang Kelan had indeed passed the first round. At last, the man burst into full-throated laughter, tears even glimmering in his eyes. It was just too funny. How had she ever come up with such an outrageous idea? He wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes and let out a deeply satisfied sigh. She really was far too interesting. His subordinate reminded him that there were still 3 more rounds and asked whether he wanted to continue watching. In an instant, all the amusement vanished from the man's face, replaced by a cold, appraising gaze. "No need," he said icily. The preliminary round was not even a real contest. If she could not pass something this simple, then there would be no possibility at all of her winning later. The subordinate trembled under the terrifying pressure that suddenly descended. The handsome figure in power gazed out the window, a faint, meaningful smile curling at his lips. "Jiang Kelan, do not disappoint me." A scene from the future seemed to slowly emerge. Our heroine standing beside her immortal-looking silver-haired master, while a drifting rain of cherry blossoms scattered all around them. She looked up at that beautiful man, her gaze soft, full of innocence and newly budding emotion, nestled beside his quiet strength. The next morning dawned bright and peaceful. Our heroine hummed a cheerful tune as she crossed the courtyard, full of energy for the new day. She was excited and wanted to get to the plum blossom stakes early to practice. But the moment she saw the scene before her, her eyes widened in utter disbelief. The place was already packed solid with disciples, a sea of people so lively it was nearly suffocating. Everyone had gathered here early for the first test. How could there be this many people? Her heart instantly sank. At this rate, how long would she have to wait before it was returned? A friendly braided boy came over and told her she had arrived far too late. Everyone had started practicing before dawn. A bitter wave of disappointment immediately rose in her heart. Clearly, there was no chance she would get any practice in today. Then the boy's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had recognized her, and he asked whether she was the disciple of that master who had been kicked out, the one everyone had been talking about lately. He leaned in a little and lowered his voice, mysteriously telling her that the sect had even opened a huge betting pool for this competition. She stared at him blankly. What? The boy went on to deliver a piece of news humiliating enough to sting. The betting was intense, and nearly all the disciples had wagered that she would be eliminated right in the first round. The insult instantly set her soul ablaze with fury. What? These rich people dare to look down on her like that? Jiang Kelan exploded on the spot, clenching her little fists as fierce fighting spirit blazed in her eyes. Now she had to win, even if only to cram their arrogance right back down their throats. A new round of the test began, and before long the water was filled with the sounds of splashing falls and the miserable cries of those who failed. A stern voice loudly ordered the already eliminated disciples to clear out at once and stop delaying the next batch. Just as her number was called, she heard two men beside her snickering. One asked the other if he had also bet on her losing, and the other answered smugly, laughing as though her defeat were already certain. These bastards. A cold, dangerous glint flashed through her eyes. Today, she was going to make every single person here stare in shock. She sprang onto the course in one fierce motion, leaping from one wooden stake to the next with astonishing agility. Her feet moved so fast they were almost impossible to see, touching each stake only lightly, like a dance performed in total concentration. Like a pink whirlwind sweeping beneath the blue sky, she kept her eyes locked straight ahead, her expression so focused it was almost sharp. Though her footing wavered slightly now and then, she never once lost her balance and lightly jumped to the next stake each time. The entire grounds suddenly fell into tense silence. The two men who had been gossiping before were now clutching their betting slips tightly, the confident smiles on their faces long gone without a trace. Her foot landed with precision once again, even sending out a tiny flash of light. But just then, disaster struck. She launched herself forward, her body flying into the air, and in the next instant her eyes widened in panic. The next stake was too far away. Damn it, she could not reach it. The crowd instantly erupted. Those who had bet on her losing shouted excitedly and waved their betting slips as though they had already won. As she started to fall, the tip of her foot happened to slip against the edge of the stake, and her whole body dropped straight toward the water below. In that split second of life and death, an image flashed through her mind of standing shoulder to shoulder with her master. It was the silent yet steadfast bond between them, and the proof left behind by the one person who still believed in her. The crowd suddenly froze, their cheers dying in their throats. Had their eyes deceived them? She seemed to hover in midair, as though even gravity had been defied. No, she had not fallen. In that heart-stopping instant, she used the side of the very stake her foot had slipped on as a point of leverage and launched herself up again. She landed steadily on the final platform, her movement flawless and beautiful. The completely dumbstruck steward handed her a golden token, his face full of disbelief. She had passed. A dazzling smile bloomed across Jiang Kelan's face, pure and utterly unhidden joy radiating from her as she tightly clenched that precious token. This was it. This was the talisman Yun Wei had given her. Before, he had only told her to put it in her shoe before the competition, and now she finally understood why. Puffing out her cheeks, she pouted in grievance. That awful man should have told her earlier that it was for sticking to the plum blossom stakes, or else she almost would not have reacted in time just now. Her little friend came running over in a hurry, his eyes full of admiration. First, he congratulated her on how beautiful that move had been. Then he gave a sly grin and handed her a slip of paper, announcing that she had made a fortune. She stared at it blankly. What was this? Stop pretending, he teased. Didn't you personally bet a full 10 taels of silver on yourself, right? She lowered her head and looked at the betting slip. It clearly said that Jiang Kelan would win in grand fashion, but there was no name on it. How did he know who had placed the wager? The boy merely shrugged and said that if she really wanted to find out, she would have to go to the betting pool and check the records. Then he insisted again that it was not him anyway, waved at her, and happily ran off, leaving her standing there, both a little unconvinced and deeply curious. Back in her quiet room, the same question kept circling in her mind. Who would spend that much money betting on her to win? She could not help thinking of Master Yun Wei, and that calm, statue-like figure instantly filled her thoughts. 10 taels of silver. She had never imagined that someone would believe she could pass the first round, much less actually put down money on it. A warm, tender feeling slowly spread through her chest, and grateful tears even welled in her eyes. So there was still someone in this world willing to believe in her. And who else could that person possibly be but him? In her heart, she became more and more certain, and the figure that emerged was that handsome, silver-haired master. She remembered how he had once taken something from his sleeve, his long hand pausing slightly in midair. Aside from him, who else could both afford that kind of money and hold such almost unreasonable expectations of her? Even after driving her out of the Sword Pavilion, he was still looking after her in secret. She pushed that thought aside for the moment and decided to focus first on preparing for the next round. Just then, Yun Wei suddenly appeared and handed her a faintly glowing little crystal stone. She looked up in confusion. A crystal stone? He merely said lightly that she could return it after using it up. Then he calmly explained that the next round would most likely involve climbing Sword Mountain and racing, so he needed to prepare the necessary tools, and told her to rest first. But just as he turned to leave, she still called out to stop him. Her cheeks were burning and her face was full of embarrassment, yet she forced herself to ask. She had already given all her savings to Tang Huan, and whatever money she had left had all gone to buy copper coins for practice. So could he. Could he lend her a little silver for dinner? She swore she would pay him back. He lowered his eyes to look at her, still wearing that maddeningly cold expression, and tossed out a single crisp word cruel enough to break hearts. No. Then he turned and left without even looking back, leaving her standing there in complete shock. How could anyone be this awful? She fumed inwardly, cheeks puffed out round with anger. Dejected, she returned to her room, already resigned to the fact that she would probably be drinking plain rice porridge every day from now on. But when she leaned over the table, her eyes suddenly landed on a small, gleaming silver ingot. It definitely had not been there just now. Huh. She stared at the sudden silver, completely overwhelmed with confusion. The next day, a soft knock sounded outside her door, and then it was pushed open. That immortal, mist-like silver hair appeared in the doorway. He stood there calm, yet carrying a pressure impossible to ignore. Originally, he had come to take back the silver from last night, but after seeing her, he changed his mind at the last minute. He directly tossed a thick stack of golden talismans at her face, and she gave a startled cry as she fumbled to catch them. He told her to stick them onto herself before climbing the mountain. Though he admitted that this was not some foolproof method, in the end it would still depend on her own ability. After sitting down, she thanked him. He then handed her a beautifully crafted longsword and told her to bring that too. Holding the sword, a look of wonder lit up her eyes, and a strange sense of familiarity rose in her heart. Yinwei only waved a hand casually and said it was nothing more than an ordinary, cheap standard sword from the sect. He had specifically chosen this one so that she would not attract attention during the competition by having gear that was too good. After a brief, "I'm leaving," he vanished, leaving Jiang Kelan full of confusion. Why did she keep feeling as though he were angry with her? Outside the Sword Pavilion, the rules of the third round were announced. It was a grueling race, and only the first 50 to reach the finish line would pass. It was almost exactly what she had guessed before. As everyone gathered, someone called her name, but the voice was quickly drowned out by the loud command declaring the start of the competition. The preliminary round continued. A huge mass of disciples surged forward all at once, and the scene was utter chaos, full of pushing and crushing bodies. But immediately afterward, several figures suddenly shot up into the sky, riding their swords through the air and sweeping right over the melee, leaving those still desperately fighting on the ground staring in stunned disbelief. Jiang Kelan narrowed her eyes and calmly observed the scene. Among the new entrants, only a very few could clearly control flying swords with skill. A sly, confident smile curled at her lips. Her chance had come. She leaped into the air, leaving behind the large group of struggling disciples below and becoming the lone figure with the obvious advantage. She landed lightly in front of the finish line as the first person to arrive. The steward recording the results handed her a wooden tag and told her she was number 7. The man seemed somewhat surprised that she was not smug over arriving ahead of the others. She recognized him as the senior brother from the Sword Forge. With a humble manner, he explained that anyone who had entered the sect within the last 10 years could participate. So for an old disciple like him, who had already been in the sect for a full decade, being ahead of the newcomers was only natural. Jiang Kelan's heart jolted, and she immediately realized that this person was not only frighteningly strong, but also far too humble. A flush of shame crept up the back of her neck, and she silently admitted to herself that she really had been a little too full of herself earlier. These people were her true opponents. Pulling herself together again, she walked toward the final stage. Towering ahead of her was a majestic and magnificent final selection. The rules were brutal. They had to climb to the mountaintop on foot. Flying swords were forbidden, and no flying artifacts could be used either. Jiang Kelan clenched her fists, her eyes full of determination. This was the last stage. 2 hours later, that determination had completely turned into tormenting exhaustion. She panted heavily, leaning on a stick she had picked up along the way, almost in despair. This was impossible. She could not even catch up to the person ahead of her. Gritting her teeth, she kept dragging herself forward, her legs trembling slightly from fatigue. Then she suddenly noticed that the man in front of her was standing completely still like a statue. She asked if he was all right, but he only turned around, covered his mouth with one hand, and warned her not to come any closer. She felt that passing the test was more important, so she squeezed past him, thinking that after she came back down the mountain, she would report the man's strange behavior. But the higher she climbed, the stranger things became. More and more disciples were standing motionless like wooden figures, dazed, as though they had fallen completely into some kind of illusion. Suddenly, a handsome but deeply unsettling disciple appeared beside her, standing much too close. He whispered that she was very pretty and even offered to carry her up, immediately making her break out in goosebumps. Startled, she screamed and told him to stay away. The man quickly begged her not to leave, saying that she had awakened him from the mountain's illusion and that he only wanted to thank her. But his explanation only made him seem creepier. He said the formation on this mountain had been part of the test all along, and when he caught the scent of a little girl from his left, he knew at once that he had to be inside an illusion, which was how he managed to wake up. Jiang Kelan was so disgusted she almost wished he had never woken up at all. After finally climbing to the summit, she staggered through the mountain gate, every part of her body protesting. Potential was something forged through perseverance to begin with. Gasping for breath, she thought this as she forced herself onward. That strange disciple clutched his chest and looked at her with a wounded expression, as if she were the one who had stabbed him in the heart. A steward stepped forward to congratulate him on reaching the summit and handed him a plaque marked 15th place. A moment later, Jiang Kelan all but collapsed across the finish line as well and received 16th place. Just as the preliminary round was declared over, that strange disciple suddenly shouted at her. A vicious, twisted look rose on his face. Since she hated him so much, then he would not show her any mercy either. He abruptly pointed at her, his voice ringing across the entire square. "I want to report this disciple for cheating." He raised a stack of talismans high into the air, the very ones Yun Wei had given her, and claimed they had fallen from her body. He insisted those talismans could help her resist the illusion realm, giving her an unfair advantage. His eyes gleamed with cold, smug satisfaction. Clearly, she had known the rules in advance and prepared beforehand. That was cheating. He roared viciously, demanding that she be disqualified. Jiang Kelan felt as if her whole world had collapsed in an instant. She stared at him in terror, her widened eyes reflecting the naked shock of his malicious betrayal. In a memory as beautiful and fragile as cherry blossoms, a silver-haired man stood beside a little girl. It was the brief calm before the storm. But what unfolded next was a trial and illusion buried deep within the myriad sword tomb, the sacred ground of the Divine Sword Sect, and the air brimmed with anticipation. A steward was sweating with nerves, because this situation had never happened before. In the end, the decision could only be left to the highly respected Xiao Hong. As if answering his name, a flock of cranes swept over the ornate rooftops while the disciples below murmured in awe. Xiao Hong had arrived. He had already deduced that 16 people had passed this grueling test, and now he had come in person to see for himself. Then he appeared, descending from the sky like a deity stepping out of a painting. His silver hair fell like a waterfall, and his robes were the color of green jade. Lotus blooms and rippling waterlight seemed to surround him, and his tall figure was as flawless as a carved jade statue. The steward in charge of the examination hurriedly bowed deeply, but Xiao Hong merely flicked a hand, his voice as calm as a windless lake. There was no need to say more, he said, because he had already deduced the outcome. The 16 people standing before him were the ones who had passed the preliminary trial. His calm gaze swept over the crowd, a faint smile at the corners of his lips as he addressed the disciples. He believed they had probably already guessed the true purpose of this examination. It had never been merely a test of brute force. The Ironwood stage had only been the most basic test of strength, while the Plum Blossom stakes were meant to weed out those who lacked agility and resolve. The race tested each person's practical abilities, while the final brutal climb up Sword Mountain tested pure stamina, perseverance, and temperament. His logic was flawless. and his expression showed complete certainty. Since using high-level sword techniques on the Plum Blossom stakes had not counted as a violation, then using the illusion array during the mountain climb naturally could not be considered cheating either. Jiang Kelan met his gaze, feeling both grateful and tense. She worried that she had passed too easily and that others would inevitably resent it and whisper in private that she had been favored. So she had no choice but to speak up and ask how he intended to resolve it. A trace of amusement flickered through Xiao Heng's eyes as he proposed his test. She would enter the illusion array again, but this time she could not have any talismans protecting her. If she could break free from the illusion and regain clarity before a stick of incense burned out, then she would pass. It was a bold and dangerous proposal, yet she did not hesitate in the slightest. In a bright, steady voice, she accepted. She agreed at once. In an instant, the world around her melted away and hurled her into a dizzying void of stars. As a burning talisman drifted down from above, her body sank weightlessly, leaving only a solitary figure in the endless flickering darkness. She landed lightly, and the illusion quickly solidified around her. Suddenly, she was a child again, standing in a familiar courtyard. Voices from the past echoed in her ears, reminding her to watch out for the corner of the cabinet. She looked at everything with a child's innocent eyes, while a sense of foreboding slowly crept into her heart. Then her gaze fell on a fat man with a mocking face, her uncle. He was overseeing servants as they carried furniture out of her home piece by piece. Righteous fury surged through her small body, and she ran over to demand why he was moving their things. The hateful man sneered, greed written all over his face, and said viciously that her mother had hidden away a large sum of money, yet had not paid a single coin to the ancestral hall. So what was wrong with him taking some furniture as compensation? Tears instantly welled in Jiang Kelan's eyes. Her mother was so sick she could not even get out of bed, yet this beast did not care at all. He had barged into their home and was openly looting it clean. The whispers of the onlookers stabbed at her like knives, mocking this ignorant concubine-born girl for daring to shout at her elders. Her uncle impatiently shoved her aside and told her to get lost. The next moment, a sharp, burning slap rang out in the courtyard, and her head was struck hard to one side. He stood over her, hypocritically scolding her, saying that with her mother so ill, she was still making such a scene, so today he would teach her a proper lesson in her mother's place. He sneered, and his shadow completely swallowed her thin little body. But at that very moment, a burst of primal fury erupted through her fear. She screamed and threw herself at him, biting down hard on his arm like a wolf cub driven into a corner. Through the searing pain, she heard him curse her as a crazy girl, while she kicked and hit with all her strength, refusing to let go. Then a weak, tiny sound came from inside the room and broke through the chaos. A cough. All the blood in her body turned cold. Mother! She rushed back inside in a panic, her heart pounding wildly, and saw her mother curled up on the bed, weakly coughing into a handkerchief. She hurried to the bedside and asked in a trembling voice if she was all right. Her mother forced a painful smile and softly said she was fine, telling her to come closer. She gently warned her daughter not to fight with them anymore. If a woman met force with force, she would only suffer. But how could she endure it? Jiang Kelan's tears would not stop falling as she said her uncle had emptied their house. Her mother looked at her, her eyes filled with deep, heartbreaking sorrow. She caressed her daughter's tear-streaked cheek and said softly that none of that mattered. Her voice was so fragile it seemed ready to break at any moment. Yet her next words struck like a fatal blow. She did not have much time left, and Jiang Kelan had to go find her father. Jiang Kelan shook her head desperately, crying that her mother would get better, that she definitely would. She did not want that father who had abandoned them. The only thing she wanted was to stay by her mother's side forever. Tears fell from her mother's eyes as well, and her shoulders trembled with silent sobs. It was all her fault. Choking on her words, she said that the father Jiang Kelan resented had actually left them a great deal of money, but she had failed to protect it, and those wolfish relatives had taken it all. She held Jiang Kelan's hand with weak strength and apologized over and over in a low voice. Jiang Kelan could only choke out that it was enough, trying to comfort the woman who was her entire world. But bitterness sank into her heart like poison. Even if he had left behind mountains of gold and silver, What use was that? No amount of wealth could compare to his staying with them. If he had been here then, how could they have been bullied by these snobbish, hateful relatives like this? Her mother let out a soft sigh, a bitter smile on her lips. She said that her father carried the whole world in his heart. A man like that could never remain forever in some small place. Jiang Kelan lowered her head. Her mother was always speaking for him, always defending that absent man. With the last of her strength, she gave her final instructions. Keep the funeral simple. Sell the house. Go find your father. Those few sentences were like a verdict, reflected in Jiang Kelan's terrified, wide-open eyes. In a weak voice, her mother said that he was very famous in the Divine Sword Sect and that he would protect her. The scene before her dissolved at once into a flurry of white mourning banners and funeral paper scattered by the wind. A tiny figure dressed in white mourning clothes stood alone in the rain. She did not want riches and glory. All that remained inside her was a hollow, aching wasteland. She had never expected that father in name to give her anything. What she had truly wanted all along was only a complete family. Looking down, she saw a group of ants clustered around a crumb on the stone steps, gnawing at it, and the sight reminded her of those vulture-like relatives. Then a broken fragment of memory flashed through her mind, a warm, happy scene of a family sitting together at a meal. And that very thought made her suddenly freeze. A strange feeling surged through her heart. She had forgotten something important, something crucial. The illusion world began to shake and crack. And in reality, the final wisp of smoke rose from that stick of incense. Jiang Kelan slowly opened her eyes, tears still running down her cheeks. Reliving that painful memory had left her pale and haggard. She was back. She had passed. Xiaoheng looked at the little girl and frowned slightly, not understanding why she alone looked so unbearably miserable. Everyone else had been immersed in the pleasure the illusion offered. This trial had always been meant to draw out the deepest and most seductive desires hidden in the human heart, whether boundless wealth, supreme power, or fleshly indulgence. Then the scene shifted again to the broad plaza of the Divine Sword Sect, where the newly accepted disciples were lining up to await the next difficult examination, the spirit root test. Her stomach felt heavy and tight, and the feeling would not leave. She had forgotten something absolutely vital. She just knew it, but there was no point obsessing over that vague sensation now. She had to focus on the spirit root test. The line was agonizingly long, and it took forever before it was finally their turn. Beside her, the cheerful Tang Huan wished her luck and said she would already be satisfied if she had a single spirit root. Jiang Kelan's heart pounded so hard that her chest trembled with nerves. Tang Huan went first, and soon came back beaming with delight, proudly saying that her father had always been very gifted, so of course she would not be any worse. But in the next moment, the person in charge announced Jiang Kelan's result, and the words sent a chill through her whole body. 5 spirit roots. Her face instantly froze, leaving only utter shock. The verdict came fast and cold. Outer disciple, next. The crowd behind her immediately broke into buzzing discussion, mixed with pity and ridicule. Those whispers clung to her like shadows, saying that with such muddled spirit roots, she might as well go back and farm. A strange sense of déjà vu suddenly surged through her. This disappointment of being knocked down to rock bottom felt chillingly familiar. Her heart sank all the way down. She had thought she was special, but in the end, she was still standing at the very bottom, just like before. Just as despair began to creep over her, a kind voice broke the gloom. It was Tang Huan. She softly comforted her, telling her not to worry, and even admitted that her own spirit roots were not that great either. Maybe they would even be assigned to the same place. Tang Huan reached out a warm and friendly hand. Jiang Kelan took it, and a faint glimmer of hope lit in her heart. Maybe even if she was worthless, she could still make friends like this. But the moment their hands touched, a vague and shattered memory slammed into her mind. A group of smiling faces calling her name with familiar affection. As the memory grew stronger and stronger, the world around her began to melt into a chaotic smear of black. Tang Huan's worried voice came through the haze as she held Jiang Kelan by the shoulders and asked what was wrong. The illusion tightened around her and dragged her into a past so vivid it was suffocating, so painful it made her tremble. Her enraged master smashed a precious vase, his tone full of contempt. "Idiot, how did I ever accept such a useless disciple?" She knelt on the ground, apologizing again and again, shame weighing heavily on her shoulders. It was all her fault. She had once felt so honored to become his disciple, but her aptitude was limited and she was destined only to disappoint him. The memory shifted, but her master's anger still echoed in her ears. He had taught both her and another disciple, Feng Yi, yet she could not even perform the simplest move. She was useless, so useless that she could not even defend herself. Covering her face, she wept without stopping, apologizing in a low voice over and over. "Master, please don't be angry," she pleaded with a trembling voice. At that moment, a handsome and gentle young man stepped forward and raised a hand to shield her. He soothed their master, saying Jiang Kelan was still young and that he would take better care of her in the future. Then he turned to her, his eyes full of tenderness, telling her not to be afraid and saying she knew what their master's temper was like. Bending slightly, he explained in a voice like a comforting whisper that although their master sounded harsh, he actually cared deeply about both of them. Cared about me? Those words suddenly triggered another flash. A distant man with white hair like drifting clouds standing beside her beneath a sky full of stars. Who is he? The question screamed through her mind. The images churned, that man's silver hair flowing like moonlight. The flood of memories finally became too much for her to bear. Clutching her head, Jiang Kelan cried out in pain as tearing agony swept over her. It felt as though she were drowning, the whole world around her turning to water. That strange familiarity told her these were what her true memories were supposed to be. This thing was tampering with them. It was stealing her memories. She kept sinking, dragged into an icy black abyss. Then, from the spinning vortex of stars, a bodiless voice rang out, cold and seductive. Why struggle so hard? Why not simply forget those unimportant memories? The voice painted an exquisitely beautiful picture for her. Friends who cared for her, a master she respected, and the ever-reliable Feng Yi. They were all here waiting for her. Most importantly, the voice promised that if she stayed, she would find her father. But deep in her soul, a fierce flame of defiance suddenly ignited. She had not come to the Divine Sword Sect to find her father. She had come to punch him hard in the face. Wait, there was more, something even more important than that hateful father, something she had forgotten. She bit her thumb hard enough to draw blood, her mind racing. Then at last, everything came rushing back like a flood. Not the illusion, but the truth. The figures of her real companions. Her real family. No matter how useless she was, they acknowledged her, relied on her, cared about her. They were her family. She snapped her eyes open, fury and clarity blazing within them. The people in the illusion were not her father and not her master either. Her real family were the people who needed her. She let out a roar full of instinct and resolve, swearing that she would remember every last detail without missing a single thing. She threw a punch with all her strength, and that fragile world of lies instantly shattered into countless fragments around her. Her vision cleared again, and what she saw was a stick of incense burning in an incense burner, thin smoke curling upward. In the silent room, slow applause rang out. Xiao Heng smiled faintly. She had awakened at exactly the right moment. "Congratulations, you passed." Someone placed a red token in her hand, with the two bold gold characters for passed stamped across it. Lowering her head, she thanked him. Later, in the quiet morning sword pavilion, her true master sat before her. He sorted out a scroll containing information on every contestant and told her to memorize all of her opponent's weaknesses and traits. She immediately boasted that she would have everything memorized before tonight. The silver-haired man, godlike in appearance, casually waved a hand to show there was no need to rush. She only needed to pay close attention to a few strong opponents, because those people were almost certain to advance. She lifted her head from the heavy scroll, looking puzzled. Who? His gaze sharpened as he listed the names one by one. The trickiest was He Jingfeng, followed by Yu Cheng, Deng Dingming, and Lu Yin. She bit her finger and frowned thoughtfully. He Jingfeng. That name sounded strangely familiar. Her master continued, explaining that since the order of matches would be decided by drawing lots, the most important thing for her to do now was avoid those monster-level people as much as possible. She was so tired that she simply collapsed onto his lap and muttered that it was not as if she got to choose that kind of thing. Lying there, she sighed and said the other contestants were probably just as strong as she was, or even stronger. He looked down at her. and a rare flicker of amusement shone in his eyes. Fair enough, he admitted, but then he threw out a condition that struck like a bolt from the blue. He could guide her, but if she dared to lose, she would have to repay every coin she had borrowed from him and spit back out every meal she had eaten from him. She shot upright at once and pointed at his handsome face, her own full of betrayed outrage. "You devil!" Master and disciple sat facing each other, the air thick with a comical yet tense atmosphere. At last the day of the final matches arrived, but Jiang Kelan's master, who had always been shamelessly protective and biased in her favor, tried to comfort her, saying there was still plenty of time. His calm smile stood in sharp contrast to the storm surging in her heart. He raised a hand toward a document on the table, his long silver hair gleaming like crushed moonlight. He would first explain the next 3 key matchups to her. His voice was calm and steady, like an anchor in the turbulent sea of her anxiety. The scene then shifted to a vast and bustling plaza, the air thick with tension ready to erupt. A huge matchboard was spread high overhead, the full schedule of the final competition clearly displayed for all to see. The disciples gathered before an ancient pavilion, their fates to be decided by a simple draw. Jiang Kelan's slightly trembling hand tightened around the folded slip of paper as she prayed silently in her heart. "Please, just give me a little luck. Whatever happens, don't let me draw a monster in the first round." She pleaded silently with heaven, then tore open the slip. Her breath caught. What met her eyes was a stark, merciless number 5. A disciple beside her helped confirm the corresponding position on the matchboard. Number 5? She immediately looked up for the name, searching for her opponent. Then she saw it. He Jingfang. All the blood in her body turned cold. "No, anyone but him. I'm done for." The thought screamed through her mind, and her face instantly went deathly pale. That name was terrifyingly familiar, and in the next moment, realization hit her like lightning. It was him. She gaped in shock, unable to make a sound. She desperately tried to comfort herself, her fists clenched tightly at her sides. At least the person she was facing in the first round was not the strongest one. Probably, she would not run into that level of opponent until the final. But when her gaze fell back on a matchboard, that bit of relief shattered at once. Following the connecting lines on the board, she suddenly froze. Wait, He Jingfang's opponent. What, Yu Cheng? That was impossible. The 2 strongest disciples had actually been placed together from the very start, set to clash in a peak showdown right away. From afar, she watched the 2 of them. Yu Cheng even politely wished his opponent good luck, while He Jingfang remained as cold as a stone statue without a trace of emotion. So that aloof attitude of his before had all been an act. Jiang Kelan gave a quiet huff, feeling a little displeased, but even more relieved. Good thing those 2 are fighting each other and not me. But before she could finish relaxing, a cloyingly sweet voice sounded right beside her ear. "Well now, beautiful." Her whole body stiffened, and a horrified jolt shot up her spine. That voice, that frivolous tone. Damn it, that womanizer. The man with that flashy blue-green hair leaned in absurdly close, his face nearly pressed to hers, a smug grin plastered on his lips. "Long time no see. Miss me?" She let out a short yelp of alarm and hurriedly backed away. Why did he have to speak from that close? Did he hate her that much? He only gave a low laugh and told her that since he was her first-round opponent, she ought to start currying favor with him right now. She stepped back once, and he stepped forward once, those aggressive eyes never leaving her. Her mind raced. "You're number 6? She asked, her voice trembling faintly. Deng Dingming leisurely fanned himself, looking completely assured of victory. His luck was really good. There were only 2 girls in the final round, and by pure chance, he had drawn one of them. Not bad at all. A wave of fear swept over Jiang Kelan. Yu Cheng had warned her before that he was one of the strongest few. Damn it, I have to fight him? I'm done for. He kept taunting her, saying that although he did not want to fight a girl, he had his own reasons for needing to advance. And as for her, he murmured behind his fan, his eyes glinting with contempt, she was actually very easy to deal with. You really think highly of yourself. Jiang Kelan snapped back at once. Her fear vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold, scorching fury. Her amber eyes, which had been wide with alarm a moment ago, now narrowed dangerously, and a provocative smile curled at the corner of her lips. "If you're that confident," she challenged, "then come on." With a dramatic flick of her sleeve, she turned and walked away with her back to him, leaving him standing there speechless. Deng Dingming felt his heart slam hard against his chest, pounding wildly. He had never realized she could be this stunning. As Jiang Kelan walked away, she muttered under her breath, that he Jingfong was really strange, only for the man himself to hear it and look at her in confusion. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Master Jimu." The handsome, silver-haired man waved to her gently from the distance. Mortified on the spot, she turned and ran toward the nearest patch of woods. Her face was burning, but there was nowhere to hide. "Kelan, I know you're here." His voice drifted through the leaves. Her master appeared before her, airy and otherworldly, like an immortal. He told her this draw was not actually bad. She slapped her forehead speechlessly. Really? Her opponent was one of the top 4. He merely smiled faintly and said that although her opponent was strong, his weakness was also obvious, and for her it should not be much of a problem. "What does that mean?" she asked in confusion. He only told her not to worry, saying he had a way. Meanwhile, back at the arena, the fight between He Jingfong and Ding Cheng had already turned into a storm of flashing blades and sword light, fierce beyond compare. The betting on this match must be lively, Jiang Kelan thought, when a mischievous idea suddenly popped into her head. "I wonder if anyone bet on me to win?" As if reading her mind, her master said her current odds were probably 1 to 100. Hardly anyone would bet on her, he explained, but the ones who did would be the kind hoping to make a killing. Interesting, he even teased her on purpose. Puffing out her cheeks, she humphed and said she was only curious, not planning to place a bet. "Then why not go take a look yourself?" he said with a sly smile, offering to tell her where it was. Her eyes widened. "Wait, you even know the odds and where the gambling den is?" A suspicious thought immediately surfaced. Those 10 tails last time. Don't tell me AU was the one who bet them. For the first time, a crack appeared in her master's usual composed expression. "The side room next to the sword forge," he said quickly, while avoiding her eyes. A smug grin instantly spread across her face. "Are you blushing?" He stammered that he had no idea what she was talking about, then vanished in a flash, fleeing with astonishing speed. Jiang Kelan laughed out loud and followed his directions to the side room by the sword forge. Sure enough, it was packed with people and noisier than ever. It looked like at least half the sect was involved in this underground betting ring. The man there did not care in the slightest. Putting on her most innocent expression, Jiang Kelan walked up to the betting counter and said sweetly, "Hello, I'd like to see everyone's betting records." The man looked at her blankly. "No bet, no vieving." Her sweet disguise instantly collapsed into a look of aggrieved despair. "Fine." She put on the most pitiful expression she could manage, fished out a single lonely copper coin, and placed it into the man's outstretched hand. In the clamorous gambling room, the air was thick with nervous anticipation, but one woman's anger overpowered it all. She slammed her palm onto the table with a bang and roared that everyone had bet on He Jingfong. Turning to Yu Cheng, she complained irritably that no one had bet on anyone else at all, which made it utterly boring. Even if they won, with such one-sided odds, the profit would be pathetically small. A flicker of curiosity passed through Yu Cheng's eyes. Leaning over slightly, his beautiful pink eyes fell on the ledger as he said he wanted to take a look himself. As her gaze swept across the pages, her eyes widened slightly. Just as that woman had said, name after name and wager after wager, every single bet was on He Jingfong to win. Later, beneath a tree where golden leaves swayed gently, Yu Cheng walked along deep in thought. The ethereal, unworldly Qi Xiao appeared behind her like a silent ghost and asked softly whether she had looked at the records in the betting ledger. Yu Cheng jumped in fright and denied it at once. But that instant of hesitation had already betrayed her. Qi Xiao saw that something was weighing on her mind and gently pressed her for the reason. She immediately thought of her friend Tang Huan. She said Tang Huan's mother was ill and needed money, her voice full of worry. But no matter how she thought about it, she could not understand why Tang Huan would gamble. She knew Tang Huan was not that kind of person. There had to be another reason. Was the money she had given her last time still not enough? Her expression darkened, and she decided to go ask her directly. But the moment she turned to leave, a firm yet gentle hand caught her wrist. It stopped her. "Don't go." Qi Xiao's voice was low and serious. He told her she had no time to be distracted now. Even if Tang Huan really was in a difficult situation, the most important thing for Yu Cheng right now had to be winning the match and taking back the main position. Only then would she truly have the power to help her friend. His words struck home, and the struggle in her eyes slowly faded. She admitted that he was right. It just hurt to be kept in the dark by a friend she cared about. The moon rose high, spreading a layer of silver light across heaven and earth. As night fell, Yu Cheng's face had already turned deeply red, and her heart was pounding hard. Was she really going to do this? Did it really have to go this far? But she had already made up her mind. Across from her, the breathtakingly handsome Qi Xiao looked calm and merely gave a quiet hum of approval. Looking at him, she asked in a small voice whether this really could help her win the match. Surprise flashed through his eyes, followed by a faint smile of understanding. "When have I ever been wrong?" he asked, his tone unshakably certain. Yu Cheng could only pout in defeat. She really could not argue with that. He comforted her, saying Qiu Cheng and Ruby were already working through the night on the outfit side, and everything would be fine. Then he gracefully took out a lacquered box. When he opened it, it revealed a full set of exquisite, expensive cosmetics, from fine scented powder to vivid pigments. Yu Cheng let out a startled cry. So all of these had been lent to her by Ruby. This was far too over the top, but he insisted that every item would be useful. Her shoulders slumped helplessly in a rather adorable show of resignation. But even with all these treasures, she had no idea how to put on makeup. "Don't worry," he said calmly, his silver eyes faintly gleaming. Ruby had already given him a crash course, so he would handle it. They would settle the makeup tonight, and then she could focus on a match tomorrow. He picked up a box of lip color, his expression suddenly turning sharp, and said this was not made by Ruby, and the color had already faded, so she should throw it away. Then he picked up something else and frowned in puzzlement. "Is this a rock?" "That's for drawing eyebrows," she cried, explaining that it was probably a stone that had gotten mixed in by accident. Qi Xiao looked at it skeptically, while she hugged an ink stick and pouted, thinking that against a playboy like Ding Ding Ming, what use could makeup possibly be? Secretly, she also muttered to herself that the nickname she had given Qi Xiao, Crystal, probably suited someone who did not know the first thing about this. But in the next moment she was transfixed. He was actually checking the rouge boxes with practiced ease. Had Ruby really taught him that well? He solemnly declared that he would do her makeup strictly according to the method he had been taught. As for how it turned out, they would find out when the time came. Yu Cheng could only watch him with a mixture of anticipation and dread. Several miles away, beneath the starry sky, Ruby suddenly sneezed. She told the person beside her that she had a bad feeling and wondered how things were going over there. The other woman simply told her to trust Yu Cheng with it. "Come on, let's go get Kelan's new clothes," she suggested, adding that she hoped Kelan was worthy of the dress she had made with her own hands. Ruby pouted, but her friend only wore a calm, confident smile. In the room, dawn was gradually breaking. Ruby pouted, but her friend only wore a calm, confident smile. In the room, dawn was gradually breaking. Qi Xiao looked at his handiwork with a face full of horror. He had clearly followed the taught method step by step, but the result was disastrously awful, awful beyond words. Yu Cheng looked at herself in the mirror. 2 bright red patches of blush on her face like a clown, and a crooked mark across her forehead. What even was this? He checked the cosmetics again with utter bewilderment, feeling that this could not possibly be Ruby's fault. Yu Cheng had already turned into a sniffling little lump of despair. What was she supposed to do tomorrow? Qi Xiao was flustered as well. Their originally perfect plan had completely devolved into an absurd farce. The next day, thunderous drum beats echoed through the air, announcing the official start of the matches. The steward announced the rules. Weapons were allowed, but poison was forbidden. This was a competition for selecting talent, not a blood-soaked slaughterhouse. So lethal blows were strictly prohibited. With his final declaration, the 68th Disciple Tournament officially began, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Then the call rang out for the first pair of competitors to enter. Contestant 1, Lu Yun, versus Contestant 2, Jin Yuan, broad and imposing. But all eyes were on Lu Yun. He was beautiful to the point of seeming untouched by mortal dust, his expression gentle and tranquil like a summer breeze, and the people below the stage were already utterly bewitched by his grace. 15 minutes later, the result of the match was plain to see. The loser lay sprawled on the stone ground, his face bruised, swollen, and discolored, a miserable sight, able only to groan in pain. The steward raised a small red flag, and his booming voice carried across the whole arena as he declared Lu Yun the winner. Lu Yun stood elegantly beside the bloodied and bedraggled man and said with chilling politeness, "Thank you for the match." In the crowd, Jiang Kelan's friend could only stare in horror, both hands covering her face. That was way too ruthless. How had Lu Yun ended up against a monster like that and still won in reverse? Her thoughts immediately turned to her own friend, and a fresh wave of panic rose in her chest. It would be Kellan's turn soon, but where had she run off to? Meanwhile, in a quiet, sparse little grove, Jiang Kelan was sinking into self-doubt, wondering whether her current outfit looked a bit strange. But the silver-haired man beside her, so airy and otherworldly he seemed like an immortal, clearly did not think so at all. His voice was like medicine that soothed the heart as he told her the outfit suited her very well. Sensing her unease, he gently asked whether she was nervous, and she admitted that she was a little, just a little. He told her not to panic. As long as she remembered what Yin Xiao had taught her, she would definitely be fine. Then he gently straightened a flower in her hair. A soft, encouraging smile bloomed on his handsome face as he urged her to go. Finally, he gave her a light push and sent her toward the stage. Back at the bustling arena, after Feng Jianxing won his match, the steward called for the next group to prepare to enter. A handsome young man with striking blue-green hair stepped forward, a folding fan swaying in his hand and a confident smile on his lips. He was ready. He glanced at the empty stage, a hint of impatience flashing through his eyes. Where was his opponent? Just then, a voice as soft as a spring breeze drifted into the air, announcing her arrival. Countless pink flower petals seemed to burst into existence out of nowhere, and amidst that beautiful rain of blossoms, she appeared, Jiang Kelan, like an immortal fairy untouched by the mortal world, draped in a flowing white and green dress, her black hair adorned with blooms, ribbons winding around her body and fluttering as if alive. Her opponent, Dang Dingming, along with her friends below the stage, were all too stunned to speak, eyes wide and faces full of disbelief. Even the steward could not help taking a second look, wondering whether this shockingly beautiful person before him really was Jiang Kelan. The whole crowd instantly burst into discussion. She was way too adorable, practically a different person from the girl before. Dang Dingming could not connect the scene before his eyes with the person in his memory at all. Was this really that annoying little girl from a few days ago? Jiang Kelan noticed the anger in his gaze, puffed out her cheeks, and silently signaled to him, "Don't be so fierce." Then she launched an attack of cuteness that could practically be called weapon grade. Her expression changed, and she revealed a radiant, innocent smile, eyes sparkling as she tilted her head slightly and sweetly asked whether something was wrong. Dang Dingming lost his composure on the spot. Even the tips of his ears turned red, and he quickly snapped open his fan to cover his face. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Like Lu Yun, he simply had no resistance to pretty young girls. Seeing that both contestants were finally ready, the steward cleared his throat and gave a sharp wave of the flag in his hand. The third match officially began. Dang Dingming forcibly steadied himself, a trace of resolve flashing through his eyes. Whether he wanted to or not, he had a fight. With a snap, he spread his folding fan, confidence returning to his smile, and even generously decided that he could go a little easy on her. But the moment the words left his mouth, that sweet little fairy vanished. Jiang Kelan's eyes turned icy in an instant, her hand clamping tightly around the hilt of the sword at her waist, killing intent rising from her. He lunged forward, thinking it would be an easy victory, only to hear a loud clang. She had actually blocked his attack head-on. He was genuinely startled. Her reaction speed was astonishing. But even so, he was still the stronger one. In the blink of an eye, with a deft twist and push as smooth as flowing water, he knocked away her weapon. Her sword flew out and landed on the stone ground some distance away. Standing before her, he had all but secured victory. All her weapons were gone. He said coldly, "So was she still going to continue?" At that moment, Jiang Kelan was kneeling on the ground, unarmed and seemingly powerless to resist. The spectators below immediately began whispering among themselves. Dang Dingming's skill really was first-rate. How could she possibly touch him now? Some were already starting to lose interest, saying a loss was a loss. And what was the use of dressing up so beautifully if she still went down in an instant? But Jiang Kelan was nowhere near admitting defeat. She lifted her head, and in her crimson eyes burned a fierce, stubborn fire. She would continue. Dang Dingming clicked his tongue in contempt. Since she wanted to humiliate herself, he was more than happy to oblige. He leisurely opened his folding fan, a cruel smile on his face. But the instant the fan opened, the smile on his face froze and shattered completely. Several blast talismans were stuck to the thin fan surface. His eyes widened in terror, and in the next moment, with a thunderous boom, a huge explosion detonated right in front of his face, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. In the stands, The Lord's two attendants were both stunned. One admitted that he had not even noticed when she had attached the talismans. The other nodded in agreement and said she truly was extraordinary and would surely achieve greatness in the future. From within the dust, the shattered remains of Dang Dingming's folding fan flew out. With a flick of her wrist, Jiang Kelan caught it precisely in her hand. Grabbing hold of her opponent's broken weapon, she immediately charged into the smoke. She flung out a long ribbon. In an instant, it wrapped around his ankle, and with a fierce yank, she pulled him off balance. His whole body flipped into the air, but his reaction was extremely fast. He braced himself with one hand on the ground to steady himself while grabbing the ribbon that had entangled him. But all of that was only a feint. While his attention was on the ribbon, Jiang Kelan had already hurled the sharp, broken fan frame straight at his head. It spun like a deadly dart, aimed right between his brows. Dang Dingming only curled his lips in a smile, thinking that with such speed, did she really expect to hurt him? But Jiang Kelan's eyes were terrifyingly calm, her calculations precise to the smallest detail. It was already too late. Before he could even truly react to the incoming fan fragment, she was already right in front of him. She swung the fan handle and smashed the blunt end hard into his chest with astonishing force, knocking a muffled grunt out of him. Just then, a cry of alarm suddenly rose from the edge of the arena, and Jiang Kelan flew backward, her pale green skirt flaring through the air before she landed with a dramatic smack on the cold stone ground. Not far away, Dang Dingming merely stood there and hollowly spat out an apology. But this had all been part of the plan. In her mind echoed the words her immortal-like master had told her. If she tried to deal with Dang Dingming through sheer force, she was not strong enough. He had one fatal weakness. There was only one way to handle a boy like him. As Dang Dingming finally approached her curled-up figure, her master's final instruction also surfaced in her mind. The moment it hurts, you have to cry. So she immediately squeezed out the most heartbreaking sob she could produce, and her eyes quickly filled with large, trembling tears on the verge of falling. Hugging her own arm, her voice quivering, she sniffled and said, "It hurts so much." Dang Dingming froze instantly, his whole face filled with panic and helplessness. He waved his hands frantically, while her sobbing only grew louder until it became full-on wailing. His mind was in total chaos. He had to forfeit. He really could not keep fighting her. He looked like some unforgivable villain. The boys below the stage immediately burst into laughter, pointing at their wretched friend and mocking him for being too soft, absurdly soft. They egged him on, telling him to stop hesitating and just kick her out of the arena to win. But Dang Dingming could not do it. Covering his flushed face with one hand, he truly could not do it. Beautiful women were his fatal weakness. In the end, he suddenly leaped up onto the nearby wall and shouted at the top of his voice that he forfeited. Jiang Kelan lifted her head and put on a shocked expression, asking what was wrong. Hadn't he said he had a very important reason he absolutely had to win? Bright red all over, like a fool hopelessly in love. He stammered that of course he did. The reason was that he had to face Lu Yun in the next round, and if he could beat him. Then he suddenly grabbed her arm and leaned in to whisper that he had gone easy on her just now. So shouldn't she thank him? At that moment, the referee raised a red flag and formally declared Jiang Kelan the winner. She sweetly thanked him for letting her win. Meanwhile, Dang Dingming collapsed dramatically to the ground, weeping as if heartbroken over the match he had personally handed away. Tang Huan rushed over in a panic, calling Jiang Kelan's name and saying she would bandage her wound. Jiang Kelan looked up and gave Tang Huan a brilliant smile. But the smile on her face quickly disappeared because notifications about the betting pool came flooding wildly into her vision. All the people who had bet on Dang Dingming had lost, while the shrewd He Jingfang had made a fortune. She gently pushed Tang Huan away, apologized, and said she wanted some time alone. Though Tang Huan looked utterly confused, she still agreed and could only watch her walk away slowly with worry, as if a heavy burden had suddenly settled on her shoulders. Jiang Kelan walked to a quiet corner beneath the shadow of a large tree, wanting to process this hollow victory alone. Suddenly, a familiar and gentle voice called out to her. "Qishao, are you here?" Her master appeared like a ghost in the wind and asked why she still looked so troubled when she had just won. Her eyes instantly grew hot, and she choked out an admission that it was because she felt she had not won honorably enough. She buried her face in her hands, her body trembling with sobs. She had advanced only by taking advantage of her opponent's pity for her, and it made her feel as though she had stained all women with such a shameful method. Her master listened patiently, then asked her what exactly made her think she did not deserve to win. If her opponent was distracted by beauty, that was his own weakness, and knowing how to use her own strengths, even if others saw them as weaknesses, was itself a kind of skill. Then he turned into an adorable Shiba Inu and waved a paw at her. If her opponent had been a strong man, would she have felt sorry for him and thought she had to train herself into the same hulking build before her victory could count as respectable? And if she did not, would that mean she was insulting men? His twisted logic was absurdly convincing, catching her completely off guard. Her cheeks flushed red, and she stammered that it was not the same thing at all, only for him to laugh and pinch her cheek. When she yelped, he smoothly said he would bandage her up for now. His fingers gently and skillfully wrapped cloth around her arm as he reminded her that the matches were not over yet. He lifted her chin and used his thumb to wipe away a tear, saying in a low voice that this was a rare opportunity. Didn't she want to see just how capable the other opponents really were? He brought her back to the spectator area, where the next match was already raging. Weapons crashed together violently, steel slamming against steel with deafening force as sparks flew everywhere. The two martial artists exchanged blows so quickly that it dazzled the eye. Excited discussion broke out among the audience. Ding Chung had terrible luck, drawing the terrifyingly strong He Jingfong this early, but the battle truly was spectacular. He Jingfong attacked like a raging storm, merciless and relentless. He leaped into the air, grabbed Ding Chung by the hair, and yanked hard before following up with a vicious flying kick that forced a muffled grunt from his opponent. Ding Chung was sent flying, flipping several times through the air, yet he landed as lightly as a cat, both feet firmly planted on the ground. He let out a heavy breath, his eyes burning with unyielding fire. With a fierce surge of spiritual power, he shot forward, his figure turning into a crimson afterimage, determined to turn the match around. The stage was filled with afterimages as flashing blades whipped into a storm, the two sword masters clashing at astonishing speed. Jiang Kelan and her companions stood at ringside with their mouths hanging open. He was far too fast. He Jingfong moved like a phantom, his dark robes gliding like a shadow through his opponent's clumsy attacks. His eyes were closed, his expression calm and focused, one hand brushing lightly over the blade, as if it were the brief stillness before a storm. In the next instant, he sprang into the air in a posture that seemed to defy all reason, becoming a silhouette beneath the curtain of rain. When he landed, it was like a thunderclap, water exploding upward around him before he plunged straight back into the fight. He dove down like a hawk, his sword point aimed straight at his opponent. The moment their blades collided, it felt as if even the air had split apart. Then with one clean sidestep and a kick to the chest, the outcome was decided. His opponent was kicked into the air and sent tumbling awkwardly beyond the marked boundary of the ring. The officiant raised the flag high, his voice ringing through the stunned silence. Ding Chung is out of bounds. He Jingfong wins. A woman with a kindly smile offered him congratulations, her tone full of admiration. In the next moment, the entire arena erupted into deafening cheers for the victor. But Jiang Kelan only felt her scalp go numb as she stood frozen there, despair written all over her face. How could she possibly beat a monster like that? That night, she sprawled across her bed like a lump of hopeless sludge, wailing that her doom was at hand. Her silver-haired master, beautiful enough to seem almost unearthly, merely told her not to worry and that things would work themselves out when the time came. Hope instantly flared in her chest. She sat bolt upright, eyes wide, and asked if he already had some brilliant plan. He only flicked her forehead lightly and told her to stop daydreaming. He took her hand, his palm warm and steady. How could a few days of chaotic last-minute training possibly outweigh the blood, sweat, and bitter practice He Jingfong had put in day after day for 10 whole years? After saying that, he ruffled her hair and gave her a gentle, reassuring smile. They did not need to think that far ahead. For now, they only needed to consider how to defeat her next opponent. Jiang Kelan's expression immediately turned serious. Tomorrow's opponent was Ding Hao, whose famed twin sword technique was terrifyingly strong. But her master only smiled, a trace of cunning flashing in his eyes. No, in fact, that one was the easiest to deal with. Jiang Kelan could only blink at him in bewilderment. The next day, as the matches continued, a young man was excitedly chatting with his friend about the newcomer everyone had been talking about lately, Jiang Kelan, the weed from Sword Forge. Jiang Kelan, listening nearby, was so furious her face turned red. She had already moved out of that place, so why was that nickname, Weed, still haunting her like a ghost? Then the arena announced her opponent's name, Ding Hao, heir to the twin swords. She nearly choked on her own spit. A wild-looking youth with spiky silver hair and twin swords strapped to his back flashed her a grin. So she was the one who had won the last round? The one who relied on her looks to gain an advantage? He gave a scornful snort, his gaze full of contempt. Tricks like that would not work on him, so she had better not waste her effort. Jiang Kelan merely looked at him expressionlessly. With a shouted command, the match began, and everyone below watched in eager anticipation. Ding Hao did not hesitate to strike first. A devastating cross-shaped sword aura slashed toward her. The attack tore through the air like a storm of deadly blades sweeping her way. A huge cloud of dust exploded across the stage, but when it cleared, there was no one there. Ding Hao looked around in confusion. Where did she go? Then he looked up and saw Jiang Kelan calmly, suspended in midair, standing on a flying sword as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Her master's words echoed in her mind. Ding Hao was not weak, but he had one fatal flaw. He could not ride a sword. The plan was simple. She only had to keep her distance. Then she pulled out a paper talisman, a trace of apology flashing through her eyes. Sorry about this. What on earth was she doing? Ding Hao shouted up from the ground. Get down here. Everyone watched as the thin slip of paper drifted lazily from her hand. He stared at the talisman as it slowly floated downward, his brows knitting in confusion. The talisman landed lightly on the stone floor. He burst out laughing at once. Haha, what kind of joke is this? Did she think a single piece of paper could beat him? And from that far away, boom, a massive burst of flame swallowed him whole, and his laughter instantly turned into a scream. The entire crowd gasped. No one had expected that. People immediately started wondering whether Ding Hao was all right. There he was, kneeling amid a scorched black patch, glaring furiously into the sky. Up above, Jiang Kelan was rolling a little round pellet between her fingers. From this height, aiming at him really was not easy, but this should do the trick. Hey, The moment he saw she was preparing another attack, he shouted in alarm. She traced a graceful arc through the air, one tinged with unmistakable revenge, and a string of explosive pellets rained down like a storm, blasting him into panicked flight and non-stop screaming. Bursts of fire erupted one after another. He was blown into a filthy, blackened mess, and at last collapsed on the ground, trembling as he pointed up at her and shouted furiously that this was against the rules, that she had no martial honor, that she should just wait until she came down. There had still been a trace of guilt on her face, but his words only hardened her resolve. She had felt a little bad before, but now she was completely ruthless. She threw out another heap of blast talismans in one go, blowing Ding Hao into terrified retreat. As he fled for his life, regret filled his heart. He should not have provoked her. Really, truly, he never should have provoked this terrifying woman. Roars of laughter erupted all around the ring. Ding Hao had completely lost face. People pointed at him and jeered, laughing that he looked like a drowned dog. He scrambled back to his feet in utter embarrassment, while the ground around him cracked and shattered under her relentless bombardment. He glared up at Jiang Kelan, his tone a mixture of disbelief and stubborn bravado, demanding to know whether she even knew how to fight. Was she seriously attacking him, or was she just trying to scare people with this ridiculous method? High above, Jiang Kelan's expression was complicated. She had never intended to seriously injure him, but she had no choice. She had to force him to surrender quickly. If she accidentally crippled him in the explosions, the burden of that might weigh on her for the rest of her life. She clenched a talisman tightly, her heart heavy, but there was no time left to hesitate. Another wave of blast talismans fell in succession, forcing him into desperate defense and frantic dodging. His twin swords whirled as he knocked aside the incoming attacks with a constant clanging, shouting irritably about when this would ever end. But one still slipped through, landing with a soft smack right on his forehead. His pupils shrank, and at that same instant the talismans attached to his own swords began glowing with an ominous light. In the next moment, a deafening explosion tore through the sky. Using the force of the blast, Jiang Kelan shot backward, while the entire arena was swallowed by flames and thick smoke. His sword hit the stone ground with a helpless clang, and painful groans came from within the smoke. When the haze finally cleared, everyone saw Ding Hao kneeling on the ground, his clothes scorched black, and his body trembling uncontrollably from the impact. Jiang Kelan stood opposite him, casually wiping down her sword. The result was already decided. That sight completely broke his nerve. With a terrified scream, he threw both hands into the air, his voice shaking as he begged her to stop. He surrendered. He surrendered. He could hardly believe she could be this ruthless. Was she really not afraid of blowing him into serious injury? Jiang Kelan let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. That had been far too close. Thank goodness he had finally given up. As the defeated Ding Hao was helped away, he swore he would never dare provoke a woman again for the rest of his life. Standing among her companions, Jiang Kelan silently apologized in her heart, but her determination did not waver in the slightest. There were still things she absolutely had to do. The officiant's announcement echoed across the arena. Jiang Kelan had successfully advanced to the next round. The fierce battles of the day gradually sank into the stillness of night. A full moon hung high overhead, spilling silvery light across the quiet residence, with only the faint chirping of insects in the air. Inside the room, Jiang Kelan sat facing her unearthly handsome master. He praised her for doing well today. Taking small bites of pastry, she admitted with a blush that although her opponent really had been asking for it, she still might have hit a little too hard. She had even wanted to apologize, but that guy had run the moment he saw her. She could practically picture him shrieking as he fled. Her master's tone suddenly turned serious as he changed the subject and asked whether she had looked into her next opponent yet. Her expression stiffened at once. She had. Lu Yunwei, a female sword cultivator whose sword moved as lightly and swiftly as the wind. The image of Lu Yunwei fighting flashed through her mind. The woman had moved like a phantom, fierce yet elegant, sending her opponent flying before he even had a chance to react. Jiang Kelan still remembered how Lu Yunwei's previous opponent had been covered in blood. None of the wounds had been fatal, but the sight had still been horrifying. A chill instantly swept through her whole body. Was she going to get poked full of holes? This woman not only had more stamina than she did, she could also ride a sword. And that idiot Deng Dingming was hopelessly infatuated with her, practically treating her like a fairy maiden. Jiang Kelan's confidence faltered completely. If it came down to pure swordsmanship, she had no chance at all. Looking at her master with pitifully wide eyes, she asked what she was supposed to do. A calm smile curved his lips as he slowly unfurled the scroll. Now it was time to teach her the key to victory. Then he reached out and lightly flicked her forehead again, making her pout in grievance as he gently reminded her not to depend on him too much. In the end, she would still have to win this battle herself. Rubbing her forehead, she insisted that without him, she never could have made it this far. A burning light suddenly flared in her eyes. She did not want their connection to be only a brief crossing of paths, which was why she had to fight with everything she had, return to the Sword Pavilion, and stand at his side. Her heartfelt confession left him completely stunned, a flicker of surprise passing through his silver eyes. Seeing the change in his expression, Jiang Kelan's face immediately turned scarlet, and she nervously asked if something was wrong. He turned his head away, his long silver hair hiding a somewhat complicated expression, and said quietly that it was nothing. After a moment, he finally admitted that bits and pieces of his memories had been gradually returning lately, but that the process left him uneasy. Were they all terrible memories? She asked with concern. He could not really say. They were only chaotic, fragmented pieces. Jiang Kelan's bright smile returned. She offered him a piece of fruit and told him not to overthink it. If his memories were returning, that had to be a good thing overall. He softly acknowledged her words and took the fruit. But in that instant, he suddenly began coughing violently, and a mouthful of bright red blood burst from his lips. Her heart clenched at once, and she cried out to ask if he was all right. Panicking, she jumped to her feet to look for a handkerchief and rushed out of the room. Left inside, he remained motionless the entire time, only holding the fruit she had given him, his gaze distant and unreadable. A deep, unfathomable smile slowly curled at the corner of his lips, in sharp contrast to the blood staining his mouth. Elsewhere in the residence, beneath the shadow of the eaves, a secret meeting was underway. An older man cornered a young woman and reproached her with contempt for betting that Jiang Kelan would lose. Then his tone shifted, turning sly and sinister as he suggested they might as well make a profit together. He shoved a gleaming cold sword into her trembling hands and told her she ought to know what to do. The young woman's eyes widened as she finally understood the terrible implication. Left alone in the courtyard, the woman collapsed weakly to the ground, her shoulders shaking violently and soundlessly, as if in despairing sobs. As the night deepened, a soft metallic sound suddenly rang out in another moonlit room, like a wooden chest being opened to reveal the dark contents within. On the night before the duel, the room was filled with taut anticipation. The white-haired man, as pure and otherworldly as fresh snow, handed her a folded garment, his voice smooth as silk as he instructed her to wear it tomorrow. Her eyes widened with curiosity as she asked what it was. He told her it was a set of light armor, designed by Chungying and forged by Long Yuan, a rare and excellent piece. It was light enough that wearing it would not burden her. Hope instantly flared in her chest. Was this her defense, the key that would make her invincible tomorrow? But he mercilessly doused her hopes with cold water. At best, this thing would merely keep her limbs from being stabbed full of holes on the spot. Tomorrow's opponent, he reminded her with a grave expression, was extremely fast, and the real key to victory, he said as he looked at her as if seeing straight into her heart, lay in controlling the boundaries. What exactly did that mean? Her mind spun furiously as she tried to decipher his cryptic words. Early the next morning, just before leaving, she paused and looked up at herself in the mirror. A figure cloaked in deep crimson stared back at her. Of course she had to go, but wearing this cloak so openly was almost too conspicuous. She took a deep breath, walked to Tang Huan's door, and raised her hand to knock. Tang Huan poked her surprised face out from behind the door and asked what she was doing dressed like that. Jiang Kelan immediately flashed her brightest smile and said she had come to cheer her on, so why not go together? She even added, with feigned concern, that Tang Huan looked as though she had not slept well all night. Her friend's expression eased slightly, and a seemingly considerate smile appeared on her lips as she offered to carry Jiang Kelan's sword for her, so she could save some strength. Jiang Kelan thanked her gratefully and turned to walk ahead. But the moment her back was turned, a shadow fell over Tang Huan's face, and a cold, vicious gleam flashed in her eyes, unnoticed by Jiang Kelan. The match grounds were buzzing with voices, and bright red banners embroidered with the sect's crest snapped in the wind. Jiang Kelan and her opponent, the formidable Lu Yunwei, stepped into the arena together, and whispers immediately spread all around them. The female disciples in the spectator seats were all baffled. Why was she wearing such a heavy cloak in broad daylight? It made no sense at all. The officiant raised the flag high, and his booming voice rang through the courtyard as he announced the start of the match. In an instant, after images burst forth. Lu Yunwei moved with the lightness of the wind, yet with deadly speed, like a ghost closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Jiang Kelan's heart slammed against her chest. Too fast. There was no way she could dodge this strike. The cold flash of the sword was already right before her eyes, but with a deafening clash of metal, she somehow blocked it head-on, the impact numbing her entire arm. A look of utter disbelief instantly flashed through Lu Yunwei's eyes. In the next moment, Jiang Kelan made an exaggerated flourish and ripped off the heavy red cloak, the fabric flying through the air to reveal the secret weapon she had hidden beneath it. Under the cloak, she was actually wearing a faintly gleaming suit of light armor. Even Lu Yunwei's elegant composure almost cracked. Armor? Was she serious? Puffing out her cheeks, Jiang Kelan declared righteously that this did not count as cheating. It was strategy. Her confidence immediately surged, and she raised her twin swords, provocatively signaling for her opponent to come at her as she pleased. Lu Yunwei narrowed her eyes anger rolling in their depths. Hidden among the dense emerald leaves above, a pair of sharp silver eyes took in every detail. That handsome schemer was calmly watching his plan unfold step by step. The clear ring of colliding blades echoed across the arena as Jiang Kelan blocked another swift strike from her opponent. But Lu Yunwei had clearly not yet noticed the crucial anomaly on her own sword. High above, the white-haired man saw everything with perfect clarity, his expression calm to the point of seeming almost merciless. The two girls quickly became a blur of afterimages, locked in a near-desperate dance between attack and defense. Their twin blades clashed, sending sparks flying. Jiang Kelan was forced into a rapid retreat, her feet slipping against the ground as she drew closer and closer to the edge of the arena. Just as Lu Yunwei had said, she was being driven out of bounds step by step. Seizing the opening Jiang Kelan exposed, Lu Yunwei lunged forward and shouted triumphantly that Jiang Kelan had nowhere left to run. But the instant the blade came down, Jiang Kelan suddenly ducked low and slipped aside, letting her opponent rush past on pure momentum. Lu Yunwei stumbled, then turned with a cold smile of victory already curling on her lips, certain she had won the match. The next second, she froze. Something was wrong. Jiang Kelan was crouching precariously on the raised rim of the arena, balanced as steadily as a cat. With a sly grin, she reminded her that as long as her feet had not touched the ground, it did not count as going out of bounds, right? All that training on the plum blossom stakes had not been for nothing. Lu Yunwei's face twisted with rage. This brat only knew how to play these nasty, underhanded little tricks. What followed was a ridiculous chase. Lu Yunwei shouted for her to stop running, while Jiang Kelan mocked her in return, asking if she was supposed to stand still and obediently let herself be beaten. The people below could only watch in utter bewilderment, wondering whether they had come to a martial arena or a circus troupe. Gritting her teeth, Lu Yunwei refused to let this infuriating girl lead her around by the nose any longer. Using the wall as leverage, she sprang upward, killing intent flashing in her eyes. She wanted to see how Jiang Kelan could keep running with an injured leg. Seeing the attack bearing down on her, Jiang Kelan's breath hitched. Here she comes. Lu Yunwei leaped high into the air and brought her sword slashing straight down with thunderous force. Jiang Kelan dodged desperately as the blade tore through the air, tracing a silver arc of death. Alarm bells blared in Jiang Kelan's mind. This was bad. She was about to be hit. In a panic, Jiang Kelan darted hurriedly down the stone steps, her skirts flying. At the very instant a hidden weapon's trigger snapped behind her, she leaped from the steps in fright. She landed lightly, but her heart was still pounding. That had been far too close. Yet the assault was not over. A golden coin came slicing through the air, almost grazing her face as it flew past. Her opponent was a young girl in red with an arrogant expression, mercilessly hurling copper coins like throwing knives, every word dripping with contempt. As long as Jiang Kelan was kept from getting close, that swordsmanship she was so proud of would be useless. Just as Jiang Kelan dodged another round of attacks, the girl suddenly vanished in a blinding flash of white light. A chilling presence abruptly materialized behind her. Jiang Kelan's eyes widened in shock. She had not sensed at all how the other girl had gotten close. A sharp smack rang out through the courtyard as her cheek was struck hard, the burning pain searing her skin like a brand of humiliation. How despicable, the girl sneered. Clutching her face, Jiang Kelan was instantly flooded with pure rage. Did this hateful brat not know the most important rule of the fight? Never hit the face. All her composure vanished in that moment, leaving behind only childish fury. She was going to kill her. With an angry scream, Jiang Kelan lunged forward, knocking the girl to the ground with her, and the two immediately rolled together in a chaotic, utterly undignified brawl. The onlookers watched with flushed faces and pounding hearts. Women truly were terrifying creatures. In the crowd, one of her friends looked at her anxiously and called Jiang Kelan's name in a frightened voice. The grappling continued. Jiang Kelan pinned her opponent beneath her, and the girl shouted at her to get off. But amid the chaos, the girl's hand found the sword hilt, her fingers clamping down with lethal intent, and her expression abruptly turned cold. It was over. The girl had gotten back to her feet, sword drawn, standing tall before the opponent she had subdued. But in the next instant, Jiang Kelan's figure flashed, and she sprang away lightly, landing at a safe distance with a confident smile still on her lips. "Big talk alone will not win you anything," she mocked. The girl gave a cold snort, formed a hand seal, and summoned her flying sword. Jiang Kelan's taunt was merciless. "Trying to run? Do not tell me you cannot even ride sword." She also raised a hand with grand pretension, summoning her own weapon. But only silence followed, and nothing happened. Jiang Kelan's expression collapsed into stunned confusion. Why was there no response at all? A faint creaking sound sent a chill through her whole body. Her sword was still stuck in the stone she had jumped down from earlier. Damn it, she had actually left that brat an opening. Only then did she realize that the girl had intended to force her away with blast talismans. Did she really think a trick like that would work? The ground exploded with a thunderous blast, fire and shattered stone shooting into the sky, and the shockwave hurled her treasured sword high into the air. But when the smoke and dust cleared, Jiang Kelan had already risen into the air and gracefully caught the hilt in one hand. "Thanks for sending my sword up to me," she thought with silent mockery. The girl below looked utterly disbelieving. How had even the place where the sword was stuck exploded? Suspended in midair, Jiang Kelan radiated imposing force. "Want to fight me in the air? Fine." But her opponent's gaze darkened, the shock in it replaced by sly cunning. A mischievous smile spread across her face. "No," she said sweetly. Jiang Kelan's heart tightened at once. Did this brat still have another trick? "Take this," the girl shouted, tossing several round brown objects into the air. They looked like steam buns. The buns flew toward Jiang Kelan and then exploded with deafening force, catching her completely off guard. By then, her opponent had already stepped easily onto her flying sword and launched a full aerial bombardment, trapping Jiang Kelan in a chain of explosions that were both perilous and absurd. When the dust settled, the shattered arena floor silently bore witness to the brutal clash that had just taken place. But just as our heroine claimed victory, a crisp footstep suddenly sounded behind her, drawing her attention. Then a sharp crack split the air, and one of the ornaments on her robe snapped clean through. Startled, she suddenly felt herself lose balance, her body tipping backward into a dizzying fall. In the instant the world tilted, a shadow swept in at unbelievable speed, and a pair of strong, steady arms caught her securely before she could hit the ground. She was gathered into a firm embrace, and when she looked up, her eyes met the face of that absurdly handsome senior brother. Surprise and concern showed on his features. Her heart pounded wildly as she asked softly, her voice trembling a little, whether he was all right. He gently helped her stand steady again and gave her a reassuring look. At the same time, the steward's booming voice rang through the entire arena, announcing that Lu Yunwei had gone out of bounds. Jiang Kelan wins. Lu Yunwei dropped to her knees, her face full of unwillingness. A low stir immediately spread through the crowd. How had that sword suddenly broken like that? Our heroine lowered her head to look at the sword on the ground, its break unnaturally clean, and she was just as baffled. She had no idea what had happened either. But in the next moment, an image flashed through her mind. Tang Huan's face, pained and guilty. She let out a dry laugh. Surely it could not really be what she was thinking. It had to be because the fight had just been too intense, nothing more. She turned to look at the crowd, her stomach beginning to knot uneasily, and then she saw her. Tang Huan stood alone on the high railing platform, the sorrow on her face so deep it was painful to look at. The moment their eyes met, Tang Huan could not bear her gaze and immediately turned her face away, her shoulders trembling slightly. In that instant, an invisible wall rose between them. The name Tang Huan echoed in the heroine's mind like a funeral bell. The victory she had just won suddenly felt hollow, leaving only the cold, piercing pain of betrayal. A memory flashed by. Tang Huan was running in despair, with furious faces behind her. Her path was blocked by her own young sibling, whose little face was full of panic. "Sister, get some more money," the child begged. Mother's illness could not be dragged out any longer. What were they supposed to do? Tang Huan finally broke down, her voice shattered by pain. She cried out that she had already betrayed her friend and had even sold their mother's beloved hairpin. But the child turned around and blamed her instead, saying she was the one who had lost the money first. The little one wept bitterly, admitting through tears that they had not known that doctor was a vile fraud. Still crying, the child begged her not to be angry and to think of some other way to save their mother. Tang Huan collapsed to the ground at once, racked by helpless sobs. Back in the present, under the cold moonlight, our heroine let out a long sigh. Jiang Kelan sat beside her, tried to comfort her. Speaking of Tang Huan, she said that this girl was actually lucky enough already. At least her sword had not broken during the match. She straightened up at once, her face full of worry. There was no time to be sad now, Jiang Kelan reminded her. Tomorrow's opponent would be difficult to deal with, and she had to find a way to win. Our heroine pressed at her temples irritably, trying hard to think. In despair, she slumped face down on the table, lamenting that her opponent had almost no weaknesses at all. There was not a scrap of good news. But while she lay there, a spark suddenly flashed through her mind, and an idea emerged. She sprang upright, determination lighting her eyes once more. Jiang Kelan could only watch curiously from the side, having no idea what plan she had come up with. The next day, the air was thick with tension. The final battle was about to begin. The crowd buzzed with discussion, astonished that this little wildflower had managed to come so far, but they were all convinced that against such a powerful opponent, she would most likely go no further. Her expression was grave. This was it, the final match. Facing that tall, imposing figure, she respectfully said that she would definitely fight with all her strength. Her opponent showed no reaction at all, interrupting her with a voice as cold as ice. There is no need for more nonsense. Begin. He spoke flatly. She nodded in acknowledgement. The spectators' shouts abruptly swelled, and her opponent set his stance, a purely fierce aura surging powerfully from him. She immediately raised her own stance in response, tightening her grip on her sword. Then came a terrifying shriek through the air. He had already drawn his blade, and a fierce sword aura ripped the air apart. She instinctively leaped back, her eyes widening in shock. The place where she had just been standing split open with a crash, the ground instantly webbed with cracks. She landed heavily and stared at the shattered stone tiles, her heart pounding violently in her chest. His sword aura was so powerful it was suffocating. This was the true strength of her final opponent. Looking at that calm figure before her, almost as still as a statue, she felt a cold wave of fear sweep through her. Could she really defeat a monster like this? The stillness of the deep night was ripped apart by a loud slap, followed by a furious roar. A man stood over a trembling maidservant, his voice filled with venom as he cursed his useless underlings for failing even at something so simple. Her face was already bruised, but the stubbornness in her bones had not yet been completely broken. She knew that once Jiang Kelan discovered that someone had tampered with her sword, she would never again be able to get close to her, much less drug her. With a trace of defiance, she said coldly that she would never work for him again. The man sneered and seized her by the collar, his grip like iron tongs. Lowering his voice, he hissed, had she stopped needing money? Just as his anger flared even higher, an older woman's voice broke the standoff. She told him to stop, or she would call the overseer over. The kind-hearted woman walked up to the injured girl, draped an outer robe over her trembling shoulders, and softly asked if she was all right. The girl could only murmur her thanks, too ashamed to lift her head and look at her. Later, she hid in the shadows and watched Jiang Kelan leave, deep guilt rising in her heart. Jiang Kelan worked so hard, yet all she had done was drag her down. She was too ashamed to face her and could only pray silently that her friend would be all right. But things were not all right at all. On the arena stage, the little wildflower slammed heavily to the ground. Her opponent, the powerful He Jingfeng, smashed his sword down with brutal force, cracking the stone tiles beneath it. Then he dragged the blade across the ground, producing a terrifying shriek. The enormous gap in strength between the two of them weighed heavily in the air. The little wildflower lay on the ground, fully aware that meeting him head-on was little different from suicide. She would only be struck down hard all over again. She let out a muffled groan and struggled to push herself up, every inch of her body screaming in pain. Jingfong watched her, his handsome face as cold and emotionless as a mask. Her heart hammered like a drum. She needed her sword. Focusing her mind, she summoned her blade and flicked her wrist. The sword shot up into the air. But that was not all. A row of golden talismans appeared in her palm. With a sharp cry, she hurled them all at him. Jingfong moved like a ghost, his sword becoming a sheet of silver shadow as he effortlessly knocked the talismans aside one by one. He advanced step by step, every stride displaying overwhelming power. The little wildflower stared in horror as one talisman drifted lightly down by her feet, completely ineffective. He was too fast. With a casual flick, he had reflected her own attack straight back at her. The talismans collided in midair. One pierced through another, then exploded into a towering blaze. The shockwave sent the little wildflower flying like a rag doll. Useless. Long-range attacks would not work either. She fell from the air, her body limp and powerless. She crashed heavily to the ground, the impact leaving her mind numb. High above, her master watched it all without expression. No one could guess what he was thinking. The crowd below erupted, cheering for Jingfong's complete victory, while only a few people quietly remarked that he seemed to have gone a bit too far. On the ground, the little wildflower sucked in a painful breath, her face pressed against the cold stone. She clenched her teeth, and in her eyes burned a flame that refused to go out. Jingfong stood amid the slowly dispersing smoke and dust, looking toward the place where she had fallen. In the next instant, shock appeared in his eyes. She was gone. He lowered his gaze to the cracked ground, but it was already empty, not even the slightest trace left behind. She had disappeared completely. That patch of space was utterly vacant. An uproar instantly broke out across the arena, and the spectators all craned their necks, trying to see where the competitor had gone. Some guessed that she must still be on the stage, or else it would count as a loss, but no one could see her. Jingfong stood at the edge of the arena, his brows tightly furrowed. Was it an illusion? He closed his eyes and focused his senses, trying to capture her movement. Had she used an invisibility talisman too? Suddenly, a figure faintly appeared behind him. It was the little wildflower. She raised her sword high and struck straight for a vital point. Jingfong reacted with incredible speed and instantly lowered his head to avoid it, the blade sweeping past where his head had just been. His gaze turned dangerous at once. The little wildflower flashed past his side. He spun around sharply, but his own sword slammed into the ground with a clang, his counterattack missing. The spectators below were utterly dumbfounded. Was he fighting the air? Her friends in the crowd began shouting encouragement, marveling that such an ordinary-looking girl could really trade blows with their strongest senior brother. "Come on, little wildflower." Cheers rose everywhere. Jingfong knocked aside another invisible attack, his irritation deepening. Fighting an unseen opponent was simply too passive. He leaped backward to widen the distance, held his sword horizontally before him, and gathered a storm-like force. Then he swung, and a vast surge of power swept across the entire arena. The little wildflower cried out as the wild wind tore at her. The invisibility talisman on her shoulder crackled and finally burned to ashes. The fierce wind swept the whole arena clean, and her figure reappeared. The talisman was gone, and with it, her trump card was ruined. She lifted her eyes toward her master in the distance, but that face, cold and ethereal as an immortal's, remained calm and unreadable. Her mind flashed back to the time she had begged him for one last method. Kneeling before him, she had pleaded for him to teach her that forbidden art, the teleportation array, but he refused on the spot. No, he warned her that using such a spell would consume her own life force. But she had already reached the end of her rope and was willing to pay any price, so long as she could return to Sword Pavilion. She promised that she would only use it when there was no other choice. He sighed and told her that she did not understand the real cost behind it. Even if she learned teleportation, it would not change the outcome against an opponent stronger than herself. But she insisted anyway, saying she had her own way of fighting and begged him to trust her just this once. She even winked at him with playful confidence. Back in the present, a trace of regret passed over her master's face. He should not have taught her that. On the arena stage, Jingfong watched the little wildflower begin running in strange circles near the back gate and could not help frowning. What exactly was she doing? Very soon, Shock flashed through his eyes. On the ground where she had run, a bright trail of light was taking shape. It was an array. He tried to stop her, but it was already too late. A blinding white light exploded, and she appeared in front of him in an instant, her eyes burning with resolute will. Jingfang was completely caught off guard. Before he even had time to react, she had already lunged at him. Her sword thrust was astonishingly precise. A crimson spray of blood burst into the air. Her desperate gamble had actually succeeded. With a dull sound of steel entering flesh, the blade drove viciously into his chest. His cold, beautiful eyes flew wide with disbelief. She had really struck his acupoint. Tears mixed with pain and exhaustion slid down her face as Jiang Kelan tremblingly stretched out a hand, every part of her body screaming in agony. This was her only chance. Gathering the last trace of her strength, she shoved him hard. The man was momentarily immobilized and completely unprepared, stumbling backward while she herself fell to the ground beside him. He crashed heavily onto the cold stone floor, utterly defeated. The entire audience sucked in a breath, then erupted into chaotic cries of shock. What had just happened? How could their strongest senior brother possibly have lost? Half hidden among the lush greenery, a man with snow-white, silver hair and an otherworldly bearing watched everything with a knowing expression. His younger brother had always loved to gamble, he thought, and this time he had truly and completely lost to that little wildflower. Back on the arena stage, Jiang Kelan clutched her bleeding side, the searing pain almost swallowing her whole. Even so, that wound had always been an unavoidable part of her plan, but it still hurt terribly. The world began to spin, her vision blurring into a dizzy whirlpool, and at last all her strength gave out completely. Just as she was about to collapse, a slender hand reached out and caught her. Through the haze, an unquestionable voice pierced the chaos, ordering someone to treat her wound at once. She fell into a tall, straight embrace, so unreal it almost seemed like an illusion, her forehead pressed against a firm chest. She lifted her eyes and recognized that silver hair and those sharp eyes. It was her senior brother. Her feet hung weakly in midair as he held her with effortless ease. A cool, glimmering stream of spiritual energy flowed from his palm into her wound, the soft light spreading gently and miraculously sealing the injury. In a low voice, he told her the bleeding had stopped, then softly warned her not to move. She could only murmur her thanks, while her heart pounded wildly in her chest. But in the very next moment, the man she had just defeated suddenly stood back up. She stared in shock. How had he broken through his sealed acupoints so quickly? He stood there, his oppressive aura fully restored, his expression unreadable. Her body tensed involuntarily as her mind raced. What was that expression? Was he angry that she had won by relying on tricks? But what she never could have expected was that the corner of his lips actually lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile that was almost gentle. Calmly, he admitted that he had lost, asked if she was all right, and even frankly said that though she had been reckless, her courage was truly astonishing. He held out a hand to her, as if offering peace. Jiang Kelan froze, completely unprepared for such openness from him. A brilliant, relieved smile instantly bloomed across her face as she told him she had avoided her vital points, so it was not too reckless after all. The moment she took his hand, scattered flower petals swirled around them, fixing her victory into a dazzling, unforgettable scene. The entire arena erupted at once. The winner was Jiang Kelan. She was actually the dark horse. No one could believe it. Go, Wildflower. Her name echoed all around the ring, turning into deafening cries of triumph. Jiang Kelan had won. Her senior brother bent close, his warm breath brushing past her ear as he asked softly if she could feel it, that recognition she had fought so desperately to win. She turned to look at him, her ruby-like eyes full of confusion. Senior brother? His gaze was burning, those silver eyes seeming able to look straight into her soul. He asked whether she had not always cared deeply about this match. He reminded her of those painful days in the past, when she was the pavilion master before no one had believed she deserved the position. How those people had bullied her. The reason he had not interfered was because he knew she needed just such a chance to prove herself, to show everyone what she was truly capable of. His voice lowered, carrying a promise that made her shiver. From today onward, everyone would bow their heads to her. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. Had he really planned all of this for her? Could it be that he had feelings for her? Just as the atmosphere grew so thick it was nearly burning, a polite cough interrupted them. The sect leader had appeared, his presence calm as a still lake. He addressed her as the victor and said that since she already had a master, her reward could be changed to another request. Gracefully unfolding his fan, he signaled for her to state her wish. This was the moment she had been waiting for. She stepped forward firmly, faced the sect leader, and brought her hands together in a solemn salute, confidence written in every line of her posture. Her voice rang out clear and unwavering. Please allow me to take charge of the Sword Pavilion once more. The scene shifted, and the Sword Pavilion was already filled with celebration, laughter, and cheers. Everyone was congratulating the pavilion master on her triumphant return. Someone announced that she was injured and would be toasting with tea instead of wine today. So the others all raised their cups in celebration. Even those who had once opposed her took the initiative to apologize, admitting they had misjudged her and had never imagined she could be this formidable. As he spoke, he started laughing first himself, saying outright that he must have already had too much to drink. Jiang Kelan only smiled gently and said that getting to know her properly now was not too late. She lifted her teacup, her heart full to the brim, and offered a toast to everyone, her voice brimming with hope. From now on, let's all work together for the sect. A strong, unified response immediately rose around her. Amid the lively celebration, one disciple joked that he had originally planned to push her to cultivate, thinking she would hide and avoid everyone. Another invited her to come hang out with them often in the future. She naturally agreed with a smile. But just as she looked at these people who belonged to her, someone suddenly gave her sleeve a gentle tug. It was Tang Huan. Her face was pale, and her body swayed slightly as she said in a low voice that she felt a little dizzy. Jiang Kelan immediately followed her lead, saying that her own wound was aching too, and she really could not sit much longer. She told everyone to keep enjoying themselves and asked a friend to entertain the others in her place. That person smoothly picked up the conversation, saying that the pavilion master needed rest. Jiang Kelan then quietly slipped away from the noisy banquet and slowly walked down a silent corridor under the moon. In a secluded room, she met the senior brother she had defeated that day. He was sitting there alone. "Senior brother," she said softly, "may I sit down?" He lifted a hand in assent, so she sat and thanked him, saying he had shown her mercy today. The question came straight and sharp. "How did you figure it out?" She explained that perhaps everyone else had been deceived, but she could tell he had not used his full strength. At first, she had not dared to be certain, but when his trump card had only blasted her backward instead of seizing the chance to seriously wound her, she knew for sure. If he had truly gone all out, she would never have had any chance of winning. "Why?" she asked, her eyes fixed tightly on his, wanting an answer. But he only looked away, his expression unreadable. He merely said lightly that she should have known long ago why he had come to participate in this competition. In the quiet pavilion surrounded by blooming lotuses, a startling truth was finally spoken aloud. Calmly, he admitted that he had admired her master for a long time, and that he had joined the competition only to become his disciple. Jiang Kelan could not help teasing him lightly, saying that he had still been eliminated by her in the end. But he only smiled and tossed out a line that left her utterly dumbfounded. Her master had actually accepted him as an inner disciple long ago. Her mind went completely blank, and a dazed, empty confusion even appeared on her face. With a trace of pride, he added that she did not need to thank him. He had done all this for his own sake. Wait, none of this made any sense at all. Patiently, he explained that before the competition had even begun, her highly respected master had already sought him out. That elegant and extraordinary master had given him a secret mission. He could accept him as a disciple, but on one condition. He had to test Jiang Kelan on the arena stage, and if he approved of her strength, then he had to lose to her without anyone noticing. Of course he had agreed. Jiang Kelan felt as if her brain had completely short-circuited. So her martial uncle had done so much behind the scenes. But that was not all. With a knowing smile in his eyes, he asked whether she remembered that especially loud wave of cheering. She admitted that she had been so nervous at the time that she had not noticed anything. But he confessed that he had definitely heard it, and those shouts had affected his performance a great deal. It turned out those people cheering for her had also been arranged by her master in advance. It had actually been a subtle reminder to him. He was hitting too hard and needed to rein himself in. Smiling gently, he told her that so many people had been protecting her in secret. All at once, the weight of all those schemes and hidden acts of care came crashing down on her. Jiang Kelan felt exhausted to the core. Right now, she only wanted to rest for a little while. That night, the full moon cast an ethereal glow through the forest as Jiang Kelan walked alone, a paper lantern in her hand lighting the path ahead. A victory that should have felt unbearably sweet now seemed hollow and unreal. She let out a quiet sigh and admitted softly to the silent trees that, somehow, she could not feel any joy at winning at all. Just then, a deep and familiar voice called out to stop her. She looked up and saw that excessively handsome senior brother standing in a moonlit clearing, his silver eyes brimming with undisguised concern. He asked if her wound was feeling any better. A faint smile touched her lips as she told him she was almost completely fine now. Thanks to his nearly miraculous treatment, she probably would not even be left with a scar. His expression softened as he said she had worked hard today and should go back and rest well. Gratitude filled her heart. She smiled brightly at him and sincerely thanked him again for signing her up for the competition in the first place, and promised that she would definitely repay his help. After saying that, she gave him a light-hearted wave, then turned and left. He stood where he was without moving, watching her slender figure climb the stone steps one by one until she became a tiny flicker of light in the darkness. Repay him? A dangerous smile slowly crept across his beautiful face. He would make sure she remembered what she had said, because he had every intention of collecting that debt. When she returned to her residence, the stars were at their brightest. A guard named Liuzi was waiting there, holding a carefully wrapped bundle in his hands. Her eyes lit up. Was this a congratulatory gift for her? He smiled a little slyly and said it was food to nourish her body and help her recover from her injuries. She gave him a warm smile and thanked him. She told him she was already fine and waved him off. But not long after he turned to leave, a sudden heat surged up at her wrist. Her bracelet lit up. Before she could figure out what it meant, another voice, soft as silk, called her name. The newcomer was her immortal-like master, his white hair flowing like moonlight. He told her that everyone in the Myriad Sword Tomb already knew she was back and was waiting to see her. She smiled and agreed, saying she would go see them. But before that, there was one thing she absolutely had to do first. With her resolve firm once more, she walked to a nearby residence and raised her hand to knock heavily on the door. A timid voice came from inside, asking who it was, and the door opened only a cautious crack. The moment the girl inside saw who was standing there, her eyes widened in terror. Panicking, she immediately tried to slam the door shut, but Jiang Kelan had come prepared and quickly braced the door with her foot. The two of them faced each other in a tense stalemate. Jiang Kelan's voice was soft but steady as she asked Tang Huan just how long she planned to keep avoiding her. Tang Huan did not dare meet her eyes, her gaze darting away in shame and guilt. Yet, Jiang Kelan did not get angry. She simply held out a small box and said she had only come to bring her something. Tang Huan accepted it with trembling hands. When she opened it, she found several gleaming silver ingots inside. She stared blankly at the money, completely stunned, and tears immediately welled up and streamed down her cheeks. Why? She had done such a thing. Jiang Kelan already knew of her betrayal, so why was she still treating her this well? But Jiang Kelan's expression was not gentle at all. If anything, she looked so angry it was almost comical. Her cheeks puffed out as she huffed that Tang Huan had really made her furious. So furious, she had wanted to punch her, though she could more or less guess why Tang Huan had done it. As she spoke, she raised her hand and flicked Tang Huan hard on the forehead without the least bit of mercy. Tang Huan was so stunned by the sudden strike that she forgot even to dodge. How could she be this stubborn? Jiang Kelan reminded her. Had she not said it before? Her mother was still alive and well. And in this world, nothing was more important than that. That one simple sentence completely shattered all of Tang Huan's defenses. Fresh tears poured out again, and the silver box fell from her hand to the ground with a slap. Tang Huan turned and tried to run, but Jiang Kelan hurriedly called out to her. She rushed forward and wrapped her arms tightly around the trembling girl from behind, refusing to let go no matter what. She was apologizing, saying over and over again that she was sorry. Tang Huan froze all over, her eyes wide with shock. Jiang Kelan held her even tighter and whispered by her ear that she knew. She understood. She only begged her not to push her away again in the future. At last, the high wall Tang Huan had built around herself finally collapsed. She buried her face in Jiang Kelan's shoulder and let out all the sobs she had suppressed for far too long. In the quiet night, the soft creak of a door opening suddenly sounded out, echoing through a broad hall. Inside, a group of people waited with held breath, warm yellow lamplight illuminating their faces. The handsome, dark-skinned swordsmith's eyes lit up with joy. She had come. Jiang Kelan had finally returned. But when the door was pushed fully open, a startled gasp ran through the room. The one who walked in was not their Jiang Kelan, but a tall, straight man with white hair drifting like an immortal, graceful and ethereal, yet strangely out of place. The hot-tempered, pink-haired elf Ruby immediately looked displeased. Her face turned cold at once, and she raised a hand to point at him, her tone full of disdain. "Why is it him? Where's that girl?" The silver-haired man was unaffected by her temper and only explained calmly that Kelan had something to do and would arrive later. The swordsmith quickly spoke up to soothe the bristling Ruby, saying that she had only just finished her arena match and of course needed rest. Seeing her tomorrow would be the same. But Ruby was not having it all. How could it possibly be the same? How long had it been since they had last seen her? She was still in the middle of flaring up when a small voice suddenly interrupted. A silver-haired little boy stuck his head out and begged Ruby to come over quickly. Ruby immediately turned and scolded him with puffed cheeks. "You were the one who got her hurt, so be quiet." The little boy's mouth drooped at once, and tears came pouring down as he sobbed that Ruby was too mean. Just as the scene descended into complete chaos, a gentle voice rang out. Beside the white-haired man, their Jiang Kelan had somehow appeared without anyone noticing. A faint smile curved her lips as she teased that it had only been a few days. So how had Ruby's temper gotten even worse already? The one who had just been arguing with Ruby instantly looked shocked. He had thought Jiang Kelan had already gone to sleep. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on her, and the worry weighing on their hearts all at once turned into joy and relief. The little boy, Xiaopa, immediately called out her name and asked if she was all right. Even the prickly shell Ruby usually wore melted in an instant into pure concern. Clearly, she still remembered that Jiang Kelan had been injured. Jiang Kelan's smile deepened, her eyes sparkling as she asked if they had all missed her. Of course they had. Xiaopa cried out and threw himself in her arms, exaggerating that he had missed her so much he could not even eat and had gotten so much thinner, and begged her never to leave them behind again. Jiang Kelan scooped the little one into her arms, hugging him fondly as she laughed and teased that the one who had missed her was not him at all. It was obviously his stomach. At last, Ruby could not hold back any longer. She shoved the white-haired man aside and strode straight to Jiang Kelan's side, first carefully checking whether the clothes she was wearing fit properly. Then she glared furiously at the man she had just pushed away and cursed him for being in such a rush just to ask a stupid question, so rushed he had not even combed his hair properly. The man only snorted, looking disdainful, then turned to bicker with another companion again. Meanwhile, the long-haired, gloomy yet handsome man beside them curled his lips and watched the fun. Surrounded by this familiar, noisy bickering, Jiang Kelan stood in the center with her heart so swollen it ached, as if it might overflow at any moment. Looking at her precious family, with tears shining in her eyes, she said softly, "Thank you." The gratitude in those few words was deeper than the sea. Their unwavering support played through her mind scene after scene. The silent help of the black-haired man, the clothes Ruby had sewn for her stitch by careful stitch, even Xiaopa's earnest face as he repaired her armor for her. She knew with complete certainty that without them, she could never have made it this far. They were the ones who had patiently pieced the broken threads of her life back together bit by bit. Ruby folded her arms. Even though the mood had turned emotional, she still wanted to maintain that tough front, so she gave a light snort. "Don't get all sentimental here. You think one little thank you is enough to send us off?" A mischievous glint immediately flashed through Jiang Kelan's eyes. She gave them a playful wink and said she had already prepared gifts, telling everyone to come and take a look. A moment later, Ruby was already holding an extremely powerful invisibility talisman, her face full of curiosity. With practiced ease, Jiang Kelan slapped the glowing talismans one by one onto those famous swords, and their spiritual energy was immediately suppressed for the moment. After placing the final one on her own sword, she turned around and gave everyone a confident smile. As long as she put one on herself too, she could take them all outside with her. The handsome black-haired man could not help frowning, his eyes full of worry. She had only just come back. What if someone discovered her? But Jiang Kelan told him not to worry, saying this time would be different. A new resolve burned in her eyes as she openly admitted that she had been too foolish before, and that this cruel competition had already taught her how important adaptability was. Xiaopa was so excited he was practically trembling all over. It had been a very long time since they had gone out. He could not wait and eagerly stepped forward, only to hear a loud thud as he smacked straight into an invisible barrier. He cried out in pain, then clutched his head and dropped to the ground in a dizzy heap, practically seeing stars as he mumbled that in his excitement he had forgotten all about the restriction. Jiang Kelan paid no attention at all to the little mishap and simply announced briskly that it was time to go. She walked in front, and the swords, their forms hidden from sight, obediently floated behind her. They stepped into the cool night, under a vast dark sky studded with stars like diamonds. Their destination turned out to be a secluded rooftop from which the entire palace scenery could be seen at a glance. Jiang Kelan looked around, somewhat puzzled, and asked what exactly they had come up here for. The black-haired man gestured for her to sit first, but she wrinkled her nose, complaining that it was dusty, and urged them to hurry up and show her the gift. Ruby impatiently told her to be quiet, saying it was about to begin. Look, a streak of light shot toward the sky with an ear-splitting roar, then exploded with a thunderous burst into a magnificent bloom of pink gold sparks, lighting up the entire night. More and more fireworks burst one after another in the air, like a dazzling symphony of light. The black-haired man looked at Jiang Kelan's astonished profile, and a satisfied smile rose to his lips. Xiaopa cried out again and again, saying it was so beautiful. Even the swordsmith sighed that all the trouble had been worth it after all. As long as they could see their happy expressions, that was enough. Even Ruby, who was pretending to stay calm and only said stubbornly, "It's just all right, I guess," could not hide the faint flush spreading across her cheeks, and her companion exposed her mercilessly at once. That brilliant display of light reminded Jiang Kelan of a past she had long left behind. She no longer needed her father's warmth, because she already had these people, her true family. She should not ask for anything more. Yet a sweet, aching, unfamiliar, and tender feeling still spread through her chest. She only hoped that this perfect moment could last forever. So they stood there side by side, a group of people with utterly different temperaments, their silhouettes outlined by the brilliant colors exploding across the sky. Bound together not by blood, but by unwavering loyalty and love, they had become a family, sharing this moment of pure joy without a trace of impurity. The only thing that broke that peaceful afternoon stillness was the gentle chiming of the wind bells. For the first time in a long while, Tang Huan felt a sense of peace settle over her heart. She thought that at last, things had returned to normal. A satisfied smile curved her lips as she practiced calligraphy, but that calm shattered in an instant when her friend suddenly sucked in a breath and widened her eyes in alarm. Oh, she admitted there was something she had forgotten to tell her. She had meant to pass along a message, but because she had been avoiding Tang Huan all this time, she had completely forgotten about it. A message? Tang Huan's curiosity flared at once, wondering what could be so important. Her friend said the girl she had rescued had remembered something that might be a useful clue in finding her father. The words struck Tang Huan like a thunderbolt. The brush in her hand clattered onto the table, ink splashing across the fragile paper. In the next instant, she was already on her feet, her voice full of urgency and disbelief. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" she cried, already rushing out the door and shouting for her friend to hurry up and follow. The two of them found Madame Gu near the kitchen, but her words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing their wild hopes. Madame Gu explained that trying to find someone with only the surname Jiang was useless. Many sect elders who traveled outside used false names, and they often changed their appearance as well, so there was no way they could be recognized so easily. Still, she did remember that a few people had left for many years before returning. Who were they? Did she still remember? Tang Huan leaned closer, her heart pounding with anticipation. Madame Gu narrowed her eyes. It had been so many years that her memory had grown a little hazy. She was only certain of one name, Jinmu. Both girls froze at the same time, their eyes wide with shock. Master Jinmu? Even after they left the kitchen, that name continued to echo in their minds. Her friend leaned in close and whispered mysteriously, "I think your father is probably Master Jinmu." The words made Tang Huan's heart jolt violently. Her friend laid out her evidence with complete confidence. "Look, he comes and goes unpredictably, and the timing matches too. And think about it," she continued. "Ever since you entered the sect, he's always taken special care of you. He even helped you so much during the competition. If he's not your father, why would he treat you this well? Besides," she grabbed a strand of Tang Huan's hair, "even your hair color is pretty similar." Tang Huan snorted and dodged her hand. Didn't Madame Gu just say that experts often change their appearance? Exactly, isn't it? Her friend pointed at her. Maybe hair color can be changed too. But Tang Huan puffed out her cheeks and stubbornly said, "I already told you, I got this hair color from my mother." The joking look on her friend's face gradually faded, replaced by worry. "You already have a clue about your father, so why don't you look happy at all?" The question sent a sharp ache through Tang Huan's heart. If her father had really changed his face, then it meant her mother had been kept in the dark all these years. The thought was so bitter it was hard to swallow. Of course, she would feel conflicted. Seeing her like this, her friend reached out and pinched her cheek, half-jokingly telling her not to overthink it. "Let's find him first, all right? Let go." Tang Huan slapped her hand away, new resolve slowly gathering in her eyes as she asked if she wanted to go together. "I hate running away more than anything." Looking ahead at the road before her, she spoke with firm determination. "Now that I know, I have to go ask him in person." She strode toward the council hall, every step filled with resolve. Inside the council hall, the almost unrealistically handsome Master Jinmu was holding a teacup, composed and elegant. He greeted her gently, congratulated her on returning to the Sword Pavilion through her own ability, and said that if anyone dared bully her in the future, he would deal with them for her. "Go on then. Head back and get some rest," he said with a mild smile. But she could not move. She only stood there, staring fixedly at him as countless thoughts churned in her mind. Sensing her hesitation, he asked calmly and gently, "Is there something else?" Her face turned bright red at once, and her heart slammed against her chest. She took a deep breath, and in a burst of desperate urgency, the words flew out of her mouth. "Master, are you my father?" The question hung in the air, so shocking that even the friend who had come with her spat out a mouthful of tea. Master Jinmu himself choked violently and began coughing hard. One hand pressed his chest, his earlier calm composure shattered completely. "Master," she cried out, afraid she might have actually angered him into a medical crisis. Still coughing, he raised a hand to signal that he was fine and struggled to steady his breathing. "Are you all right?" she asked timidly. At last, he lifted his head, and a faint smile, almost pitying, brushed across his lips. "I have devoted myself to the Tao all my life," he said. "I have never had any entanglements with women." Looking at her with gentle eyes, he asked, "Why would you think I was your father?" The hope that had risen so high in her chest came crashing down in an instant. She spoke softly, her disappointment almost tangible, her voice so quiet it was nearly inaudible. "My father left several years ago, and you've always taken such good care of me, so I thought." She lowered her head in shame. "So, I am sorry." He only reached out and gently patted her head, the gesture faintly comforting. "No matter what," he told her, "the sect will always be your home." A tear slipped from her eye and slowly rolled down her cheek. She nodded silently. Then, with the leaves rustling softly around her, she turned and walked away, her steps growing heavier and heavier. Once again, the investigation had returned to the beginning. Her one promising lead had vanished just like that. A dark thought quietly crept into her mind. What if the information that her father was in the Divine Sword Sect was false too? She remembered her mother's frail voice telling her not to blame her father, saying he was a very good man who had only lost his way for a moment and become entangled with another woman. I knew this place could never keep him. Her mother had murmured before she died. Fresh tears welled up in her eyes again, blurring the road ahead. Then why did I insist on coming here? So that tiny bit of hope had been nothing more than a cruel joke. Her gloomy thoughts were interrupted by a small voice. "What are you doing?" Looking down, she saw the little boy Chun-Jin staring at her with curious eyes. She forced a smile and told him she was folding paper ingots. "Can you spend those?" he asked, tilting his head. "They're for offerings." She spoke softly. "Today is my mother's death anniversary. I'm going to burn them for her later." On the other side, the boy's parents watched them quietly, faint concern in their eyes. The handsome father called out, his voice gentle but leaving no room for argument. "Chun-Jin, come here." By the time Tang Huan finished what she was doing, a small pile of gleaming paper ingots had stacked up beside her. "This should be enough," she murmured to herself. "I'll head over first." Night had already fallen, and she walked toward a quiet, secluded place in the woods. She knelt before a row of stone markers, the only light coming from the crackling flames. The paper ingots slowly turned to ash in the fire, and in the darkness, she whispered a prayer. "Wherever you are, please be safe and healthy." After praying silently for a while, she promised herself she would come see her mother again soon, then rose to leave. But just as she turned around, a faint fragrance drifted toward her on the night wind. Where had that scent come from? She stopped and lightly sniffed the air. It was a familiar smell, one she knew all too well. She looked through the dense branches and leaves. She followed the scent. It was the smell of incense. Someone else had come here to pay respects today as well. Her gaze landed on a plain, unremarkable gravestone not far away, and her eyes flew wide open. The words carved on it made her whole body tremble. "Tomb of beloved wife Jiang Min." In the small incense burner before the grave, a stick of incense that had only recently been lit stood upright, thin smoke curling into the night. Her breath caught. "Mother," she whispered shakily, full of disbelief. On the stone platform lay a handkerchief folded with perfect neatness. With trembling hands, she reached out and picked it up, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. The moment she unfolded it, tears blurred her vision. It was one of the patterns her mother had embroidered, her mother's favorite flower. She clutched the precious handkerchief tightly to her chest, her eyes sweeping urgently across the silent graveyard. The incense stick was only half burned, so the person who lit it had to still be nearby. Had he already left? The thought stirred a fresh rush of urgent hope in her chest. But even this was good. Through her tears, she showed a faint smile. It meant someone really had come. Someone remembered her mother. She slowly stepped closer to the grave, and a heavy realization gradually surfaced in her heart. She dropped to her knees with a thud, her forehead pressed against the cold ground as she shook with sobs. "Mother, you weren't deceived," she cried hoarsely, her voice muffled by the earth. "Father is here. He's in the sect, Mother." The starry sky stretched vast overhead, the full moon like a luminous pearl casting silver radiance over the silent pavilions. But Jiang Kelan had no heart to admire the beauty of the night. Her shoulders sagged slightly, her face full of defeat. Beside her, the graceful man with snow-white hair let out a sigh and brought bad news. He was sorry, but he had not been able to find the buyer. There was simply no trace of the mysterious person who had purchased the Night Queen incense. He gently reminded her that this incense was extremely expensive, affordable only to the sect's core members, and she ought to be more familiar with such people than he was. Resting her chin on one hand, Jiang Kelan looked exhausted as she flatly denied it. She was not familiar with them at all. Her mind was full of confusion and irritation. If those people were willing to spend such a huge sum to honor the dead, then why did they ignore her, a living person who held the key? Her thoughts drifted back to the cemetery again, where there had been only silent gravestones and unanswered questions. And beside it, whose was that nameless grave? The next day, the sky was clear and blue, white bedsheets swaying gently in the wind, in sharp contrast to the turmoil in her heart. As she and her friend hung laundry together, her friend lightly nudged her and half-jokingly reminded her that that stern master definitely was not her father. Jiang Kelan could only accept the fact with reluctance. A sly gleam suddenly flashed in her friend's eyes as another idea popped in her head. Could it be her master? After all, her master was the one who had taken her as a disciple. The moment Jiang Kelan heard that, her whole body visibly shuddered in instinctive rejection of the idea. Impossible, she thought. Absolutely impossible. But her friend kept analyzing, pointing out the most obvious problem. If it really were her master, would he treat his long-lost biological daughter with such cold cruelty after seeing her again? At once, that scene flashed through Jiang Kelan's mind. Her master with a face full of rage, his voice like thunder, calling her trash and useless over and over. Both girls choked on the memory. Well, that'd make sense. Her friend then considered that it might be someone else, like the sect leader or the deputy sect leader. But as Jiang Kelan reached for another bedsheet, she could only sigh helplessly and say there was no way for them to verify it. Her friend immediately shot back that, as the master of the Sword Pavilion, she ought to have more opportunities than anyone to interact with the sect's upper ranks. No sooner had she spoken than, as if perfectly on cue, a disciple's voice suddenly called out, saying the sect leader had summoned Jiang Kelan to the council hall. Jiang Kelan froze, startled by the unexpected summons. Her friend could not help covering her mouth as she laughed, jerking her chin toward the grand council hall and saying with a smile, "Isn't this the perfect opportunity?" But inside the council hall, the atmosphere was far from harmonious. The sect leader was a somewhat flustered old man, looking around at his grim-faced colleagues in confusion, not understanding why they all looked so terrible when he had clearly come up with a brilliant idea. All he had done was suggest sending a few disciples out to promote the reputation of their sect. One elder covered his face, looking utterly helpless as he patiently tried to persuade him. They were already critically short-handed, so please stop making more trouble for everyone. The moment the sect leader heard that, he slammed a palm onto the table, making the porcelain beside it tremble dangerously. That finally became the spark that set off another elder. Furious beyond restraint, he roared that they had been dragged here at dawn for an idea so worthless it would be a waste even to feed it to pigs. Those harsh words struck the sect leader right in the heart, and he instantly burst into tears, crying like a wronged child. At the same time, one breathtakingly handsome elder, his long hair loose over his shoulders, announced with detached elegance that he planned to travel for a few months and truly could not help. Standing behind a screen, Jiang Kelan watched the chaos before her. She remembered that her father ought to be a gentle and upright man, which meant it definitely could not be the person on the main seat, crying his eyes out. The enraged elder declared that the whole meeting had been a waste of time, then flung his sleeve and left. The still sobbing sect leader turned to the few people who remained, his eyes full of pleading. They would not leave like that too, would they? Surely they would support him? The others awkwardly looked away and vaguely muttered that they were very busy and had other matters to attend to. Just then, as the always reliable and stern master passed by, a spark of hope suddenly flared in Jiang Kelan's heart. This man was so steady, so proper. He had to be her father. She quickly walked to his side, genuine concern in her voice, as she said his complexion looked awful and asked if he had not been getting much rest. The master's gaze darted around nervously. Disciples were watching. The other elders were watching. The whole room was watching him. The pressure was overwhelming. He let out a heavy sigh, his exhaustion plain on his face. If other people could only do things a little more seriously, he would not be this tired. The handsome elder was still teasing him from the side, saying he should take a break once in a while and go out for a walk. The master shot back irritably. Does the sect live on air? Jiang Kelan was utterly bewildered. Could it be that this master had never traveled far from the sect and had never taken a break? His answer told the death knell for her last shred of hope. Ever since the day he entered the sect, he had never rested. Not once. Jiang Kelan's world shattered into pieces. Never rested? Then who in the world was her father? She fell into a ridiculous, yet despairing collapse. Her grand investigation had returned completely to square one. Elsewhere, in a quiet courtyard, a disciple arrived outside her master's residence and called out to ask if he was inside. After entering, he said that an urgent letter had been delivered. A calm voice came from inside, telling him to enter and asking who had sent it. A letter from young Master Xiao, know, the disciple replied. Her master told him to leave it and go. Just then, another disciple came rushing in a panic and immediately dropped to his knees to report that something major had happened at Sword Peak and begged him to go there at once. But her master's voice remained calm to the point of eeriness, only telling him to write down the details and leave them on the table. Then leave. Only then do we finally see him clearly. He was a tall, slender man with sharp, piercing blue eyes, black hair hanging down, and not the slightest ripple on his handsome face. He walked to the wall and pushed open a hidden door, revealing a concealed secret chamber. Inside the chamber, standing alone in the darkness, was a spirit tablet, with incense burning before it without interruption. Written on the tablet were the words, "Spirit Tablet of Beloved Disciple Sui Yunwei." Staring at that name, the calm expression on her master's face began to crack apart little by little. Shadows fell over his face, and the corner of his mouth slowly twisted into a smile so sinister and horrifying it chilled the soul. Then a low, eerie laugh slipped from his throat. That nearly frenzied laughter echoed through the cramped, suffocating chamber like the madness of someone who had completely lost control. After that, Jiang Kelan sat surrounded by delicate pastries, packing snacks one by one into gift boxes. Her friend asked whether there had been any news about her father. Jiang Kelan looked much calmer now and only said she would let things take their course. Since the person who had left the handkerchief at the grave had never shown himself, she had decided not to torment herself over it anymore, and to simply keep living her life for now. Her friend sighed, thinking she had given up rather quickly. Her friend changed the subject and asked who all these pastries were for. With a gentle smile, Jiang Kelan counted them off one by one. For Master, for Senior Brother, for another Senior Brother, and for the others in the Divine Sword Sect. Warmth welled up in her heart. The people in the sect had all treated her very well and had always looked after her with care. She showed a bright and sincere smile, as though it could light up the whole room. Silently, she swore that in the future she would repay everyone's kindness little by little. But beyond the surface harmony of the sect, there was no peace to be found at all. Two disciples were shouting at each other over money. Nearby, another disciple could only stare in shock at the chaotic scene in this sacred ground of the Sword Pavilion. Several Sword Peak disciples had gathered around the handsome senior brother Feng Yi, hypocritically praising him for his hard work. But beneath his calm expression, there was only one icy thought in his heart. How hypocritical. He walked down the long vermilion corridor, and his very figure seemed like a silent judgment upon the mediocrity around him. The moment a few younger disciples saw his tall, upright figure, their idle chatter stopped abruptly and was replaced by tense reverence. Coldly, he reminded them that there were still 2 hours before work ended and that no one was allowed to slack off. The others hurriedly answered, their replies carrying strained enthusiasm, then scattered in haste under the pressure of his presence. Then his sharp gaze fell on a familiar and ugly scene. One senior brother was cursing out a trembling junior brother, his tone full of contempt. The poor youth was being called trash and accused of wasting precious raw materials, and he could only stammer apology after apology. Another disciple tried to smooth things over, gently reminding the bully that everyone made mistakes, especially newcomers. But what truly put an end to the quarrel was Feng Yi's calm word of restraint. Everyone thanked him, but inside Feng Yi, anger churned violently. This was not discipline at all. It was brutality and abuse. This was only the outward symptom of a deeper disease, proof that the sect's rules had rotted through completely. This place, this entire sect, had decayed from the roots. Standing before the blazing furnace, his handsome face half hidden in shadow, a dark and resolute thought slowly took shape in his heart. With a flick of his wrist, he plunged the red-hot metal into water. The piercing hiss seemed to mirror the storm raging in his chest. It was time to tear all of this down completely and begin again from the ashes. Back in the present, by the railing of a lofty pavilion, two disciples saw a familiar figure walking toward them and quickly exchanged a knowing glance. They stepped sideways to block her path. For a moment, it looked as if trouble was coming again. But in the next instant, something unexpected happened. They bowed deeply, their voices carrying a degree of respect never heard before. Rongrong's performance in the arena just now had been absolutely stunning. The girls excitedly said that she had thoroughly humiliated that pack of arrogant bastards. They swore they would follow her to the death, promised they would do anything she asked, and even assured her they would never bother her again in the future. Then they hurried off. Rong was completely dumbfounded, and a cute blush spread across her fair cheeks. Even she admitted that this victory had been a little strange, but if it could inspire others, then this matter would have to remain her secret forever. Just then, a steady, deep voice came from behind her. She had finally been accepted by the people of the Sword Pavilion. The road to get here must not have been easy. She turned around and saw that it was the handsome senior brother Feng Yi. Her face instantly flushed hot red. Being praised like this in front of him was simply too embarrassing. Seeing that she was probably tired, he suggested that they should go, and she quickly agreed. Meanwhile, the sect elders were holding a private discussion. Someone proposed that it was time to hand the sect's affairs over to Feng Yi and properly groom him to become the next successor. The sect leader immediately agreed, completely ignoring Rong's master's stammering objection. The decision was settled just like that. Choosing Feng Yi was the wisest course. Rong, who had been hiding nearby and eavesdropping, froze on the spot. Senior brother was already the candidate for the next sect leader. Her mind fell into chaos as she recalled all the things he had done, planting forests on Sword Peak, growing flowers by the Sword Hut, and keeping the entire Sword Pavilion in perfect order. Wow, senior brother was just too amazing. But in the next moment, that admiration turned into inferiority. She had been secretly pleased with her own progress these past days, but now she had finally seen reality clearly. Was the gap between a genius like him and an ordinary person like her really so vast that it could never be crossed? Later, the two of them walked through a breathtakingly beautiful garden, with only the soft rustle of leaves brushing together around them. Feng Yi noticed her thoughtful silence and gently asked if she was tired because of what had happened today. She shook her head, but the question in her heart became harder and harder to suppress. She truly could not understand how he managed to handle so many things at once. If it were her, even being given just one of those tasks would crush her. He merely smiled faintly and told her with a warm gaze that as long as she had a clear goal, she too could accomplish anything. Then he asked in return what she thought of his sword forging skill. She blurted out almost without thinking. He was a genius. Feng Yi raised his long, elegant fingers and lightly brushed over a cluster of pink blossoms. But he denied her words, saying that he was no genius at all, only someone of ordinary aptitude who had no choice but to work desperately hard to reach where he was today. Rong's mind went blank at once. If even he did not count as a genius, then what was she, someone who once could not even forge a decent iron tool and could only produce lumps of scrap metal? He continued softly that compared with a true genius, his little bit of talent was hardly worth mentioning. The words "a true genius" suddenly stirred up a memory long buried in her mind. Her eyes flew wide open as she finally realized it. In her head echoed a certain elder's stern warning. The sect was not allowed to mention that girl, especially not in front of Master and Senior Brother. Right after that, her memory shifted to Master. At that time, deep sorrow had been carved across his face as he asked whether she knew that he had once had another disciple, but that disciple was no longer in this world. This truth struck her like a heavy blow, leaving her so shocked she could barely breathe. And in that moment, Feng Yi's face appeared in her mind. When he thought of that senior sister, his expression held a gentle, sorrowful longing. That girl was named Sui Yunwei. Pink cherry blossoms drifted softly on the wind, adorning this ancient martial sect with a peaceful and lovely beauty. Yet in this quiet courtyard, a storm was brewing, and at the center of it was a very young but puffed up little boy. His cheeks were rounded in anger, as if steam were about to shoot out of his ears. Little Feng Yi stomped his feet furiously, his voice shrill as he angrily demanded to know where Master had run off to. An older disciple, drenched in cold sweat, tried to soothe this little tyrant and carefully explain that Master had gone traveling without saying a word. Just as his temper was about to erupt completely, a tall and graceful woman walked over. She introduced herself as a senior sister, Sui Yunwei, and said that she had been ordered by Master to take care of the little fellow. She recognized at a glance that he was Feng Yi, then smiled gently and told him to come with her. His anger instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by a pair of bright blue eyes full of curiosity as he eagerly nodded. He dashed ahead in one burst, leaving his new caretaker slightly at a loss before his excessive energy. The scene shifted into another memory. Inside, a great hall had gathered the finest swordsmiths in the world, and a perfectly forged longsword gleamed with a cold light under the illumination. Its creation was judged a success. A wave of astonished exclamations immediately rose from the crowd. Success on the very first attempt. What a genius. One elder looked deeply gratified, proud that this youth possessed such astonishing ability at so young an age, and even declared on the spot that he wanted to take him as a successor. But another master stroked his long white beard and corrected him, saying that the youth was not his disciple. Then he asked in puzzlement why his own young disciple Feng he had not taken part in this sword forging competition. The previous master let out a scornful laugh and said dismissively that the boy Feng he cared only about cultivating the sword path and had no interest in forging swords at all. The moment she heard this, the hot-tempered Sui Yunwei immediately stepped forward, challenge flashing in her eyes, and loudly declared that her swordsmanship was far superior to her forging. She raised a hand and pointed at Feng Yi, confidently demanding a match on the spot. Feng Yi could hardly even be bothered to look at her directly. His expression was full of boredom, and he only muttered two words, "Idiot." An hour later, Sui Yunwei was already crying her heart out, sitting on the ground in disarray, utterly defeated along with her sword. With tears streaming down her face, she swore that although she had lost this time, she would absolutely win next time. The onlookers sighed helplessly as they watched yet another challenger fall, truly unable to understand how anyone could be foolish enough to compete with her. The little junior sister turned to look at a young woman whose elegant bearing was almost unreal. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall, and everyone was praising her, saying that in the end, senior sister was still the more impressive one, since she clearly had not taken the match seriously just now. So of course her victory was only natural. The senior sister, whose name had finally been spoken aloud, closed her eyes and calmly confirmed with absolute confidence that this outcome had been decided from the very beginning. The little junior sister looked utterly devastated and pressed Sui Yunwei for the name of the person she had just defeated. But Sui Yunwei only casually replied that she had forgotten. The little junior sister cried out in shock, asking how that could be. Sui Yunwei merely said calmly that if the other person had been worth remembering, she naturally would have left a deeper impression. After witnessing such seemingly unrivaled strength, flames suddenly ignited in the young Feng Yi's eyes. At that moment, his goal became incomparably clear. He had to defeat her. In the years that followed, peaceful days and tireless training blended into a blur of light and shadow. At dinner, Master would always seem to favor Sui Yunwei and put food in her bowl while Feng Yi sat beside them, and the scene resembled a small, happy family. In quiet moments, Sui Yunwei would hold a book and read, while Feng Yi rested with his head on her lap, napping peacefully. The scene was tranquil, like the serene happiness of an ordinary household. But in corners where no one noticed, the sword in his hand never once stopped, its silver light ceaselessly slicing through the air. For the sake of that one goal, he kept tempering himself. At last, that day still came. On the high platform, two swords clashed, sparks flew, and the very air tightened to the extreme. When the final move fell, Feng Yi's sword was already at her throat. He had won. Senior sister, you lost. His voice was steady as he spoke. Their faces were close enough to touch, and victory and defeat hung silently between them, just like that. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips, as if she had already known everything, and looking into his eyes, she asked whether he would remember her forever. Then she leaned a little closer, her voice so soft it was like a whisper falling against his skin, and challenged him once more. When it came to sword forging, the one who would win in the end would be her. Feng Yi, now grown into a handsome young man, stood straight and tall, his gaze unwavering as he solemnly made his promise to senior sister. At this point, the memory gradually faded, and the scene returned to the present. After hearing this story from the past, our heroine looked utterly shocked and asked him whether, all those years ago, he had liked senior sister. Feng Yi looked at her with a faintly gentle smile, almost nostalgic. If it was really that obvious, She tried to process this confession. So, that was his past, the person he had once liked. He looked completely different now from how he had back then. He only gave a soft laugh and brushed it off lightly, saying that he had been young at the time. His gentle laughter spread through the air, and she could not help laughing along with him. She had always thought that, when she heard about that unforgettable love in his life, she would definitely feel heartbroken, definitely feel jealous. But strangely enough, she did not find it hard to accept at all. Only one final question remained, hanging quietly in the air. Why?